Welcome to BB Dacha 2024 Belgrade.
Good morning, Belgrade! There's one guy in the crowd. who's very excited about that.
I will
greeting.
say those in the crowd, they're very excited for this. I mean, we've already had one day in front of this lovely audience, but we're going to get a second day. Yesterday was exciting too. There was a lot of action. I do see a lot of Spirit jerseys going on. I know that they're definitely the fan favorites when it comes to this audience.
Yeah, that's right. It was a long day yesterday. We had quite a few 60-minute plus games, which I always feel blessed on a Dota patch when we have these 60-minute plus games, especially at this caliber of Dota.
It was mostly the elimination series or the elimination games that went that long, and both those series went all 3 games as well. So not only were we getting the game duration, but also the series length there. And it did result in what I'm going to say some upsetting results, some upsets.
Gaimin's out.
Yeah, and Team Liquid.
And so is
both
Liquid.
TI13 finalists in their first LAN appearance were eliminated out there in the bottom of the bracket.
Which makes me very excited to see our matches for today. So let's look at the schedule.
Do you remember the schedule?
We
this
have
is your one job today,
Team
Jenkins.
Aurora
Yep.
versus Team Spirit.
Yeah.
That's going to be our very first matchup.
That was the Spirit fans' cue to cheer.
The 3
I'm looking
guys.
at you.
Yeah, the 3. Okay. We have Yakult's brothers versus BB Team coming up as well. And then we have Falcons versus Team Tundra. And then we have the lower bracket
That's the
finals.
upper bracket. That's the upper bracket.
That's the upper bracket. So
Falcons
we have
one.
3 elimination matches coming today.
That's a lot of exit interviews. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not looking forward to
excited
that one.
about that? No, you're
well,
not?
no,
Okay.
not really. It's always a bit of a heartbreak when you have to see people's dreams crushed. But some people enjoy that. Some people enjoy it. They like that aspect
I think
of
the
competition.
winners definitely like that.
And probably their fans as well.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fair enough.
yeah.
Should we get started?
I think so. These people, they're on the edge of their seat. They're hoping to get into the Dota action already.
I saw Spirit lining up back there, but I'm just going to guess that Aurora is going to come out here.
Yeah,
So
hopefully they got it in the right order.
let's introduce our first team, a team that did a very great upset
I feel
yesterday.
like you need to hype it up more, Jenkins. I'm not really feeling
A
the hype
team
of this team.
of absolute legends from both the MENA region and the SEA region. We have Abed, and we have everybody else. Team Aurora!
Aurora Gaming.
Hello, my friend. How are you doing?
Good, good. Good morning.
You had a very long series yesterday. It was a very long time ago. You had a 60-minute game. Have you reset?
Yes.
Do you think your opponents yesterday were harder than your opponents today? Do you think these guys have powered on?
I don't think it's like harder or like easier. I think they just play different, and it would be like hard game, I think.
Is it the same thing where you guys just aren't thinking about it? You're just going to play your Dota, Aurora Dota?
Yes, we will try to focus on our game, and I think we will make our game like entertaining.
Okay, entertaining is what we want to see. Good luck, my friend. You can take your seat. But of course, we need some competitors here. We got some 2-time TI winners. We got some of the best up-and-coming talent of the CIS region, and that is Team Spirit!
Malik, I haven't actually spoken to you yet. How are you and how much are you enjoying being on Team Spirit?
Hello, I'm good.
Okay.
Feeling good, and I mean feeling great to playing for Team Spirit, and it's very good organization.
That's awesome to hear. I wanted to know, what time does the team normally wake up? Because this is quite an early series, so are you guys ready for such an early day?
Yeah, we were preparing, like we were ready to can play very early or very evening, because our coach Corbin, like, you know, taking discipline of us and go sleep and stuff like that.
Discipline, that's good. I know that there's a lot of Team Spirit fans out there. They've got some jerseys on. Do you have any words for them, something to get them hyped going into this series?
Thank you for coming and cheering for us.
All right, well, hopefully they give you some more cheers as I let you go back and to join your team there, Malik. Thank you so much. Good luck in the series. That's right, guys. Round of applause for Malik. But keep those applause going as we do head on into our very first series for our second day here live at Belgrade. It's going to be elimination, so we want to put all of the hype out there. Let's get on into it.
Aurora Gaming versus Team Spirit. Aurora Gaming, Game 1.
End of today, we'll be left with our final three heading into Saturday. I've got both Milan and SVG joining me on the desk here. Gentlemen, who do you think the final three is going to be at the end of the day?
Well, I think Tundra Falcons are going to be in there somewhere.
Sure.
Between the rest of the pack, and I still had Spirit going deep in this tournament. I kind of had them in that top four. I think they're going to make it there. I think they're a little better than Aurora for me, at least recently, though I don't want to put too much stock in that until we see the first game and who woke up better this morning. But I have Spirit pretty high this event. I think they've got some stuff working for them, and they have young players, they have experienced players, they have a good mix, and they've been showing up in some of these series. So I expect good things from them today.
Players, the prodigies, I call him Baby Ator, the Satanic, but kids these days, they grow up so fast. Even this tournament, if he wins right now, he will get top four. Top four at the Tier 1 event, LAN event, first of his career. Not too bad.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. I mean, it is a player that is being heralded as the next big thing, so you do want to come out with a bit of a splash, right?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And I think the environment that Spirit brings with Corbin, that they said the discipline, with Muposhka, the knowledge and experience is maybe a perfect that you can wish for if you're such a young player.
Yeah, probably the best environment for him and his compatriots to be able to flourish, as he's not the only new guy on the Spirit roster that's going to be playing. But Aurora, I mean, if you guys seem to both be favoring Spirit as the promising team that is going to make top three at the end of the day, then Aurora, they're just a stepping stone at that point in time. You guys seem to think that they're not only going to win this matchup, but then the matchup against whoever wins between BetBoom and Yakult Bros. Don't forget that you guys can also have your influence, well, maybe a limited influence on who you think is going to be able to win this matchup between Spirit and Aurora. But yeah, what about Aurora?
I'm looking towards Abed. I think he has been the linchpin of this team's success in a lot of those clutch situations when you need a star player to step up, carry you through some of those mid and late game fights. Particularly his Void Spirit has been both hit or miss, though I don't put that on him as the player. I think that's just how the hero functions. And it's a hero that Aurora have gone back to time and time again because they're trying to give teams that Invoker and have the Void Spirit as the counter matchup, and they're willing to go for that exchange. So I think Aurora has some cool draft stuff going for them that not a lot of other teams are doing. They have the last pick jabs heroes that are, you know, what is that going to be? They don't even know any game. He probably doesn't know. And I think those two factors could propel them pretty deep in this event. I think if you're looking to get in that top three, you need one of your players at least deep in this land to really step up and be capable of taking those games over. So I'm looking towards, you know, Satanic on the side of Spirit, Abed on the side of Aurora, Emo from Yakult Brothers or Boca, depending on if you were watching those games yesterday, you went absolutely ham. And then for BetBoom, you're kind of looking to Pure and Save, right?
Yeah.
So between all of those star players on these teams, who steps up the most in these last 2 days, I think is who's going to go the deepest.
So in this case, Milan, is this, being the underdogs coming into this, is Aurora in the best possible position in this game one? They are going to be on Radiant's side, and they also had second pick. Team Spirit opted to choose first pick, and Avery pointed out that, you know, having the last pick Jabs hero could be very beneficial to them.
I think for sure they're the underdog here because of the previous results. And I mean, they beat the Gaimin, but in group stage, they got 2-0'd by Team Spirit.
Yeah.
So Spirit is a little bit favored here, but not as much as we kind of make it sound. But
Think it's more like 60-40?
what I favor in Aurora, yeah, 60-40 for Spirit, I
Yeah.
think, coming into the series. But what Aurora showed yesterday is they tried a little bit going out of meta with especially support picks, and it showed like a hit. And then Spirit with their Marcy first pick, it didn't look really well, but their opponent was Falcons, and they were looking really strong yesterday.
Sure.
So it's hard to judge out of this. Like, they just coming from two different paths.
Yeah. And in that case, if you are Team Spirit, do you still hold faith in the Marcy watching that game? So you put it down to, okay, Falcons is just the best team at this tournament, or do you think that drafting-wise there's some improvements to be made for Spirit?
I think I would prefer Mposhka on ET if he wants to go a little bit out of meta post-wise, or just, you know, his Tusker is great, his Naga is great, his Clock great. If these heroes are not banned, why not? These heroes empower the Satanic. Satanic, that's how they won 2 times against Aurora. He played Morph and Shadow Fiend, and I don't want to say he 1v9 the game, but it was pretty close.
Yeah.
He dominated really hard.
So we're going to have to keep an eye on those hard carries for this matchup, right? Because Aurora, as much as we have been praising them, Avery, as you know, they seem to be a faster team this year. Ultimately, they still thrive in the late game, and it seems like Team Spirit had a similar concept when it comes to their series against Falcons and perhaps the whole tournament, right? They want to be able to set up Satanic for a really nice 1v5 scenario, you know, given 40 minutes plus.
I think that Falcons matchup was just rough because you're trying to play a 4-protect-1, a super enabled Satanic hero, and then you're going up against Falcons who play these tri/quad core lineups. You're just not going to beat them in the late game with one carry trying to do it all. And I think that's a lesson that Spirit has to take away from that series and learn a bit and watch over the course of their draft, particularly against Aurora, because Aurora can end up in some of those similar situations. It's not something they seek out as much as Falcons, but you get that last pick Enigma for Jabs, you get that last pick Phoenix, and it starts scaling really well versus what the enemy has. All of a sudden, their late game is pretty secure. Abed's always going to be a force in the late game, no matter what hero he plays in this series. And of course, the man on screen, T82000, he's a late game hard carry player himself. So we have seen Aurora be a lot faster this event. In fact, I go to that interview with Jabs where he said, "We've been winning all the early games and losing late game, and I'm very confused." And I don't blame him. I'm sure it was like a culture shock or something of sorts for this team, because that's the exact opposite of what they were doing the entire previous year, but it's working better for them here. Unsurprising. I think when you can play with some speed in that early game, you have a better chance of winning a lot of these series. This could be a series that comes down to the late game matchups, though, because I don't think either team's going to get rolled over in this matchup in particular. Neither team is fast enough to just death ball the game out. So then you're really starting to put more and more emphasis on that scale, the tri-core lineups, the mid matchup scaling well, right? And I think those are going to be the big factors both teams look at.
So I'm going to assume for you guys, the key player-hero combination is going to be Satanic for Spirit. But what about the Aurora side? If it does come down to a late-game matchup, and they don't put all their eggs in one basket in that regard, who's the player that you look to as being the person who will carry them over the finish line?
I'm looking at Aurora's support duo.
Okay.
I think it sounds a little bit weird coming to a late game talking about supports, but the combination of like Batrider and Grimstroke, we saw what he can do. The BKB control on Satanic, or maybe Illusion from Grimstroke, the Dark Portrait. These things can really change the late game, and it's really nice going into the late game that you have supports that scale.
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
All right, heading into our final ban here, what are the missing heroes in this first set of bans?
Invoker is in the pool, Puck is in the pool. So far in this tournament, we saw Puck into Invoker most of the time from this slot. I would be very surprised.
I would also put the Morta out there. These aren't the biggest Morta teams so far at this event. I think if you're watching any of these series, that hero's just going up in priority. And we've seen it first picked a couple of times. If you're worried about all those mids being in the pool, then that hero also goes up for me, right? If, okay, we can't take Puck, Invoker, Earth Spirit, and all these guys, then, well, we can take Morta and then at least have one of the better supports versus the mobility mids in the meta and then just get our own mid later. I still think Aurora are perfectly happy playing against a lot of the mids in this event. They are daring Spirit to take that Invoker into the Void Spirit trade. I'd be curious if they're as confident giving Invoker playing Puck into it, and an early Shadow Fiend ban.
Aurora Gaming's turn to
Okay, for the Bristleback here, they're trying to open it up with the Timber plus the SF ban. Feel that's enough to first pick this hero, and of course, they always have that 5-position flex for Miposhka.
I saw a funny post-game content piece from Spirit after they beat Aurora with +5 Bristol. Then they asked Miposhka what he thinks of it. Like, he said, I didn't do anything, guys. I just ran around and feed, and my team carried me. And right after that game, all the teams started banning Bristol.
It's a hero you really have to draft well around to not get abused from some of those later picks, and it works well for Spirit because, of course, they're trying to get some super later pick ultra carry. I do kind of like the early Luna here, though. I think, for me, these carries that can fight, scale, and do Ancients have gone up in priority this patch. I'm looking at Luna, Gyro as the top two, but you also have things such as the Alchemist and the Medusa that we've seen picked a decent amount and have some success. They're just strong laners. They can always push the lane out against the blind pick. They deal well with the tanky offlaners. They cut through them, and they can use Ancients to accelerate and scale into that late game. I don't mind these heroes basically at any point in the draft. I think you can always build around them, always enable them. And what do you do here to really abuse the early Luna that's being shown here?
I mean, that will be the key for Spirit. I was looking at Malik and his heroes, him finding himself in this tournament a little bit. He played some Primal, some Pango, some SK. Maybe he brings something out of the bag that we didn't see often, like the Enigma we saw yesterday against the Luna for
could be good here
for Yakul's brothers. I agree with the Luna. I think she is the #1 carry right now in this patch. Like all these heroes, Medusa, Luna, Shadow Fiend are similar, but she's kind of the most bulletproof carry. And let's see what Aurora does with the support. Do they go back for the Grimstroke Batrider that works so well for them, or maybe they try with the Hoodwink, you know? No, it's gonna be Muerta, as Avery said, of course.
Hero's just too good right now. The laning's way too strong. It enables your picks down the road. Decent against the Bristleback with some of the chain silencing. Not the end-all be-all support. It's solid here. And you also have to think about Spirit wanting the Morphling down the road. So this is a nice hero versus the Morphling as well. If they want to go for that carry matchup, that's probably the best left in the pool that Spirit's played for Satanic. I think the other hero you're considering is the Medusa. So you got to be thinking about both those carries down the stretch here if you're Aurora. And on the flip side, if you're Spirit, again, where do you want to put this Bristle? Do you just want to throw him into that Luna lane? Probably not. The Enigma looks juicy here. I think that's the best offlaner to punish the early Luna pick. You just have to be confident in playing around it, and we haven't really seen Spirit play that hero too often. It's not in their exact wheelhouse. They're more of like the Mars Primal team.
Yes, and with Hoodwink coming out, I don't think they will pair these two heroes. They could, possibly, but I was thinking before the game started about Rue and how he played a lot of Snapfire. Before in the group stage, he played more of Dark Willow, Hoodwink, the heroes that are better at initiating things. Like the Lion too. So, and the ET. I really like this slight adjustment from Spirit. The ET for Miposhka, Hoodwink for Rue. I think this is the step in the right direction.
It's a lot of damage. These two combine really well to burst targets down. It's a nice hero versus Luna. Just landing Echo Stomp or Earth Splitter on Luna in any fight it feels good. Almost no matter what else happens, it's going to be high impact versus hero. You get an AoE stun versus the Morta as well. Not too bad. And it's a hero that can back the Bristleback going into the fight and tanking a bunch of damage. You commit 4 or 5 heroes to try and focus down Bristle. 2 or 3 out of those 4 are getting Echo Stomped. You can then turn that fight around.
Batrider still comes to match kind of the scaling. We already have ET and Hoodwink scaling pretty good in the late game. Hoodwink brings a lot of damage and lockdown and ET against Agi here. Carry. We saw it many times with Poshka getting the Agonist, one more item. He can do a lot, but Batrider, BKB control, I think Kaori did super well against Gaimin Game 1 and Game 3. Like, had really clutch lassos. You know, people think it's pretty straightforward. Blink, press lasso. But when you play a support bat, it's like it's very hard to do what he does.
This is a really important pick for Aurora. They have to show one of the other two lanes here. And do you want to have Abed get counterpicked? Would you rather have Jabs get counterpicked? Could you prioritize shutting down in the early game too?
Could be like some soft flex like Pangolier or the Sanking.
Yeah, those options are available. There is also that puck in the pool if you want to take the puck in exchange, but then you're maybe worried about the Earth Spirit matchup a little bit. He'll take the Mars. I think that's also a hero Spirit could have ended up playing here. Maybe less likely now that they showed two supports with this Bristle.
Throughout this tournament, the 18 puck was a very popular option, and for Spirit too. Lard does like this hero, even if in some tough matchups. I saw them lose to a Monkey King from MOUZ, and like after the game he just said, yeah, the matchup is tough, but if we played a little bit better. So he believes in the execution, the power of puck throughout the game. So picking puck blindly with 2 bans, I think they might just do it.
And at this point, like, what does the lineup of Spirit really need? They have tons of damage, right? You just need as much catch and disable as possible, right?
Or you want the Morphling here. Because I think if you don't take it, it's going to get banned in the last 2 bans going to that carry pick.
Do you have a third carry? Medusa, Morpher, Band, if you don't take it now?
But Spirit haven't... Satanic's not an Alk player, really, right? We haven't seen it too much. I mean, you can always play some niche stuff.
Like a Gyro and Razor are next here, I would say. So depends on, like, this is what I say always. Comes down to players, you know, you list your options, who has more, what is the juice here. This is the most important pick of your draft if you're Spirit. You want to get a Gotcha hero. And we spoke about it, and then we said it's not going to happen, but here it comes.
I'm a little surprised. I didn't think they were going to go for it. One, because this now puts the Bristle in carry, which... Not the ultimate hard carry for a player like Satanic, not the playstyle we've seen from Spirit as much. And we also haven't seen them play this Enigma as much as other teams, but it is a premier offlaner versus the Luna. That lane is just impossible. You will always kick this guy out in the levels 3 to 5. You can make his life miserable, you can chain kill him, you take the towers, really accelerate the map. It's a great matchup. You can take advantage of it, and I mean, Spirit's lineup is now a lot faster than maybe Aurora were expecting.
Yeah, that's the Bristle factor, right? And he has, I think what made this change for Spirit is the Mars pick. I think the Bristle into Mars, the lane is just very nice. Of course, throughout the game, he can spear him facing the enemy team, but I think they want to put the speed up in this game.
Isn't this quite the change of pace for Spirit to be putting Satanic on a Bristleback?
I agree. Yeah, I think so. I think this is a very different style, one we haven't seen them be as successful with. It could be a result of, you know, their loss against Falcons, feeling they need to play a little faster to deal with some of the heavier scaling teams, or just put more faith in Laurel to step up when they need him, because he's going to get the last pick here, and there's not a lot of mids left, so you're kind of looking at some niche picks out of that mid lane. The only real premier mid is Puck. So Spirit could just ban Slaying random here and take the Puck, and a lot of those Puck answers are banned.
They did play the Bristleback twice in the Dream League qualifiers, and they did manage to win both their games there. So
I think coming so young, Satanic has a lot to prove too, and I think he's like, we are still yet to see more diversity from him.
Yeah.
I think playing something like Bristol is not so uncommon. Tiny Ban should.
Yeah, it's for Puck.
Should say Puck.
The other hero I think they could have gone for was the Queen of Pain. I think could have been interesting if they wanted a little more earlier scale coming online.
Are you surprised they let him Puck on 23? Like, would you rather buy Puck or Pang or Earthspirit, for example?
Depends how deep in the bag they're willing to go for Abed. Right, and there's some matchups that he likes versus the Puck that other people aren't willing to play, such as the Void Spirit still in the pool. That Ag's timing can be deadly, though we've seen Void Spirit really get gunked up trying to get there.
I think two candidates for Abed is Void Spirit or Templar.
I'm done suggesting Templar, man. Every time I say TA, no one ever picks it.
I don't like TA against Luna, but the Liquid last night picked TA last pick, and it looked really solid.
Is Sniper too much?
Sniper, well, it comes back to it. I don't like Sniper. I think he can dominate the lane, but other two heroes can do well in the lane and be better in the game too.
Okay. Well, they've got 35 seconds to figure out which of these mid heroes that we've listed, or maybe they've come up with something entirely different.
I think it's something in that vein. You just want something that guarantee has a good lane matchup here. You have to take advantage of Puck in that area. Oh, the Monkey was still in the pool as well. That was the other one that teams have gone back to. Not as hard scaling, I think, as something like the Sniper or the Void Spirit with the true 5 or 6 slots, but something that gives you a lot more early game presence. And the lane matchup is very one-sided. So if Aurora can ever roam to this mid lane and really snowball through the Monkey King, they can have a way more explosive game, and then the Monkey can deal with some of the pressure from the Bristle and the Enigma being put on these early tier 1s, because you might not have the ability to just start sieging these towers if the Monkey's 6 or 7-0 and your Puck is really debilitated. And then this Monkey King all of a sudden is enabling his support duo through the early game, which is kind of what Aurora want here. So I like it. I like it in that aspect. I think it's a very strong pick, but you're going to have to play around it if you're Aurora. You can't just throw this Monkey on an island and then hope Abed ends up 10-0 on his own. I mean, maybe he does that. He's a beast player, but it's unlikely.
Fair enough. Milan, how are you feeling about this draft?
Very close in terms of draft. Both teams like kind of going with their own idea. And Abed put into the spot where his supports won't be able to help him too much, so he will have to do a lot on his own. And Spirit showing something that we haven't seen so far in this tournament, like having to put a pace up with the Bristol. I'm gonna have to go with, I think, Aurora. I like the Luna factor.
Fair enough. We saw the audience did back Team Spirit. No real surprise there by a hefty amount. And I believe some of the crowd fans here are also going to be backing Spirit. Avery, are you also going to?
The chat was for Aurora.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were almost 80% for Aurora, which...
Yeah, a bunch of C fans are
I think the C fans are just up at this hour, so maybe they just outnumber them there. I do like Aurora's draft. I think the Luna, it got punished a little bit with the Enigma, but otherwise he has a pretty good game. If he can just stand his ground, fight the Bristle at some point, it's a good matchup. I'm not too worried about the scale for Aurora, and as Monkey King has a good game, he can kind of hold down the fort. I think this game really comes down to the side lane execution for Spirit. The Bristle Enigma need to win their matchups hard and just snowball off that. They're the two highest net worths coming out of the lane, take over the map from Aurora, and play some fast Dota. I just haven't seen that style out of Spirit really at all this event, or them be too successful, so I don't have a huge amount of confidence in it. They could prove me wrong, absolutely, very capable team. But yeah, I'm going to go with Aurora for this game 1.
I mean, surely both those side lane players that you listed, maybe it's not the style that we've seen so far at this event, but I would say both Malik and Satanic have been popping off at this tournament. So,
yeah, more than less. So it's a good test.
All right, fair enough. Well, we heard from our analysts. Let's go ahead and hear from our coach on the main stage.
I do have Coach Sunby here next to me. Now, the Luna, first pick for you guys. It feels like Luna's always getting up there in priority, but all the way to first pick. How come?
It seems just a broke-ass hero.
All right, broke-ass hero. That's all you really need to know. The other one being the switch-up of where the Bristleback was potentially going from Spirit. Was this foreseen by you guys, and how did you adjust during the draft for it?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. That's part of the value in first picking BB. We don't really think he's very comfortable with it on carry, and last time they played it on 5, even though we had lost, Miposhka died a lot, so I don't think he wants to play that. So yeah, I think we're good. Yeah.
Okay, and then very quickly, the last thing is what's the window for you guys in this lineup? How are you hoping to execute it?
Pardon me?
What's the execution for your lineup?
Execution for my of the draft. Win the lanes, keep this Enigma down, and let Luna snowball and 1v5.
Alrighty, it sounds simple enough. Let's see if they can do it as we head on into game 1 for our first series here. Thank you so much.
That's right. They are going to look to lit the Luna 1v5. It is Aurora who are trying to just buff up a single carry, not Team Spirit. Things have been sort of reversed when it comes to this draft. Why do you think there is that swerve from, in some ways, both sides? Because TA2000 was playing a pretty active game for a lot of this tournament.
For me, his activity is not necessarily dependent on the hero as much as he's just made moves. Even when he's been playing the Luna or Gyro, he still gets involved in the fights. I think Aurora just have a pretty good idea of how to execute their early game and do well in the laning phase. Whereas for me, the bigger swerve is on the side of Spirit. This is a a large departure from those 4 Protect 1 drafts we saw yesterday. A lot more team focused, really looking towards the 5-on-5s, some more team fight between the ET and the Enigma. That is a component we didn't mention in the draft, but you can always win late game with Elder Titan Enigma against almost anything if you execute those fights well. You know, you land some good ultis on multiple cores, you just take this Luna out of the fight completely off the back of those 2 ultimates. And there's some cancel to it. The Batrider can play a large role, the Monkey King as well. You have initiation tools on Aurora that can cause those big team fighters problems, especially if you start on them. That's something Aurora are going to have to think about as the game goes late. If it does go late and they aren't in a position where the Luna just 1v5s.
Yeah, I was thinking a lot about zone control, right? You have this Elder Titan, you want this team fight to be in this stomp area. You've got the Enigma with the AoE Midnight Pulse and Black Hole. But on the other side, Aurora, they've got Arena, they've got Wukong's Command, and you've got some really good initiation to pull the enemy into those big spells. Hell, even the Eclipse is another one that you could just pull into your side of the team fight, and you've got a huge advantage if you're in your area, right?
These are the kind of lineups you like with the Batrider. When his lasso goes off and you pull a target in, that guy needs to die. I go back to, this is a concept that Spirit were very familiar with. I think their first TI win, they abused it better than any team at that event with the Magnus. The displacement from the mag straight into a lineup that you could not chase into. It was insta-hex, insta-grip, and a lot of team fight. This is a very similar functioning lineup from Aurora. If this lasso goes off and it drags a target into this squad, you are not chasing into that. There's calling, there's Arena, there's the Eclipse and Beam single target burst, there's the Wukong. It's just impossible. So if the Batrider starts to heat up in this game and he can just set the plate.
Nice dead shot. Oh, the spear hits Satanic instead, but it's fine. They still get the kill. The bounty goes over to Q.
Another lane that, well, Muerta is coming out on top on. Very tough to fight this hero, as on the flip side, not the best lane is dealing with the Eidolon, so I do expect Spirit to pull ahead here in the long run. So far, the early CS has gone okay for TA2000. This is the easy portion, though.
Yeah, it's only going to get harder and harder as the Eidolons become a greater force in here. Now, the Sticky Napalm stacked up Rue. He never backed away enough to get those stacks off of him. He was up to 5 in the earlier part of their skirmish and somehow let himself get up to 8 stacks. And as a result, Aurora managed to get a big kill. So both the side lanes of Aurora finding kills here. You know, Sunbeam put an attention to the focus on the lane, said, you know, if we can win our lanes and then we just buff up this Luna, game's going to feel pretty good.
Already executing well on these side lanes, putting Team Spirit behind. I mean, on top of that, that was a massive kill because it allowed TA2000 to kill the full set of summoned Eidolons.
Right.
So it bought him a lot more time on the lane. He got 4 Eidolons out of that. Really nice exchange on both these side lanes for Aurora, and exactly what Team Spirit didn't want to see. I think these 2 side lanes, they want it to go well for the Bristle and the Enigma in these favorable core matchups. Instead, they're just getting outplayed and out-traded right now. I guess you could argue this Elder Titan is a bit of a liability.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Boots on the courier lost for Satanic. That's a massive gold swing. Especially for a core that relies on the early boots to chase heroes down or get the favorable exchanges. It's going to relieve a lot of pressure on this lane, and more little things adding up for Aurora in this early game. And of course, they still have the favorable mid matchup. Abed.
Yep.
Building a little bit of a lead against Laurel. Not anything crazy yet. He's looking to do a little more damage.
He does need the water rune, though. He's getting a little bit low, and Q is here to help him out. He's going to help him out a little bit more. Nice silence with the blood grenade, just trying to maximize the amount of damage. The dead shot push in. Laurel doesn't have the mana to be able to use this. Tries to drop a branch to hide away from the aggression of Q and Abed, but it does not work.
That's one of those kills you go, I'm just going to poke him, and then halfway through, wait, we can actually kill this guy.
Yeah.
Really nice execution from Q, and of course, you're not losing too much on top because that lane went in, so the MOUZ is still the highest net worth. More Eidolons killed bottom. Aurora, they have come to play today.
Nice snag there. TA2000 gets the big old Hellbear bounty.
Poshka wants to make a move. He wants to break up what's happening in this laning phase. I just don't know if there's an opening here.
Yeah.
The lane is not getting shoved in fast enough for this Elder Titan rotation to just dive the tower. Ideally, you just dive this tower and kill the Luna. That's an ideal scenario for what Malik would want to be happening right now. This lane's just not going well enough for that to happen. And another gank towards mid won't kill Laurel, but it's putting more pressure on him. And I feel like we saw this before in some of those other Spirit matches where Laurel just got 2v1.
Yeah.
Had to go to base multiple times on this puck, and then he has no game.
Do you think some of this is a symptom of Team Spirit's lanes not going well enough?
Yes, it's a huge factor because Aurora can bring these supports, or at least the Murta off the top lane, and Jabs is still free farming here. The early waves were just set up so well for him. The boots dying on the courier means you can't get extra pressure going to the Mars as well, and you can just delete puck from this game entirely right now, which is what's happening. Laurel he has nothing. It's not on him. He's in a 1-on-2 in an unfavorable lane as well.
And he's not even going to be allowed a free power rune, as that's going to be contested. Both supports of Aurora trying to protect that one, though it does look like the power rune is going to be forced to grab, so it's not going to go to the mid lane here. Q had to grab it, otherwise Maposhka would have stolen it away.
And Aurora putting so many resources into this mid matchup, which is what I wanted to see. Play through the monkey, take advantage of this, and force Spirit to fight into your strongest hero.
It does leave TA2000 alone as they contest those power runes. Kaori, he's got to be careful here. He does have Abed TPing in. He's going to jump onto Malik here and gets his stacks up. That is going to be a dead Enigma. But he got his core kill out of it. He killed the Luna. Oh, mid lane, dive in here. Laurel looking to get some revenge. Beautiful calling, though. Silences Laurel multiple times here. Maposhka's still going to be able to run him down.
Making some moves with the ET. Not easy. Finds a little bit of an opening, a little extra experience for Laurel. Something on the board here for Spirit. As Abed threatening the Wisdom Rune steal.
Found this strike, gets hit by the Bushwhack, but he's got it. Now, the Bad Rider does die for this, but you're willing to take that trade-off, right? Oh, nice Arena to keep him out, and they actually save it. What a nice guy. Saves it over there. Abed still stuck in this mess at the same time, though. Abed. Now the Wisdom Rune steal, not so worth.
They did get both. They got a kill on the ET on the other side as well with a really nice Arena from that Mars. Still an overall favorable exchange for Aurora, just the XP differential. You do give up some momentum on that Monkey King, though, and Spirit are probably very happy with that. And finally getting this Enigma in the game. Like, Enigma should be king of this early game. There's not a lot to contest the Eidolons in the early fights unless you rotate that Monkey King, which it's a tough move if Spirit are willing to back up the Enigma in the response to that. Jabs looking for a little move of his own. Doesn't have Arena.
Yeah, it's kind of a curious move without Blink Dagger and Arena. He, I guess, is just trying to help out with the power runes since the monkey isn't here. He's still in the bottom lane and has gotten another kill on the Enigma. Abed, he was enabled by his supports, and now he in turn is trying to protect TA2000's game and shut down Malik.
Aurora's early games have just been stellar this event, especially compared to some of their past tournaments. They really have identified the pressure points in a lot of these games and responded to them well. Going to this Enigma lane, killing him multiple times, it relieves so much pressure in this early game. This is a lane where Enigma is supposed to be able to dive Luna. Instead, the Luna's killing him. It does so much for you later on. Now this Luna, if TA2000 wants to just abandon this lane and go jungle, it's perfectly fine to do so. And you're not even going to feel bad about it.
Yeah.
Instead, he's got some stacks to go on as well. This is going to be a big Luna, man.
Whoa, a lot more stacks, though, for Spirit. My goodness. I guess when you have a Bristleback, and it is a priority, but what if you never actually get to farm those stacks? Satanic, he gives himself a boost, but he doesn't know that the enemy carry is currently right behind him, and they're going to go for this kill. Inside the arena, and he's faced the wrong direction. He is looking into the eye of the moon itself. TA2000 picks up the kill with the Eclipse.
And he'll steal some of those little stacks there. So another very efficient move out from the Luna, shutting down the Bristleback.
I love that they brought all three cores as well. They were not messing around with that Bristleback.
Nope. You have to overcommit to this hero every time.
And you guys shouldn't mess around at all either. Be sure to follow the channel. That way you don't miss any of the hype matches that are going to be coming up today. 7-4. So we're coming in on the 10-minute mark. It's going to be Aurora. We're going to take the first Tier 1 tower of the game. Spirit don't seem to be making too big of a move anywhere else on the map. They seem to be pretty well spread, just trying to efficiently farm and stack. I guess in some ways the Enigma will eventually take that tower.
I think that's inevitable. It's just been slowed down to such a large degree. You still have half HP on this tower. TA2000 still sitting down here. And you're not making the move because you really need to clear through these stacks. This is a huge gold injection for Satanic. So he'll have to pay it back eventually. Which he can. Absolutely.
He bought double salves for this.
He needed it. Those were absolutely massive. I'm sure Laurel would have enjoyed them, but no stacks for you. You get it back the hard way.
After you clear that big of a triangle stack, Aurora is still up 2,000 gold.
Yep. Just shows how good their early game was. And look at another pick off on the bat. So this Enigma is starting to get to the point where you're in a similar position to what we saw Aurora do for that Bristle. You got to bring 2 or 3 heroes to this lane if you're going to go there at all. You can't just really sit people here casually and expect to get away with it.
I was actually thinking maybe it's time just to give up this tower.
It might be. You definitely have that option in this game as Aurora because, again, that lane went so well for you, you're okay conceding a little bit now. This Enigma will be a menace on the map. Just Eidolon's level 4 with the drum charge. You throw those into these fights, you're going to have to commit spells on them if you are on the side of Aurora, and it might not be what you want to do. The next move for Spirit in this game would be, you know, get your Ags on the Bristle, and then look for some sort of fight combining all 3 of these cores around that tier 1 mid, ideally, so you can continue to open up the map. You also want to continue to get the Ancient stacking going while all this is happening. And Jab's closing in on that Blink, so the play options will open up here for Aurora in the next minute or so. You could definitely smoke this Mars and look for a player on that mid-tier 1 or into the enemy triangle yourself. Maybe you catch that Bristle, half HP, trying to do some stacks, something of that nature. Wouldn't be a bad pickoff. And Luda's just going to farm, man.
Invisibility!
Farming away with that Mask of Madness. Aurora lanes went very well. They're taking a bit of a pause to farm here. What is the key items? When is Aurora going to get back into that aggression that we saw earlier?
Blink on the Mars done, flying out now. That's a big factor, and this Maelstrom for the Monkey King is almost done. So they're going to sync up some nice fighting items here and be able to make some good moves.
Now, part of their initiation is done. Kaori, he still wants a Blink Dagger, and it's going to be made a whole lot easier with the Spear Lasso interaction there.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it stopped him from being grabbed by the spear, therefore he's able to phase shift after. That's weird.
Yeah, because the spear can't move him in the lasso.
Yeah, and therefore he doesn't get pinned.
Dire's middle tower.
Man, I'm not even sure how you're supposed to execute that, I guess.
Yeah, because if you wait until the lasso is done, he's just going to phase shift afterwards. Very awkward.
I mean, I guess since he's a low level, you're technically supposed to wait. Like, you just let him phase shift out of the lasso and then spear him afterwards, because I don't think he can orb far enough with the low-level phase shift.
Sure.
That's not on Jab, so I would not. The first time I make that play, I'm not thinking about that.
An interaction to think about, but nothing to worry about if you're Aurora. A failed gank is not the end of the world for them. They are still, I mean, I love the fact this Bat Rider's just in your face constantly. He's pushed deep into that top lane. Now he's taking your jungle parts away. Look at the Enigma, though. He is throwing a bunch of Eidolons here into this mid area.
Yeah, they're chipping away at this tower.
Yeah, he's going to take this tower eventually.
Under attack.
Even the creep wave itself now being allowed to push in as the enemy creeps are dragged away. But he'll be able to deal with it with a simple boundless strike. But eventually, this Enigma is going to finish it off. So Aurora are going to try and do something about this. They have that Blink Dagger after all and still want to make use of it.
They want something bigger here. They want a big core kill. It's either the Bristle on the triangle or get this Enigma off the map. Those are the only 2 kills that are really worth this big of a move right now.
The Enigma is certainly the easier target to go for, as he may end up being in the lane. For the Bristleback, you're going to have to go up into that high ground area.
Spirit are just waiting for you there.
Yeah, they are.
Pipe down on the Enigma also helps the 5-man from Spirit. They've done a nice job stabilizing this after the early game. The team just never goes away. True. So they're going to be strong in their own 5-man. They want to make a move of their own. It's just the component that's missing is the initiation. Laurel's game, still very rough. Nowhere close to a blink on this puck or anything of that nature. how do you really start fights on the side of Spirit outside of you're confident enough to just push a tower or Roshan? Which, you know, you can make that kind of move.
Radiant's middle tower.
Malik got the mid tower. The Eidolons just backdoor it. Draw some attention. Satanic is still clearing through. I mean, do you favor one side or the other in this farm war that we're currently seeing?
I think Spirit are happy with what's happening, considering what went on in that early game. This game could have got really rough for them if a couple more moves lined up for Aurora. Still, I think Aurora are fine with their position. Luna is going to scale really well in this game. If you can build itemization answers to the Black Hole and the Elder Titan, such as, you know, the gap close from the Bat Rider, gear up into some late game Wind Wakers or that type of thing. If you're confident going into that area, then yeah, you're okay trading farm right now. But you have to be ready for the Roshan though. I don't think you want to be giving up Roshan in this game easily if you're Aurora, considering how well that early game went. And you have Wukong around the pit, you have Arena around the pit.
The Bristleback did get to that Aghanim Scepter like relatively unimpeded. Cleared through all those stacks, never had like an invasion. Granted, we have talked about the fact that less and less teams are trying to invade the triangle because it feels like the defending team has such a big advantage and everybody's setting up for it very well.
I would have liked some move on this mid tower though. I think there was a window for Aurora to smoke the Mars behind here or just jump the support who's sitting there. I think Rue got to sit mid for a long time, and you have to understand that the puck is trying to recover in this game. Spirit are not really going to be sitting there with everybody.
This is not so good for the Bat Rider, not the person he wanted to run into. Nope. Satanic will find a Bat Rider amongst his ancient farm.
That's probably the easiest kill he'll ever get in his career.
Well, may have a very long career ahead of him. As young as he is, just turned 17.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, man. I was playing Dota 1 before he was alive. I don't know if that says more about me or him. That's how long this game has existed in. Spirit looking to make a move, trying to catch jabs before he can catch anybody in this game.
Got him on the coil. And with the bushwhack, wait a minute, Yule Scepter, he's still going to fall into the stomp, but the split comes out. That'll surely be the end of it, but he does manage to get off a couple of spells, and it's Arena Spear. That's going to be the death of Maposhka. Oh, and they got the Boundless Strike hit onto Laurel as well. Still, though, the Bristleback is going to prevent Aurora from taking these 2 kills and pushing for more. They're held back by the threat, the big carry of Satanic.
We see the power of the ults here for Spirit between these 2 supports, taking that Mars down despite the Yules kind of surprising them. I didn't even see Japs finished it up just in time for that gank, and allows him to get the arena off, which ultimately lets Aurora secure that big puck kill. So Laurel's game, he would have liked to live there because then at least you get a time to farm on the map and your recovery continues. Instead, he's stifled once more. And it's not a free puck game. There's a lot of little mini stuns in this lineup, and you're dealing with the Morta. So you get hit by anything, that calling's a follow-up, you're probably dead in these fights as the puck.
This'll come in handy.
Double wards for that one because they threw down an Observer Ward inside of the pit.
Expensive, or very expensive.
Rather, sorry.
It's going to cost Spirit some vision on this map.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't need it too badly because their offensive capability is fairly limited right now. They're just trying to continue to farm up, abuse the stat. Did get a blink on the Enigma though, so that would point towards Malik wanting to maybe make something happen with this Black Hole that has been off cooldown for the entire game. I believe he is throwing it out, right?
It's also really good against the Monkey King, right? Like, you have one of the best tools to knock him down from his tree. Getting any sort of mobility to get on top of him and cast that Midnight Pulse instantly is... We've seen it be very impactful. In fact, it worked very well for Jabs in the past. Now we'll see if Aurora are on the receiving end of that matchup.
And here's that smoke to the tier 1. Doesn't land for Jabs. Aurora, they still want this tower, though. Should be able to man up with illusions. Not confident enough. Feel like if Spirit are there as 5, that team fight becomes scary.
I feel like illusion pushing is the opposite of manning up.
I guess Satanic can just run at you there, and you don't want to go on him with the team behind. Kind of awkward point in the game for Aurora. You'd like to assert your team fight a bit more than you can, and you also just can't go in the Roche pit and do it yourself. I don't think it's fast enough, especially versus the team fight that Spirit have. If you end up in a fight around that pit while you're doing Roche, it's a little spooky.
Yeah, now Roshan is going to go over to the Radiant side, which normally is an advantage to, obviously, the Radiant, but in this situation, Team Spirit have better control of that side of the map.
Would not be surprised to see them just do it here during this 5-minute period.
We also have Tormentors and Wisdom Runes that need to be taken. I'm pretty sure Satanic is setting up for that as well after this Ancients.
Could be a nice sequence for this Bristle. If you're going to finish these Ancients, you're going to finish your Bloodstone. If you can go, Wisdom Rune, Tormentor, Roshan in this 5-minute interval, then you can really set yourself up for the next 5 after that to kind of take over the map a bit. And this is ideally the point in the game where you strike hard with this Bristleback. You don't want to get here. You don't want to farm a Ag's Bloodstone on a 1-position Bristle and then do nothing with it. Yeah. Like 1 kill, 0 assists. There's got to be a higher impact here at some point from the Team Spirit carry.
Trying to get some value out of that shovel. Look how many salves he's dug up. So both sides are going to take a Tormentor here and their Wisdom Rune. We'll see whether or not the full plan comes to fruition for Team Spirit. If they don't do it right away, though, Aurora may have a chance to contest. They almost have BKB done on the Luna. Not that that necessarily helps with the Bristleback threat, but it'll help for everybody else.
It's a strong BKB game. You ignore a lot of the amp from the ET. Puck's not dealing as much damage to you. The Hoodwink's not dealing as much damage. You might survive a black hole if your team can maybe damage the Enigma while it's going off. Bloodstone finished at the same time for the Bristleback, so both these carries hitting a very strong point.
Look at that Q.
Midas.
Rod of Atos into a hand of Midas. So much farming has been going on the last 10 minutes. The Q's like, okay, guys, like, this is one of those games it's looking like. I got to scale up.
He just wants to secure the late game here, which the way this game's going, can't really blame him. I don't think I mind it, honestly. I think his game is good enough. You can get away with this, and it will eventually pay off here. The attack speed's good on the hero anyway.
Oh, got him on the Yules. Curveball. No, the Boundless Strike's done after the Yules. Makes it so he cannot jump to the orb in time.
They threw everything on him.
Well played.
Including that lasso. But Spirit unable to take advantage of any of the cooldowns here, and yeah, nice catch. That is the power of the Muerta. Get caught by anything little like that Yules, drop straight into the Remnant, you're gone.
But are you going to get anything done while the puck is dead? He just push in the top and mid lanes. But no objective pushes or anything like that from Aurora. They seem very content just to play for their split of the map.
Spirit are not doing Roche either. There was a world where you do it with the Wukong on cooldown, Lasso on cooldown. Instead, they're just trying to set up for Abed. Would love a tree cut here off the Midnight Pulse, or just straight black hole him.
See if Malik's Blink Dagger pays off. Rue is just running at him, give him the vision. They got the Malefice on him. Pull back into the Bushwhack with the Eidolons and Midnight Pulse. The damage over time. Wait, the Boundless Strike, the Shard. It gets him out of there, and now they're stuck inside the arena with the Eclipse coming in. That should be the death of both Malik and Rue inside of this pit.
What a setup from Aurora. They had that ward that spotted that move from Spirit out a little ahead of time, and they were just TPing instantly. Abed with the bait. And another 2-hero turnaround on a gank that fails for Spirit with the Black Hole still off cooldown. Malik just can't find ways to use the spell in this game.
And still haven't used the Bristleback for much.
No.
He keeps on showing up late to fights in Aurora like, yeah, okay, we're not going to keep going. We're not going to test you, but there's no fight that has really started until perhaps this one. Satanic runs into TA2000 in the jungle here. He is very by himself. Satanic is all alone, but if he can get this kill, wait, no, the Manta gets rid of some of the Viscous Nasal Lagoon. Now he's going to be put up on the high ground.
He has no TP.
No teleport scroll for Satanic, calling in reinforcements. Somebody help me out. Somebody get me a Force Staff down out of this area.
I don't think they have anything to get him down. Buy a bunch of branches and plant some trees.
Calling Baby and Toro, but he's looking more like the new Arteezy right now.
Yeah, he's a little young in his career for you to give him that label.
Well, in the meanwhile, everyone's focused on the Bristleback stuck up here. And that just leaves a freebie in the mid lane. And that freebie had a gem.
That's like an instant gem loss for Napochka, right?
Is under attack.
Yeah, like he had that at all. That's a massive loss here for Spirit. They were already having issues with the map control. Basically, it was only the Bristle maintaining certain areas. Now you just give up even more. Another basically 2,000 gold swing. You just need the BKB on the Enigma, I guess. And then you force the Roshan, try and put an Aegis on this Bristle and push.
Swapping back to Dire's side here now. Which means could be a lot of wasted vision there for Team Spirits. They planted double wards on the bottom part of the map.
Aurora just seems so comfortable right now.
They do.
They're scaling. They're playing the map a little bit better. They're playing around their vision better. They're going to find another lasso.
Lasso. Got the arena and the pin. Nicely done. The response from the other Titan might be able to get the Bat Rider kill. Satanic, he's going to charge forward. Should get that one, no problem. Starts throwing some quills back at Aurora, but Aurora have been playing around this Bristleback, I think, very well. They have never been enticed into fighting him. Even when they had him up on a cliff 1v3, they still did not go for it. Unfortunately, Q could not get far enough away. TA2000 does manage to get behind it, though. Kills the support. Q activates his ultimate. He deals with that physical damage, no problem, and helps finish off Rue.
Found the
Satanic is down to half HP. Now it's Bloodstone. Malik is in some trouble, though. Again, Aurora are killing everybody else but the carry. They've left him for last. Can they kill him now? 1 versus 4 against a Bloodstone.
How much healing do you have up your sleeve here? You're going to need it all.
A good pin. All right, he started healing up a little bit. There's the pin. Now the Eclipse. They still had an Eclipse, man.
Too easy. Way too easy here. And
simply outplayed, man.
Beautiful kiting. Yeah. As you said, dealing with this Bristle absolutely perfectly. Using the Luna to perfection here. Ignoring him, taking out the team, and the 4v1 is way too easy. As Aurora boosts their lead up to 14k. Didn't even use the BKBs on these cores. And still no black hole jabs. He caught Malik on the side. Just no opportunity to use this spell the way these fights are being set up. And especially with the puck going down first. I mean, he's your big control and initiator. Not the fight spirit I'm looking for. Also, heads up execution on that puck kill. They put a boundless strike in after the lasso, so the spear interaction did not work against them this time.
Yeah. I do have to say, I'm agreeing with Sunbee's assessment. I do not feel like Satanic looks that comfortable on the Bristleback. Again, they had those 2 wins in the qualifiers, but obviously that was a different level of opponent here.
It's just not as scary. You're not feeling as though this hero's going to 1v5 the late game.
Yeah.
So
I also don't feel like he's
towards
creating space for his team, which is what a lot of Bristlebacks would do for you.
No, he's just played it as a traditional carry.
Yeah.
He's coming into the fights later, trying to clean up. He might be the one who has to start the fight. At the same time, Aurora have done a pretty good job dodging him.
Yeah, for sure.
I think losing that Roshan is a massive blow to Spirit, though. That was the one way they could have gotten the fights in their favor.
Again, the Blink Yules has paid off so much for Jabs. Giving him a return of several hero kills, mostly on the puck, but this one on Malik is made a whole lot easier by a instant initiation.
Middle tower
they're playing the map pretty well. And of course, you always have that Midas Murtha just farming somewhere on the map.
Sure, I
to
forgot
scale
about
himself, Q getting big.
We got the Conda. Oh, boy. Cowrie was ready for that one, just waiting for somebody to show themselves against TA2000. One Lucent Beam takes over half your health if you're a support. Now they got the pin on the Bristleback here in the top lane. TA2000 trying to get in front of him here. Does a lot of damage if he ever hits him in the face with that Lucent Beam. Conda hit Abed. Another stun. Got him inside the Wukong's command. Satanic trying to face away, but his Bloodstone is on cooldown now. And the frustration mounts for Spirit.
Doesn't have the BKB. There's no BKB TP available. You're stuck on the map, and the catch is way too good right now from Aurora. They are everywhere. Spirit struggling to maintain a foothold in this game. Heroes just crossed the map too fast between the Monkey and the Mars with the Yules. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, nowhere to farm. Need the BKBs, and the BKB will arrive for the Bristleback. It'll arrive shortly for the puck. Chavs looking blind? Yeah, he's not that bold. They want to go here, though. Ward on the high ground.
They see their chance. Whoa, it's better than a hoodwink. They get the initiation onto the Enigma. Wait, the bushwhack. Is this an opportunity for a turnaround? Does Malik want to try and drop the black hole? No, he gets a blink away, though. Sees an opportunity to be able to reset. Boy, those Lucent Beams hurt, man. Laurel lost half his HP for that one. He has to use the BKB. Still, though, the fight could be good here. Luna is
not
not
look good
finishing
for
up any
Aurora.
one of these heroes quite yet, and TA2000 loses the Aegis just outside of the tier 3 with Satanic coming back into play, and some of the supporting cast of Aurora gone. Aurora, this is looking like a terrible fight for them now. A BKB activated, but an instant black hole from Malik to grab him. Malik not even dying for that attempt.
Abed went
They
back
get
in.
the control. Abed trying to help out his carry, but he's going to just be a second victim of the Satanic Bristleback, who has a second chance at life.
The team spirit high ground hold. We saw it yesterday. This is an aspect of this team you have to respect. And finally, Malik gets a black hole connection. It's a good one. And Team Spirit, they play that fight almost to perfection. They only lose the puck with the Bristle dead for the start of that. The initiation from Aurora, it did not go as planned because that bushwhack from Rue absolutely split up the damage that was supposed to go into the Enigma and make that pick off clean. Then you're stuck under Coil and that Glyph Tower that's just split-shotting everybody. See this again here. I think Japs, I don't even think he was aiming for this thing in the...
I don't think so either.
Ended up getting him, which I think was better, but that bushwhack.
I mean, Rue, what a moment to step up, man. Then bailing out Malik makes the world a difference.
And then you're just stuck under Coil, Tower, and the ET Spirit going through everybody here. These are tough dives when Miposhka can get off multiple rounds of spells, multiple stomps, and Earth Splitter landing on a big 4 target. That gem will also swing back to Team Spirit's way. And then you have to question the re-engage here. There's no TP on TA2000, so he's absolutely cooked here. You have to just sacrifice him. And Abed going back in, he ends up getting hit by the Quill, so you can't jump out here, and you end up losing your Monkey King on top of it. Disaster of a push from Aurora. They will throw almost half that lead back towards Spirit here. It was up to 17K, back down to 8. Massive swing.
And the items start flowing in. An Aghanim Scepter for Miposhka. He's actually going to be able to go into these fights. He's got the Shard as well. So he hits a Stomp. He could go straight on top of this Luna. And Luna doesn't buy armor items.
No.
That's your entire pool of armor just gone.
Yeah,
if you combine that with Bristleback hitting an Axe on you, like, you might just die to
Oh
that.
yeah, you're gone. If the ET's on top of you and this Bristle gets Axe, you're absolutely dead. You can BKB. That's your one saving grace. Ignore that aura. And then, you know, if you BKB, you'll kill this Elder Titan pretty fast too. Yeah, the Axe is strong on this hero, but it doesn't give you that much survivability. So you kind of have to
Magic
worry about
resistance,
going
is
in.
it the same as a BKB?
What do you mean?
The status resistance that he gets, right? It used to be like basically BKB. They changed that formula. So how does it work? Does he get any magic resistance?
Oh, he just gets standard debuff immunity, I think.
Oh, okay.
So it's as if you pop BKB basically on the hero.
Man,
It
that was,
functions
I
the
mean,
same
that
way.
makes it a big nerf to that.
Yes, it is.
That hero's Axe.
This Axe is
That's
not
rough.
it's not what it used to be. That nerf and the fact that your aura no longer persists through BKB means your mana potential in this hero is kind of limited towards later in the fights. Like, you don't want to start the fight going in with the ET even if you get there.
Yeah.
It's a cleanup mechanism. So will be a smoke out from Spirit. They have the BKB on the Enigma as well. So a lot of debuff immunity now available for Spirit across basically 4 heroes. They have to pick their mark, throw out these spells, and make it count. Got to be thinking about that next Roche here. You put an Aegis on this Bristleback, you got a chance to end this game. Hitting some really nice timings here off that one base defense fight. Silver Edge is up for the Luna, though. And that is something Satanic will have to keep in mind.
Yeah,
combine that with the
also-
Nemesis Cursed Conda. It's a lot of burst damage out of nowhere if you're chain stunned.
It's also a lot of extra control coming from Aurora because now they have an Abyssal Blade on the Monkey King.
Did he finish it entirely? He's missing the Vit Booster.
Oh, he only bought the recipe, I see.
Yeah, he just has the Basher for now, which is a lot of effective missing net worth on him. If you land on the Bash, it's great.
Still could be a death sentence.
Oh, amp damage.
Kaori gets the right.
He has amp damage.
So pull back in here.
And he's already level 25.
Yeah, if he hits even they might one-shot a support. Got him inside the arena. Both supports. Rue, he's gonna die off this one. A Blink Black Hole, that's only gonna get the Mars, but what about TA2000? Rue is somehow still not dead. TA2000, he hits his first elusive beam. My God, it is so much damage, but the damage turned right back around on him. Satanic has actually managed to push through this one and will win the fight for Aurora. That damage, was it just a later BKB from the Luna? What happened?
I don't know. I have to see the death summary or something here. I don't know what killed him that fast. He had ET Spirit on him. Maybe it was just a culmination of the magic burst damage going into him and the BKB a little delayed. Thought he could get away with a bit more and hold it a little longer since that black hole went onto the Mars.
Well,
Satanic just ripped
did
him
the
up.
most damage in the team fight. I don't know if it was the puck that messed that Luna up. Like half his HP was gone in just half a second.
Elder Titan can do some crazy things when you have this much magical burst.
It's true.
Throw some of those Axe Quills in there on top of it, and all of a sudden, yeah, you just evaporate.
Maybe you just got hit by, just an Earth Splitter and then like 1 or 2 nukes. That would
The Earth Splitter was at the end, so that, I mean, he was finished there no matter what, because that was going to kill him for at least a third of his HP.
Yeah.
This Coil Earth Splitter combo is going to be no joke as we go into the late game, especially if you can get to that puck talent, go through the debuff immunity, then you're really screwed. Late game team fighting prowess of this Team Spirit lineup starting to come online. Octarine for the puck, AEC for the Bristle, level 25 approaching for Satanic. They have absolutely turned this game around entirely and are now looking for the next Roshan. Could be a potential game ender if you can put it on your carry here.
It could be. It gives 50% magic resistance, by the way. You're supposed to be the Elder Titan expert. The most prolific Elder Titan player in the game.
I don't buy this item anymore.
So it's basically a BKB. BKB is what, 60%?
Yeah, I thought it was the same, but it's a little worse. Okay, sure. I mean, 10%, man. You're gonna fault me for that?
No, you said it didn't give any magic resistance.
No, I said it's the same as BKB.
All right.
Should we pull up the VOD here, Austin?
Yeah, I would love to pull up the VOD right now.
All right, we'll do that later.
23-15, 3,000 net worth lead for Aurora. But considering the fact they came into this game winning the laning phase, that it felt like the farming pace was to their favor. They seemed very comfortable in the game, but a high ground push that goes wrong, and now a second team fight that doesn't go to their favor.
They have to contest this Roche. The illusion rune on the Luna is big because he can actually push in mid with this, and the Hex on the Mars is maybe the bigger tool here.
Yeah, he's been getting so many answers to Laurel's puck. Laurel's had to buy a BKB, but now that BKB may be answered by a Scythe the Vice chain stun.
Satanic is just instant BKB.
Yeah, TA2000, whew. You just got to get out of there right away, and they find the Bat Rider in the back.
Why did Kaori go back in there?
Not sure entirely, but Roshan is up. Team Spirit.
Is under attack.
That little pick off, that little maneuver, Satanic just barreling at them, has given them a free Roche, I believe. It's Aurora no longer feel like they can contest.
Lotus Orb there was more impactful than maybe Spirit knew. It prevented any sort of Hex initiation going on the Bristle as he runs in. It's going to be a big factor. Because you're talking about this Hex versus the puck, but I think you almost want to end up in a scenario where you Hex spear this Bristle and burst him down. Now with Aegis, that might be off the menu.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As Hurricane Pike for the Luna, a bit more mobility for TA2000. Doesn't want to have to use BKB as early as he did there.
And probably doesn't want to be taking that minus armor from the Mask of Madness anyway.
Nope.
The way that this Elder Titan Bristleback duo is working right now. Level 25 for Satanic. Don't forget, he's got that Seeing Red facet. If he activates it, the physical damage is off the charts if he hits somebody.
And he's going to start beating into some towers here maybe shortly. See how confident Spirit are going high ground. Not the easiest lineup to go high ground and do with the Bat Rider calling, Wukong throwing around a tower.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Butterfly, huh? That's interesting.
I can see it though. He has Elven Tunic as well. You're going to have close to 50% evasion.
Yeah, and Luna's not really a hero that wants to build MKB. How is Q doing, by the way, and his scaling up? We had the Midas at, what was it, like something, a little bit before 20 minutes or something like that. So now he's got Hurricane Pike, and he's going to be building into another Silver Edge for the team.
He will do some teams.
Missed the Boundless Strike. Now he's popped the BKB, got the coil on it too. Caught TA2000.
Gotta
Didn't
get
want to
out.
pop his BKB to give him some force staffs to make sure he gets away. Malik almost dropped the black hole on him there.
Yeah, that force staff almost ended up unfortunate, as I think got him a little closer to the Enigma. Was a heads-up play, though, because you don't know where that Enigma is, so you're trying to get him as far away from that black hole as possible. This is going to be a very interesting timing. If Satanic just sells treads or something,
Radiant's
finishes
bottom
Butterfly, and they go
tower
high
is
ground
under
with the, what is it, 47% evasion Bristleback versus the Monkey versus the Luna. Is he touchable? I don't know.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I'd be tempted to go for it here and just try and end the game. He's going to push high ground absolutely alone, by the way, though Aurora don't know that.
They do have a lot of repositioning tools. They've got the lasso, they've got the spear back, they've got dead shots. He's going to go all the way back to the tier 4 and die.
Okay, you got to help him out here, got to bail him out. He does have BKB available.
Using that BKB, see if he can get out of Wukong's command. He doesn't pop the BKB right away. He seems content with just the Bloodstone keeping him alive for now. But now that the arena is out, he's got to use that BKB. Eclipse is going to be on cooldown now.
They used every ultimate they had.
It's all on cooldown. They do manage to deal with the banner and the creep wave, though. Satanic, Z-Heal, good enough to go for that high ground. Those Lucent Beams, they're still dangerous. Laro commits for the kill onto the Bat Rider. Does manage to get it. He threw his orb. The curveball is getting him out.
Damage.
Oh, he got the black hole waiting. It was only a 1, but then 3, but then he still gets killed. Team Spirit on the run now. They will no longer have the black hole. He died. Just flat out blown up. Rue on the side here, trying to TP away desperately, will be denied that by a spear to the face by Jabs.
Hobbit salvaging that fight with the Boundless on the Enigma to kill him as the Luna got sucked into that black hole. The Ags pulling everybody in here. But in the end, the repositioning on the high ground, very strong from Aurora. You just wasted that first life on the Bristle for nothing. I still don't exactly understand what is melting this Luna so fast, but it has to be a combination of just the spell amp, the ET on top of him. You don't have BKB, the boomerang maybe hits you, and then you just get hit by any spell, and it's like taking 4 of them at once.
I mean, the damage is so funny. It's like everybody in Team Spirit's pulling their weight, and then it's Aurora. It's just like Luna is all the damage.
This Monkey is getting farmed. I also think the damage from the Morta into the Bristle was not insignificant there. Q was doing a fair amount. You got to remember this Bristle, he has way more armor than he does magic resist. It kind of adds up.
Well, that black hole was almost a disaster for Aurora. Jabs, he's going to try and get an answer to that with a Wind Waker. Because that Aghanim Scepter is pretty annoying.
And if you remember at the start of this game, I said, are you confident going ultra late here as Aurora if you can go into multiple Wind Wakers or something of that nature?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the point in this game they wanted it to come to, but they are a team very comfortable playing that style. And I think their late game is absolutely no joke, even into the big ultimates here on the side of Spirit.
How many Silver Edges do you need to beat a Bristleback?
As many as you can get. Though I also think Hex is equally as important versus Hero in the late game. Maybe more so. I think being able to chain disable him and burst him down is more important than breaking him. Because you can build answers to break, you can disengage. It's not as relevant. And a lot of times you have to pop BKBs to commit for the kill anyway.
Jabs, he gets his shard, so a chance for double spear. We have an Aghanim Scepter and level 26 Puck. So, yeah, the Monkey King is growing up, but so is the Puck, man.
It's going to be some crazy late game team fighting here. So much depends on the spell casting, as both these teams have spells that can absolutely just break the entire fight open here. And maybe just positioning in terms of who gets these Roshan pits first. Because I think if you can get to the pit and set up with vision, you're way happier in that scenario than having to fight into the other team with all the AoE control that's in this game.
Sure.
And that butterfly does come out. So it wasn't there for that last timing push. It eventually comes out now. There's no evasion pierce on the side of Aurora. The Monkey went for the Abyssal. The Luna's going for survivability with that Wind Waker potential or the Lucent Beam build. No MKB on this Murtha, though he might eventually get there.
Greatly increasing his chances of, if he gets initiated on, disabled like he did, pulled back to that tier 4. that he does survive long enough to get off the BKB Bloodstone. But it's going to be difficult against so many sources of break. So Aurora, 3 different silver edges. Satanic, he is beginning to cap out.
He also has the Aesthetics cap. So that combined with the Sanjin Yasha, you can't just lasso the Bristle here.
Yeah, that's
way too much status resist on that initial stun. You have to be careful in general about throwing him first in order to try and chain stun him. And you might go back to that formula we saw earlier where kill everybody else, ignore the Bristle, which is another reason this Aegis is really important. If Spirit get the Aegis, then the Bristle can frontline, he can push the high ground, and force Aurora into a position where you have to engage on him, which is not what they want to do. Without that Aegis, it's a lot more difficult to take that kind of fight.
Oh, almost got him with the Rod of Atos. Okay. That would have been a great pickoff. It would have set up for a potential free Roshan just because it is maybe right around the corner. 30 seconds till the potential spawn time. See if it's going to be a fast Rosh or a long one here.
Spirit are also, I mean, Aurora are massing the breaks and the silver edges here to try and deal with the Bristle. Aurora or Spirit are just maxing Lotus Orbs and Lincoln Spheres to try and negate the single target control out of Aurora.
As they managed to find the Batrider pick off anyway.
Aesthetics cap on him as well. They are really trying to shut down the control mechanisms outside from Aurora in terms of this lasso, the Hex, the Abyssal from the Monkey. It's going to be tough to get these ults to land here. These Wind Wakers are coming out for Aurora, so you'll be able to dodge some of the damage. But how do you kill people? And they're going high ground without an Aegis.
Really willing to walk up into this high ground. Just because the Batrider's dead. There's still the Spear back, and there's still plenty of disables for Aurora. Surprised, but I guess they were just having a poke, seeing what the reaction would be from Aurora, and they got one. We saw a bunch of heroes inside the base. They call it quits here. Roshan is going to be up in 20 seconds, so relatively short spawn time.
Wind Waker done for the Luna. That is all the gold that T2000 had left, so no buyback on Aurora's hard carry.
And it'll be the same for Jabs if he buys his out as well.
It's just getting to the point where this Bristle cannot die fast enough that somebody doesn't get hit by Coil, Echo, Stomp, Black Hole. And that's what's actually going to win the fight for Spirit.
Sure. Middle tower is under attack.
This is an Ags Scepter Roshan.
The only person who doesn't have an Aghanim Scepter right now is the Hoodwink.
No, you refund the Bristles here. You free up that slot.
Yeah, which he has already queued up at Abyssal Blade, so we know what he wants to take over that slot.
It's going to be so damn massive.
I mean, you're kind of capping out. There's like moon shards. You know, you can eat a moon shard and you can have like a refresher, and he actually did give it away.
What a nice chap.
Saying he's got so much. So who did he give it to?
Well, the Hoodwink, the only one who was missing it.
I thought maybe somebody else was gonna.
That's a deep hit though. Maybe they're still talking it through. No, he's gonna give it to Laurel. So Laurel will get the refund here.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Pretty nice for him as well. I just don't think that Hoodwink ult is that. It's not.
No,
that
I don't think
it's
so
not
either.
Worth it. The slots on these two cores are worth more than that ultimate.
The way Laurel is scaling up, man, a coil is just a death sentence. If he has double coil, which is what he's thinking about, he's going to buy a refresher soon.
It's a lot of damage. There's a lot of spells you can throw into that coil as well. You can throw that Earth Splitter, can't even escape from it, and Brasma done for the puck. Oh, this late game for Spirit has absolutely come online. Down a large deficit, they make that high ground hold, and they never look back. Aurora stuck searching for answers to these late game team fights. Refresher on the Monkey, maybe that's something with the double Wukong. You just don't have the time to get there right now because Satanic is on your doorstep and he is deleting the door.
Yeah, they don't have their Batrider here right now. The damage, it comes in so quickly, it's already gone. Now the Spearback is going to be the initiation here. Now they go for the lasso pullback and he's way beyond tier 4. Now he's into the fountain, but he doesn't
wants to be there.
What a monster! He just says, I don't care, I'm gonna go into it with BKB Bloodstone. His first life is finally gone. He's gonna be surrounded by Wukong's command. Did Satanic overestimate himself here? Down to half HP with the Sight device on him. Slowed down inside of this Wukong's command. They're trying to finish him off, but they can't quite commit. A bounce back from the flame break, but it's still all not enough. Jap's gonna go for him. His blink is up. He got the pain over the side. He need a response, but a Wind Waker gets him out of that black hole. No problem. Jabs, he couldn't get the kill on Satanic, though. Satanic kills him in turn, and TA2000 is too low. Miposhka was actually kind of threatening him here. The carry of Aurora had to back down.
And a refresher flying in for Malik, so they could just refresh and maybe force the issue here. They feel like this is enough an advantage. Another coil up in 15. Spells becoming available for Spirit. You drag that Bristle into the fountain, but this is the one hero that does not care about it. Satanic able to walk it off.
Aegis gone, picks up an Abyssal. That slot
Radiant's middle tower
gonna be filled pretty quickly here. Tier 3 already dead.
Hit for near 1,000.
Aurora just gonna have to play for Megas here without their initiating tools, without anything to drag him in. Black hole, second black hole. Where's the Wind Waker to be able to bail him out? There's Jazz. Gets the Luna, but is he actually saved? The second Wind Waker trying to get out of the coil, but that leaves Jazz high and dry. He dies immediately. Abed with a great Wukong's command that does manage to kill Malik, and it's zoning both Laurel and Satanic. They have to go through the left-hand side here. Q. He's being chased by Satanic. He does not have his ultimate. Strike. Oh, they almost got him in the face there, but Satanic gets his BKB off. A Lotus Orb given to him, and he is able to walk it off for now. Orb after orb thrown into the base, getting them the vision. Aurora are not going to chase after Team Spirit here. They still have Jebs dead for 90 seconds.
So they commit the second black hole. They use the rest of their kit, and they'll get a die back on that MOUZ.
Double damage.
Large economic victory. Another 90 seconds in this game that Spirit can do whatever they want. And the team fight answers are just not strong enough from Aurora. They're executing the jumps okay. There's some damage that you need. And we saw, I don't know if you saw the left side of that Wukong, that beam that hit the Bristle and the puck and just scattered those glaives between the two.
Yeah.
You have a Divine Rapier on top of that kind of deal, and suddenly that puck is dead. So you have to respect these beams right now. You have to respect these coils as well. 2 available for Laurel. Amp damage gonna wear out shortly on him. And you don't have that Aegis anymore. We've seen them take the Bristle down once. It's gonna get broken.
Pretty quickly, down to half HP, but the Lotus Orb got him on the lasso, and that will grab Abed's death as well. 2 gone, a buyback immediately used.
Abed.
Aurora, they needed a game changer. They thought it was the Divine Rapier, but instead it is the Lotus Orb with the Aghanim Scepter.
I mean, that was Miposhka's Lotus, right? Just perfect timing.
Yeah.
And Abed, I mean, what's he supposed to do about that?
Yeah, he's just following in his Batrider's initiation. Instead, he gets caught up in a lasso bounce back.
Still this Divine Rapier, still have the capability to defend against Megas here, so this game is not over yet. And that MOUZ has respawned. So you really have to be careful about pushing Throne, because you absolutely will get speared or dragged into that fountain. And you're still missing the black holes. So Spirit are gonna wait the 30 seconds here to have double black hole back up. And then at that point they have double black hole, double coil and 80.
Are scanning.
That's so much firepower.
So we did finish off MKB for Q, but he's not the only support scaling in this game. Miposhka's trying to get a Daedalus, has the Daedalus, I believe, running in.
Yeah.
So
this is probably the only time he's ever gotten this in his life.
What is 25 talents for Elder Titan Avery? Surely you know that.
I don't think they're good, actually. One of them's still the Cleave talent, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
And the other is Earth Splitter cooldown?
I think you're right about that. I think it's like minus 60 seconds.
Yeah,
Earth
it
Splitter.
puts Earth Splitter to 40 seconds or something, I believe, or 30. And he still gets the 100% cleave or whatever that cleave is. They're not that great. Oh, no, it's Echo Stomp damage now. They got rid of the cleave. They put it to the 20. That talent is... It's not a bad talent. I don't know if it's a 25 worthy talent. But it can be quite good. It just means that if you randomly sleep heroes in the fight, if they get hit by some random spells, they still don't wake up. That can be very impactful in the late game. though Earth Splitter cooldown's also no joke.
Yeah, how much damage do you have to take? If you take that down, how much damage do you have to take to actually wake up?
It's around 500 or 600. Which is enough, again, to dodge some moves.
Plus 450, so it's 700 threshold.
It's a decent amount.
He takes the Earth Splitter cooldown instead. Understandably. The way these fights...
Okay, that was unexpected.
The thing is, it might only
be long enough.
It might only take one more Earth Splitter to end this game.
That's true.
So,
he
the amount of
consumed a moon
damage
shard, right, on Satanic?
Yes.
Yeah.
He has a lot behind him as well.
What's left? The 7th item refresher? I mean...
Lotus Lincoln's on him, trying to prevent this lasso fountain play. Gonna have to time these spells really well if you're Aurora.
Got the break on him, hit it with the Lucent Beam. Q is going to be the target of the coil. He uses himself, a Wind Waker, to be able to help him out, perhaps.
Double
Yeah,
Wind
gives
Waker.
a little bit extra, but he's going to be coming back and down into a black hole. He does have a buyback. A second coil going to be used by this puck, while Satanic pushes forward with his Aghanim Scepter. But off of the buybacks, they're going to reset on Team Spirit. They understand this is just the first battle of the next 2 or 3 to try and burn out Aurora's heroes. Leave them with no more buybacks. They only have one more. That's TA2000. TA, they managed to get the pin onto the Bristleback. Is this good enough for the Wukong's command? Gets bashed up immediately. Refreshes, found the strike forward. Still trying to finish off Oshka here. A second Wukong command, but Ahmed, he can't do it alone. He needs some help. Where's the team? Where are they? Somebody get in here and help this man. They can't get there in time. Laurel was zoning out the whole squad. TA2000 is low on HP. It's his last stand. You gotta commit now. There's no way to be able to back off of this one. A Wind Waker to try and get him away, but Satanic in hot pursuit, and he is going to bring down TA2000 with ease. Divine Rapier picked up. That's the 7th item he's going to grab. What are you going to do, TA2000, without that Divine Rapier? You don't have the damage to be able to deal with this man anymore. Satanic, he'll take you down a second time. Maposhka's the one to do it. Step aside, Satanic. There's a new carry in town for Team Spirit.
Oh man, Spirit coming alive. From that high ground hold onwards, this team knew exactly how they wanted to take the team fights. And I think we all underestimated the scale in this lineup a little bit because those black holes were a problem in the late game, even though he's fighting into the Monkey King with the Ag, sucking people in. And this Luna could just not stand her ground. She doesn't have enough BKBs versus all the control that Spirit have going into the level 25 puck talent with the refresher. Double coil that's piercing that, double black hole that can pierce it, and Maposhka running in, critting people for 1,000 with the stapler of doom. I mean, there's too many late game threats here on the side of Team Spirit, and they all found farm. This game does go a lot to that 30-minute period where Aurora, they were up over 15K in this game. They had the first Roshan, and they lost everyone after that, especially that third that pulled the Ag Scepter into that lineup for Spirit, really gave him that extra boost. The map control is looking so good. Jabs is running around catching everybody, and that high ground push, it just falls apart.
Yeah.
They just never look back. A brutal turnaround in that game for Auroras. I think they played the early game quite well. But
did they win a single team fight after that high ground push? They lost the team fight after that, and then the game just kept on spiraling downwards and downwards for them.
I mean, that is one of the strengths of Spirit. And yeah, I mean, Maposhka and Laurel being on this team, even the old version of Spirit going back all those years, this is one of the best comeback teams in the history of Dota 2, to put it frankly, and you can never count them out. You cannot underestimate their ability to find ways to win these team fights from behind. And I guess you can replace a bunch of players, but the Team Spirit comeback mechanic still holds true no matter who's on this roster.
Yeah, maybe it's just part of Maposhka's leadership and still making Team Spirit one of the best team fight teams in the world. You can never count them out in these situations, and they managed to prove it here in Game 1 against Aurora. There's definitely some things to think about for both sides, though, as we look back on this game. I mean, in order to get to this point in the first place, Aurora did have a healthy lead. Team Spirit did look really out of sorts. It looked like they took a solid 25 minutes to wake up.
This game was clunky for them. The side lanes did not go that well, and it set their 2 cores pretty far back. And then they're able to stack for Satanic to get him back into fighting position, but it takes way longer to get the rest of the team on the same page, right? The Puck and the Enigma really had to recover in this game.
Yeah.
Big question in this game was, is Satanic comfortable in the Bristleback? The game didn't feel that fast for him. You know, this to me was not a Matumba man Bristleback or something that would probably have been running at you and trying to end the game at 25 minutes.
Right.
He was content going ultra late game on this hero, And we saw why. He scaled like an absolute beast here. He took the fight to the Luna, took it to the support Muerta, who ended up with MKB against multiple breaks. He just ran in and was an absolute monster, hitting for almost 1,000 when you activate that scene red. This hero can go late, and Satanic's showing us how and why he was very confident to let this game progress in the state it was. Maybe that was Spirit's game plan all along. We felt like this draft was a departure from what they've been doing the whole event, which is that 4 Protect 1, let him 1v5 the late game. Yeah. That's kind of what it turned into. Of course, he had some major help from the puck in the late game and the ET Enigma spellcasting.
It does look like a little bit more of a lineup that like Falcons would have enjoyed, right? The fact that all of these heroes are scaling up so well, even the supports, right, are turning into extra carries. I can't wait to see Maposhka. I mean, we already watched that last team fight where he killed the TA-2000. He got like 2 or 3 kills out of that one, but then this last team fight.
That's the Yellow Titan dream. You get to run in, just smack somebody for 1,000 damage crit, and they disappear. I mean,
have you ever managed to experience that in all your Yellow Titan professional matches?
Probably not. I'll tell you, it's very satisfying, though. There's almost nothing more satisfying in the late game. They did bring him down. You see how much they commit on this Elder Titan? Wants to take him out of the fight. He had buyback on top of all this, which is why he's able to come in a second time. He basically tanked 2 Wukongs, an Abyssal in there, a Nullifier, and the team, it's so far outside the base that the team doesn't want to connect because the Luna didn't have BKB up at that point.
Yep.
It's very awkward for TA-2000 to chase there while the Bristle and the Puck are kind of between you and the Monkey King. We'll see some of the damage from Q. He does a decent amount of damage. The control is just what fell off here for Aurora in the late game. They could not lock heroes down and combine the damage and the control. And the Potion's going to come in here.
He comes.
And he's going to start. He's punching some people in the face. Bam.
As soon as the BKB's got 1 crit. 1,000 damage, not the biggest number in the world, but if you consider the fact that the Luna doesn't have any armor,
it's pure damage.
When she gets punched in the face, it's 1,000 pure damage.
That is not a normal right click. That is a right click from hell and back. As Maposhka ends this game with a positive KDA for how rough that started. This man makes the ET look good, and it's one of those heroes you're always happy going late game with. As Spirit take this first game, 56 minutes, maybe not the exact trajectory they were expecting. I think it still points to some of the flaws in the Spirit game plan in this tournament where they can get exposed in these early games. The lanes can be rough. We've seen this puck pick get counter picked multiple times. They're willing to live with that. It does set you back, though. Right?
Yeah.
And you have to overcome that. If you're happy with that play style, power to them, and they can win games like this, it looks great.
All right, well, that is going to close down game number 1. We hopefully will have a lot more Dota. We do actually have a lot more Dota. This is another 4 best-of-3 day, so we're going to go to a break, come back with game number 2.
It's not a break. It's me, actually. The break is everyone in the crowd. We're going to have a lot of fun here because it was an extremely hype game. How much did you enjoy this one?
I enjoyed it very much, to be honest. I have to say a couple criticisms about Enigma and the way he plays. I mean, I'm not the one to talk about it, but, you know, really, missing black holes is unacceptable.
Would you like to go up there on stage? Maybe
Yes, very much so. I was disappointed. I was very much disappointed. And I was already telling my friends, let me go up the stage, please.
Your friend left me. He apparently didn't want to be seen with me. How much are you guys enjoying everything that's going on outside of the Dota here at Belgrade?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things to do. From the shop, from the park around, you know, what else did we see? I can't really remember. But there's a lot of things to do, really.
Yeah, I know that you can write your own signs as well if you want to be able to cheer for your team. Do you have a specific team you're going for in this tournament?
Not really. We're here to enjoy some great Dota, to be honest, and that's pretty much it. I mean, if I had to choose, it would have to be, you know, the home favorite Team Spirit.
I have been seeing a lot of Spirit jerseys. And your sign I see you have here. Do you want to show the audience what exactly you've written on it?
Oh yeah, gladly. Yeah. It's not because I didn't want to write anything. It's because I was given this package without a pen. But it's all right. If I get a pen, I'll write something in English, hopefully.
What would you write on there to maybe lift the spirits for Team Spirit?
Please pick Sen King as least amounts of possible.
Okay, just don't pick Sanking. Alrighty, well that's some wise words. Also, don't miss Black Holes on Enigma. This man could be the next upcoming coach, who really knows. But either way, I'm excited for what is to come in game number 2. But first, let's go to a break.
Welcome back to BB Dacha. We are here in Belgrade, ready to get into our second game of Aurora versus Team Spirit. Milan, it did end up going the way of Team Spirit, though I imagine not quite the way you expected it to.
Maybe not. We all expected them to bring up the pace, but we did mention that they did have the puck Enigma late game combination that it showed. And most important thing, it shows the team, the spirit moves on from the previous iteration. They have not been broken this tournament yet. I feel like 15, 20k down, lots of teams, they're just gonna like go into this sad mode and just, oh my god, we're just gonna lose. But not the team spirit, not the Miposhka. I think they kept their head straight, kept their spirit up, and they found an answer. Of course, Aurora, they were selling a bit, but you gotta be there to buy, and spirit was ready.
Now, both of you guys, I believe, from draft backed Aurora. What do you think really went wrong for them here? Is there concerns going forward into this second game that that they did lose this opening match in the way that they did, right, where they had such a big lead?
It's been the pattern for them the entire event. They've won almost all their early games, and the games they've lost, it's just petered out. Their late game isn't as good as they need to go ultra late, or they just have issues closing out the game. I think that high ground was disastrous. So if you're going to look at one point in this game, it's that one, right? Like, why did that high ground go so bad? What are we doing? I think generally when you throw going high ground, it's because you try and initiate on the enemy team in a way that is unnecessary. It's almost always better to just put the Aegis carrier there, let him siege, unless the enemy has something that prevents that going down. You want to make them jump you. And I think jabs going in there it's risky. You really have to make that initiation lane and be in clean and not take a lot of resources and get out, because otherwise you're getting coiled under the tower. It's going to set up an Echo Stomp, it's going to set up an Earth Splitter, and you're just going to take a lot for that initiation, which points to why not just let the Luna siege, right? Luna's a great sieger. She's a great Aegis carrier. So I feel like there's little things like that that can sometimes hold Aurora back right now from closing out the games. That's not something you're going to fix from game 1 to a game 2. You can mention it, but you're not going to fix it, right? This is the first lane with this team roster fully and them trying to gel and get things going. So that's not the biggest deal. You just want to make other adjustments that you can make in the time you have, which is small draft stuff, or maybe just giving yourself a little extra late game scale so that, okay, you're struggling to close out the game, let's just go late and be content with that.
You have to do the things you did previously well again. I think that's what happens a lot throughout the LAN tournaments, that team does the high ground throw and then comes next game and thinks too much about it and doesn't do the same good things they did previously. Like, they were 17k up. They had like probably, I don't know if we check the graphs, they probably had a 85+% to win, although Gaimin does favor Enigma. So I think they just need to refresh, understand they did a lot of good things that game, make slight adjustments, as SVG said, and go into a new, unique game.
I mean, honestly, if your one weakness of the event is going high ground and closing the game out, take the Falcons approach. Honestly.
Exactly.
Never go high ground?
Yeah, if you're going to be up 10 or 15k after every early game, just make it 25 or 30. And then you can't lose that high ground push. It's almost impossible, you know? You can lose going high ground only up 15 or 20. It's really hard to lose going high ground when you're up 40 or 50k net worth and you get that Ags, Roshan, and whatever. Imagine Aurora get all the Roshans in this game. I think they win it. And so you could just play that style if you feel as though, okay, we have some issue like going high ground early and closing out. Let's just give ourselves more time and play the map more and build the lead. Maybe that's not what you want to do ideally over the long run. I'm not saying it's the best way to play these games out. It's a way you can maybe overcome a weakness right now where you don't have a lot of time to adjust it and change your whole team's play style and fix it. You didn't get a lot of scrims in maybe or whatever. That could be a route you go to, because I do think Aurora have had some really good early games, and it's a shame to see them win the early game and come out ahead so often and look really good and running around the map, catching everybody, and then they mess up one fight and they lose.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, well, we should be getting into our draft fairly soon of Team Spirit versus Aurora.
Team Spirit versus Aurora Gaming. Game 2.
And we'll see what that draft holds for us, as first pick for Aurora means that looking back on draft-wise, the game was very back and forth, so I suppose you guys probably don't have too much of a problem with either draft?
I don't. I think the draft was fine. I think I still give that edge to Aurora. I think their draft was really strong with the Monkey King mid, and they played around it pretty well, and they set themselves up in a really solid position. So I think Spirit, for me, it was a little on the greedy side. I don't know if they should have gotten there versus a team that could have executed that game better. So maybe that's the one concern for them. But both teams got a lineup that they kind of want in terms of style, and you have to just believe in that and go with it.
Yeah, I think we were, at least I was somewhat doubting the Bristol back going late game, but Satanic proved it. Like, you get enough items in a right way. He was matching the Luna late game. Of course, with a lot of help with his team, but 1-to-1, he was still able to man up and do a lot. And we see the SD Naga, a classic second pick band, and Ange, and now it's in between Invoker and Storm. Or maybe leave everything in the pool.
They do ban this Enigma, which opens up that Luna a little bit more. It's an interaction you have to think about. I'm not saying you first pick the Luna, but something to consider down the road. And yeah, it's one of those heroes that when you lose to it, you want to get it out of the pool. It's really obnoxious to deal with on the lane and in the game. Maybe Aurora felt like that was a hero Spirit weren't going to play, and now that they played it, it's a little scarier, a little higher up on the priority. So I don't mind that ban, especially since Aurora is happy just leaving all the mids in the pool. They've done it the whole event. They're not going to stray from that path all of a sudden and start banning out all these mids.
What about the Huerta? Feels like both these teams, they're late adopters to the hero, and it hasn't been going that well for them in the end result. Maybe you're fine with the play inside of the game and stuff, but they haven't really been winning with the hero too much, either team.
5 seconds remaining.
Muerta didn't really get to scale this game like we saw, for example, Crit do. I think maybe Midas, maybe item preference, I didn't really like it. In a theory, it helps you scale, but maybe some of the crucial fights, if he had the Gleipnir or something, would help him scale more actually. And holy moly, I was waiting for this moment. Stormban into a Luna.
It has risen to number 1. All it takes is the Enigma ban, I guess, and you're good to go.
So what is the other answers we saw was the Beastmaster and the Doom. It will be interesting if Team Spirit picks up some of this. Malik is talking, so I would expect them to go for a Beast or a Doom. Or you just take something like Invoker, but Invoker or Pug, but maybe it's too early for a team like Spirit to do that.
Doesn't feel good enough for me. I think you take the offlaner you want here.
Aurora Gaming's turn.
Oh, okay. I was with you on the Beastmaster or Doom. I thought it was going to be Doom, just because I seem to recall Malik being a pretty good Doom player, but...
The upside of this pick is they flex it between mid and offlane, technically. Sure. So you give yourself a bit more flexibility. The downside is you already see the carry, so flexing is kind of meaningless here, because...
10 seconds.
You know,
right.
Oh, let's wait and see what their safe lane is. Well, you already see it. So you had your choice. This was Spirit's choice. It is an offlaner. They've played a decent amount this event. Though I don't know if it's looked that great for them. It's looked okay. There's been some games that's been pretty rough for Malik on this offlane Primal. He plays it well. It's just, it's not a super strong hero in the meta. I wouldn't say it's that amazing versus Luna. I think Luna is a carry you're super happy to play into Primal. It's a really good lane matchup. The beam shut down the onslaught. It's hard to dive this hero. You're an early BKB buyer.
You naturally build into Dragonlance and Hurricane Pike.
Yeah. So I'm a little confused by this Primal pick. Maybe it's a hero Spirit just think is broken. They've won 30 scrims with it, and it's like, oh, we got Primal. Joke's on them. I don't see it here. I think this opener is super favorable for Aurora.
I agree, but again, it kind of seems like a Spirit mantra during the drafts. They're just, okay, Malik, you want to play offlane, you have to pick it right now. What do you want to do? I'm very comfortable in Primal. You do it. It didn't work out in upper bracket with this Primal into Clock.
Yeah, it did not work. In group stage, it worked against Falcons and Liga team, but in their matchup against Falcons again in the playoffs, it did not work.
So 2 out of 3?
Yeah, 2 out of 3.
I don't know. I would have been happier even with the SF there, or just take Clock there and threaten like Clock Darkseer later versus Luna, which I think is a hero that's still going a little under the radar versus a lot of these Agi carries. The wall fight can be really strong. So this kind of, I think it just takes away some of your later options, unless you're willing to flex it to mid. That is still the one caveat I see. And the ET band as well. So a lot of 3 of the heroes that Spirit had last game are out of the pool now. Aurora just do not want to play the same game.
Well, right now for Spirit, you either want to pick or ban Clock, for sure, with this.
Oh yeah, you do not want to play Primal into Clock Luna.
But then it kind of sets you up. You have to pick a carry later down the line, because you don't want to have a last pick carry with Clock 5.
Aurora Gaming's turn to pick.
So with the Clock, I think we should expect Satanic Hero not to be overall last. Invoker is still in the pool.
It'd be tempting here, though I think you're just taking your supports here if you're Aurora. You want to make Spirit show more before you commit to something. There's still that Hoodwink that has been picked up a lot recently. There's still the Muerta. If you want one of these range damage dealers plus the Tusk, that option's available. You get your Tuskar Luna lane, which is very strong.
That's right there. I think he had a very rough performance last game, but out of last 3 games, he played too good, and having a rough game, first game of the day, you know, yada yada yada, still very good matchup versus Clock. You just go again. It has a really good win rate this tournament. It's just a stable pick.
I assume it's going to be Kaori on this again.
Yeah, I think more than likely. So we still might be looking at the Muerta or Hoodwink, or maybe a Dark Willow.
Yeah, Dark Willow seems nice here to me. I think it's another hero that causes Primal a lot of problems. Fine matchup versus the Clock. You have 2 Bruisers that want to go in right now for Spirit. Getting an AoE spell to punish the Clump would be nice with the Batrider and the Luna here. That Terrorize, I think, is the big difference for me between the Dark Willow and something like the Hoodwink. Though we have seen some incredibly good Bushwhacks this tournament from some of these Hoodwink players, so shouldn't underrate the AoE capability of that hero, I guess.
I like the Dark Willow part because looking at the draft and expecting Satanic to pick up a range hero, you might be looking at the 18 Mars. So Dark Willow plus Mars is a very classic combo.
What about the Grimstroke? Nope, it's the Tusk.
It's the Tusk.
Tusk Luna combo. It's strong. It's another stun interrupter for this Primal to deal with. It gives your Luna some extra scaling capability, gives you a save. You can always blink Snowball, pull him out of the Pulverize.
You think now it's a possibility to see Batrider 4? With Luna Tusk being an option?
Maybe. This team has also played a lot of... They really like the melee supports for Q if they can ever fit him in. I wouldn't be surprised to see Q play a Tuskar game, though I think it's more likely the Batrider 4 to keep your offlane pick open and just respond to what Spirit do here. Because Spirit still have the Medusa and the Morphling in the pool. They still have some of these popular ranged carries. They will snatch the Invoker, which... I mean, is this just immediate Void Spirit from Aurora?
Void Spirit is a pool. Same with Pangolier.
That's been their MO the whole tournament. See Invoker, pick Void Spirit. Good luck, Abed.
They're gonna snatch the Dark Willow.
Nice pickup here for Spirit. Good follow-up for this Primal. Now
Very
you have
stable.
Dark Willow Clock. I also think Dark Willow tends to be okay versus Bat, too. Bat goes in and lassos somebody, and then you throw down Bramble Terrorize when the team tries to commit in. It's kind of awkward. It's a hard support sometimes for the Bat to lasso if you get the Dark Realm off. So, yeah, I like this pick. Some good damage follow-up. Nice team fight.
And most importantly, maybe enabling the last pick for Satanic. Pango will be an option over the Void Spirit that we usually see. I mean,
less control for him.
It's kind of really good against like the Dark Willow and the Primal obviously can stop the roll. So I'm surprised about that. But
I don't know how reliable it is though, especially with the new facet. You roll and turn so much faster. The Primal really has to land that onslaught and grab you. Even then, sometimes the damage is already done. I think it's okay to pick Pango into this matchup. It is bad, but in theory, this Primal's game is not that easy. You know, he has to play into a lot of mini stuns here, a lot of interrupt. If you get to Ags Basher on this Pango, you're a force to be reckoned with in this game.
I think one of the other reasons for Pango over Void Spirit is they kind of felt overwhelmed by the team fight from Spirit last game, so they just want to match that a little bit more.
Yeah, that's fair. They don't have a lot of it right now.
What is left for Satanic? Medusa,
Morph, and
Razor maybe.
Yeah, I'd also point towards Ursa.
Depends what Jobs picks up, right?
Yeah, a lot's dependent on this offlane pick. Banning the Dazzle for the melee carry, that's what it would point me in.
They did this one Dazzle game. It did go horribly wrong, but this is much better Dazzle game than that was.
It's a lot better with Luna than the carry they had in that one, yeah.
Potentially, they could still take the Void Spirit, put a Pango off lane.
That is true.
If they want to do that.
That is very true. Terrorblade ban is really interesting. Not a carry we've seen almost in all this event. It is a good matchup on paper versus the Luna, though honestly I think Luna just fights through it nowadays. I don't know if you're too afraid of the Terrorblade as a true hard carry compared to what it used to be.
Aurora Gaming's turn to ban.
They will ban the Doom. Maybe that points towards that Morphling pick a little bit. Still Alchemist in there as well. We haven't seen Spirit go to that hero, but I still think it's strong. And of course you have Alacrity in this lineup, so almost any carry you pick is going to have some nice damage buff on top of it. This Invoker can pick up the scale slack. In the ultra late, just kite this team fight out.
Do you still ban the Morphling if you're Aurora?
It's a tough call. In theory, the Pango is good against it.
Depends on what they're gonna pick. Of course, maybe they're gonna pick a hero that's not too bad against Morphling, so they...
I mean, they can still just Beastmaster or something too. You know, if Aurora want to pick up the summon space and put a lot of pressure on this Primal to respond around the map, just play Beastmaster Luna Dota. It's incredibly strong.
I really like that idea. And it's gonna be the Beast against the Clock.
I think it's
a very good call.
It's very good here. I think it just puts so much pressure on the Primal Beast this game to make moves around the map and respond, and then you get this roar for the Primal BKB. Primal has to go early BKB in a lot of games. He has to do it this game. You onslaught in, you get roared. That team fight looks pretty solid for Aurora, and now you get your Luna Beastmaster combination, which super good for the Roche, super good for the tower pushing. Really good scale now.
Is Satanic forced into Medusa? And he is.
Yeah. Yeah, Gyro Ban really limited his options there. And he will claim the other ranged flak hero.
Yeah, very hit and miss this tournament, but for Spirit fans, it's been a lot of hit for Satanic.
That is true.
Although you're forced into this hero, maybe it's not too bad for you.
He has Alacrity. That's also the big factor here. Is if this goes ultra late, Satanic is the one player I have faith carrying the game with Medusa compared to a lot of other people. And you throw Alacrity on top of that, he's just going to stand there and you're not going to be able to touch him. I mean, you can beam the hero, you can throw axes on him. This guy's just ungodly with this hero, though, so I kind of have faith that he will pull out the ultra late with the Medusa here. It's another one of those games, though, where I think Aurora have a lot of tempo advantage. They can push the pace, get the early Roshans on the Beast Luna. That second Aegis on the Luna, you could just end the game here before this lineup and the Invoker and the Medusa can come online fully for Spirit.
Yeah. All right, so in that case, prediction-wise, who are you going to back? Do you actually think that Aurora this time around is going to take that tempo and close out the game? Or is Spirit just going to win, push it late, win with Dusa?
I feel like we're in a similar spot.
Yeah, it's just deja vu, you know.
Deja vu, and I'm going to stick with my guns.
You're going to stay with Aurora?
I'm going to stay with Aurora.
Okay.
They have learned their lesson.
I've lost a little faith. I don't know. I think there's something there that they can't close that game out in the mid game, and it's going to go late, and this Deuce is going to be untouchable, and Luna eventually will fall off. I'm going to go Spirit game 2. I do like the Beastmaster pick, though. I do like it. Just for the record, when my prediction's horribly wrong again, I do like the Beastmaster pick. It's very strong.
I believe in C Dota, and I believe that Aurora is going to take us to game 3. That's right. We'll see if Avery is indeed going to be wrong, though. We should be hearing from a coach pretty soon, but final thoughts on what do we need to see here for Aurora to be able to push us to a game 3, Milan? What am I looking for in this cast to be like, that is what we got to see?
SVG said it all. Beast, beast, beast. He needs to do well in his lane with the Bat Rider and like make enough advantage that he can comfortably scale throughout the game, get the rush first, second, third, fourth, fifth if needed. Then take that high ground, take that throne. Like that's gonna be the name of the game.
Yeah, just play like Falcons.
Play like Falcons.
Avery, for your prediction to be right?
I'm looking toward the tier 1 towers on Spirit side. How many of these tier 1s fall to the Beastmaster pressure in the game versus how many can Spirit defend with the Invoker plus the Primal? I think they have capability to defend their tower this game, especially with Clock.
All right, enough of that, Avery. I don't want you to be right anyway, because we all want to see a game 3, right? And we want to see who is up on the stage for a coach interview.
Hello, my Canadian brother.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
I got punched in the face, so trying to recover. Seeing stars.
Yeah, you guys, you do the winning early game and then lose at 60 minutes. It kind of happened again, didn't it?
Yeah, that keeps on happening. We took a lot of losses. We took the maximum amount of losses to be here, so it's all good.
Fair enough. How do you counter Bristleback?
I don't know. We lost to a support bristleback, a carry bristleback, and an off-lane bristleback at this point. I don't know what to do.
You just ban it, right?
That's certainly what we did.
Okay, last question. They last picked Medusa. Do you have the answers?
I don't know. I think Luna's pretty good. So let's go. Luna level 25, beam his ass, and let's see what happens.
It's always question marks with you guys, but you're always winning, so good luck, my friend. We'll get into the game.
I love that, Sunby. So usually well thought out, his ideas about Dota, but after that game one, seems like he's boiled it down to the basics. Bristleback, too good, and Luna's one hell of a hero too. So if the Bristleback is banned, let's just put our faith in the Luna. Maposhka is getting run down here. Q is going to be bounced back by the Cogs, so no first blood quite yet, though there is going to be some extra gold going the way of Aurora. Oh, we're so late into it. They missed out on a wave chasing for this kill. Well, that was certainly not worth it.
They did take a lot of mana out of the Deuce who had to TP. Clock's not going to get to the wave, but they did not get the first blood, so that is a big loss. Got some Cog last hits, I think, though. I'll make up for it.
I will say conceptually, I do like the basis of what Aurora has, which is a Luna backed by 3 BKB piercing disables. Right, this Luna does so much magic damage with this Conda build and stuff. Feels like everybody needs a BKB, but then you just have a bunch of disables on Aurora that are going to go through that.
That's why the Roar is nice to have here. You have heroes on Spirit that also want that BKB really early in this game, particularly the Primal Beast. Maybe the Invoker at some point, though. We've seen a lot of the Invokers bypass it. Just having the BKB disabled is going to feel great as this game goes later and later. Make up for the Luna's inability to deal with that, whereas on Spirit, you're kind of relying on this Stone Gaze to control the fight. Play around that. That's your big AoE spell. You don't have that huge Black Hole Earth Splitter combination with the coil like we saw last game. It's a lot more kiting, a lot more throw the junk on the ground and fight around it and let Deuce stand tall.
Despite missing the early CS of the first wave, Jab seems to be doing very well for himself. 13-2. Even if you include, like, what, 2 or 3 Cog kills?
Yeah, he had a bunch of CS before he even got to the lane, so
sure,
maybe some wards or sentries or something we didn't see.
But even then, you take, like, 5 CS away from him.
Yeah,
you know, he's still doing better than the Deuce is.
And in theory, this is a lane where you can get some stacking up as well. I don't think the Beast is under too much pressure, especially if the lane comes back like this. You're not going to run him down with Clock Medusa. I don't think it's happening. So the Bat can look for some extra stacking, really amp up the acceleration on Beastmaster. You see the Sentry on the Dire Big Camp already placed by Maposhka trying to block off some of that efficiency.
Sorry.
I think that should happen more often, to be honest. Surprised teams let the Beast get away with so many early stacks for free before having to deward the camp.
Sure. I mean, part of that is, though, you deal with one of the camps, but then he could also just stack for himself with the boars on the other ancient camp.
I think you block all of it.
Okay.
Just go in there and triple sentry, throw them all down, and then he has to take time to do that. That time costs you gold, the sentry costs you gold, you know. It's just annoying. You get in their head.
Not on my watch. Radiant structures are fortified.
Mid lane going fairly well early for Abed, I think. Melee versus the ranged. See, Abed have some solo kills this event, too.
Yeah, he has been killing it in the 1v1 matchups.
Cute.
That's going to be your first blood. Maposhka stays alive long enough to get that first blood and actually stays alive all the way through. Jabs was not able to finish the job. He is kept alive by his stick charges. Denies his own boar and his own hawk.
Surprising death on that lane. I think that lane is fairly strong for Aurora if they don't overextend. Q will bite the bullet, and first blood going to Spirit. Exactly what they want to see. Should note those denies for Jabs. His CS is still looking quite good. So free farming the lane as this Beastmaster is what Aurora ultimately want out of this early game.
Sure.
They want the Pango and the Beast to be strong, and then you're just pushing towers, killing stacks, scaling super well.
And those two things are happening when it comes to the CS. The Luna's having a little bit of rougher time there. Bottom of all the course right now at 16-6.
Go on. He has a full wand, though.
Yeah, they're going to do some damage, and then he pops the full magic wand, gets a bunch of health and mana back, proving to be too tanky. But at least they got that resource out of him, and they did do a lot to Maposhka as well.
Yeah, very good trade for them. They're happy with that no matter what. Kaori does go down top. That Luna Tusk lane not panning out for Aurora early on. So you would like to make up for it in this beast lane if you can, as Tusk will team back in, and the dive is commencing.
They're going to slow him down with a tag team. That'll help a little bit, but Malik is still able to get the kill.
Yeah, he's so strong. This lane is collapsing for Aurora.
Kaori may just be dead again here, as the Shadow Realm hit is not going to be enough by itself, but Malik is closing in fast. A TP in for the Bat Rider.
It's so
long TP. Finally gets a sticky napalm. Is able to bounce it back with a flame break. Can't get the kill fast enough, though. He's TP'd away, and the Bramble landed on the Kaori.
Spirit get everything out of this top lane, and they lose nothing. Won't even lose the courier there. Q needs to get something out of this, and you can always TP here, so I don't even think Rue is going to go down. He'll just give up on it.
Yeah, he already used flame break after all, so.
You're taking resources out of that Beastmaster lane. You're not stacking for him. You're not helping him advance onto the Medusa. Maposhka looking for a flank.
See how Jabs is able to convent in the 1v2.
Just keep farming some cogs up.
Does indeed. The boars get farmed in turn.
Radiance
40.
6-minute power rune is coming up. The supports are on their way. And it is Rue who manages to steal it away. Abed did guess correctly, just didn't get there before Rue did.
Super important rune to take away from Abed here. Haste on a Pango in that early game. You could absolutely just swing to one of these side lanes and make up for some of the losses Aurora are suffering. One thing to consider, Austin.
Yes, Avery.
Aurora has won a lot of the early games and then lost. So is it better that they lose the early game and then maybe win?
No, I don't think that's how that works at all.
Oh, okay.
I think they are just much more likely to lose the game if they can't even win the early game.
Did you predict for them?
Yeah.
You have no faith, huh? Okay.
No, I'm just saying, I just think their chances have gone down. That's all. Jabs. He turns back around, fights Maposhka, and would win it too. If only that pesky Laurel wasn't standing in his way with the tornado.
Satanic highest net worth out of the laning phase, a 5-0 start for Spirit. I don't think they would want much more here. And even the Primal had a great time and is super enabled. Already level 6 basically. This offlane went really well for Spirit. I do not think that was the easiest lane for the Primal to get the dives going. They just managed to wear through the region. We're all going to burn a lot of resources out of Abed here.
He does have arcane boots, so he'll still get some of those resources back, perhaps enough to use the Rolling Thunder, which he may have to use here. The Cold Snap is so annoying, though.
Planted a tree to try and block the last hit. Felt very threatened there. Got to use this Rolling Thunder at some point in this early game. I think that's your big turnaround potential here. Either go to the Beast lane when he hits some Helm or has Roar up and you try and make a play there, which it's closing in for Jabs. Or you try and play around this Rolling Thunder and let the Beast do his own thing.
Sure.
Maybe he just takes a tower, gets a solo kill while you're fighting elsewhere. Those are the two real places for Aurora to go. The downside of doing it around the mid lane is you are skirmishing into the Invoker, which we've seen be a big problem for a lot of these supports across the entire tournament. And another power rune grabbed up here from the side of Team Spirit. Arcane on the Invoker. He tries to make a quick gank play into this top lane.
Starts off with the tornado. He is not going to snowball dodge just yet. He's waiting for Malik. Try and charge in. Does manage to dodge that. Couldn't dodge the Bramble. Now as Malik gets closer and closer, he tries to snowball far out of his reach. Heads for the trees, but can't make it in time. The claws of the Primal Beast will drag him down into his doom.
I get to smack this tower ahead of schedule. Abed behind the tower mid. Getting Cold Snap can't roll.
There's a lot of little mini stuns preventing a Rolling Thunder. This is not a lineup I think you can afford to dive into the enemy without Rolling Thunder being used.
7-0 start, and these supports for Spirit are getting big. They're having a very nice early game between this Clock and the Dark Willow, and these are two supports. You give them a good early game here, their ults are super strong on the map.
Yeah.
You're just going to start hook-shotting this Luna, hook-shotting into the Beast, following it up with everything. Maposhka stuck on a cliff. Not too happy about that one, as he will slowly burn to his demise.
Hey, Aurora get their first kill of the game.
A little help from the terrain, and there's the helm up for the Beast.
Looking for their second. Stone Gaze does go off. Satanic is entirely out of mana, though. If they could only just get the roar off. He can't quite get it.
Just roar.
Oh, no. He's going to have to roar the Primal Beast. Malik has done too much.
What a play. Saved there by Dusa. Get the turnaround kill. The roar's wasted anyway. That was your helm timing on the Beast. Satanic will tip his buddy and say, thanks, my man.
Yeah, I mean, Malik really saved his ass, that's for
Radiant's
sure.
middle tower is under
Stacks
attack.
are available here. Not for the Beastmaster, apparently.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's not going the Ag, so I don't know if they're as vital for him.
Dire's
And you have to do
structures
something
are
to get this
fortified.
Pango back in the game.
We have 3 more series after this, so be sure to follow the channel so you
Radiant's
don't miss out on any of these. As Lyle runs into TA2000. Goes ghost walking
structures
into
are
the enemy
fortified.
jungle.
Dire's
Just
top tower
annoys the
is
enemy
under
carry,
attack.
nothing more.
A lot of pressure on the map right now, and Aurora having difficulty finding their own point to lean on.
Radiant's
I think it's
bottom
still around this
tower is under
Beastmaster.
attack.
The first attempt didn't work. Can't give up on it, though. Jabs is still strong in this game, and he's continuing to smack this tower. It's just gone.
Try and slow it down a little bit, but it is a
Radiant's
bit
bottom
tower.
tower has fallen.
Satanic, nice pickup. Cuts across, kills the Helm of Dom Creep and a Boar. So he is getting a lot out of this lane. He is 1,300 up on jabs.
They played it well, and now they're reaping the reward. Big question is how much can Spirit invade Aurora's side of the map?
Ooh, the flame break. Just a tad too late, and the ice shard's a bit too short. Malik is even going to turn around and fight as the TPs are coming in. Whoa, the hook shot. Didn't actually get it there. The slam up and down. Maposhka misjudging that one still, though. Great terrorize hitting on it, too. Abed's going to come in with the Rolling Thunder, try and chase down these heroes. See if they can get a 2-2 split out of this one. Malik is charging away, but Abed will still catch him in the end. Hits him once, hits it twice. Can he just get any spells off? He does. Finish him off, but now he's burned out of mana. Abed jumping back in, heals up a little bit of mana. Swashbuckles up to the high ground, but the Bramble latches. Rue right on point with this Dark Willow right now, and they'll get TA2000 as well. Team Spirit, it is all them all the way right now in game 2.
These are the types of skirmishes Invoker dominates. It's so hard to fight into this hero when he can come in and just start cleaning heroes up, landing multiple rounds of spells. The Brambles also did a lot of work, and the Cogs terrorize, trapping 2 heroes in there, really set that fight up for Spirit as a failed gank for Aurora. They missed their initial round of spells. They committed anyway, and you just end up chasing too far. Now you still have that lasso on cooldown, so you can't even make something happen down here.
Do you really want to go
attack.
on this
No.
Primal Beast? This guy has proven to be too tanky every single time Aurora have challenged
He's got 2,000 HP. Unless he's just sitting under all the beast summons, you roar him and you can just hit him for that entire duration. I don't think you want to go on this guy right now. And this is the issue. You're just going to have to play defensive, continue to farm up, and try and hold your side of the map. Definitely something you can do with this Beast Luna. A little bit behind.
There are too many heroes that want these ancient stacks after this laning phase.
That is very true. And imagine you had Diffusal on the Pango in that fight. Could be a very different outcome.
Yeah, certainly.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Abed he has had the worst game of everybody here.
Amazing what
He
you'll
is
find.
falling behind as Laurel takes advantage of the mid differential. That Diffusal still a ways away for that Pangolier. It's got to be one of the slower ones of the tournament.
Now, the stacks are a way for Aurora to get back in the game, but Team Spirit, they're certainly strong enough to invade here. 2-man smoke up and hits the hook shot. What a setup there. It's a Forge Spirit that led the way.
Laurel is everywhere right now. See if Aurora can get a return here.
They will manage to get something out of this one, but it's not the same. A 5 position for a 1, the outcome really couldn't be different.
And you're getting a tier 1 mid last. Well, you won't get the last hit. You got the tier 1 mid on top of it all. So now you really open up that side of the map. You still got this Obs on the hill. First Team Spirit as well. They can smoke back to or at least see who's farming that area if it doesn't get dewarded here, which it should get dewarded here. Kaori will scout it out. The thing is, while you're dewarding this, Abed's continuing to get harassed.
Yeah, Abed's not having a good time out here, guys. Somebody needs to help him out.
Have his Diffusal. We're almost at the 15-minute mark.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Rough early game for Aurora compared to a lot of their other ones.
Extremely rough. They do have the Helm of the Overlord.
That's true.
And you've hit the Diffuser Blade.
So strong timing here. You would have liked this, 2 or 3 minutes ago. You'll take it now, and now is the time to do something with it. So Jabs gets a Black Dragon. We'll smoke up and look for a Roar/Rolling Thunder connection. Honestly, I don't think they'd mind running into Satanic now because you have the mana burn and you have the extra damage to take him down. Just, you're not finding him anymore.
I was going to say better late than never. They may have hit that timing a few minutes late, but then they never got the gank. They never actually felt good about using the smoke and going on to Team Spirit side of the map. It was just Cowrie who went out there. Everybody else went back to farm. And his snowball actually went over to Siege Creep there. Buys him an extra second.
Kind of a weird scouting play. He blocked the Ancients. That's it, though. There's no ward that got put out here. There's no follow-up. Just a freebie for Team Spirit. They will collect as the Medusa is starting to pull ahead here. This is extremely concerning if you are an Aurora fan because we've seen what Satanic can do with this hero. And he's done it from worse positions than this. This is prime real estate for the Medusa to just be 8K ahead off a couple one fights in a row, Sean. Got to start putting this Beastmaster to work if you're Aurora. I mean, Jabs, he has his Helm of the Overlord. What have you done with it? Nothing so far.
Is it possible that Aurora can be okay going against Medusa late? Multiple of their heroes scale up. Well, the Luna needs some big help, and he's not going to get it all. He's going to get it terrorized. Wait a minute, no, the Primal Roar, but a hook shot in return. They still lock down TA2000 and trapped inside the cogs. Maposhka will eventually get this kill. Now, Jabs is still going strong in this fight. They might be able to get Malik out of it. Yeah, the flame break well on point from Q. Gets it in front of Malik's charge away. Even chasing for a little bit more. Attempted a turnaround, though. The Bat Rider caught in a bramble. Rue makes short work of him with the Bedlam. Jab's gonna find him with the dragon. Satanic's trying to kill that dragon for him. Rue, the stun goes out. He's okay for now. What about the axes? The axes are going out, but that's not good enough. Jabs, he tried too hard. Pushed for too much and stumbles right into a Satanic. And Rue, who got all the kills. Man, he got the last hit of all of that.
He got so much gold out of that fight. He's almost close to the Pangolier now. Was a nice play on the backside of that to find the Invoker. Not much else went Aurora's way as Jabs continues to not be able to close out on the kills as Laurel
roll through. A punch to Rue, doesn't finish him off while the Pango does die.
Poshka finds him again in the onslaught.
Man, they're committing so hard for this Dark Will. They know he walked back into the flames. Oh, Rue, watch where you're stepping.
I think he was on the tail end of that. That's a big streak to give away. I know it's 6 or 7x. That's almost 1,000 gold.
I mean, it would have been such an epic way to end this whole spree of him surviving back-to-back team fights. And ultimately, it was still amazing for Team Spirit. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, absolutely. They are pulling very far ahead in this game. Those are multiple fights. The Pangolier's been shut down. The Beastmaster got nothing out of it. And Satanic, he gets to come in and... Well, the first fight he cleans up. This one, he just gets a free tower. 86% win probability. They really like this man on this hero in this position, and you can't blame him. It doesn't... I'm not going to say it looks like smooth sailing from here on out. This is just the start you dream of having on the Medusa. Once you pull ahead, you get that fast butterfly, which is what he's aiming for. You're not dying. Blink on the Pangolier, more initiation power for Aurora. They really need Abed to have a good team fight here soon. And who kills these supports? That's been a big issue for Aurora this game. The Clock Dark Willow costing them so many problems.
Yeah, if the Beastmaster can't do everything for you. Feel like Abed's Pangolier has been shut down so much that we haven't managed to see him do too much, because he is, like, Pango's a good support killer, right? But
he is. It's just he had such a slow game.
Yeah.
He's had to recover, and then going in these fights, it's not that easy anymore to take down these supports who have tanked up a little bit. You got a Primal running around in the middle of all of that. And I think Aurora have this issue where they have these large ults to throw on people. How many of them do you want to throw on the random supports? Do you want to lasso a Clockwork? Do you want to roar a Dark Willow? It doesn't feel great to do that. It might be the right choice, though.
Tower is under attack.
May have to take some smaller wins because Aurora can't seem to win any team fights anymore. Down 6K net, we're 21-7 as 20 minutes strikes and Roshan swaps over there. That's another thing. If they don't win the early game and they don't have a lead, Aurora, they have the capabilities to do an early Roche. It's never come to play, and Spirit, while as headed as they are, they don't have the best team for doing it.
No, this is a Luna Beast lineup that would like to be doing Roche right now, or even in the last 3 to 4 minutes. Definitely on the table, and something Aurora can go back to. Just some more objective taking, dodge the fights. Well, your window to do that is going to disappear here pretty fast as Satanic. Butterfly done, time to go into the pit. Got that Grove Bow as well. That's going to be a nice roll for him. As Spirit getting everything they want in this game. Hurricane Pike on Laurel would up his survivability a lot as well. And Aegis for the Medusa, just when you thought he was going to be hard to kill once.
Yeah, with the Butterfly, man, she's untouchable. I'm a little bit surprised they gave her the Aegis, honestly.
So this is where Satanic's going to start to pull ahead of his Luna counterpart on the map, because he's going to be able to play solo, push lanes in, use these Manta Illusions aggressively, just suck everything up, and the rest of the team can look for the pickoffs or the kills or set up the fight, wrap around a tower, get a pickoff, push that tier 2, maybe even go high ground. All of these are options available to Spirit right now as they control the map. Aurora just continue to have to dodge.
Dire's middle tower
and there's not a lot of pressure on the lanes right now. You're looking at these two side lanes. They're going in to Team Spirit's side. Not quickly, though.
Does anything stop Satanic? He's taking a tier 2.
Dire's middle
Could you hit high ground here?
You can poke it. I don't think you want to commit. I don't know how fast it is. You can absolutely bring heroes back. That will feel good. And you can continue to cut waves in front of Aurora's base.
Yeah, look at him. He moves from that mid tier 2 in between the tier 2 and tier 3 top to cut a wave. He is fearless. As he should feel, especially as his team hunts down Abed.
And this is the strength of the Aegis on the Medusa right now. You can just plant Satanic outside of Aurora's base and look for the pickoff with everybody else and catch the rats on the outskirts. You have a lot of heroes very capable of doing it between the Clock and the Invoker, as Hoshka will miss a hook shot.
Nice sidestep there from Q. Actually wanted to blink back in. Go for the lasso, denied by the battery assault. TA2000 is close, so you could see why. He wanted to get a lasso into Eclipse, but TA2000, he's got to be careful. Q is backing up faster than he is. Tornado does manage to grab the two of them. Kari's in position, seeing if he needs to do an offensive shards or snowball. Yeah, bottom lane. The Pango is about to be back up, though, so I'm not sure if Satanic can continue this bit of aggression. Man, he's going to have a Scotty soon.
He's getting so far.
Oh, the cogs. It stops him from being able to pull him back. He gets not just himself killed, but he gets Kaori killed as well.
This game's just crumbling right now for Aurora. They don't know where to go. They don't know what move to make.
And now the EMP shard, it's pulling back TA2000 with the hook shot as well. Malik, they got that kill. This game's just looking over. Satanic is pushing into tier 4s. I don't even know what he's doing.
He wants to end this game right now. Says, I came here for a 2-0, and I wanted to get it done in style.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Alacrity already online. Pump this Medusa up. The glyph is gone. This is just a Rax. Clean and easy. The map movement and the pressure from Spirit.
A celebratory EMP from Laurel. Just enjoys the pretty lights. 15 seconds till Luna's back up. It's going to be one lane of barracks.
What are you getting in the meantime?
Keep going.
On the side of Aurora, you got a pipe on your beast, and that's it?
That doesn't do much, because the Medusa is already a threat.
Yep. That's the issue here. The pipe's good versus the rest of the lineup. Does nothing against the Medusa, and that's the one taking your base right now. just can't get out on the map. The right between the clock and the Invoker is too high, and there's time on this Aegis to walk down another lane if you really want to.
Hook shot on in. Abed is able to get out with a swashbuckle. He's a little bit better set for that
harassment
one.
plays.
And look at Satanic just slowing him down. Immediate roar in response to the grab there of the Primal Beast. It bounced back onto Jabs though. Now the Rolling Thunder trying to stop these heroes, but they have BKB, so that snowball just puts them together for Malik to slam them down into the ground over and over and over again. Satanic keeps on hitting buildings. 1 minute left on that Aegis.
Is under attack.
Way too big, way too fast, off of way too good of a laning phase. They'll find the clock. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You got to start lassoing or roaring these supports to open up something here. So 30 seconds, you have your other two heroes up. That Aegis will expire. That's your best chance to find an opening some way back in this game. I don't know if there is a way back. The rate Satanic's going.
They're already giving up 2 lanes. They are pushing out both mid and bottom right now. I don't believe there is a plan to contest. We'll see how fast Satanic takes it, I guess. Beastmaster's coming up soon. I don't know how long till it's Roar, though. 15 seconds. Yeah, you're not getting there. Oh, wait. Backdoor protection there for a second. They'll leave the Forge Spirits to finish the job.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Yeah, that's a network differential. Just a little bit.
14K at 26 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, I'm talking about the Medusa versus the Luna.
Oh.
Which is also almost 14K, so you'd be correct.
Yeah, it is.
That's the thing. The net worths for Aurora actually don't look too bad if you just take the Deuce's lead out of it.
Sure, you just make it a 4 versus 5.
Yeah. If they can find a way to fight where Satanic's not there, that could be some comeback.
Well, I wish them the best of luck in finding that sort of opening. I'm pretty sure Team Spirit at this point in time, though.
Just 5 man.
5 man. There's no really sense to do anything else. You've taken 2 lanes of barracks. You don't have to deal with lanes or anything. You can play entirely around the Dusa.
I mean, wait 5 minutes, you just go in the Roche pit. Aurora has to fight you for it.
Radiant are
Just keep farming up in the meantime, looking for some pickoffs if you really want to. Daedalus already done for this Dusa, has a greater healing Lotus as well, just pure value on this hero. And Jabs, he just never got to really play this hero the way they wanted it to. I talked about those tier 1 towers. 2 of them are still standing for Spirit, and that tells you everything about how this early game went.
Yeah. Not very well?
Not very well. Enchanted Quiver for the Deuces. So he rolled the Grove Bow and the Quiver. This guy's good.
They got a high ground ward. They want to play around it, but it is immediately dewarded. Use the active of the gem. Four-stepping the dragon to try and keep him alive. Because if you lose that dragon, you're probably not getting back to the ancient camp to get a new one.
You might never see another ancient in this game.
Yeah.
Send that thing to the fountain and heal it up.
All of these deaths could be final for Aurora as perhaps the final push comes in from Team Spirit. Not going to wait
They want to play
for Roche.
I think this is the correct play.
Well, they better do it quickly. They better hurry the hell up, otherwise it's going to be Megas. All right, TA2000 just goes for the Eclipse. They're going to try and focus down them as Medusa. Now, he is about a quarter mana.
Snowball.
Snowball turned back around, and with Malik running in, they can no longer go for Satanic. The Rolling Thunder is going to come in far too late. Most of the damage is already gone. TA2000 is going to die to the slow right clicks of Malik. That's one way to go down. Satanic has lost all of his mana, but Aurora has lost almost all of their heroes. Abed is trying to get it, but he can't quite do it. Surrounded by 5 and killed. Aurora. A knockout punch. Sunbeam said that he was seeing stars after that game 1. I have no idea what him and Aurora are feeling after that game 2 demolish.
They're seeing nothing. That was a knockout blow if I've ever seen one. An extremely decisive game. Spirit got to do exactly what they want to do, and they've been trying to do this whole tournament. Get that hard carry for Satanic. Have the lanes go okay for the other 2 playmakers, or in this case, just win them. And they never look back. You're never going to make up that network differential between the 2 carries in this type of game. That Luna has nowhere near the same space to operate in. The Beast is the hero that has to open up the towers, enable the Roshan, and get all of that snowballing. And just just never came together for Jabs. I think Jabs honestly had a pretty good tournament. At a lot of these games, he looked pretty good. Aurora just couldn't figure out those mid-game transitions in the late game as well as some of the other teams here. And those boys on stage right now, Spirit, are gaining some momentum in this lower bracket. They're a scary team to go up against because they just don't have anything to lose.
And they will have their chance to meet the winner of our next series, which is going to be BetBoom versus Yakult Bros. So yeah, whoever wins between that series, they have one hell of opponent ahead of them in Team Spirit. It does feel like, you know, they had that series against Falcons. It was rough, but they did manage to, even if they got 2-0'd, the games went late. They made it competitive. And again, Falcons probably one of the strongest teams at this tournament. So it is a worthy performance, and they're going to be a tough opponent here in this lower bracket. Let's go right there to the main man right there. It's Jenkins, who's ready to go with Maposhka.
That's right. They love you, man.
Thank you, everyone.
I know you've been here before, top 4. How do the young guys feel about your performance so far?
What performance, Mike?
You're top 4.
Top 4?
Yeah, you're guaranteed top 4.
Oh, you mean on the tournament? Yeah. Ah, nice.
How does Satanic and the other young guys feel about it?
I mean, I think they're not really happy because they want to win tournament. So top 4 is only start for us.
That's a good attitude. That's a great attitude. Next up, you're playing against either BetBoom or Yakult's brothers. Do you have a preference?
Yeah, BetBoom. We want to meet BetBoom and fight with them.
They're just the more fun opponents to fight against?
Yeah, definitely.
It's all about fun here, isn't it? Laro really carried that game, didn't he?
He always carried.
Fair enough. Game 1, almost 60 minutes. What did you guys talk about after the game?
Almost after...
It was a long game. What did you guys talk about?
We talked that we played kind of slow in game because we had really good timing. We had pipe, like chart on bristleback. Good. We had good timing, but we didn't realize it enough. And that's what we talk about, like how we should use better our heroes. Yeah.
Okay, well, congratulations on top 4. I'll let you rest up for your next match, and we'll send it over to Nat.
That's right, we'll need a little bit more time for Nat to get to our second interview after this series, but we did have Maposhka. I love the fact that they talked about after that game 1, there were still things to improve on. Even if they won, they said, hey, we could have done this better. And I do tend to agree. They did play a little bit slow, and it's nice to be able to see they recognize that, and they're going to just improve on that and just become all the better for it as they make this lower bracket run.
I think that's one of the signs of a true championship team in mentality. You're never satisfied. There's always something you can do better. But you view it in a way where it's not being hard on yourself or your teammates. It's just, let's look for more opportunities. Let's look to make our gameplay another 1% better, another half a percent better in every land you power up, and eventually you just take home that trophy. So I think, again, the mixture on this team is really working out well for them, and they're feeling good.
Yeah. All right. Well, it is time for the sadder of the 2 interviews. We're going to go to Nat and TA2000.
I have TA2000 here joining me. I know it was a bit of a rough tournament for you guys, but I want to know overall how you're feeling with it, the results, and if you're still happy with the progress you guys have made.
I'm quite happy. I think we could do much more, but it is what it is, so it's okay.
Yeah, you kind of just look towards the next one. Let's talk about this series a little bit, or maybe even some of the other games. You guys really struggled to close them out. In hindsight, do you feel that you have the answers as to why you weren't able to get that game number 1 or some of your previous matches?
Yeah, we couldn't finish game 1 because we kind of was pressing buttons, but I think we already won it. Well done, Spirit. They don't give up. I thought it's already over, but we just missed like all our buttons, fight 1, and do the same thing, fight 2, and they like come back. So
yeah, Spirit are a tough one. When you think they're out, they're definitely not at all. But for you personally in this carry meta, do you feel like this is something, a strength for you? Do you feel like you fit into this one, or are there some other heroes you're hoping comes out before the next tournament for you?
I think I'm just playing a bit worse that I should, but it's good meta for me. I just need to play better.
We're going to have a little bit of time now for yourself, but TA2000, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again on making it this far in the tournament. We're going to head on back to the rest.
Mixed emotions, it seems, and I mean, I think we had a lot of praise for Aurora. I think this is start of a pretty exciting year for them, right?
Yeah, I would agree. They've looked faster than they've looked in a long time. They're winning early games. I think they have a lot they can build on from this tournament. That's the biggest thing that I took away, is their players all look like they synergized fairly well. They had some really good games at this event. They had a lot of thrown games as well, which is not uncommon for new teams when you're trying to figure stuff out. I think we saw it from some of the other big names in this tournament too, right? If you look at Gaimin and Liquid, who both exited early and were those TI finalists, I think they had a lot of games they would argue they were up a lot and through. And I think that's something you see across the board when you have these new teams and you're bringing new core players together, and especially teams with experienced core players. It's not as if you have a team like we saw Liga earlier on, where you have a bunch of new guys, they're all coming together. This Aurora squad has some really big veterans on it. You have Jabs, you have Abed, you're bringing TA2000, who is also trying to prove himself, but has been around forever. These are guys who all have experience and knowledge from over 10 years of playing this game. That's a lot to get to work in a short period of time. Even in a lot of time, it can be difficult because people just have all these preconceived ideas of how the game should go or how you should play the map or how a team fight should go. That takes practice, scrims, tournaments to get all on the same page. So for me, I was impressed by what they've shown here. It was a lot more than I expected early on, and I look forward to seeing what they can do over the course of the year.
Well, we have another series coming up, another elimination. Will it be BetBoom or will it be your Colt brothers? We're going to find out after the break.
Team Spirit versus Aurora Gaming.
They do. They're scaling. They're playing the map a little bit better. They're playing around their vision better. They're going to find another lasso.
Lasso got the arena and the pin. Nicely done. The response from the Elder Titan might be able to get the Bat Rider kill. Satanic, he's going to charge forward. Should get that one, no problem. They still did not go for it. Unfortunately, Q could not get far enough away. TA2000 does manage to get behind it, though. Kills his support. Q activates his ultimate. He deals with that physical damage, no problem, and helps finish off Rue. Satanic is down to half HP. Now it's Bloodstone. Malik is in some trouble, though. Again, Aurora are killing everybody else but the carry. They've left him for last. Can they kill him now? They see their chance. Oh, it's better than a hoodwink. They get the initiation onto the Enigma. Wait, the bushwhack. Is this an opportunity for a turnaround? Just Malik want to try and drop the black hole? No, he gets a blink away, though. Sees an opportunity to be able to reset. Boy, those lucid beams hurt, man. Laurel lost half his HP for that one. He has to use the BKB. Still, though, the fight could be good here. Luna is not finishing up any one of these heroes quite yet, and TA2000 loses the Aegis just outside of the tier 3 with Satanic coming back into play, and some of the supporting cast of Aurora gone. Aurora, this is looking like a terrible fight for them now. A BKB activated, but an instant black hole from Malik to grab him. Malik not even dying for that attempt.
Abed went back
in. Control. Abed trying to help out his carry, but he's going to just be a second victim of the Satanic Bristleback. They managed to get the pin onto the Bristleback. Is this good enough for the Wukong's command? Got smashed up immediately. Refreshes. Found the strike forward. Still trying to finish off Oshka here. A second Wukong command, but Abed, he can't do it alone. He needs some help. Where's the team? Where are they? Somebody get in here and help this man. They can't get there in time. Laurel was zoning out the whole squad. TA2000 is low on HP. It's his last stand. You gotta commit now. There's no way to be able to back off of this one. A Wind Waker to try and get him away, but Satanic in hot pursuit, and he is going to bring down TA2000 with ease. Divine Rapier picked up. That's the 7th item he's going to grab. What are you going to do, TA2000, without that Divine Rapier? You don't have the damage to be able to deal with this man anymore. Satanic, he'll take you down a second time, but Poshka's the one to do it. Step aside, Satanic. There's a new carry in town for Team Spirit. Malik is even going to turn around and fight as the TPs are coming in. Whoa, the hook shot. Didn't actually get it there. The slam up and down. Maposhka misjudging that one still, though. Great terrorize hitting on it, too. Abed's going to come in with the Rolling Thunder, try and chase down these heroes. See if they can get a 2-2 split out of this one. Malik is charging away, but Abed will still catch him in the end. Hits him once, hits him twice. Can he just get any spells off? He does. Finish him off, but now he's burned out of mana. Abed jumping back in, heals up a little bit of mana. Swashbuckles up to the high ground, but the Bramble latches. Rue right on point with this Dark Willow right now, and they'll get TA2000 as well. Team Spirit.
Right. You guys ready for the second series of day two? Of day two of the live audience. That's you guys. You're the live audience. I'm talking to you.
They love the acknowledgement out there. I know that these guys are diehards. They've been sitting in there throughout the whole half-an-hour break. I mean, there's other things to do because here at the event, there's a lot of things to do in the foyer that you could go and spend your time with, but you guys decide to spend it with us. So we appreciate that a lot, especially considering how that other series went. Elimination on the line as well. Aurora unfortunately falling short, but it happens. We gotta knock some of these teams out, Jenkins, to be able to get to our eventual winner.
We do, but speaking of things in the audience, we do have autograph sessions, right?
We do.
Those are
We do.
happening.
That's what I said. There's a lot of things.
If you
that
want
can
autographs.
happen, especially from already eliminated teams like Gaimin Gladiators
We
and
have Gaimin
Liquid.
today, right?
It's Gaimin Gladiators and Liquid at 5:30 p.m. If you guys want, they're doing some autograph sessions, so you can go and meet the TI13 finalists and winner.
And the TI winners. But
Yep.
they don't matter. They're not important because they're not the BB Dacha winners. And you know who might be the BB Dacha winners?
Who?
Our upcoming potential champions.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
Let's give a warm welcome to Team Yakult Brothers!
Yakult's Brothers.
Yakult's brothers, we're stronger than the others. Emo Pond disqualifies, spamming puck is my desire. Yakult's brothers, we're stronger than the others. Emo Pond disqualifies, spamming puck is my desire.
Hello, my friend. You guys are weebs.
Nope, not me.
You're not a weeb, just them.
Yeah.
Because I did see Baboka. He was literally reading manga right before you guys were about to go on. How do you feel about that?
No feelings about that.
You guys, it seems like you're just chilling. Like you don't care that you're playing for millions of dollars. You're just vibing. You're just playing Dota. Is that correct?
It's true, but we are also enjoying our game, and obviously we want to win. So yeah, obviously we care. Yeah.
You had possibly the most insane series so far with Team Liquid. Do you feel like it just can't get harder than that for you guys?
No, I think Liquid just made the changes, so they are not that stable right now, and I think there are tougher games to come as well.
Okay, good attitude. Good luck, my friend. Well, maybe the tougher opponents that they will have to face are the namesake of this tournament, actually. So let's welcome, ladies and gentlemen, BetBoom Team!
Team.
Sure, hello. It's so great to see you. Maybe not in the lower bracket, but are you guys still feeling the energy, feeling the confidence despite yesterday?
I mean, of course. It's just one game, one series, whatever. We're just gonna keep moving forward.
Right. I love that attitude there. I do want to know, though, we always have this conversation about how tough early series are. Is this like the prime time for you guys to be competing?
I think so. We finally playing not like second series in the day, so it's 1 hour already, 1 p.m. I think we're feeling good, we slept well, ate well, time to show.
Do you guys spend, a lot of your night yesterday thinking of things to bring against your Colt brothers? Because they had a fantastic series yesterday as well. Or were you just focusing on yourselves and trying to remain calm and just look inwards towards what you want to bring today?
I think we just want to, play our game, keep doing our gameplays that we've been practicing, that we've been discussing. So I think we're just gonna play our game, pick our heroes, and have fun.
All right, I look forward to the fun and I look forward to seeing it work out. But Pure, I'll let you go back to your team there. Thank you so much. Good luck with it. I never know exactly what team you guys are cheering for, but I do know that you guys are just going to be cheering for some good Dota. So I want to hear your voices one more time as we head into another elimination series between BetBoom and your Colt Bros.
BetBoom Team versus Yakult's Brothers.
Another elimination series, Yakult's Brothers or BetBoom. Who's going to be the winners at the end of this? I know who I want to win. I'm just going to be forward with it. I'm going to say right now, I hope Yakult's Brothers keep going because I want to keep hearing their theme song. That's the only really motivation I have at this point. I think it's the best of all of them.
That's pretty fair. I mean, it's the most stylish. Sure. Put it that way. They're definitely into it. See them head bobbing out there. They picked for that genre exactly. Some creative flair coming out. It would be a Cinderella story. I don't know if we consider them a sponsored team or not. They are sponsored, but
I want to know where they got their jerseys, honestly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? They didn't have jerseys at some point. Now they do. And so I think these teams that always fall into that category are really interesting to watch because I think a lot of times they just don't have nearly as much pressure on them. There's a lot less to lose, a lot more to play for, and they just vibe and have fun and feel themselves. And we saw them in a very close series yesterday that went the distance against the TI champs. They were able to pull it out.
I also am not a big fan of this this trajectory of every single tournament ending where the upper bracket is the Western European affair and the lower bracket is the Eastern European affair with some Western European teams, right? It's nice to be able to see international Dota and some other regions contesting, and of course, Yakult's Brothers, the only representative from China, and it's been a while since the Chinese teams have been in dominant form, right, Milan? I mean, what do you think some of this is just general meta changes that the region hasn't been able to keep up with?
I mean, we all know the problems in the public matchmaking and all they're facing.
Sure.
That's like a bottom of it. But it's just the Western Dota after a long time. If you keep this trajectory of your pubs, of your roots being better, your fundamentals being better for the players, for upcoming players like Eastern Europe, to come easier way for them to go up, is just after some point, this is what's going to happen. It's going to be all them, and now Yakult is China's last hope. Will they prevail in this tournament? I mean, they showed a glimpse of greatness yesterday, beating a TI champions.
And we say that they're representative. Of course, you guys can vote for who you think is going to be winning this series, but they are the representative for the Chinese region, Avery, but they stand out a little bit within their own region, right?
They are unconventional. I think this is one of the more aggressive and willing to take risks, I'll put it that way, teams that we've seen out of China in a long time. These are kind of, some of these players are, I don't want to say they're outcasts of that region, but there's a lot of guys who don't want to play with Emo. They feel he's too volatile. Players don't want to play with Baboka. They feel he's too greedy or too hero restrictive. Zeal was on that LGD squad for a brief stint. He gets kicked. Like, these are all the guys I feel have been kicked off some of those. GGG as well. This is a carry player who, he's been around for a while. He goes way back to some of those Chinese teams 6 or 7 years ago and never found his footing, never made it on one of those huge squads where people kind of had faith in him, was always in the shadow of the MOUZ and
before
the other top carries of China.
Before the success of this lineup, right? You even called for him to come back last year. You said, where is this guy, man? He would fit in great into this meta.
I still think he has a lot of potential as a player. He's hyper aggressive. Yeah, he's going to have 3 or 4 bad deaths a game. But those carries can enable the team. We've seen the power of the fighting carries in Dyrachyo, in Mickey, in even Arteezy at the start of his career. I go all the way back to then. These guys, they have a place in the Dota scene, and if you can make them work, they can be really strong for your team, but they're not going to be the player you just plug and fit into any sort of old lineup.
But I think everything is true, but today's matchup is a little bit rough for them, I think. I think BetBoom, it's not a morning game. They learned their lesson yesterday.
Yeah.
They had a little bit of a shake-up against the Tundra, I would say. They were very confident. I know one game doesn't mean much, but losing like that, it's a little bit of a wake-up call.
And going into this opening match, they did manage to get the first pick on the coin flip. So what is BetBoom's preference? Because I feel like we haven't actually locked down what exactly the ideal heroes are for this first pick. It feels like Muerta in the upper bracket, for the upper bracket teams, has been very popular. But of course, a lot of this tournament, we saw some very popular mids. Earlier today, we had Luna that got elevated to first pick.
Yeah, I think this is adjustment from upper bracket with BetBoom, because usually they would take Storm on this slot and then they would get punished by Muerta plus a mid laner. Now they're just taking it a little bit slower. Maybe waiting for Yakul's brother to take a core. They're gonna ban the Shadow Fiend, the hero they lost twice to and that Yakul's beat Liquid with. So just a bunch of adjustments from a previous experience.
It's a solid ban. Hero that they were struggling against, just take it out. Don't overthink it. You have those two bans here to throw one away. If you have something else you really have to get in there. I still think this trade-off's pretty comfortable for BetBoom. I think they would take this 99 times out of 100. I don't think the Tusk is threatening what your Muerta wants to do in the team fight, and then you're going into the second phase where both teams have to take a mid, and I think Muerta skews all those matchups into your favor. You know, if you end up with the Storm Muerta or the Puck Muerta or the Earth Spirit Muerta versus any of those, you're in general pretty happy, I think, with the mid skirmishing. The one caveat to that is the Invoker, but Yakults banned that out themselves. So I think you're pretty happy going into the second phase if you're BetBoom, especially with what that mid hero pool looked like for Kiyotaka and what you're going to be able to score in a Furion ban as well.
Ooh.
It's an interesting one.
Usually it's a sign of a Visage to come, but another hero I'm curious about is the Luna. Like, if you don't take the Luna right now as Yakul's brother, maybe you're just giving it away to BetBoom.
It's definitely possible. The Luna Tusk combination is fairly strong. We did see it lose earlier today. And you're right, the Furion ban is interesting because outside of the Visage, nothing really comes to my mind. It is a hero that can push the lanes in and play super fast and enable some of the pick-off mids that Emo likes to play. And there is one of them, that Earth Spirit, that has, I think, gone up in priority for Yakults as Emo plays it quite well. And we've seen how well this hero can scale, too. It seems to give you really strong late game.
A wild question. Do you think, is there even a 1% chance we could see Boboka's Earth Spirit, the legendary Earth Spirit player?
Okay, I will say there's a non-zero chance, and I think the non-zero is if BetBoom Ember, then you get that Huskar. And maybe that Huskar counterpick is too juicy to pass up, right? And we've seen him play that hero.
Interesting enough, I feel like Earth Spirit was a pre-counter to Storm, but BetBoom still confidently decide to go into Storm, and now, more likely than not, a Kataomi hero, which should be
Clockwork. Not the best Clockwork game, but I think that hero is good. Oh, there's no clock. They banned it first. Never mind. So you are out of the melee fives here.
What we saw other teams up to is ET, Marcy, Omni Knight.
Yep.
This is what we saw.
Ogre
was what they did in a group stage.
That's what happens when the clock gets banned. You know, you dig into the bag of tricks here, fish that Ogre Magi out.
I like the Ogre.
You like it?
Why?
It's just like another melee 5 that if you prefer to play it like Kataomi does.
Have you played it?
No,
that's why you like it.
I hate playing Ogre.
I'll tell you that much. That's why you still like it, because you haven't played it recently. This hero, he's rough, man. I think you really have to use the Bloodlust well. That's why I like Ogre Shadow Fiend, because honestly, Ogre, you could be 0-0-4, but as long as you Bloodlust that SF, you might win the game. And I think that's kind of how you have to view this hero. His other spells are very underwhelming in the meta. The range on his stun is way too bad to have super reliable high impact in the fights. His damage is not what it used to be. His laning is okay with the learning curve facet. It can also be a little weak depending on what you're going up against. If you're against summons heroes and stuff like that, you just can't run into. This hero doesn't do much for you around the map. And he's not an initiator, and he's not a flash farmer. So compared to heroes like Clockwork, he just doesn't farm the utility as fast, and he doesn't use it as well.
That's because you don't buy Midas. He's going to rush the Midas, get the RNG going on.
You're just playing the Ogre wrong, that's all, Avery.
The Dawnbreaker. That's what they did yesterday against Liquid. Yeah. Worked very well. The Dawnbreaker, Earth Spirit, it doesn't matter what this Earth Spirit is matching against the mid. He just rolls in. There's the Dawnbreaker ulti and the Lion. They picked three
same lineup,
out of...
basically.
I don't know if they had Tusk, but it's pretty much the same lineup.
But Boca went ham with this yesterday. Absolutely ham with some of those triple Earth Spike stun landings in the base defense, and shouldn't underestimate the scale between this Dawnbreaker and the Earth Spirit going into the late game. These heroes get absurdly tanky, and all it takes is one Hex on this Storm to remove him from the fight. I kind of like what Yakults have going. They're just playing their own style, their own little, corner of the meta, and making it work and figuring it out more and more. And are BetBoom ready for it? Do they fully understand the scale in this lineup, the team fight in this lineup, and how to maneuver it?
Wow.
Dragon Knight.
Ogre Dragon Knight is your duo? That doesn't sound like it to me.
I mean, they must have thought it through, because it's exactly same lineup Yakults is running again. So they saw it. They're like, oh, what is good against Dawnbreaker? You don't think of it like exact same lineup, but you think like, if it comes to a Dawnbreaker, what would you like to play as a carry? And DK, I'm not also sure about it, but
what are the attributes of Dragon Knight? Why would you pick this hero right now when it's not super meta, right? It used to be, but not so much anymore. What does it give you?
I mean, sometimes heroes fall out of meta just cause, right? He still farms very fast and brings a lot of stability to the draft. And maybe they're just bringing something back that worked for them in scrims or whatnot.
Okay.
It's a pure classic in a way. It's a hero that can just cleave through stacks, get omega fat, be that 5 or 6K net worth ahead of everybody else, and just take the game over with some incredible timing with the damage scale that you can get out of this hero. I just don't see it as a crazy Dragon Knight game. It's fine. You are going up against some decent magic damage, some decent burst. Tusk is a big boy killer. You potentially have this Dawnbreaker Ags at some point. There is a decent amount for him to go up on, and I mean, DK Ogre lane is whatever, right? You have no aggressive potential, so you're just farming it out, which normally I don't really like with Ogre. I think it's better to try and win the lane harder, get aggressive, get him the extra levels. Otherwise, the hero just doesn't do a lot around the map. So to me, this is a very passive safe lane from BetBoom. Very farm-heavy, reliant. They just want to scale Bloodlust as DK at some point and let him be a god among men. I don't know if that was the right approach into this Dawnbreaker Earth Spirit, though.
Why not?
Because he did build a Vessel yesterday. We mentioned this before, but the Vessel Earth Spirit is really good against Armlet on DK. And you kind of, if you take this away from DK, he doesn't scale as much.
Sure.
That's why I don't prefer it.
I don't know, I just feel like you're not actually winning the ultra late. You can hit a really nice window with this hero around that 30-40 minute mark. You come out of that jungle with, for me, it's when the Daedalus arrives on the Dragon Knight that he really powers up. Whether that's your 3rd or 4th item, you combine that with an Aegis, you go high ground. You can absolutely win that game against almost anything. And at that point, there might not be enough damage Yakults can throw into the DK. I just think Earth Spirit can chunk this hero. The Dawn ult's a little spooky for him. And you still have a carry pick here.
BetBoom gonna ban another carry and then pick their Miero blind hero, and that's the lane I'm looking most at to improve in this series. Like we saw what Malik and Rue from Spirit did last game. They absolutely dominated the lane in a matchup that's we thought it's not so easy for them. And I think Miero and Save used to do this last season too.
Yes.
They would just dominate in a matchup that you think it's not so good for them. And
maybe just pick the Mars here. Get your team fighter, your strong lane with the Morta.
It's just a classic, right?
Yeah, I think it all pointed to that. They needed some AoE control, just some way to engage the fight that didn't put it all in the Storm Spirit, and that makes sense. And that Morphling ban is really nice here.
Avery, I'm gonna mention a hero that you really like. You have one guess?
Oh, the Templar Assassin.
The Templar Assassin,
I don't know-
baby.
I don't know
They
about
can't get
this
the
game.
Luna. That was banned away. That was their hero last time they had this lineup.
There's little refraction burn, but that DK matchup's not great at all.
I feel like it's a good matchup versus other heroes. Really good, especially versus Storm Spirit, and they can play the tempo. They need someone to take out the buildings. They need someone to take out the Rosh. With the Tusk, they're gonna do the Medusa. I'm more of a classic one, but
When in doubt, snake it out as not a classic fly hero. Oh, you didn't like that one?
I don't think that's the motto you want to go with there.
I mean, it's not a classic fly hero. I always picture him on more aggressive carries, the ones that can get in there, do some early brawling. Here he does have the benefit of the Tuskar, so the laning's pretty good. You're not a traditional Mars answer. At the same time, if you can get out the lane without the Mars killing you once, then you're pretty happy overall. And this Dusa could just be an indomitable frontline. You have Dawnbreaker behind him, Tusk Snowball Save behind him, and Earth Spirit who can start the fights for you and be super tanky. There's a lot of HP to get through in these 3 cores. That's what stands out to me.
A lot of HP, and you don't have the best damage, I would say, on the side of BetBoom.
Nope. That's one of the issues with the DK for me, is I think it can be a little slow to come online. And then you have this Ogre Magi who's giving you nothing. So it's a lot on this Storm Spirit to kind of chunk through these heroes in the early mid game.
Well, it seems like you Colts brothers have won a few of you guys over. 61% is the results to their favor here. But does our panel, after watching that draft, agree? I mean, it sounds like you guys were favoring BetBoom just based off team matchup, but draft, did it swing it over?
I like the Occult's lineup. I'm actually going to go with them. I think they're going to take it. I'm feeling these chonky boys on the front line with the Dawnbreaker, and it's to their style. And the Baboka line, I'm not going to put it against the Baboka line. I respect what he did, man. I respect what he did.
I'm gonna back up SVG. I think maybe BetBoom and Paper is a better team, but this draft, it worked against TI champions. Maybe it works this time too.
I'm not gonna lie, this was not what I expected. I did not expect that it was gonna be you Colts brothers all the way across. I thought it was gonna be against you two, but the draft is so important in Dota, and our analysts believe that they won the draft. So, if there's a draft win for you Colts brothers, what does BetBoom need to do to rectify this situation?
What SVG said, they need to prevail to late game throughout the storm, and then if it comes to late game with the Daedalus and Bloodlust, they can have enough damage, but they're gonna have a timing problem throughout the mid game.
Okay.
Just survive to that.
Let's go to the stage. We have a coach interview ready to go.
That's right, I have Bulk here. We're lucky enough to get a translator so we can get all the deepest, darkest secrets here. Firstly, the Ogre Magi, I want to ask about it, why you guys are picking it, and why the learning curve facet.
Почему берете Агра?
Потому что посчитали, что это хороший герой для нас.
They think that's a good hero.
You just trust Academy. Also about the first phase banning of supports. A lot of other teams right now like to ban the carries, but you guys seem very heavy on taking out a lot of those supports, like the Clockwork.
Почему вы баните так много саппортов?
То, что считаем, что в первой стадии на этом сейчас построен драфт многих коллективов, и мы пытаемся просто забанить комфортных героев врагу.
That's what the first stage of drafts is built around, so...
Alright, it's just something that he believes in. I wish there was more time, but unfortunately we got to get into this game number 1. Let's see exactly how it's going to play out between BetBoom and your Colt brothers.
We're going to find out as we have peacefully started our game 1 between BetBoom and your Colts brothers. We had a Banneroon split. I don't believe I think we just had a simple 2-2 split. Is that what happened?
I didn't get to see, so I assume so. As 3 heroes are going to head up top for YB. Look for that early harass going into the double melee lane up here. Baboka should be king of this lane. I mean, he's the only ranged hero here.
True.
Just lay in them right clicks.
If Baboka dies in this lane, it would be a shame. But
Yeah,
we
that
have
would-
seen that man go a little crazy sometimes.
That sounds impossible. I'm sure I'll curse him with that. I mean, there's no way. There's no way this lane doesn't go well for you if you're your Colts. You're against Ogre Dragon Lane. I mean, what are they going to do to you, you know? Hit you with the armor passive? There's just not much. And I'm curious about this mid lane. I've seen Emo have some explosive games on this hero.
He used the kick to try and scare the range creep. Instead, it just put it into deny range for Kiyotaka. Whoa, early first blood. He is indeed the king of the lane, and he has already killed Pure.
This is a strong lane, a lot of offensive potential. You land that Earth Spike into the Dawnbreaker combo, not a lot of heroes survive that. Even DK, he doesn't have the points in the armor until later on. Very susceptible up here, and Pure bites the bullet, and that'll be a fast level 2 for this lane combination, which means they might just go for another all-in again.
Hey, learning curve, they finally put it to work here. Got some spells to actually use.
This is my issue with this lane construction. You get this timing on the Ogre, and the DK can't help you use it at all, and you're just dead again.
Okay, well, very insightful from Book. We heard about how he just believed in the support duo. I wonder if his faith in it is shaken a little bit. It's a rough start for BetBoom.
And not the type of laning phase you want with this Ogre Magi. I guess some solo XP for Pure. Never too sad about that. And the mid lane is quite one-sided at the moment.
Yeah.
Kiyotaka taking it to Emo here. 12-5 to 6-0. So Earth Spirit's getting bamboozled on the early waves.
Certainly is.
It's tough to play these double melee lanes into the Dawnbreaker as well. You just get guaranteed Starbreakered. Yeah, you have a stun interrupt. There's enough control in the line that that's always not reliable.
Yeah, I mean, Dawnbreaker has 2 AoE spells, right? You're gonna make them really, really useful against double melee where they're likely to clump up in some fashion, so.
And the big nerf to the Dawn was reducing the range on the Celestial Hammer.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter when you're against double melee. It's like that nerf never happened.
True.
It's way harder to connect that hammer in the lane phase against a lot of the range carries that are popular in the meta. So YB taking some advantage out of this lane as Pure continues to farm his way back, and a Lotus secured by BetBoom. That is a mandatory pickup for the Dawnbreaker in these side lanes.
Oh, yeah.
Same for the Dusa. Both these side laners for YB would actually love getting these Lotuses. They use them really well. BetBoom will secure the one bottom, and I mean, they're still CSing really well in this early lane phase. Blood Grenade is going to be wasted.
Aggression just don't stop. Medusa is a bit low on mana at the same time, though, so maybe BetBoom will see an opportunity to equalize these side lanes a bit by winning theirs.
Yeah, this is an equally strong lane. This Mars Muerta, you do not want to get caught out where Save can get the dead shot tree bounce and push you back into the Mars. You're probably dead if that happens. As long as Fly just gets to sit here and farm up, though, I think YB are content with that. As the mid lane struggle continues for Emo, he's almost getting doubled up here at the 4-minute mark. The harass is absurd coming out from Kiyotaka.
I'm beginning to wonder if this is about time Baboka should start thinking about a trek into the mid lane.
I don't know. The problem is you can't chip the Storm down. So even if you come here with the line, I don't know if you have kill threat. Maybe you do. It's very close. He still has Fairy Fire and Stick on this Storm. So it's going to be a lot of HP to get through.
Yeah.
If you take the Water Rune away, that's the biggest thing here. They're going to get both. Pretty much guaranteed, and that's a huge boon for Emo, because he was losing this lane not off the CS, just the regen abuse, and then he can't walk up on the wave.
Oh, dead shot and a spear.
Tank defers, boy.
Fly just pulls creep wave over to the side, so the trade-off continues to go to the favor of the Occult a bit on the side lanes. It's just if only if this mid lane was going better, but Kiyotaka is now being pressured out of the lane. Baboka isn't going for a gank, he's just harassing you.
Some space for his mid laner who desperately needed it at the sacrifices, and a little pressure on that top lane for them. Net worth here is still looking very solid for BetBoom. They gave up a couple kills. Nothing too major.
Yeah.
And now the DK is getting to his later levels, so he's a lot harder to go on for this lane. As Fly continuing to get his mana chipped down here. No aggressive potential for the Tusk on this lane. It's just a matter of surviving, getting as many pulls off as you can.
Another spell cast from Yakult's brothers to try and secure a range creep that doesn't quite work. You hate to see it. Zeal slowed down. Wait a minute, the double melee lane almost found themselves a kill until Baboka came in. Hex and a good body blocking. Sacrifices his own HP to make sure Zeal's going to be okay. They may try and turn this around, though. Dragon Tail's going to be put to use. They do have Pelosic coming in from behind. They're going to go for the fast kill on a Pure and do manage to get him. Now the snowball into the Ogre Magi. All these heroes are low, but The poor useless ogre can do nothing to finish him off.
Very timely rotation from Paulson. This lane was getting abused by that Dragon Knight with the Bloodlust. He turns around, gets the double.
It does leave the Dusa entirely alone, and she may die for it. The stick charge is coming to play, though. Gets back, the dead shot, he still has that. That'll finish him off. The raindrop or no save does enough damage anyway.
Saw the tip from Pure. He knows there's going to be retribution for that commitment on the top lane. And the thing is, you're putting a lot of resources into this top lane, shutting down the Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight is great at just farming the jungle and coming back. So I don't know if Pure cares too much, and his position is still absolutely fine in this game. You did enable the Dawnbreaker. So that is one piece of the puzzle that has been working out for you. And Emo got to recover on mid with some of those little rotations on the line that forced Kiyotaka off the lane. So now you have that magnetize up. Emo's in a pretty strong place. Can look for side lane rotation with him. Maybe to that bottom lane, honestly. Killing this Mars seems more impactful than going into this Dragon Knight again.
Seven-man Wisdom Rune. Nobody's trying to make any steals here. A bit more of a lackadaisical approach in this opening game.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I do
under
think
attack.
BetBoom have been fairly slow team on the main stage from what we've seen so far. They were pretty shut down in the series we saw them earlier in that upper bracket. Even on top of that, it felt a little slow to me.
Yeah.
This is, I think, another lineup that is just slow and methodical. You want to get your farm up, hit your mid-game timings, and strike then. I don't expect a huge amount of early rotations or action coming out from this squad. Outside of maybe, you know, the Storm of the Mars finding a couple of kills here or there.
Most of that requires the right kind of power rune, which shield rune at the start is not too bad, but we'll see if there's something better like an arcane rune or regen rune coming up in 20 seconds. Meanwhile, though, they're going to make a bit of an excursion here into the triangle. See what's what, see how many stacks you got, and if Kiyotaka can have them, which it seems like he will.
Very little stacking in this game compared to a lot of the others we've seen. Maybe to the benefit of Yakult is there's not a lot to steal. And his first play from the high ground.
They're really going to try for this one. The chain stunts isn't good enough. The calling interrupted with the silence. They have the snowball coming in as well. But Emo never got a chance to roll in. The entire driving force of damage never went in the first place. At least he gets a power rune out of it.
He doesn't have silence yet, so his chain kill potential on that Storm, who is really tanky there, not that high yet. It's an interesting committal, though. That did look like a good fight for Yakult if you just throw everything in there. Maybe you kill a support or two.
I mean, they did manage to chain a lot of their disables in a row, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under
again,
attack.
maybe the calling is just too difficult to fight into. That early silence was enough to dissuade Emo. He waits patiently for a better opportunity.
This is a heavy committal.
He makes his own opportunity with a 2-man, 3-man smoke gank move into Pure. Who's he going to be tipping this time around? Wait a minute, the brakes. He still managed to get underneath the tower. Oh no, this is really awkward now.
That's extremely fortunate that that courier was fine over there when the smoke breaks. He sees them, can reposition. Unlucky break for Yakult as a 3-man smoke yields nothing in that first Earth Spirit move. Not what you were looking for with the strength of Magnetize on the map right now.
Don't forget to follow the channel as we're here at 9 minutes TP in. Now, Flyfly is a similar situation where he is having multiple heroes trying to set up a dive onto him, but he's a very tanky hero. So instead they go for the pick off on Pelosin. Snowball's going to only take him so far. Save is here on the other side. Hits him with the calling. That'll be enough. Now, half HP, half mana rather for Flyfly. Nero closing in fast. Managed to get him inside the arena. Doesn't hit the spear. Doesn't matter. They've got him very easily. Get that kill. Double for Kiyotaka. And a third. These galvanized stacks are going to get out of control nice and early if Kiyotaka can nab himself yet another kill. And he does. Triple for the man.
That is a very early triple kill out of almost nothing. He just created it for himself, makes the move. Yakult's not ready for that kind of action, and Medusa not the strongest carry to go and fight around early. This is not a gyrocopter or something that's going to output that much threat in return. Perfect combination on his bottom lane. You bring the Dragon Knight in, he gets tower damage on top of it, so Pure finding a little bit for himself, and BetBoom playing a strong and very solid early game here. Last hit to the Dragon Knight, all 3 cores coming online.
Yeah, considering the way that both safe lanes went, you would have expected the Dusa to at least be even, or maybe even ahead of the Dragon Knight, but Pure is so far ahead of the opposing carry now.
That gank dodge into the move really catapulted him up.
Yeah.
So he'll trade towers out here. That's also the kind of move that could go bad for BetBoom if you play it into the Solar Guardian or some turnaround potential from the Earth Spirit. Just aware of where those heroes are and bringing numbers to make sure, okay, even if you want to jump in here with the Dawnbreaker or the Earth Spirit, we have everybody here. We're ready to take that fight.
That Dawnbreaker is Yakult's brother's strongest hero right now.
Blade Mail.
If you can get to the Blade Mail, you're kind of online for the early game.
Not the greatest Blade Mail game. I guess it's okay.
Feels good. You're jumping into a bunch of AoE damage.
A little bit. I think Storm and DK can generally choose when to output it, though. Paulson will go down again here.
It's not having the most fun with this situation. Zeal caught inside the arena after he tries to hammer away. Does he run down the river? Does he run to the left? He runs nowhere. In a little circle before he dies. Kiyotaka has been set up for success, man. 8 galvanized stacks already.
It's gotten every kill he's been a part of, too. No assist for this man. He is just collecting some net worth out here. It's going to be a force to be reckoned with. A lot of stacks, a lot of net worth to play with, and Bloodlust to back him up gives the Storm a little bit of extra damage on all these kill attempts.
And when does Emo even the odds here?
He's got to get the Blade Mail for himself in order to enter these fights. Double Blade Mail timing could be something for you, Colts. They can put these ults to use. Ideally, you find Storm in this game. There's a big stack. Ooh. That was very satisfying to watch.
Guess we're not giving these to the Medusa?
Yeah, how much do you want to put into Zeal?
Apparently a lot.
Else? This is a huge investment in the Dawnbreaker, who already had the best lane of everybody. And you got to remember, this hero does not start stuff on his own, so he's still dependent on the Earth Spirit finding the openings. Or at least maybe a smoke gank for the Lion. Smoke Baboka in, let him start with the Impale Hex on a target, and then follow up with everything else.
Well, the man with the most net worth on Yakult's brothers almost got ganked. Fortunately, he didn't step too far out in that lane. He did have, BetBoom had a ward there. Now, Kiyotaka showed a little bit. Emo thought he could get aggressive. Still doesn't have that Blade Mail, though.
Ob's just out of Sentry range, so you make another unsuccessful move with this Earth Spirit. You don't get the D-ward, and
Radiant's middle
your Deuce
tower
is just
is
not
under attack.
farming that efficiently compared to this Dragon Knight, who is armlet already up, powering through Ancients. This Deuce is still farming small and medium camps. It's just not the same game right now between Pure and Fly. Another smoke to try and get this Earth Spirit activated. You have your double Blade Mail online. You have both your ults. You have to find something on this move.
Are scanning.
Where are you going? Not bold enough to go triangle? Or are you? I mean, now you're just indecisive.
It feels like you have to try.
Dire are scanning.
Money changes hands.
I mean, you waited this long to bring Emo to a fight. If you still don't take that engagement, I mean, the Dragon Knight is no joke. Dragon Knight carry, if you get this kind of free farm, you're just going to hit a timing that is overwhelming.
He has Bloodlust on top of it, too. This has to be one of the fastest farming heroes in Dota if he gets to just do whatever he wants like this. There's no way you're satisfied with this exchange if you were your Colts.
They're wandering around blind. They made a circle through their own jungle, checked out the side of the map, found nothing, so now they're farming some neutrals for it.
Maybe if you had massive stacks of your own and you were just playing that game, I could understand this right now. As it currently stands, something has to be done because Pure is about to massively out-farm your entire lineup.
Somebody has got to die. The Ogre Magi is a decent pickup, I suppose, especially if you can get the Finger of Death stack off it.
Hit him with the Claw.
Zeal in some trouble, though. They went for the global ganker. He activates his Blade Mail. Hammers away. It is probably the toughest hero for BetBoom to kill.
And he is tanky. Blade Mail plus Spark of Courage armor puts him up to almost 20 here.
Now he's thinking about going back in. Seal, does he want to drop the ultimate? He's going to go hammer after Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka still has a little mana to work with. Zips away from that last hammer spin. But now the silence. Emo kicks him and they got him. What a play from Emo.
I don't know if he meant to kick him away, but it was very stylish.
It was.
And Emo finally finds something in this game.
And what a something it was. A 6x kill streak for Kiyotaka shut down. Now they're going on to the Medusa without their Storm Spirit. This is a curious play. They got off the Stone Gaze.
It's a Solar Guardian.
Got him on the dead shot anyway. And they still have the Dawnbreaker ultimate. They just are not going to use it to help the carry out.
I mean, I will say the Dawnbreaker ult into the Medusa is pretty irrelevant, considering this is a carry that will never lose its HP. That part's a little sad in terms of synergy.
Talking about the heal part of the Dawnbreaker ult.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, there's no real save there. It's just the Dawn coming in to maybe turn it himself.
Wait, they have an amp damage. This is a lot easier of a fight to take as they chain stun up here. And thanks to the amp damage on Emo, they make it pretty easy. Now, they don't have too many resources. It seems not comfortable chasing for more.
That's a huge pickoff, though. You didn't have to go deep into the triangle to find him. You drag that Dragon Knight out. He gets baited a little bit by that juicy Tusk, who's been free food all game. Runs straight into the big cores. And this is more of what I expected from this Yakult's Bros lineup. Combining the Dawnbreaker and the Earth Spirit around the map, finding some big core pickoffs, and just abusing the fact you have super high HP plus
Close in, is he baiting it again? This time it's a ward that they're being baited onto. The Magnetize and the Blade Mail turning a lot of damage back onto this Mars. He's dead. There's still some HP. No, the Earth Spirit is actually the first one to go down, and Miro's okay. Tusk pushed up to the high ground. Oh, this is a fight the rest of the team of Yakult's brothers could not get to. Seal pinned to the tower that they were once taking, though it looks like Miro will finally die for this one. Zeal still has a lot of HP, but the Ignite from across the screen catches up to him, slows him down, and Kiyotaka, another double for him.
Really nice teamfight execution here from BetBoom, particularly Kiyotaka. The resource management on point. This Storm just cleaned them all up. And Emo, he rolls a little too far, a little too greedily. The Magnetize could have done a lot there. He just got controlled. So many stuns on the side of this BetBoom lineup. It's an aspect of this draft that's going to be troublesome if you don't have a BKB of your own. You're up against 5 stuns across 5 heroes.
Just another bounty.
The second one hits you, well, you're probably never doing anything else for the rest of the fight. So these BKBs are on the menu for the Dawn and the Earth Spirit, and that's going to be a strong timing for Yakults. They're going to look for more in the meantime.
Radiant are scanning.
Nice little win for BetBoom. We also have some wins going on in chat. Use Essentia wins the Manifold Paradox for Phantom Assassin. Of course, you guys also have a chance to be able to win something like that. You don't need to do any commands or anything, just hang out and chat.
I rolled straight through that Arcana in my candy shop the other day.
I did see that.
Didn't notice.
Somebody else got it for you instead. 8 to 12, and they're rolling after Pure. Once again, the target of the Dawnbreaker global ganks. Now they got that kill. Are they going to be able to win the fight afterwards? Because Miro's willing to take it. Got an arena on too with the calling on top of it. It is just a shredder of damage inside of this arena. Another ult from Zeal. Thanks to the shard, he's able to survive a bit longer than the Earth Spirit, but the outcome is all the same. Both the cores and the Tusk will die.
You could take our Dragon Knight. You're going to have other problems in this game. The stacks building up for the Storm Spirit here. Kiyotaka 91. And these arenas, the second you're stuck in that and you don't have BKB, feels like that fight's over. You throw the calling in there, the Ogre Magi spells come through, you're just going to get chain stunned into oblivion. So it's another nice pickoff for Yakults. They pay a heavy price, and it sets these BKBs back just a little bit more as they're trying to get them up to take the full head-on 5-on-5. Is some recovery time for Firefly on this Medusa. He caught back up to the Dragon Knight. As the Dragon Knight suffers 2 deaths, he gets to free farm. So that part of this game got solved a little bit.
Okay.
Curious what he's going to build here.
Do you feel like that is the most important part of this game? Like, it's a 6,000 net worth lead for BetBoom, but as long as the Deuce is on even terms with the Dragon Knight, then it's okay?
I don't think so. I think it's more what BetBoom can do with the DK's timings.
Okay.
And how fast the Occults can get to this double BKB right now, because that's what is going to let them take the actual fight. Do things like contest Roshan or make more aggressive moves. This is a very aggressive move. Looking for that 21-minute Wisdom Rune. No BKB on Miro.
See what kind of big off they can get, but with the Dragonite hitting that tower, it seems like your Colts brothers, they know there's an army behind him, and whoa, okay, that was extremely defensive.
Yeah.
He was inside of his base and still felt like he needed to use Stone Gaze.
Gotta do what you gotta do. So BKB's coming out across the board for some of these big cores. Pure already has his.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
This could be a game of who strikes first with these BKB timings. Because they're all going to come out here in the next minute or so. Just a question of, can one team use them better than the other? Find little openings. Look towards Kiyotaka on this storm. He's
gonna try and pin him, but he already activated his hammer, so it was a tough time for the Mars. Still, though, they have their own BKBs to be able to work with. Zeal's gonna get burned out. The Magnetize is adding up, though. Once the BKBs fall away, they might be able to get this kill as he got it reinitiate on that Magnetize. Kiyotaka will tick out. Now he's gonna roll after Kateomi at the same time. Gets a kick on him, slows him down, but they don't want to keep going. Pure is coming in hot. And your Colts brothers feeling a little cold without that Stone Gaze.
I don't know if they're too sad about that. The Dawnbreaker dies without getting ult off, and they get that Storm kill. It's a huge one in this game with a big streak. Kills a lot of Kiyotaka's momentum. I don't know if he had to stay in that fight as long as he did either. He really wanted to finish off the 2 kills that BetBoom got.
What do you think about this? We see a lot of Dusa, Manta, Butterfly, Scotty, that sort of thing. Early Orchid and a later Bloodthorn, I assume. What do you make of this choice?
That's why I was wondering what he was going to go with that Blitz Knuckle. Because you're either going the Bloodthorn build-up or some sort of Silver Edge build-up. Either one seems a little early here. The damage output goes up a lot.
Yeah. But you're getting the Orchid into the enemy team's BKB window.
The timing doesn't line up for me here. Maybe you can catch a support or this Storm post BKB. Maybe that's the idea.
Yeah, or maybe they have enough Chain Stuns. Oh, got him on the Sentry.
Target.
Wait, no, he Force Staffed out of the way. They had plenty of time to get a stun in there, but a Force Staff from, I believe, the Muerta save, bailing out his other support. BetBoom will back up to take their Tormentor now.
I mean, Kateomi's found a lot in this game on this Ogre. He's gonna be able to front line, be in the middle of the fight. Force Staff, Pavis already done. So this is not the easiest target you want to commit on with some of the Lion spells, especially. Like, you throw the Earthquake or Hex into this Ogre, I don't think it feels great. This is not the target you want to expend those spells on. Then if the Storm jumps you feel ultra bad.
Was that a Save's Force Staff? Does Save have a Force Staff, actually? Let's start with that.
No.
Okay, so that was the Ogre's own Force Staff. Man, they really dropped the bag on that one. They actually didn't chain the Disables at all.
But I think part of that was they're hesitant, because I don't think they want to drop everything on him. If the Earth Spirit's on top of him, okay, that's a different story. You can kick him back and stuff. Otherwise, you're afraid of getting counter-initiated on. You can't just sit there and throw things on an Ogre and then give a free arena Storm jump.
Nice catch by Miro. Olsen has been mostly food and mostly free for BetBoom when they set eyes on him.
That's Roche.
That is Roche.
This lineup will do it very fast. You have to keep in mind they have Bloodlust on everybody and this Storm Shard.
Yeah.
That can proc the Overload on multiple targets.
Sure.
You have a drum build-up on save, so there's a lot of extra random attack speed and damage thrown into this lineup that already has a decent amount of attack speed and damage. If they get to isolate a target and all just sit there and pelt him, that is the dream right now for BetBoom.
The BKB, a Kaya Sand, and an Aegis. Kiyotaka has
and a Gropo.
Very early immortality, another Gropo. Multiple Gropos.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Emo, that is not a target he can kill, but he can kick him. And it's straight to Bloodthorn.
Is under attack.
Man, this is so aggressive. Into a lineup that's going to start pushing into you with Aegis and BKBs. Will this pay off?
They do have the Chain Stun possibilities, though, so that Bloodthorn, maybe it can actually activate to get the first kill on the Storm Spirit. Granted, he's coming back with a BKB, though. So you're not killing him a second time, that's for sure.
So you trade Earth Spirit's BKB and some ultimates for the Aegis? Not the worst trade. You rather get rid of that now than have to suffer dodging around the map forever. Wasn't too expensive, I suppose.
At the same time, with those spells on cooldown, you're probably still going to have to dodge anyway.
Yeah, that's the downside here. If the DK wants to push, it's a tough target to just roll into. Gem up as well, so if you give up some towers, you give up some map control, BetBoom are going to deward everything on top of it. Secure power runes for the Storm, take your vision away. That map's going to feel real good for them as the lead continues to build here. 10K. And a lot of that's on this man here. Pure feeling comfortable and strong on this Dragon Knight with the buffs behind him. Got to keep scaling here if you are your Colts. Got to get into those late game items, the Shivas for the Earth Spirit, a survivability item for the Medusa. Could offer Butterfly this game. Scotty.
Top tower is under attack.
A lot of items, but not a lot of map control. You Colts brothers are going to have to venture out into the darkness because, well, BetBoom have a gem. And they are using it to cut down all of your vision right now. And you could just see, but even before the gem, there's so many sentries on the map.
Yeah, they had a lot of detection down, which there's no invis hero. They were just scouting areas, and it is important for their lineup to have the vision advantage because they want to single target jump somebody. So if you single target jump a hero on the front and then give that counter initiation to your Colts, it goes both ways.
They really want to jump fly
clutch
here.
hex.
Nice calling. That is continuing the silence of the Medusa. Now they pinned him as well. He's out of mana. Oh, does Kiyotaka take? Oh, wait. No.
That is not where you want to go.
You don't want to be going inside him. Maybe they do. The Dawnbreaker ultimate is looking pretty good. It's chaining up the disables. They got Kiyotaka. Wait a minute. It all worked out perfectly.
Where was the damage after that snowball? They were just all getting zoned by the Earth Spirit. And, I mean, your boy Baboka with an incredibly clutch hex on the Blinken from the Mars. Miro gets the arena, but he does not get the spear stun, and Medusa is able to get Stone Gaze off, which just stalls up that entire fight thanks to the little disable from the line. Very fast there, and on point due to the Aether Lens. You get that extra cast range.
Yeah.
Your Colts strike back with a nice little high ground hold. A little of a greedy jump there from BetBoom. Probably feeling super strong, super confident because Pure's, you know, uncontestable at this point.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting that they chose to go for, one, the tankiest hero on the enemy team, two, inside of his own base, and three, against a Dawnbreaker ult that could come in at any time.
Yeah.
You know, like...
It's tough. It's tough to do.
You literally chose the hardest target.
And they have saves. They have Snowball save, which we saw come out there. And you could also kick.
Yeah, kick. They also have Siphon Mana from the Lion to make Fly even tankier.
If Baboka really wants to sit there and pump his Medusa up, he can.
Yeah.
He has the shard already, so... In fact, this mana drain could be an issue over the long run. If you don't jump the line and you go in deep, you commit your cores onto this Medusa. If you just start sucking away, take all this mana out from the Storm as he gets stunned a little bit, it might mean that Kiyotaka just runs out. Yeah. And as we saw, he's super susceptible outside that BKB. The second you start landing some of these stuns or silences, he gets bursted pretty fast.
Unfortunately, we may not see much of that action from Baboka because he is also the person that is part of their initiation. He also gives them the best chain disable for you to be able to use that Bloodthorn.
He's really important for their
BKBs.
lineup.
So yeah, it's like Baboka, if he can get into some sort of fight where he plays both the offense and defense, great, but we're just not really expecting it.
I think he'd rather play the defensive side of things. I do not think this line wants to jump into the BetBoom lineup with how many stuns they have. You'd rather let the Storm jump into you and hex him, or the hex the Mars on the jump, or you're just in the back line, so they have to BKB early, and you just mana the Medusa. Something of this nature is going to feel way better for him, as a hex is online for Miro now.
Yeah, you won't have to worry as much about the Stone Gaze going off if you choose to make the same play.
At the same time, the Shivas is coming in for Emo. That's a huge item for their lineup. A lot more sustained frontline capability. He sees everybody on the map. He still rolls for this DD. Okay, yeah, he'll just BKB. So he thinks that amp damage is worth a BKB charge, which probably is, to be honest.
Yeah.
Especially taking it away.
Yeah.
And the Daedalus arriving for the Dragon Knight. That's my big timing with this hero. You get Daedalus on the DK, it's time to not necessarily end the game by killing Throne, but end the game by just taking over.
They are farming underneath a ward right now. It gets dewarded. They know they've been spotted. They assume BetBoom is on their way, and they are. They're smoked right behind you.
It's an important smoke to dodge. It gets you to your Shivas on the Earth Spirit, and this DK form is going to run out now. Especially on that Daedalus timing from Pure. He is the strongest hero on the map right now.
They did just ping the Dragon Knight, losing his dragon for him.
I don't think you can do anything with it, though.
Yeah, maybe not, but maybe you could do, like, your Tormentor, for example, right?
You just don't have vision, really, anywhere. You don't see much. I think you're going to have to smoke out just to maybe get some wards or look for a pickoff play.
And Balloon is an interesting tier 3 pickup. How much mana does it give you? I never use this neutral item.
Yeah, we rarely see it. Makes some sense on Dusa if you can transfer your HP back into the mana.
Sure, yeah.
Makes a lot of sense, actually. See if Fly makes some use out of it. Could come in clutch as aggressive Hex on the Dragon Knight.
Kick him back. He's going to be Gleipnir. Emo does have BKB, though. Pure also has BKB. Emo choosing to keep rolling in because he's got the Dawnbreaker coming in, but
this
Pure
Magnetize is still ticking.
Getting away. The Magnetize, Emo's going to roll after him, and he managed to get him off, and the hammer brings down the Ogre as well. He managed to get 2 for 1. Emo, okay, he does get burned out by Kiyotaka, and Kiyotaka has enough mana to zip away, but what a great exchange for you Colts brothers. A 1 for 3.
Heads up play, just going in with the Hex, banking on the fact that the help for the DK is not going to come in time, and the kickback is going to separate him even more. 7,000 damage done from that amp damage rune on the Earth Spirit, the Magnetize ticking through everybody. BetBoom do not have a lot of sustain to deal with it, if you think about it. Once that starts chipping people down, there's no healing on their lineup. There's no Greaves, there's no big pipe aura. It's all offensive potential, so if Emo gets in there and starts wreaking havoc, he's just going to go to work. Colts brothers find a big opening in this game. Strike back, even out that net worth lead, and continue to put Fly in a position where he can challenge the BetBoom scaling here.
Tower is under attack.
You're missing some timings with this Dragon Knight. That Daedalus window got nothing for you. The Roshan didn't get a lot for you. We saw that high ground dive, didn't work out earlier as well.
It's so the balloon is 20% of your health. I forgot that it was a percent of your health. So it's like, that's 140 mana. Not to mention, like, obviously he has to flip it back the other way, which is kind of awkward. So
it does give you regen, I think, though.
Yeah, 2.5.
Maybe his choices were just abysmal.
Maybe not. Hex is going to be used onto the Mars, but I got to force Staff away. Close to try to pounce on that one. Meanwhile, the Lion is dead. Now Arena, that's going to be able to finish off both supports. So they're both dead. Fly, can he just BKB TP away? Nothing to cancel it here. But it doesn't matter. Good God.
The single target burst is significant as Emo's going to try and salvage something here or escape.
BKB is gone. He's going to be hit by the disables. What a one-sided engagement. That was just awful.
They just ran him down. Bloodlust on everybody. The right click is significant, and they do not care about that TP out. They will take you through it. Much different setup of a fight there as BetBoom are the ones able to just run in, take the supports down early, and you lose so much firepower from this Colts lineup that the Lion and the Tuskar are down. Stonegaze is really the only thing that would have maybe bailed you out there. It just never came to fruition. So another Roshan into the hands of BetBoom, and they will gladly gobble up this Aegis. And they strike back hard. Pharasma now done for the Storm, so the single target focus damage continues to heat up for this lineup. It might be the Medusa with the Bloodthorn, but she's the one getting melted under all this pressure. AC for Zeal will help relieve a little of that.
Yeah, a little bit. This is
more survivability. I don't know what this attempt is. This is got to redo the math here, boys. Well,
nobody died, I guess.
Yeah.
If that was BetBoom, they would have just kept hitting it, and it would have lost 2 heroes for it, but they would have gotten it.
I don't know. You need to find some way to have higher impact in the fights with this Medusa. That's the biggest factor. Either maybe the butterfly lets you frontline, or you have some swift blink buildup or something. Now, Fly is not having much impact versus enemy cores. It's just been all the Earth Spirit and the Lion going in.
Yeah, it has.
That's concerning.
Looks very different from the Luna that they were rocking with this same lineup, right? A lot easier for the Luna to, I think,
for sure,
have impact. Lucent Beam is a funny spell right now. There's the AC, there's the Tormentor, a Shard for the Earth Spirit.
These are big pickups in terms of the 5-on-5. A lot comes down to that initiation from the Lion, what you can find. And Aegis on Storm is going to prevent you looking for anything too aggressive here, which means you're going to bleed out some more net worth lead while you let that tick down.
Yeah, your Colts better, they better come up with a plan fast here, because another Roshan, that's going to be an Aghanim Scepter. We've got a Midas, by the way, on Kataomi, so he's like, okay, it's about that time. I want to be more than just a Bloodlust bot. I want to be a real hero. So he's going to try and Midas his way up the network charts.
It's good.
Obviously, the Muerta's going to scale decently. Maybe not the best, but he's going to be doing something. Save BKB's second item.
He got that quiver as well, so he is hitting a lot harder than you might expect. You get that Dragon Lance up, and it's way more reliable in the fight. BetBoom are just, they're creating one of these lineups where there's going to be so many damage threats, so many scaling options. Dusa is not going to be able to 1v5 it.
Dire are scanning.
20 Galvanized stacks in Arcane Rune. Kiyotaka has near infinite mana.
I would love for a fight to break out right now. See another base jump. Would never rule it out against this team. No, Mass TP's bottom. They want to catch the Earth Spirit, who's been getting the one lane out that he can.
He's currently trying to get some tier 4s for him and the boys. Got a Timeless Relic for himself, which is great. That will help you scale, but it feels like you Colts brothers, most of their scale's coming out of like 1 or 2 heroes and neutral items, where all of BetBoom,
they're all just gearing up.
Stronger and stronger.
They are absolutely gearing up for the 5-man scaling.
Radiant are scanning.
This late game will require, if they get stuck in a situation where your Colts just turtle it up in their base, well, the way to deal with the turtle is just vastly out HP them.
Nice reactions. Losen blinks away, jumping deep wait. Kiyotaka did get disabled there for a second, silenced up, but they didn't have any stuns on him.
That looks cool though.
Kill.
Just no real openings here. Still stuck in this turtle. This ward bottom is going to scout all this movement.
Is this an opening? Blow up the Mars as quick as you can. It's not fast enough. He didn't even get to much below half at that point. Got off the Arena Spear, which will kill both supports, as it seems to do most team fights.
Yeah, Miro just baiting it out. He saw that entire move coming. Maybe didn't expect the high ground ward there for your Colts, which gave him the free initiation. It's just tanky enough to sit through it. More concerning goes here for your Colts as you question where the damage is going to come from in these fights. Unless Emo just 1v5s. What are we doing here?
Bloodthorn does a little bit of work. There goes the BKB, trying to pull away the Dusa. Beta a little bit deeper. The Snowball, he does manage to pick up Fly in the knock up in the air. The Chain Stuns on the Storm Spirit. They turn the damage back around. Couldn't take away that Aegis. Do manage to get it down. Never mind, but Pure, he is quitting pretty low, but he's healing back up thanks to his Satanic. He gets back up to about half. Emo tries to roll after him, just comes a little bit too shy. The shards, it doesn't block him in either. They only lose heroes, don't get any kills. All they could do is take away the Aegis. Another assault on the high ground for BetBoom. That goes fine for them. The economic damage builds.
12,000 damage, and so much of that is into the Dragon Knight. You can get him low, but you can't finish him off. I think a lot of that was probably Blade Mail reflection. Pure just doesn't care. He's got this Satanic to always bail him out of that type of situation, and you're never bursting this target in the game. Unless you land some crazy Bloodthorn Hex combination, it seems like a lot of these targets on the side of BetBoom are going to be able to survive your initial go, which then poses the question of how do you actually win the team fight if you can't just initiate burst to target down from the side of your Colts? What's the game plan? Hold till the ultra late game with some Divine Rapier Medusa? Does that even win it?
Maybe. They do have a damage problem right now. When we were talking about drafts, we thought maybe it was going to be BetBoom who would have the damage problem early on, but as this game has scaled up, Dragonite has gotten massive. Miro is very farmed, even just building utility. Mars is still pretty difficult to deal with. And the Storm Spirit with the early Kaya-Sanj BKB buildup. Rather tanky as well, almost 3,000 HP. If he gets an Aghanim Scepter, he will have over 3,000 HP.
Smoke Group from Yakults, they see that Storm tops. This is not a bad move to make, and you have the Ags on the Earth Spirit. So now you have a way to maybe take the team fight that's a bit more reliable. Roll in, stone somebody, kick them into the team, you get insta-hex. And to match him there, the Storm builds his own. BetBoom, just as you arrive at potentially a solution, Kiyotaka's gonna try and deliver his own death blow. Gotta watch out for these AoE pulls.
They are
Pure
sitting
will
outside the base
cleave
right
you
now.
down if you get clumped.
The smoke, it's only protecting some of the heroes right now. They see the opportunity to grab Fly. They couldn't get the snowball save. Instead, they get pinned together. And Pelosi will die as a result. The BKB does go out for a Fly, and his Stone Gaze on multiple heroes. He's trying to finish off Miro and then get out. Get away because he's running low on mana, but Kiyotaka won't let him get out so easily. Quick hex onto the Dragonite. Kiyotaka does get stunned up. He's almost dead. They got him. And Fly is still alive, and the Magnetize is still on the rest of these BetBoom heroes as well. They have to retreat.
These fights are so weird. It feels like BetBoom are just dominating them. The damage out from Pure in the middle of that arena is absurd. And then at some point, the BKBs wear out, the Magnetize starts to chip people down, and another kind of overextension from Kiyotaka that I don't know if it was necessary, just feeds a kill away at the end of that fight for little gain. You do get double support buyback. Die back on that Tusk.
These Magnetizes are ridiculous.
I mean, it's the best spell you have going for you. Absolutely. Almost to that level 25 talent as well.
And without the Mars and without the Storm Spirit, it's a good opportunity for Yakults brothers to take a trip outside of their back.
Didn't get the chain stun.
And didn't get the chain stun. Oh no, the dead shot is on the Earth Spirit. They've lost their best hero. Fly, he can't do it alone, that's for sure. Save. He gets bailed out, and now they're going to take advantage of this one, run down additional heroes. Can they hit the Deusa? Deusa goes to the TP away into the trees. They have stuns. They've got him. Katomi's there when you need them. They get the stun required. And that is one way, I guess, to break the base. Somehow, Yakults brothers see an opportunity to finally leave the safety of their home, and it all goes so terribly wrong.
Really poorly executed there. You lead with the line, you don't get the chain stun with the Earth Spirit. It's just all immediately wrong as Save turns around and blows you up. Support Moritha no more. This man is turning into his own carry, especially with Bloodlust to help him out. And they're just going to push throne. They know this line has no buyback. The Earth Spirit also has no buy on the gold alone.
Yeah, the Earth Spirit is the scariest part of going for the throne. That Stone Form kickback.
No save again.
He tries to get the snowball save, but Save says no saves here today. The Calling will expertly counter him once again.
And that is why I go to that first phase, the Tusk into the Morta. It's just not a fun matchup. We saw it time and time again. You have to blink snowball save into Arena, Mind Breakers, the Calling. Absolutely miserable game for Paulson to try and bail those cores out. Ultimately, even if you do, though, those fights are just getting harder and harder for you. BetBoom are continuing to scale up the whole lineup. I think even if you find ways to deal with the Dragonite, which they had in a couple of the fights, there was Save sitting there on this Morta, who's going to be a 6-slotted right-click carry with Bloodlust in his own right. Yep. That I don't know how you deal with. Maybe if you get to level 25 on the Earth Spirit in 5 slots, Emo can make some magic happen with some kickbacks and the Undispellable Magnetize and that stuff. But outside of that, there was not a lot of light at the end of that tunnel there for Yakults, and just ran out of damage, ran out of scaling. This Medusa was not it.
It seems like a trending story for this tournament. How many times have we seen the game does tend to go past like 20, 30 minutes, and every single time the losing team is on the side of things where they just do not scale up as much. Maybe they have one hero who does, maybe even two, but it seems like so often the winning team is the ones where it's like, oh, everybody on their team is getting strong. Is that just the sake of the winning team gets more gold and therefore their heroes scale, or do you think there's actually something to a draft difference?
I think it's a lot about the Roshans, which is a product of how your early game goes. This game, the early game was nothing for Yakults bros. They won that Dawnbreaker lane. That was it, though. The mid lane was pretty rough. This Medusa was very far behind. If you compare it to the Medusa game we saw earlier that Satanic played, he got out ahead on the laning phase. He owned that laning phase. He had some stacks. He was 2 or 3K ahead at like the 10-minute mark, and then he's almost 10K ahead at the 20-minute mark. That's not a hero issue. It's a how are we executing the game to set our carry up issue. Wi-Fi just didn't have a lot to go on here. His Earth Spirit had to catch up a lot in this game, and every fight, a lot of fights in the early game were centered around bursting the Medusa in the first place. These later fights, it's hard for Fly to come in and have impact as a follow-up hero. Just an awkward situation all around, and the Lion, he showed some of his weaknesses in this game. You can start on somebody, but this fight, that target gets force staffed out, and then you're just food for the Storm Spirit. You're an easy cleanup. If you don't start on the Storm, he kills you. So your initiation options are really limited for BBoKa in this style of game, which puts more pressure on you to have a better early game. If the early game goes better, and you're the one out in the lead, and you can get a couple kills on the Storm before he has BKB and jumps you, a lot of that also looks different. So there's a lot of snowball effects that go on in these games, and Cold Sage just fell a little too far behind, couldn't find the team fight openings to make up for it. And despite, honestly, a little bit of some throwy jumps from BetBoom, you know, the base dive, some storm deaths that were unnecessary, they're still able to just pull through with some insane scale, and Pure sitting strong in this fight. 5,000 HP with Satanic to boost him back up. He was a beast. No way around it.
Certainly. I will say that you gotta give it to Emo. He tried his absolute damnness to get these team fights going their way in the late game. He was doing so much to the Earth Spirit. I think that's perhaps the one little highlight I would look to if I'm Colts Brothers. I'm down to go for an Emo Earth Spirit again if I'm going into game 2, but I don't know. This Dusa just, it wasn't it. It never was put into the driver's seat of this game and could not seem to crawl back into that position. 17-37, but I felt like BetBoom was leading for solid 20 minutes at least.
Yeah, I think they felt very comfortable in this game, and particularly with the Bloodlust backing it all up. You know, Ogre Magi, maybe his kit isn't the best, but when you play in games like this with 4 other scaling cores effectively, and you can just Bloodlust them all, you're feeling pretty great about your impact as this game goes late. It just adds up. The single target DPS, as we saw in some of those fights, his DK is just sitting there thwacking on you, and there's no turnaround potential. Yeah. He does more damage than anybody else in the game. It's tough. The extra move speed adds up as well in these fights, you know, skirting around the Dawnbreaker ulti or maneuvering around the Lion. Even the Storm Spirit, when he jumps in, he's bloodlusted, he can remaneuver a bit easier. And actually showed some decent value this game, and it looked pretty good.
All right, well, that is Colts Brothers losing that first game. BetBoom feeling quite good going into game 2. Any draft changes you want to be seeing?
I think something that could have bit them a bit was the lack of AoE control in teamfight. They made up for it with the MOUZ, but going into that Earth Spirit Dawnbreaker was a little scary, so you have to think about how much you Colts are committing to that going into game 2, but otherwise it was pretty smooth for them.
All right, well, let's see what Nancy is up to. She's somewhere out there in the stadium, right?
On stream. Sorry, I'm trying to, talk to these guys, get really into what's happening in the crowd here, okay? I'm trying to make some friends and see if maybe they would play Dota with me in the future, but you probably have your own friends that you already play Dota with, right?
Of course. Okay. We don't play Dota alone, of course.
Yes. Yeah,
Everyone has some friends. And I'm gonna say to these friends, let's say, I fucking hate how you support. Sometimes it's so bad. You're feeding and you do really bad warding.
Bad warding, do you wanna, what's his name? What's his team ID?
Oh.
No, we're not going that far. That's all right. He probably already knows exactly what you're talking about there. Look, you got carry diff on here. Is that maybe also an annoying thing your friend does, or?
Oh, no, I'm just supporting BetBoom Team, and I liked Pure a lot. I think he's great carry, and that was one of the last messages to his previous team on another tournament. And I want to support him a lot, and I hope they will win this tournament.
Oh, I like it. There's very supportive messages there, but sometimes Dota can get a little bit toxic. Yeah. So I want to know, do you have a friend you want to call out? Someone that's really annoying to play Dota with?
Yeah, sometimes I play with my friend. He's in this scene. He's sitting right to me. And sometimes he's speaking Door Ranger or Medusa and going farming ancients on enemies' spots and saying, oh, I have level 5, don't worry, everything okay. They have fucking 11, 8 and they can't kill me. all good, don't worry. I take it.
And then he dies?
Sorry?
And then he dies?
Ratio style.
All right, well, hopefully the friendship can prevail through this. Hopefully you guys are still going to be friends after this tournament as well. But everyone in the crowd is having a lot of fun, whether they hate the way they play Dota or not. There is some good Dota being played here, and we do have a game number 2 coming up in this series.
Welcome back to BB Dacha. We are in the middle of the series between BetBoom and Yakult's brothers. The winner of this series will move on to see our lower elimination. That's going to be the last series of the day. We also have the upper bracket final that is going to be happening after this. That's going to be Falcons versus Tundra. Some exciting stuff ahead. But, gentlemen, we have to close out this series, and will it close out with a 2-0? We all liked Yakult's brothers' draft. Maybe, Milan, you didn't like their play so much.
It seems like BetBoom, no morning games, no problem. They're awakened, they're ready to roll, and they showed in this game. I think the draft still maybe a little bit favored for Yakults, but the play definitely. BetBoom not only hitting all of their moves mostly, they also dodged all the moves of Yakults.
Yep.
So they make it so hard for them to enable their lineup and live throughout this mid-period. But what was hard for DK, he gets Mom, gets Armlet, gets really big. And what we expected to happen in minute 50 was happening around minute 30, 35 for this DK.
Kiyotaka also had one hell of a game. He got that triple kill bottom, just propelled himself into a 5-0 start. At some point, he's 9-1. He's just cruising through this game. He has a couple deaths in the later team fights, but the damage is already done. Storm snowballed so much. He was such a threat. He's the one killing the Lion instead of the other way around, and that just upends a lot of what the lineup from Yakults wanted to do in these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he even died a few times. They managed to catch him out, but he just had so many galvanized stacks that it didn't really matter at some point. There's the gentlemen themselves who shook off their upper bracket loss, said, whatever, man, one game, one series, who cares? They are in it for the long haul, and they're in it for a lower bracket run. This time around, we're going to see the coin flip first pick for Yakult's brothers and Radiant for the BetBoom side.
I still think the second phase, I like that second phase for Yakults. I think they got their big core heroes. I don't think the DK was that scary. It's a solid pick. It's just not exerting some insane pressure on your lineup. I think the openers where they really got beat there. I think that Muerta for Tusk trade came back to bite them hard, as the Tusk just couldn't play as a 5 save in that game at all going into the calling. And Save himself was a beast in that game. He's the extra scale factor. He's following up on all the Mars initiations. He's causing the roll-in problems. He's causing the Lion problems. He's causing the Tusk a lot of problems. And then he's a big damage start with the Bloodlust. I'm still big on Muerta this patch. I think it is one of the absolute top tier supports. You have to respect that hero. And Tusk, for me, is not an answer at all to what that hero does in the fight.
Quite the opposite, right? You feel like Muerta is an answer to Tusk, so you
just counterpick yourself in a way, and then you really need to build the lineup around Tusk that uses his strengths super well. You know, either the Tusk Shadow Fiend you just push, or multiple saves that can bail out the Tusk, or bail out the other hero if the Tusk can't save him. Something of that nature. None of that really came through.
Yeah, I agree. It's not only the Muerta, it saves Muerta. And he is dominating on this hero this tournament. He only played like 4 heroes in the tournament, and Muerta was the most played. I think if you want to do well in the draft again, you need to start from this first phase.
All right, well, our draft is about to get underway, so let's get into our second game of BetBoom versus Yakult's brothers.
BetBoom Team versus Yakult's brothers. Game 2.
All right, let's see what the draft holds for us. Let's see what changes Yakult's brothers are going to make. And if the Muerta is going to stay in the pool, because, I mean, BetBoom, they had such a great time with it. Are you willing to let Yakult's brothers have it for first pick? Will Yakult's brothers take it? No, BetBoom says, no, that hero's OP. You guys you didn't recognize it at the start of the series, but you sure as hell know it now.
Okay, the downside of doing this, though, is that first pick Storm. It looks real juicy right about now. You know, ban Puck, take Storm, no Muerta to counteract that pick.
BB Team's turn to pick.
What does stop BetBoom from picking Storm right now?
Nothing. I absolutely take Storm here if I'm BetBoom, and I'm super happy with it because now it's good against the Tusk. There's no Muerta in the pool, and you just get to ban another mid. So I don't know. This is I again go back to this Tusk trade in the first game. I did not like it. I like this one maybe even less.
I agree.
I don't know. I'm not sold on it. I'm just not sold on Tusk compared to a lot of the other support pool in general. I feel like I've seen the Clockwork have more impact, the Enchantress have more impact, even some of the other picks such as Dark Willow I think has looked really good compared to the Tusk. This Tusk is just not, I don't see this hero in the games, and he's owning the games like he was at TI. It's not there for me 100%.
His stock has fallen. I mean, he was a little bit nerfed since the TI, but definitely the heroes like the Clock as well just felt better. Dark Willow is going to be the ban, so Yakul's targeting a little bit safe here. They're going to end up with the Mars ban. Probably still wanting that range core that they had last game, and Mars was the issue. You picked Medusa into the Mars, and you had damage probably. No? BetBoom is just like, yeah, Tusk kind of seems fine against Clock, you know, pull people out of the cogs, but the Clock did look really good this tournament.
Now you just kind of have to go into the Earth Spirit, I think. What else are you going to put mid against the Storm that gives you some mobility of your own, some team fighting, some extra lockdown for me? And we saw how that mid matchup went in game 1. It was not fun for Emo at all.
Do you just run it back? No, you do the Ember for Emo.
Okay, it's something different. I like that. This is a hero that can pose problems for the Storm in the early game, and the lane is generally good enough that you get away with as Ember. You're not afraid of the Huskar or anything like that because the Storm's locked in there. I need damage with these two picks, so I need some sort of Snap or Hoodwink or Phoenix or something.
Personal suggestion. Boboka used to do. It's Mirana.
The Mirana. Ooh.
Against the Clock with the Ember.
Could be interesting.
Boboka played a lot of Mirana. It was nerfed. The Solar Flare is not as strong as before, but the combination is still there.
I mean, Moonlight Shadow is also a fine spell, just for the record. You know, I think people are sleeping on it a little. Keeper of the Light. This is a volatile pick, I'll put it that way. This hero either shines or he looks absolutely abysmal, and you're left wondering why pick this hero at all. Do get that Ember Coddle combination, which we saw BetBoom play and get absolutely crushed.
Demolished.
Like, it did nothing for them. We were just left wondering in that game, where is the damage? Where is the early mid game? That lane didn't even go well for the Ember versus the Storm. I don't know, man. I'm not sold on this draft so far. I think they're just missing so much early game presence right now.
I felt like on paper that game for BetBoom it looked nice, but when it actually came to the play, the Ember Coddle just had zero chance, and now BetBoom in a position to take another Disable versus this Ember and just be strong in this 3v3 fights on the runes.
We'll see how that poster progresses as the tournament does.
One important question that I have is, do they just take the Shadow Fiend on top of it? They have the Clock, they're removing the Shadow Fiend from Yakul's. Like, what is the off lane to punish it? Yeah, there's some Enigma, there's some Beastmaster, but still the Shadow Fiend alongside the Luna, the strongest carry of
BB Team's turn to pick.
Little Grimstroke action. Get your offlane stun with it, so you're just confident you have that throughout the entire game. And you have Storm and Centaur to go in with this Inkswell. You have Soulbind for the Tuskar, which is a really hard spell to jump into. So again, you're debilitating the save action from this first pick Tusk and combining super well with all the other three heroes. This Grim pick looks pretty solid on paper.
Centaur, one of the best heroes against Keeper of the Light. All that hero offensively is the slow. You have this ulti to run away. You have ulti to run away from the shards too. It's hard to hit on it. So right now, all that Yakults have is the chains.
Yeah, they have Chakra Magic Slight, and that's it.
That's about it.
That's the only thing I see their lineup doing right now. And that's not nearly good enough to cut through the HP here, especially when there's three heroes that are all going to be jumping on you. You have Hookshot, Stampede, and Storm that can all get on top of your Coddle, all get on top of your Ember, throw in the Soulbind, the Tusk can't save them, and then there's an Inkswell on top of that. And they go for more tank in the Dusa, another Chakra Magic target, but not a lot of damage and not a lot of aggressive potential.
You could have seen on BetBoom faces, they were also like kind of chuckling a little bit about that. Like, really? you're going the same route again. They pick the Medusa, instantly ban anti-mage. I mean, on paper, again, like I said before for the BetBoom draft, when they did the similar thing, it seems strong, but it's just Dota is not a theory. Dota is practical. And right now, it's not really great for Yakult.
I think they're going to need some crazy offlane pick here to really bring this all together. Some early game damage and threat. Something to maybe give another stun in that team fight as well. That Sand King's a nice ban. I think that fits that paradigm.
There is a lot of the OP offlaners still left in the pool. Sand King, Bristol, Enigma. Any of those you're favoring?
I guess you could play Coddle Bristle. I haven't seen it. It should still be pretty strong. Maybe you just snowball a game completely off the fact Bristle gets out of control and BetBoom lack little damage to throw into them. Though BetBoom's lineup is not bad into the Bristle. It's really dependent on which carry you can get to match that. I don't think it's spectacular against the Bristle. It's not awful. The Bristle's just another hero that doesn't have a stun for the Storm and needs a lot of farm as well. Now you have Ember, Dusa, and Bristle who all want to clear waves, take stacks. You know, not a lot of playmaking, not a lot of heroes combining around the same timings. It just doesn't really fit for me.
Going into something that's more of a team fighty to pull the lineup together is the way for me.
Magnus, those kind of heroes.
Magnus, Pangolier, Mars is banned, Pango is still in the pool. Like, you just need something more of a casual thing to put together, but Pango is going to be banned. Already would be hard matchup versus this Grimstroke, but that's something I wonder for Yakult. What is a real substitute for that?
I'm kind of in on this Bristleback plan, honestly. Just Bristle Coddle.
You just go all in.
Yeah, just shove the wave, mass stack the jungle, get this guy massive, and hope the BB just carries to victory.
5 seconds remaining.
If you have chosen the path, follow it all through.
Meanwhile, BetBoom, their lineup feels very well-rounded. What's the carry that I feel like there's probably a lot of options they could run with, right? The Luna?
Yeah, the Luna
Why is the Luna still there?
Shadow Fiend.
That was a hero that was worth a first pick for some teams.
And first phase ban. Same for Luna and Shadow Fiend. Now he's gonna be able to choose between two at the end of the draft. The Nice Talker comes out.
Oh my god.
Where did that come? I mean, that's a lockdown for some Storm.
That isn't your scale or necessarily the best team fight option here, Milan.
I mean, there is an angle to it to try to save the day with the Nice Talker, but I think it was a rough spot to pick anyway. I don't think they could have found a perfect hero. I see an angle they're trying to do with it. It fixes some issues, but now you have Pure to create even more. What it will be, Avery? Will it be the Shadow Fiend? Oh, the good old.
There were so many options, they took one out of left field. Lone Druid.
How good is this hero post nerfs, post that TI where he was absolutely the most broken hero in the game? It was not even close, I think. Now he's been brought back down to earth a little bit. This is not just a game over pick anymore. You can kill the bear, you can deal with it. He doesn't get as many stats out of those items as he used to, so he's a little less tanky, deals a little less damage. It's still a very good hero against Night Stalker, though. The lane is pretty free. It's a very tough hero to run into. Night Stalker lacks a little bit of that burst damage. He tends to want to run people down or get you engaged in the silence. Lone Druid doesn't really care about those unless you jump him. That's the one X factor. If Night Stalker can somehow just start on Lone Druid before he gets true form, that's the one part of this matchup that's good. It's very tough to do, though, when the Lone Druid gets ahead off a good lane phase and just starts going through the objectives. It's a strong pick here. It is a very scary pick, and I am not sold on this Yakult's lineup at all. It's just all over the place for me. If this were that patch where we had the Ags Night Stalker with the AoE Void and the Chakra behind that, if you remember that combination when it was super broken, I think there was some major in there, some team won with it. Okay, I'd get that, but what are you doing with this Night Stalker with Chakra magic behind him? I don't know, maybe they're just going to play their asses off and surprise me, but I'm fully behind BetBoom in this one.
All right, BetBoom there for Avery. Milan, I'm going to guess from your disappointment in Yakult's Brothers after Game 1 and your favoring of drafts here going into Game 2, you're also going BetBoom?
Yeah, I think this draft is much closer than the first one, and the BetBoom has shown that they're awake, so I'm definitely going BetBoom this game.
But the song, guys, what about the song?
That's
the last time
I
you
never even
it.
liked the song, so I don't know why you're looking at me. I'm no weeb. Stay over there.
All right, well, I will stick with Yakult's Brothers, and maybe this Lone Druid sucks. I mean, you said, like, it's been brought down to earth a little bit. it had to have been brought down pretty hard if just nobody's
Yeah, it was.
picking it anymore, right?
It was. Maybe Pure has some new tech we haven't even seen.
Maybe it's not the same facet. Maybe it's a different one. One of the
entirely possible.
Many other facets that Lone Druid has. All right, thank you, Milan, for joining us for the draft. Let's get into Game 2, the Colts Brothers versus BetBoom. And no, it's the same facet.
Okay, well, so basically the same version of Lone Druid that Pure was playing at that TI, just a little worse across the board in terms of all those stat lines and what you can do with him.
And nothing else interesting in the facet choices.
No,
we are going to see Solar Bind.
Yeah, and I do like this Solar Bind, to be honest. I think it is a really powerful facet that's being overlooked a bit in the meta right now. The shard is really strong on this hero. You get to a point where you have 3 to 4 Solar Binds within, I think, 10 seconds in a fight. You absolutely can just debilitate a core hero, ruin a team fight for an enemy team. It's really bad against mobility cores, though. And you have the Centaur Stampede plus the Storm Spirit here. So that's the part I'm concerned about. Yeah, I believe in the Solar Bind Coddle gameplay. I just don't know if it's good versus what BetBoom have.
Yeah, they don't even have that much magic damage to take advantage of it, right? I
Not
mean,
really.
They do have the Crippling Void from the Night Stalker, so if they get an isolated target with that Solar Bind, then that Void, which is already a high damage nuke, is going to do even more damage.
Can be useful as a kiting mechanism. Like, you can throw them on the bear and then just kite out the fight. You have to remember this style of Lone Druid, though, is more about the hero than the bear, too. Hopefully Baboka has a good game plan and he can make it work. Could also stack with this hero. He's a very efficient stacker. Can set up the game a lot better for the Dusa than we saw in that game 1 in terms of the camps being available.
You're going to have some heroes in your face here. The Bear and the Clockwork. This mid matchup, Emo versus Kiyotaka. Again, this time it's Storm Spirit versus the other Spirit brother in Ember.
And hopefully Emo does better this time around. He got decimated in the first 4 minutes on that game 1 lane. Was doubled up by Kiyotaka, and really, Kiyotaka just set himself up to own that game, and then he owned it. So, could see the same thing here from him on the signature mid of the patch, and that Storm Spirit, always a scary hero to go up against. And once more, it's a lineup from BetBoom that have a lot of stuns. The Centaur, the Clock, the Grim, the Storm, all these heroes go in and they just set each other up. So the second one hero starts to fall, they
both of them
get
getting very low. Emo does have to use his Fairy Fire.
Almost got him low enough to kill him on the site return. Dangerous mid lane right now for both these players. Do not want to give up first blood to either in this type of situation.
Particularly since this mid matchup can go both ways, right? It is a matchup that Ember maybe even is favored to win.
I think Storm's still favored to win the lane. I just think Ember's happy because he doesn't have to play against Huskar, so.
Tag team activated to try and slow down Miro. Fly can't put any damage in it because he is just too low on mana. Hit by the stroke, that slows him down. Miro finishes him off. Double edge to secure first blood for Miro.
They just run him down. One not coming off cooldown in time, and once more, this Tusk Medusa lane is just not pulling its weight for your Colts pros.
No, it's not.
Which is a scary idea because you don't want to fall behind in this carry race versus a Lone Druid. Generally, that does not work out for you, even if the hero isn't the most broken he's ever been patch-wise.
At least they get a return kill on Fly's return to lane.
That's nice.
Yeah, the easy camp is open, so I have to assume Save was trying to do something there to stop the pull.
Still, you're looking at this Medusa CS. He's struggling in the early game, no doubt about it. Hopefully YB can make it up elsewhere as they try and get to this first nighttime period. Maybe look for another Water Rune steal around mid. We saw Baboka look for that in the game 1. As, hey, Emo is winning that mid lane. So that's a big difference between this game 1 and game 2.
He's doing very well. Yeah.
And the CS on the Coddle, got to keep that in mind. And a lot of those are cogs.
True.
The cogs are not worth nothing, though. They actually are, you know, they're like half a CS.
2 cogs equals 1 creep worth of gold.
So it's still some extra gold going into Baboka's pocket, and if you get some stacks on top of that, this Coddle can get very farmed out of the laning phase. You can do a lot with that net worth in the fight if you're not the one getting jumped by the Storm.
Well, this Centaur, I think he's feeling pretty good about this lane right now. Snowball dodge to get away from that ink swell, otherwise Pelosin would have died. But because Miro, it's the norm for Centaurs, but he did go horsepower. It just means no boots required. He's just double bracering up into blade mail. I don't know what Dusa's gonna do to push him out of lane. It seems unlikely. Emo challenging for the water rune. Kiyotaka pulls him back. Does that water rune, does it make it enough for Kiyotaka to live as Boboka shows up with a blood grenade, a blast comes through, Emo almost dies, but he lives long enough, gets the kill, and things swing a little bit towards the Colts brothers in the mid lane, but it goes back to BetBoom, perhaps in the side lanes where Zeal will die. As the support leaves, there is always a weak spot as a result.
Such a tough lane for the Night Stalker, especially during daytime versus the Bear. Pure gets the better of him. Nice water rotation from Boboka. Snags a kill, gets that other water rune for the Ember. This mid lane's going way better for the Occults this time around. As the side lane's trying to match their pace. You always have that little extra net worth on the Coddle, so you're okay losing a bit on the Night Stalker here early. Make it up during those later periods when you come online. Miro is standing strong up here. He's going to be a force in this mid game. You're looking at damage issues potentially going into all the HP on this Centaur. Katayomi trying to do a little scouting, see if there's any stack action going on, though you probably know there's some stack action going on.
Certainly. Well, if you're going to have damage issues, maybe it's best for Pelosin just to leave the Dusa alone in lane, see if he can find impact elsewhere. Kiyotaka is still not level 6, and the power rune is coming up. Emo is level 6, and he's going to try. Mass TPs are coming in. The snowball's still going to land on Kiyotaka, activating the tag team. Will it be enough damage? The Cogs pushing him away. They only need one more hit. Emo's struggling to get the silence off him, but he finally does manage to jump over the remnant, finish him off. He will die. A trade-off of 1 for 2 as BetBoom brought both supports to protect their mid laner.
They were so ready for that dive. Instant double support TP, protect the Storm with the level 6 disadvantage. At least you get the Remnant out so you can come back instantly without having to use a TP if you're Emo. And he's still having a better game than that game 1. That's something to fall back on. But BetBoom ready for the game plan. Making some fast moves. Nighttime does strike down here. And trying to get aggressive. Another rotation from the Tuskar, trying to get active like you said, and puts that tag team to use.
Nicely done. Lone Druid is an easy pickoff.
Radiant's bottom tower.
As they didn't have the support rotations, they certainly used those TPs for the mid lane already. Kataomi. Cogs, he is still battling up against 3 heroes, and it's a long ways home. Does manage to get the Tusk onto the high ground. Nicely played by him to put himself next to that cliff, but it also puts him within arm's reach of the Night Stalker. Claws down another one.
This is a way faster game from YB than that game 1. They are really amping up some pressure, putting it
Look
into
at
the
Emo
Bear.
coming over here. Pure, yeah, this is a wise choice. He's got to get out of here. This bottom lane is not safe.
He doesn't have a Bear either, so he's going to gate here. He's just not a threat. Firefly should be able to walk it off here.
Grasp not latching,
there's
but
no way.
Firefly is perfectly fine.
So the tower is going to go down to this Night Stalker lane during the night.
Got a Wisdom Rune deny?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Oh, man, everything was going so well for the Colts brothers, too.
I don't know how you really account for that clockwork illusion at 7 minutes.
But it's going to be a trade-off of towers. It looks like, as you Colts brothers, the Tusk went through the gate, but he is too late to stop this tower from going down, that's for sure.
Well, at least Pure gets something out of this time when he didn't have a Bear. Able to make himself useful on the map, gets a tower regardless. And a very even early game across the board. But Boca, probably the only guy finding more than you might expect in this early game. Decent amount of net worth early on that Coddle.
Nice shards. Blocks Miro's in to make sure the Gorgon's Grasp does latch. Still needs a bit more damage, though. Miro is very tanky. Double bracers, plus the chainmail and the ring of protection. A lot of strength, a lot of armor.
I do like the tag team in this game. I think it's pretty nice for when they try and all in these beefy targets like the Lone Druid or the Centaur.
Yeah.
If you bring a lot of people to that fight. And this is a Oblivion staff. Is this fast?
It's Rushing Orchid.
Just Brown Boots Orchid for the Keeper. Very risky buildup.
Well, Boboka doesn't like your normal support items.
No, he does not.
So
This looks incredibly ugly right now. You get to the Orchid and you get a big kill out of it, yeah, you're going to feel great in this game.
He's like, bro, Emo, what are you doing? I'm farming over here. Come on.
I do like the idea of making up for the lack of stuns in your lineup. Yeah, you have this Night Stalker silence and you have a chains. That's kind of it. So Orchid really helps you be more aggressive on this map and look for kill opportunities on the Centaur and the Storm in particular.
Do you think the Orchid is more effective than a Rod of Atos, which is
yes,
the
100%.
other support item? Okay.
100%. It's just more expensive. It comes out a little slower and maybe not as easy to use by a little margin. Those are minor trade-offs, though. You do get a lot more mana regen out of this, which is not insignificant when you're probably looking to use chakras on your other targets in this game.
Yeah, again, they have a mana battery for the Medusa. Last time it was the Lion. This time around, something perhaps a little bit easier to use in the Chakra Magic from the Coddle. So this Medusa will be extra tanky, though tankiness was not the problem for Colts Brothers in Game 1. It was the damage.
I would agree. So Orchid gives you more damage. That's true. It's also something it does. 10-minute power rune. Emo would really like to gobble this up. They have full control.
They have both supports setting up. They are not going to let BetBoom get this one as it turns into daytime in particular. And as it turns to daytime, be sure to follow that channel. 4 to 5, 10 minutes in. Zeal is going to go a Phylactery build. You like that?
Used to be the standard.
Yeah,
we went away from it a little bit. I don't know. I'm kind of the belief that the items on this hero don't really matter as long as you get them. That's the more important part.
Okay.
If you need BKB in a BKB game, sure. Outside of that, you know, is Echo Saber versus Phylactery versus straight BKB rush really change a lot of what the hero does? You have to you get in there and you either get the silence on who you want to or you don't. And that's why you're picking this hero.
Okay.
Whatever helps you farm and get levels the most, I guess, I'm all for. That shard is great to pick up at some point as well.
I'd be curious if what his item is after that, because I feel like it's a very good Blink Dagger game, right? As you said, get the silence on who you want to get it on. But if you manage to catch Pure and he can't get off his ultimate, or obviously locking down the Storm Spirit, like those are two very value silences.
You just have to think about that Stampede as you go in with this Night Stalker silence, and you don't want to get kited out. Best player of the tournament, Austin?
Well, 33's making a pretty good argument for himself right now, but then there's the whole slew of Falcons players. Smoke from behind. Darkness is going to be used. Kiyotaka caught by the silence. Oh, the Stampede gets him out of there, and he's got plenty of mana to run away. So that Darkness gank does not work. BetBoom, either great reactions or they knew it was coming. Either way, they dodged Yakult Brothers' first big move with the Darkness play.
And that is going to be the issue for Zeal this game. You can make all the plays you want, but if the Stampede is waiting to just bail out whoever you run at, you're just sitting here in that Dark Ascension, not having a good time. At least you made this move to a tower, you get some damage. Kataomi going in.
Miro trying to catch up. Snowball puts Pelosin back into play, but
this is a
momentary stun.
I mean, Emo's incredibly strong here. I do not think Yakult should be running from this fight at all. You have Chakra Magic, Amp Damage, Ember. King of the map right now.
Magic.
Not the worst move, honestly. It didn't get them exactly what they want, but they got a lot of reaction out of BetBoom. They got some decent tower damage, I think. In fact, Emo's going to finish this. Got to get that last hit. If he had lost it to that range creep,
with an amp damage.
I don't know what to say if that had happened.
Kataomi looks like he got spotted by the ward that they placed when they went for that backstab on mid, so they saw him kind of rotating across. He was sandwiched between two cores. And even Pelosi.
Solid sequence. And the whole time that's happening, you finish your Orchid on the Coddle, so now you have that option available, and your Dusa was free farm. Flyfly having a much better go-around this time than that game one, finding way more net worth in this early game. He's set up a lot better, and the Coddle's preparing stacks for him. So he's outpacing this Lone Druid by a decent margin, which is exactly what you want to see when you play against this hero. Just be a little ahead of him. He has to always fight from that position where does he have enough damage? Does he have enough survivability to take an aggressive fight or force Roshan or force a tower? And if he doesn't, then he just gets stuck in these farm trade wars where you start to question, is this hero actually going to win the late game? At TI, yeah, 100%. I mean, the hero was absurd.
this meta and this style of game, that facet does come back to bite you a little bit, right? You can only put so many items on your hero versus the bear versus what do you get at that point, 4th or 5th item down the road.
Another smoke. That said, Stampede is up again. This time around, BetBoom are also going to smoke. They have their own Orchid on Kiyotaka. It could be a double Orchid reveal here.
Oh, he could get caught by that Keeper Orchid if he doesn't see Vivoka.
Almost got Kataomi, but he managed to get the silence onto the Ember Spirit. He's picked up inside of the Snowball, and the Orchid is returned onto the Ember Spirit. He could get chained up here, but the Soulbind on 2, plus the double silence and the Stomp. How are they not dead already? They're going to probably fall, but the Storm Spirit might be in some trouble. He's slowed down underneath the silence. No Stampede to get him out this time around. How did Emo and Pelosin survive through that? That was crazy.
Absurd that they get out of there, and now they're still looking for more.
Goes back in is Miuro, but it looks like he's going to run out of damage as he couldn't get off that double edge. He gets Stone Gaze midway through the animation. Kataomi dies at the end of it. Nobody dies on the side of you Colt brothers.
He is so tanky on that Ember with the shield. That's all magic damage going into it. Emo just tanks it all, lives on a fraction of HP. And it was a huge deal that they had to Orchid for the Storm. It mitigated so much of the damage output from Kiyotaka in the first phase of that fight as he ends up jumping the Tusk, not the Coddle. Working on Orchid action, Baboka gets some decent value out of that reveal. Now they're in a very solid position as it turns to nighttime on the back of that one-team fight.
Yeah, if you're winning team fights during daytime, that's got to feel really good, and you have a Duso who's not really joining you too much in those team fights. He did in that last one, of course, but
which was
he probably wants to be playing more towards Ancients.
Like Fly showing up there versus Pure. What has Pure's impact in this game been so far? Very quiet from him.
Yeah, and not the same amount of farm due to the stacks. BetBoom. The smoke is spoiled, and if they couldn't get him last time, they'll have a second go at it. This time, it'll work.
A storm was coming.
Much different situation. Found that Ember isolated, no backup. Orchid goes to work. He'll get that pick off they wanted the whole game.
I do think Pure is going to start introducing himself to some fights now. He's got a Gleipnir really early on.
He can absolutely start to join, and it's another strong lockdown mechanism.
Radiant are scanning.
I think he's most of the tank on this lineup as well. Yeah, the Centaur can go in and tank some spells. The Occults don't have to focus him down, whereas if the Bear is in there beating them, throwing the Gleipnir out, you have to deal with him to some degree, and you throw a bunch of damage into this Lone Druid. That's where the hero shines. He's just a massive damage sink.
Kiyotaka's got 2 Galvanized stacks. I feel like this time, last game, he had like 15.
Ooh, yeah, it's a stark difference here. And the laning phase has really just made all the difference. Emo performing a lot better in a different matchup, and they put a couple little resources and rotations into that mid lane from the Coddle that also added up. The Colts on the move, aggressive during this nighttime.
He's got Blink and Stampede, but he's half HP, so if they could play outside of his vision, surprise him with the Void, get the damage on him, get the silence on him, no chance at an escape through Blink or Stampede.
That is always going to be a welcome sign, starting on the Centaur, especially if he's low, because then there's no Stampede save.
Yeah.
And Zeal doesn't have to worry about getting kited out in these fights. Is going that Blink and looking at the Shard as well. I think it makes a lot of sense here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
YB powering up on this nighttime interval, 5K net worth lead for them.
Is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Dragonlance Manta into Butterfly. It's going to be the choice for the Medusa. That timing will feel very, very good against the Lone Druid, most likely, especially given how far ahead he is compared to the Lone Druid's farm. And Pure, yet to be able to use that Gleipnir for much. A 3-man smoke up from BetBoom is going to sweep across the map, and I think play to where Pure is headed, which is top lane. The power rune still goes to Emo, though.
They want to use this Arcane on the Storm. They're just not going to find anything. It's an entire cross-map move that yields maybe nothing. They will absolutely jump him if they see him.
Running to him now, Fly. How quick does he react? Orca goes out now. The Manta Stone Gaze goes out, but maybe they can still burst him. The Stone Gaze stuns are there, but he's still trapped inside the cogs without any mana. He is just done for. Sandwich between too many heroes.
Comes
There
the
is
team.
still a fight, though. Yakult's brothers, they've been winning fights without the Dusa potentially. They thought about taking it, but the Soulbind grabbed the Night Stalker. The worst hero to be locked down. Still, though, the back line looks like the Tusk trying to get that support kill. Managed to get it with the help of Emo. Now they've got Kiyotaka in their midst. Kiyotaka is going to make one last jump away. Emo and Zeal still in pursuit here. The chains doesn't land onto him, and they can't quite get him with the Remnant, and the silence lasts too long. Zeal not going to be able to get that kill either.
That's the blink is finished for him. What he would have done to have it in that fight. Yeah. All that damage is the Ember. Of course, it's all in these sites. It's getting split across the entire lineup. So, yeah, you did 6,000 damage. None of it's really bringing a big core target down. Needs the Medusa and the Night Stalker to be alive to help focus targets. And Kiyotaka, he finds the backline that fight. That's the biggest difference. He was able to take the Coddle out. Removes a lot of the net worth from this Yakult's lineup as... Well, they'll find Miro on a wave. Should be able to get him here.
Yeah, it's a lineup that still plays very fast. A team fight ends, they're ready to fight again in 30 seconds if it's nighttime. So they go right back to it, still find a pick off, still even things out quite a bit.
And you look at those two offlaners, I would not have guessed this Night Stalker would have been ahead of the Centaur at 20, given how well that lane started out for Miro.
Sure.
His game has really fallen off. Now, Stampede is still some really good utility in this game. Shouldn't underrate that.
And we are going into a daytime period here. BetBoom may be able to pull things back into their favor in this window where it's Tormentor, Wisdom Rune. How early on does either team want to do Roche? Feels like it's more plausible for BetBoom.
I mean, Lone Druid definitely wants it in this game fairly early. Tag team on the Tusk can let Yakults do it at some point. I think you have to win a fight to go in there, though. I don't think they're the team that just walks in and forces the Roshan. Maybe if you have Butterfly and Medusa. I mean, you get there and nothing happens. It can be cool. And yeah, Radiance on the menu for Emo.
Yeah, a lot of survivability with the Mage Slayer first pickup. We saw how well that worked for him. Now the Eul's Scepter and then a Radiance adding a bunch of evasion. Pretty interesting idea.
A lot of damage over time if he's surviving the whole fight as well.
Yeah. They're certainly playing for long, drawn-out team fights between a Dusa, Ember, Radiance.
Pure will strike first, though. Diffuse will finish, so he's pushing his way towards that Disperser. He'll be 2 slotted on this Bear, which is a really strong timing. Should not underrate it. Put an Aegis on top of all that, and suddenly you can start pushing some buildings. As Yakult's just nowhere close enough to contest this Roshan. They'll scan it out. Just too far away. They're TPing down, though. Maybe they want to fight after this is done. In fact, if you can catch anybody here, you take them as
Yeah, it looks like they're too late. A successful scan. They know Yakult's brothers is on their way. Most of them already TP'd out. And the Storm along zip away from him. As he's finishing up his BKB for the next team fight.
This will finish the BKB on the Storm and the Disperser on the Lone Druid on top of that Aegis. BetBoom going to hit a really strong point here, particularly if they can just push objectives and protect the backline. Yeah, the Night Stalker can jump in. How much will that work for him, though, if he just jumps into Soulbind or Hook Shot or a Vortex Pull? You're going to take a lot of damage, a lot of chain stun potential follow-up. 2 lives on this Storm Spear right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very
Yet
strong
it's Yakult brothers who are
Radiant structures
hitting a tier 2.
fortified.
Flyfly has his butterfly complete. Says the timing is now, gentlemen.
Strong item in this game, and he's getting it fairly early here, very far.
Radiant's bottom tower
Smoke
is
from
The
under
Night
BetBoom.
Stalker is playing around a high ground ward, but he went to the other side of things where BetBoom will see the initiation chain the stuns rather easily.
Kind of with everybody else. That's something. And you do get that tier 2.
Yeah.
Nice
You
pick
had
off,
that
though.
high ground ward. He got greedy. He wanted to farm that neutral camp, man. I thought he was just going to sit underneath the ward. As soon as the smoke breaks, he blinks away. Pops darkness, maybe.
Tank the gank, you know? Someone's got to...
Well, I guess, yeah, you're not going to ask Baboka to do that for you.
No, I don't think Baboka's ever tanked a gank.
He was probably the one who sent Seal up there.
You know, go stand in front of me.
I think they're coming.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Another tower for the Lone Druid. As this daytime interval pushes on, do your Colts want to try and fight with Dark Ascension into an Aegis when you don't have nighttime waiting for you on the other side? It sounds really risky.
Get so much information here. They're going to try and blow up the Baboka Kano, which they spotted through the rocket flare. Pelosin couldn't bail him up. They got the gem back in their favor, though. Kiyotaka doesn't have much mana, though. His BKB's going to wear out. He's going to make a short little zip TP away. The Night Stalker gave up on that fight, though. They went to Fly. They've already killed Pure, and they're running down Miro next. A Stampede away. The Ghost chases back to save. They got him on the Yules. That'll be a dead Centaur, and Zeal knows it too. He's hunting for more, and I believe he is gonna find it in save. Just maximizing the kills they get out of it.
Backfired horribly. Yeah, you get the Cuddle, use all the mana on Storm, so he's not a threat anymore.
Yeah.
And then Dark Ascension, Blink Silence onto the Lone Druid. Zeal hits his mark perfectly. And that's the big factor here. If you don't have Stampede to bail your Lone Druid out of that AoE control, he's gonna get out far. No true form to really bail you out to a huge degree in that fight. You're just food. The lead grows again for your Colts. No real answers to this Medusa yet. And now we've hit the nighttime, so Zeal feeling a lot better about the next 5 to 6 minutes here, and he should have BKB arriving in that time as well.
They don't have an answer
for the
to
Ember.
the mischance. The evasion and mischance has hit a peak now for your Colts brothers, and it's nighttime, and they still have the gem to take away your vision. This is going to be a rough 5 minutes for BetBoom. Do you manage to get a pick on, perhaps? Hook shot into a Gleipnir. He had a Ghost Scepter that was on its way, I think, but guess never got to him.
Have to look for more of these kind of pickoffs. Abuse the power of the Storm Spirit here.
Anti-Stone Gaze. Fly, not taking any chances here. Kiyotaka will use his Illusion Rune to get out of the chains. Gleipnir still catches him. Centaur Stampede to chase after it with an Inkswell Bear. Not finding any heroes in range just yet. BetBoom apparently not that concerned about this window of time.
Got to use the true form when you pop it. So Pure gonna man up here. Not afraid of a Night Stalker jump.
Nice disperser use, cleansing off that chains.
This game is still so close. And you still have to look towards this mana right here. Kiyotaka, if BetBoom are gonna bring this game back into their control, take away some of that lead, it's gotta be on the back of the Storm Spirit finding at least 1 or 2 heroes in that fight without the backline getting too exposed to the Night Stalker Ember. That's the tough part. Who do you jump in this Colts lineup without them getting a better return?
Yeah, I mean, they had a decent idea in jumping the Coddle. The way they did it maybe wasn't the best, but...
Haste! Yeah, you'll absolutely jump the Coddle every time. It's just then does the Night Stalker jump you? And
he's pretty free to do so now that he has BKB.
He's strong. His BKB will let Zeal have complete freedom in the fight. Not really worried about too much. Can just wail into a Silenced Lone Druid, a Grimstroke.
They're so confident. You can see Emo's gonna cut that top wave while Fly pushes in mid, so they're gonna limit the split push effectiveness of BetBoom right now.
Got that gem cooking as well. Really controlling the map nicely here. Gearing up for that next Roshan. Get a bunch of wards off the map. Save that Dark Ascension. You can contest it. It was a daytime Rosh though, which was a nice idea from BetBoom. If you can keep the cycle going on that side, then this Night Stalker has a way more difficult time contesting. I like that going for him. And Enchanted Quiver for Fly, he'll return the favor.
Do you think BetBoom has gotten away with a bit of murder though in this? It's 3 minutes into this nighttime window. You had the Aegis for part of it. They got that pick off in mid. They took a mid tier 2. The Storm Spirit just farmed a lot on the right-hand side of the map.
I don't think it's been too bad. Your Colts have been grouping up. They're taking objectives. This is going to be the last tier 2 gone off the map. The only other play they could have made was just sit the Dusa on these objectives and smoke across the map and look for the fight, which I think was a viable option.
Yeah.
During this nighttime, you let the Night Stalker lead. In theory, you get the better vision. Instead, it's BetBoom making the play during this night. Smoked up, trying to find the backline here.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Smoke response from the Colts brothers. Are they going to go into this fight anyway? Pelosin makes the jump onto the Grimstroke. Got a knockoff in the air. Couldn't immediately kill him. Emo's going to finish him off, though. A 1-4 trade-off so far, but Coddle dies just as well. Kaitomi, hook shot, trying to stop this Ember Spirit from dicing up the team, which he is doing pretty damn well. Got to be careful of those bears, though. Kiyotaka managed to get a root on him. Fly, trying to save with the Stone Gaze. Got the bear. Couldn't save the Ember Spirit. They go back to be able to deal with the bear which will kill the Lone Druid. They get the Clockwork in turn. Now to chase down Kiyotaka is out of mana. Pops BKB. 5 more seconds until he has TP. It's not looking great. He has a regen rune, but it's not giving him enough for you. Boboka says it's lights out. And sure enough, Kiyotaka dies with his kill streak now ended.
This Night Stalker is so strong in the fight. They don't have an answer for Zeal at all. He kills the Centaur, helps clean up the Lone Druid. The Dusa is able to run in, and this Radiance Burn, it does enough. Emo eventually gets rooted. The damage is done as Pure is so low. That bear burst killed him. And despite the Tusk jump not going that great and Boboka instantly dying to Kiyotaka, they basically just 3v5.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
They're going to claim a Rax for their victory here. These cores on the side of YB, they're just so strong right now.
They pinged for more. I don't know if they could take a full lane. They're not even going to try to take a tower. That's perfectly fine.
This game has just gone out of control for BetBoom. This is not the kind of trajectory you want with Lone Druid. And this hero's just felt flat. He's not doing enough damage. He's not tanking enough. Your Colts are just running straight through him. Yeah, you sacrifice one hero to do it in this Ember. Who cares?
Yeah. Maybe my focus hasn't been on the Lone Druid, but I really haven't seen him do much in this game. That last team fight was probably the most that I've seen from him, and getting the lockdown on the Ember Spirit. But
it's hard for him to run into the Deuce's control. He usually finds one core and brings him down, and then he gets chased down by the other two. So maybe some of it is keeping the whole lineup here alive on the side of BetBoom. You just bleed out heroes that Lone Druid's not going to be able to stand on his own. And I mean, this Deuce's, he's far ahead. The game Fly has had on top of the game the Night Stalkers had. There's a lot of damage coming out from these two cores that's hard to ignore. Conda done for the Night Stalker now, and they're aiming at that Dayside Roshan. If they get that, they are extremely confident in this game.
Yeah. They just hit level 20 on the Ember Spirit. Nice talent. An extra 50 damage on the Slight. It means even more when you've got the Ember Cuddle combination, right? Because you're double sliding, so any boost on the Sleight of Fist damage is going to pay off double. Aghanim Scepter done for the Grimstroke. It's nice getting a Dusa illusion, but is it going to swing the game? Is it going to change the team fights that much?
It's a really powerful illusion. We shouldn't underrate it here. It's a Butterfly Dusa. So it's not the easiest illusion for your Colts to bring down. And it's an extra source of damage in the fight. Still got to look for these big soulbinds too. If you can soulbind two of the cores together, that could also be a win condition in these team fights for BetBoom. Something to let the Lone Druid go to work. Because this Deuce is about to be 6-slotted off this Aegis, and that is a game ender right there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They had for Kiyotaka, very nice rune. He's done a great job at bringing this Coddle down, just not letting Boboka do anything. You know, he talked about that Chakra Sight combo. Well, I don't know if they've done it once, because Boboka usually just walks in the fight, gets jumped, and dies. Need Aeon Disc or something in this game. Glimmer will help.
Daytime Roshan that Colts Brothers is going to take, unless BetBoom can get here in time. It's dying so fast with the tag team. They get another Rocket Flare inside the pit. They're going to watch helpless as Roshan dies. They can't get there. They're going to have to play for a high ground hold.
And now this Deuce's inventory is
stacked.
Incredibly scary. You did get to your third item on the Lone Druid. This is where the facet shines. You're kind of peeking right now. Butterfly of your own side up here. No evasion pierce on your Colts, so
yeah, the butterfly with the double evasion from the facet.
It's very, very strong. Rip.
Whoopsies.
I like the little smirk from you, though. It's like, that's what you get for your greed. Should have bought a healing item for me. Who got that chart, by the way? It was the
Night Stalker. Zeal never bought his, so he's got it now.
That's a nice pickup for him, considering how farm he is.
Nice little bit of quality of life if he ever gets low in a team fight. Maybe backs off, eats a creep somewhere. Goes in again. Aghanim Scepter next for Emo with his BKB on top of everything else. Boy, he is crazy tanky. 2100 HP, but that is deceptive number. His effective HP is off the charts.
He's very hard to lock down now, and it's going to be a big nuisance. These supports on the side of BetBoom are, their time in the fight is extremely limited. You probably have less than 3 or 4 seconds to get your spells off and have impact before somebody's in your face, just chunking you down. Very defensive posture.
Kiyotaka is not farming, right? He is just sitting up there waiting for
now he's farming.
An errant hero to walk his way, but nobody from Colts Brothers is going to bother with their own side of the map. They control BetBooms, and they are mounting up for a high ground push. Probably going to wait until nighttime strikes, but that
no
is
reason
imminent.
not to. It's going to roll over in 10 seconds here, and then can put that Dusa on the front line. Let her hit the high ground. Dare the fight out of the side of BetBoom. Or just get a freebie outside the base.
He is silenced right now, but they got 4 staffs and Disperser to help him out.
Do you actually not want to go high ground during this period if you're Colts? I think you do. Yeah, I have a hard time imagining Fly doesn't want to. They're going to TP top, look for the catch. Super delayed though, nowhere close to landing on that storm. This delays this Aegis push even more. Only 2 minutes left. They have not really done anything with it.
We've seen a lot of teams throw on the high ground, so maybe this is just caution from you Colts Brothers.
I mean, your Dusa is 6 slotted, right? What is the purpose of waiting in a way?
He wants Lincoln's. Is that in response to the Grimstroke axe? Are they really afraid like Dusa is the only thing that can beat us?
Solid here.
Dire are scanning.
I guess you can just stack Lincoln's in this game. You can get nags on the tusk, kick somebody out. You're not too afraid of continuing to scale. A lot of growth still available for Emo and Zeal on this Night Stalker. He has some slots he can absolutely fill.
All right, well, I guess we're chilling.
Yep, no high ground off this Aegis.
Unless they ever find a pickoff, which Kiyotaka is sitting underneath the ward, but not for long.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
1 minute left. If you want to hit, now's the time. Nope.
What happened to that fly aggression you promised me?
Change man. Change man. Coach sat him down and said, "You gotta chill, my man." Look at these Falcons, bros. You guys are going high ground with 2 little leads. We need to pump those numbers up. Ags for the coddle, some extra AoE control. Why not? Just make the team fight miserable. I don't think BetBoom are really going to get anything else that changes this game too much for them. In the short term especially.
Well, yeah, you're limited on slots on Lone Droid.
Yep, that's the problem. If you're not snowballing the game and really using these timings, it can feel a little lackluster. It's just that Grimstroke Ags if it lands, and that's kind of it. No
okay,
basher.
got a BKB out of him.
A tool to teach.
And the Lincoln's is done. Any chance that the Lincoln's is better than an Aegis for going high ground?
I don't think it is.
Please, Avery, tell me they're going to change their mind.
I mean, knowing this team, yeah, they might just randomly decide, okay, we're good now. We go high ground. It's absolutely possible. Get a couple of these Ag Scepters finished.
I bet it's Baboka. I think Baboka's like, come on, guys, I almost have my Aghanim Scepter. You know I'm going to carry you late game. You know I'm going to.
I mean, the Tusk
Remember
Ags,
that MKB game, guys? Remember that?
Tusk Ags is a base breaker item. That's the one I wouldn't mind waiting for here, because then you can just ward the high ground, blink in, kick somebody out. Okay. Easy deal.
Well, BetBoom, they were
I think they were certain the high ground push was coming. And now they're being a little bit more confident, going, okay, these guys aren't actually doing anything here. They're just trying to outfarm us, and they are building up a healthy lead, so we got to get out of the map.
This will give you another Roshan to contest. Especially it'll be another daytime Roshan, which you could have buybacks on the outpost. You could have the Night Stalker run into issues if his ult wears out. And you have an Ags on the Storm Spirit. Some comeback potential if you can land a massive AoE Vortex, pull them all in, and just shred them with the AoE Hoof Stomp / Inkswell.
Certainly.
That's a combination. As the Ag Scepter's coming out side of your Colts.
All these Aghanim Scepters that they're trying to farm up, and we're going to get a freebie. Well, actually, you said it was Daytime Rush, so I guess it's a refresher there instead. Kiyotaka, cute spot, puts himself in the trees, uses the Remnant for vision, jumps onto the Night Stalker there for a half second. Probably just looking to stop his blink. Emo goes in deep.
And he's out.
And just as quick, he is out of the base.
Fly. Gonna start the siege.
Right, this is when you go high ground. No Aegis and about to be daytime. That makes sense. Zeal blinks in. Nice jump in from Emo, though. It was all about the opportunity. Okay, not a nice jump. Not a nice jump. I lied.
That Tuso illusion did some work there.
It did a little bit. It did a little bit. Ouch.
That's why you don't go high ground, Austin.
I mean, why did they go high ground now?
They also had a really nice shard on that Centaur. I think they could have just chilled under the Will-O-Wisp and focused him down.
Yeah.
I don't think Emo had to go that deep. He did do a lot of damage, though.
He sure did.
And he's dead.
He sure is.
And now it's daytime, and that Roche is spawning.
It sure is.
And that Lone Druid just got level 25.
What's that one?
That is the True Form cooldown.
Oh, yeah, so it's going to be up near constantly.
He also just got Feather, which adds even more evasion. You got a Halberd, I believe, for the Bear. There's another source of evasion.
Said, okay, the MKB is very awkward on this hero, so he's like, yeah, I just get my own evasion.
There's no
what are you going to do about it?
There is no evasion pierce on the side of your Colts, right? There's no Bloodthorn here, there's no Mjolnirs, there's no MKB. Maybe it's time to finish that Bloodthorn on Baboka.
Yeah.
Well, either way, it's daytime and that Roche spawn, so BetBoom are looking to make a play. This is your chance to come back in this game. 10 seconds for that Ember respawn.
They can find the pickoff right now while the Ember is out of sight. Maybe. They run into the Deuce, so they take his hero to be able to pick up. Once they get the soul bind, denies the snowball pickup. Man, save is just the anti-save measure against Yakult's brothers. He is just entirely countered Pelosin every step of the series.
We go back to that draft. You first pick the Tusk. You give opponents the opportunity to counteract that snowball save. And BetBoom have taken that option both games. They're not even going to go back for Roche. Pure. He wants base right now.
You see if they can get the buyback out of the Duso, which he may have to oblige here. Jump in from the Storm Spirit. Low on mana. Has to use the Stampede to try and get away, get over the gates. Emo is still chasing after him with his BKB. Kiyotaka being pulled around. Wait a minute. The Remnant's going to stay on top of him. He managed to finish him off. Pure. His bear is at half right now. They're losing this fight without the Dusa. Zeal and Emo are doing it, but the BKB is on cooldown. Can Pure catch him on as he comes down from the Yules, or is the bear just going to die as Zeal's trying to finish him up? Now Pure, his hero, is also in trouble. Managed to get the true form. A second bear comes out. No entangle on Emo. Zeal's going to chase after this one, though. And Pelosin is on his way as well. A snowball, a silence. Miro jumps into it. Pops and stomp, but Zeal is able to get away. Thanks to the shard. They're stuck here for a while. A TP out for Miro. Pure's going for the kill on Zeal. Managed to get it. Kiyotaka's back into play. Finally, after his buyback, he's here.
Second round from the Storm to bail out the Lone Druid here so that now Pure can go back and do Roshan. Some more kills claimed.
That entire time, Fly held onto his buyback.
That's a crazy thought in a way, because you're super tempted to buy there, clean up the fight, and then you get roasted, and then you don't care that you bought. Instead, you don't win the fight. You don't get Roshan. Pure. He gets all those assists, gets to survive, and now this Aegis gets to go on the Storm, who bought back to win that team fight.
Now you've got the Ags and the Refresher and level 25. We've seen this Storm Spirit at this exact point all of a sudden the damage threat is insane. You got two heroes together, the bounce goes off. You could shred him. You really could.
We saw how fast they killed the Medusa anyway, before these upgrades.
Yeah, that's true.
Did the Colts miss their window in this game? Is the late game scale starting to kick in here for BetBoom? You get that Shivas on the Centaur, you amp up those overload procs even more. I don't know, it's looking a little scary all of a sudden. Not as one-sided as it was 10 minutes ago. Despite all the net worth on these Colts cores.
Of regeneration.
You're missing out on the Roshan.
Yeah, but what about the 5th nighttime, though?
It's a good one. It's a good one for sure. And you saw this kick from the Tusk, which we haven't seen yet.
The flames.
Yeah, Plosin maybe has to give up on the old Blink snowball save part and just try and go on the offense. Because Soulbind has caught him over and over and over again.
Will BetBoom go high ground with this Aegis? That is the other question here.
Yeah, you're about to go into nighttime. If you lose this fight, you're probably losing everybody, right? Because there's so much chase potential on the side of you Colts brothers. Ember, Night Stalker during nighttime. You're not getting away from that.
The one factor, though, is you still have this evasion advantage on the Laundered. At some point, your Colts will get more answers to this in the form of MKBs or Bloodthorns or whatever. Right now, I think Pure is still incredibly strong, just based off these feathers plus the butterfly plus the halberd. It's just so hard to deal damage to the Sloan Druid if he gets his ult off, which should be guaranteed with the level 25 talent. Also keep in mind that refresher shard on Kiyotaka. You can save it for the second life, and then all of a sudden you have a second BKB, or you get that double pull. He's looking for a refresher of his own.
Sustains, gold remains.
Might need more control here on the side of your Colts going into this ultra late game. Some hexes of your own, that Abyssal on the Night Stalker would be very welcome right now. Smoke action from BetBoom, trying to get a position from behind with a high ground ward.
They're circling each other. That high ground ward is positioned, but you Colts brothers will have the advantage of Power Rune control.
Are they going to walk into this high ground ward?
A shield rune for Emo. The smoke breaks, but they want to stay in their vision, especially during nighttime. Boca spotted. There's a good target to be able to go for. They finally make their jump. Get it 4 versus 5. Emo jumps headlong into the back lines, gunning for save. He's not going to be able to get it so easily. In fact, now he's met with a hook shot. Still has BKB, though. And a shield rune. Seal tried to go for the back as well. Still, though, save is very much protected. Soulbind put onto Emo. Doesn't latch to anything, though.
He used a lot of resources on this Ember. The lanes are pushing in, though.
Yeah, they got to go back to deal with the lanes at this point.
That's a massive wave top. This is, you have to address this. Cannot take a fight while this starts hitting your tier 4s. Zeal also hit his 25, which is, I don't remember what that
The
left
attack
one
speed
is.
or the cooldown? One or the other.
Still have Sages for a minute. I don't think you're going to be able to get back to your Colt's base and use it aggressively.
So an AC on the bear.
More armor, more survivability.
Take a look at the bear's items here. Heaven's Halberd, Vlad's, and AC.
Even this bear is starting to hit a little hard.
Yeah.
That halberd's also really nice if you can land it on Medusa. And there's still no evasion pierce anywhere in this lineup.
Will there ever be?
It doesn't look like it. No.
I mean, it's really only MKB for Fly, right? Well, or the Bloodthorn of Boca.
The Boca Bloodthorn, which that's not a sentence I haven't ever said before.
Seems like the supports are the target for both sides here. We saw that last team fight. They tried really, really hard to catch save. BetBoom did a very good job defending him, Kiyotaka. He teleports into the outpost, ready for a fight.
Here I am.
Ready to D-ward, perhaps. Jumps in, immediately got the silence. On to the Tusk. No punch is going to come out here.
Got
There's a counter orchid, Emo. This Dusa illusion is a menace. They have to try and deal with it. Fly does manage to kill it now. There goes that advantage. They see the low druid a little bit low, put a nullifier on him, slow him down, force him to use his true form.
Oh, it kicked him
back, away from his bear. A snowball through, does manage to hit pretty nicely. Flyfly's controlled up. He needs to be able to get off the snow gaze now, but now the Manta, a double control, refresh used, and now he's out of mana. The Dusa is gonna go down. It's up to the Ember, it's up to the Night Stalker, but they can't kill anything. They're running around, chasing after save, finding absolutely nothing during their BKBs. Zeal is gonna get run down during nighttime. It gets worse and worse for you Colt brothers.
Dark Ascension fades and you come down into a world of pain as Flyfly's buyback. Yeah, you expend it. He's unable to get there in time to have any sort of impact. This Dusa illusion is doing some work, as well as the pulls from Kiyotaka. He just had a refresher shard, and it did so much for them there. He's able to chain vortex people into the same clumped area, and the overload procs. Everybody just starts laying in the damage. You are not outputting a higher amount of DPS than that, with Shiva's Guard amping it up, Parasma going through on top of everything. Timeless Relic on this Storm. The Spell Amp in this lineup has come alive in the late game as BetBoom continue to shift this win probability towards their favor.
And even though Flyfly used his buyback early, BetBoom feels super confident about pushing the high ground anyway, even though the economic damage is done. Got the kickback though, underneath the tier 4s, Pelosin's gonna die for it. They didn't get a kill, and now the hook shot in with the numbers advantage. They see an opportunity to perhaps end this thing. Emo jumping around, trying to finish off this bear. Pure's bear is still up for a little while longer, but managed to ram through it to finish it off. He's got another one. Emo forced to use his BKB, playing around their high ground vision. Gotta look out for that Dusa illusion as well. Zeal hopping forward, got the BKB out of Kiyotaka, and now BetBoom say, okay, we've got him over a bell. Emo's dead! I said watch out for the illusion. Well, save. They've been chasing after Save this entire time. They finally killed him, but by God, Save got something done in return. He took a bigger scalp. He took Emo.
3 buybacks, and all you get out of it is a front row seat to watch your Ember die to an illusion. Your Colts are finding nothing in these late game fights. And I still go back to the evasion, Pierce. I'm just watching this Dusa right-click Lone Druid for a minute in these fights, and it does nothing. He does 0 damage to Pure. This is the second fight in a row we've seen the Lone Druid get kicked into the middle of the team. He just walks straight back out the front door.
Can we look at the evasion on the Lone Druid? I want to remind everybody, this facet, it's not just a regular butterfly, it's a super butterfly. Because he's got the Aviana's Feather, but then the facet also amps up that evasion as well. So his evasion stacked is really, really high. Not sure what it is, but it's a lot.
There's no way you're killing him at this point.
64%.
Yeah, I mean, that's just dumb, right? It's... I don't know, you need Pierce versus Hero, or he's going to stay alive. Now, the other way is you can say, okay, we're going to ignore the Lone Druid. Right, he gets kited out a little bit, kick the bear away or whatever, and kill everybody else. I would be okay with that game plan if that's what your Colts were trying to do. But they're focusing the Lone Druid. They're kicking him in. They don't have control for the Storm. So what other target are you really trying to go on here?
Yeah, and Boboka keeps on delaying the Bloodthorn. Right, he's picked up a Ghost Scepter, now he's picked up an Aether Lens. I don't think the cast range is the problem. I feel like it's the evasion. Another Roshan, another daytime Roshan. It's coming up. You Colts brothers, they may still have all their barracks, but they have no buybacks to their names. They can't really afford to contest this. So BetBoom will have a, okay, maybe I lied. They are going to try and contest this.
They don't feel like they can give another Aegis and a refresher shard into the Storm, and I can't blame them. Shiva's for the Ember. He just buys out. No buyback on any Dire hero right now. They are all in.
And BetBoom are not going to be caught unawares. They're going to smoke into you Colts brothers.
Who catches
who? Nobody's showing. The smoke is going to break now. Got off the darkness, but Miru, he's already got the jump onto the Night Stalker, and he dies so quickly, man. Kiyotaka's damage, it's crazy. He kicks him away. Not a Storm Spirit. He doesn't care. Emo, once again, chasing into the back lines, and all BetBoom does is make sure their back line stays alive. Okataomi, wait a minute. Kiyotaka does actually die here. No buyback there. Emo does have a little bit of mana left. He'll be able to get away. 2 dead on the side of you Colts brothers, though, with no buyback. They got a small win, but it is not an overwhelming one. The Storm's away, his buyback comes back up. Never mind, he's ready to go.
Got gold off the bounty runes. That'll push him over the edge, and he'll just buy, going into this Roshan once an Aegis. I think Yakults were lucky to get the Storm out of that exchange, honestly. That fight was a disaster. They lost the Night Stalker for free, and you're just getting routed at that point. Still, 70 seconds, missing 2 heroes. Pure knows it. He says,
Yeah,
guys,
three
who cares
versus
about
five.
Roche? I'm about to end this game right here, right now.
Ignore the buildings.
There's no
Ignore the
glyph.
barracks. Go straight for the tier 4s.
No glyph available.
They can't
You
stop
gotta
it.
go.
They got more damage on the Deuce.
Where's the team?
But can you stop?
It's just
They're going to
done.
jump in now. Yeah, the Bear's going to kill it too damn quickly at this point in time. They won't be able to pump out the damage. The Stone Gaze is a momentary reprieve to the inevitable. And that is BetBoom taking this series 2-0.
Pure with the hands off the keyboard and mouse says it's a done deal. You cannot kill me. You cannot fight me. My Lone Druid is way too good. He caught you napping at the end there. Nobody was ready in that base for any kind of defense or fight. Not the way I think Yakults imagined going out of this event, especially being up so much in that game. And I go back to some of these games where you don't go high ground in these positions with an Aegis, with 20k gold lead, with advantage, with a Dusa who just hit a prime 6 slots with 2 lives. Why are you not going high ground? Because sometimes you end up in situations like this where it doesn't get better for you. The game doesn't just continue to snowball and scale out of control. And you can argue that's an executional factor. At the same time, I can argue that Dusa was hitting her prime. She was hitting a peak. And I feel like you had a decent chance to end the game there and you missed it. And BetBoom, they take that little opening and they drive it home to the end with evasion on a Lone Druid that never got answered by anything. What was the game plan in the later fights? Who were you trying to focus?
All right, let's go to the stage. We've got Save ready to go with Jenkins.
How's it going, man?
Feeling good, man.
You guys look like you're having a lot of fun.
Yeah?
Is this roster different from the last one? Do you still feel that way, that you get to have a lot of fun in these matches?
Of course, I mean, this roster is very crazy, you know, all these games, so we're doing some random stuff, and I like it.
What were the comms like in this game? Because you had a comeback. This wasn't an easy game.
Yeah, I mean, game was really tough, honestly. But I said, like, I'm gonna buy Axe against Dusa. Like, let's believe that we can still win. Yeah.
I was gonna ask literally that. You think that timing was the most important one for you to come back, the Grimstroke Ags?
Yeah, I think that one and our Axe on Storm. We waited for it, and then we took some good fight. And yeah, that's it, we came back.
Why don't people pick this Grimstroke more? It looks amazing.
It's kind of a bad laner, you know? You can lose the game like 20 minutes if you play Grim.
You know, I gotta ask you, as one Pudge player to another, when are we gonna see the Save Pudge come out?
Maybe one day, you know? We have like 4 players and Pudge in this team. Maybe one day it's gonna be our main strategy.
Yeah, I think I heard about this first pick Pudge potential strategy into Flex. That's gonna come out?
Yeah.
The Lone Druid, it looked very good. Where has this hero gone?
I mean, it's just Hero of the Pure. You know, it's one of his signature heroes, like, out of the box. So he said it's a good LD game, and we just pick it.
Gotta trust your team. Okay, well, I'll let you get back to them and get ready for your future matches. Thank you, Save, and I will send it over to Natty.
No, it's still not Natty Jenkins. It's back to us on the desk. We need a little
yet.
bit more time
Not yet.
for that losers interview, as we are going to be saying goodbye to you Colts brothers. But we are going to see more of BetBoom. They actually have the last series of the day. It's not just a one and done for them just yet. Pure popped off at TI with that Lone Druid, man. And we thought that maybe it got nerfed so much that we wouldn't see it for a little while, but Pure brings it back. He's just too damn good on that hero. The nerfs aren't enough.
Least deaths in the game, and there's a reason why. At some point, that hero still gets to a turning point where you can no longer deal with him. You don't have the damage, and Pure, he might be the best Lone Druid in the world right now from that carry position, and he's one of the best of all time for sure. He makes that hero shine, even if it's not a patch for it, and it's something you have to keep on your radar as other teams go up against him. You do not want to get pocket pick Lone Druid later in that draft.
All right, fair enough. I believe we're ready to go with our interview. So now, let's go ahead and check in with Nat.
I feel like normally when we're saying goodbye to teams or goodbye to players, it's you know, really upsetting, but you guys did it in a spectacular fashion. This series was very entertaining. It was great to watch, but how did you personally feel about it watching from the sidelines?
My players, they still play good, but the BetBoom team, they are always a strong team. So I just feel a little pity we lost this series. But my boys, they're still good. we will be better in next tournament.
I look forward to that. I mean, you guys had great results here, and this was a team that kind of just got thrown together. No one knew exactly what to expect from you all, but was this the plan all along, to be able to take down the TI winners and then put on some entertaining games?
We have thought we can only play the first round, but we win TI champion. We had a good result in group stage. I think we are built not for a long time, so we still have more space, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, you didn't think that you were going to get too far, only the first round, but it went further than that. And looking forward to that next tournament. Are you hoping to stay together as a 5, that you're very comfortable and confident in the 5 boys that you have right now?
Yeah, we will play together in next tournament.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nicole. I look forward to it. But right now, let's head on back to our casters.
Good vibes from the main man right there in Yakult.
That's a team owner right there, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, get this nonsense out of here. I believe in my boys. They're good. This series doesn't indicate anything. We beat those guys another 9 out of 10 times. They got lucky, you know. I respect that. That's nice to see.
Yeah, and as he said, it's a roster that has not been around for the longest time, so plenty of room to grow. I think this is a respectable finish for Yakult's brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. And I think that it showed that both Aurora and Yakult's brothers, who did get eliminated today, they both had an opportunity to be able to win games. There's clear room for improvement, but they already did very well by being able to take down, Liquid and Gaimin Gladiators in that lower bracket elimination match. Of course, we see this matchup here of Save and Baboka. Save continues to be one of the drivers of BetBoom. It feels like he's not doing it so much alone anymore, but he still came in clutch in this game too. Called the timing. Said, guys, wait for my Aghanim Scepter on Grimstroke, and it did turn the game alongside that Storm Spirit Axe.
Save has been one of the best 4 players in the world for some years now. It's undeniable, and we talked about it today. If BetBoom want to go deep at this LAN and deep at almost any LAN, I'm looking towards him and I'm looking towards Pure. And they both stepped up in the series, particularly in that game too. They found a way to win in that late game, come back from a 20K deficit. It's not always easy. I liked what he said about the vibes in the team and the chaoticness, the craziness.
Yeah.
That's how I view this team too. They have some crazy players, some volatile players. Nobody's going to deny that. That can be a strength though, if you go with it, right? If it's not a source of anxiety where you're afraid of someone throwing, but instead we can win any game because we just have some of the most explosive players in the world. Yeah, ride that as far as you can and see where it takes you and have a good time. It seems like they're enjoying this team quite a bit.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you on the key figures of this team, but it should be mentioned that I think Kiyotaka had a very good performance today.
Yes,
I mean, he tore up that first game.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure. And I think his Storm Spirit still performed very admirably in game 2 as well. So, yeah, feels like everything is beginning to click for BetBoom, but do you think they're the favorites for their next matchup?
It gets tough from here, right? There's only really good teams left, and even if you make it into that top 3, there's 2 good teams ahead of that waiting for you that are going to be a big problem as well. So, I don't know. You're looking at Tundra, you're looking at Falcons. Those are going to be tough teams to take down, but I think they've shown a decent amount of potential here, and I still think Pure is capable of winning any tournament you put him in.
Yeah, absolutely. And we could see the playoff bracket here. Tundra and Falcons is going to be your next matchup and in the upper bracket finals. And then after that, giving both Spirit and BetBoom a bit of a break, we will return at the end of the day to finish off our lower bracket and see which one of these Eastern European teams is going to be moving forward. Will it be Spirit? Will it be BetBoom? And
the 2 crowd favorites here.
It absolutely is. And only one of them can make it to top 3.
Yeah, so whatever team makes it out of that, I think is going to have a lot of momentum because they're going to have the crowd behind them. They're going to have worked their way up through that lower bracket, and then they're going to be playing a team that falls down and maybe loses some confidence. It could be a grand final team from that lower bracket match.
All right, we're going to send us off from this match into some highlights and then into a break before we get to the upper bracket finals of Tundra versus Falcons.
BetBoom Team versus Yakult's brothers.
8-12, and they're rolling after Pure.
Once again, the target of the Dawnbreaker Global Ganks. Now they got that kill. Are they going to be able to win the fight afterwards? Because Miro's willing to take it. Got an arena on two with the calling on top of it. It is just a shredder of damage inside of this arena. Another ult from Zeal. Thanks to the shard, he's able to survive a bit longer than the Earth Spirit, but the outcome is going to try and hit him. But he already activated his hammer, so it was a tough time for the Mars. Still though, they have their own BKBs to be able to work with. Zeal's going to get burned out. The Magnetize is adding up though. Once the BKBs fall away, they might be able to get this kill as he got it reinitiated on that Magnetize.
Out of it. Could come in clutch. Has an aggressive Hex on the Dragon Knight.
Kick him back. He's going to be Gladiator. Emo does have BKB though. Pure also has BKB. Emo choosing to keep rolling in because he's got the Dawnbreaker coming in, but Pure is still ticking away. The Magnetize. Emo's going to roll after him, and he managed to get him all. And the hammer brings down the Ogre as well. The smoke. It's only protecting some of the heroes right now. They see the opportunity to grab Lifeline. They couldn't get the snowball save. Instead, they get pinned together, and Pelosi will die as a result. The BKB does go off from Lifeline as Stonegaze on multiple heroes. He's trying to finish off Miro and then get out, get away, because he's running low on mana, but Kiyotaka won't let him get out so easily. Quick Hex onto the Dragon Knight. Kiyotaka does get stunned up. He's almost dead. They got him. And Fly is still alive. Storm Spirit, it's a good opportunity for your Colts brothers to take a trip outside of their back.
Get the chain stun.
Sin didn't get the chain stun. Oh no, the dead shot is on the Earth Spirit. They've lost their best hero. Fly, he can't do it alone, that's for sure. Save. He gets bailed out, and now they're going to take advantage of this one, run down additional heroes, and they hit the Dusa. Dusa goes TP away into the trees. They have stuns. They've got him. Spirit. He's picked up inside of the Snowball, and the Orchid's return onto the Ember Spirit. He could get changed up here, but the Soulbind on two, plus the double silence and the Stomp. How are they not dead already? They're going to probably die. The Storm Spirit might be in some trouble. He's slowed down underneath the silence. No Stampede to get him out this time around. How did Emo and Pelosin survive through that? That was crazy.
Absurd that they get out of there, and now they're still looking for more.
Goes back in is Miro, but it looks like he's going to run out of damage as he couldn't get off that double edge. He gets Stone Gaze midway through the animation. Katomi died.
Gonna start the siege.
Right, this is when you go high ground. No Aegis and about to be daytime. That makes sense. Zeal blinks in. Nice jump in from Emo, though. It was all about the opportunity. Okay, not a nice jump. Not a nice jump. I lied. The pick off right now while the Ember is out of sight. Maybe. They run into the Dusa. They take his hero to be able to pick up once again. The Soulbind denies the Snowball pickup.
He wants base right now.
Let's see if they can get the buyback out of the Dusa, which he may have to oblige here. Jumping for the Storm Spirit. Low on mana. Has to use the Stampede to try and get away. Get over the gates. Emo is still chasing after him with his BKB. Kiyotaka being pulled around. Wait a minute. The Remnant's going to stay on top of him. He managed to finish him off. Pure. His bear is at half right now. They're losing this fight without the Dusa. Zeal and Emo are doing it, but the BKB is on cooldown. Can Pure catch him on as he comes down from the Yules? Or is the bear just going to die as Zeal's trying to finish him up? Now Pure, his hero is also in trouble. Managed to get the true form. A second bear comes out. No entangle on Emo. Zeal's going to chase after this one, though. And Pelosin is on his way as well. A snowball is silence. Miro jumps into it. Pops it out. Stomp, but Zeal is able to get away. Thanks to the shard. They're stuck here for a while. A TP out for Miro. Miro's going for the kill on Zeal. Feels super confident about pushing the high ground anyway, even though the economic damage is done. Got the kickback though underneath the tier 4s. Pelosin's gonna die for it. They didn't get a kill, and now the hook shot in with the numbers advantage. They see an opportunity to perhaps end this thing. Emo jumping around trying to finish off this bear. Pure's bear is still up for a little while longer, but managed to run through it to finish it off. He's got another one. Emo, of course, he uses BKB, playing around their high ground vision. Gotta look out for that Dusa illusion as well. Zeal hopping forward, got the BKB out of Kiyotaka, and now BetBoom say, okay, we've got him over a bell. Emo's dead! I said watch out for the illusion. Well, save. But can you stop? They're going to jump in now. Yeah, the bear's going to kill him too damn quickly at this point in time. They won't be able to pump out the damage of Stonegaze. It's a momentary reprieve to the inevitable. And that is BetBoom taking this series 2-0.
They reacted already before we went live. Hello, Belgrade!
There's a response to saying hi back, Jenkins.
This is a great response because for everybody on the stream, pretty much 90% of the audience is out in the foyer where we have all sorts of amenities, I keep calling them, games and stuff. There's good stuff out there.
There's a lot of activities. We did 1v1 basketball. I beat you. That was very easy. Air hockey.
It was counting up for
also beat you.
When I was throwing it in mine, it was counting up for you. Anyway, we just
you're just a bit of a sore loser.
Let's just get into the series. Speaking of sore losers, not a great transition, but we have first up the best team of the. What is going on with that? The best team in Dota of the year, probably. Most people would say that. That's going to be Team Falcons! That was a very firm handshake.
Yeah, I'm ready for the game.
Better than Snaking's handshake, I will say.
Oh, it was bad?
No, he had a good handshake. You guys are about 50-50 on the handshakes. You guys are matched up against Team Tundra. How do you feel about your matchup against these guys in particular going into this?
We played them a few times, but they have a little bit of a different roster now. I think it'll be fun. We have a lot of ex-teammates. I have, what's his name now, Saika, Nightfall? I lost track, but that guy, and the other guys have the Tundra, old Tundra guys, so a lot of ex-teammates.
What do you have to say to Amar the Loser 69 on Reddit, who says, these guys are afraid. They're not going high ground. They're farming when they should be ending games. About you?
I don't know.
Fair enough. Congratulations on the answer to that question, and we'll let you get into your series, but we need some opponents. And who are those opponents? Team Tundra, some of the best up-and-coming players, 33's dream roster, Team Tundra!
Tundra eSports.
Best player in the universe with non-alcoholic wine. Drop never more mid lane. Will never survive. Tundra, zero mistakes. Tundra, power away. Tundra, power away.
Laurenov, hello. Firstly, nice shoes, by the way. I feel like that's the one personality thing that all the players get. Who do you think is the best shoe drip out of all of the players here?
I have no idea, maybe 20 research. Yeah, like buy every shoes every time.
Okay, I thought you were going to say yourself because they're genuinely really good. The trend so far for today has been a lot of 2-0s. Are you feeling confident that that's going to continue and you're going to come in and 2-0 Falcons?
I guess so. I'm pretty confident against them.
Okay. This is just another series for you then.
Yeah.
Well, they're a team that likes to go a little bit later game. You guys like to close out. Is that going to be the goal for you? Are you hoping to play fast, or are you going to try and match them in the late game?
I mean, I guess it depends on the game, how we will play, but it's like we'll try our best and just to be in moment in game and trying to do our thing.
Okay, I look forward to it. The Tundra thing is always very enjoyable to watch. Laurenov, I'll let you join your team. Thank you so much. While Laurenov is going down and taking a seat, we're going to get ready to jump on into our third series for today. So everyone, please put your hands together. We've got Tundra up against Team Falcons.
The journey to greatness intensifies as we enter the semi-finals. Tundra eSports versus Team Falcons.
It's Tundra eSports against Team Falcons. I'm joined here by Milan and Lizard, ready to break down the series. It's going to be a fun one. We had some bangers yesterday in those elimination series. I mean, Lizard, we're 3 games only, so they may like their 2-0s over there, but I feel like we bring 3 games every time.
Yeah, the first session, the first 2 series always 2-0, the last 2 always going the stretch, and it's kind of understandable now that the elimination is on the line. Teams, they don't want to let the series go easily.
Grand finals on the line.
Yep, yeah, grand finals, very close.
Yeah, it's going to be an intense matchup. I mean, this is 33's dream team. Do you think they have what it takes to beat Falcons?
Well, they definitely have proven so in the past, right? Like, not necessarily with this stack, but Tundra, they have already taken Falcons not only once, but twice. If you remember TI, I believe that was the upper bracket matchup, exactly these 2 teams. And then in the lower bracket, they also met. So twice in a row, actually, they got knocked out and kicked out of the TI by Tundra. If I remember correctly, I believe I do. So overall, a lot of past between these 2. Of course, it's not the same Tundra lineup, right? Like, Tundra recently has had a lot of changes. 33 as well. In the previous tournament, he played with Shad, and it was mid-1 on the mid lane. They had a lot of different strategies, a lot of different ideas on how the game should be played, but now they have a full roster on, and yeah, the potential is really high.
Yeah, definitely really high, and we saw the hero pools there, 36-34. It seems pretty tight overall. I mean, is there anything that they haven't shown yet from either of these teams that maybe you might think gets through in the draft?
I'm not sure about specific heroes, but they're definitely having a deeper bag than it shows, like 34 and 36 respectively.
Yeah.
Heroes so far in the tournament, in 14-15 games that they played. So there is space for things to come out that we didn't see in this tournament, like the Lone Droid and DK in last series.
So if you're in chat and you have any idea who you think is going to win, !T for Tundra, and then !F for Falcons.
F in the chat for Falcons. I mean, yeah, we'll see. I feel like still Falcons should definitely be our favorites here, right? Like, these 2 teams are very evenly matched. 33, of course, the recent TI winner. At the same time, 33 and the boys, fresh, new team. On the other side, Falcons, they stuck around. They continue playing after TI. They didn't even take a single break. Instantly into that Romania-Wallachia tournament, and now we're going straight into Belgrade, Sava Center, BB Dacha. So I don't know, sometimes, like Milan talked about it, sometimes that can be maybe a little bit of a burnout inducing, right?
Yeah, for sure Tundra looks a bit more fresh. The ideas match, but the synergy from Falcons is not something to underestimate. And it seems that throughout this tournament they have been upping their form. Like, even though that they've won most of their games, it's just throughout the tournament every single next win looks a little bit more convincing, and that's what
from Falcons you're talking,
yeah,
right?
From Falcons. Sorry.
Yeah, Falcons, it kind of reminds me of, if you remember, the IG roster that stayed together for 2 years, and it was the chemistry.
Of course,
that
you're throwing back to China.
I have to. It's the only. They're
China's
all,
gone.
Yeah,
Though.
China's
Live
gone.
Okay, at least you're keeping them in the.
I gotta keep some honor here, but you know, you remember the IG roster was together for 2 years, and the chemistry is what helped them win a lot of games and a lot of tournaments. So, you know, is Falcons going to be the one early on in the year that kind of has success in the same way?
It's kind of cool, and it has its positives and negatives, right? Like, when you have a fresh new stack, there's this honeymoon period, like the potential is unexplored.
Right.
So you have high hopes for your teammates, and sometimes that alone makes you play a little bit better. But Team Falcons, actually, before I go on with the fluff, they have the first pick.
Yeah, they got first pick Radiant for
Which is
Tundra.
strange, right?
Yeah, they've been picking overall the second pick, or it seems a little bit different than what they've been used to. But bring on the fluff. What else were you gonna?
I forgot it now.
No,
it's okay. We can talk
10
about the draft.
seconds.
I think maybe they picked first pick because they share similar heroes on the offlane.
Right.
Like the Dome, Bristol, and Sand King.
Look at that! Look at that first man.
Yeah. Of course.
All the offlaners, but I feel like versus 33, one hero needs to go, and that's the Visage. Like I know this hero is a very high candidate to be nerfed again, but when you look at the win rate of Visage on most other teams, like it's not really that high. It's just 33 actually doing all the work. Majority of the work, at least, on the hero and the Sand King as well by Tundra. This is something that Falcons. You just have to ban it against them. I feel like teams have figured out ways of dealing with the Prophet, dealing with the Razor on Team Falcons, but versus Sand King, not the best strategies have still been explored. At least that's the way I see it.
One more ban remaining here for Falcons. Is this maybe a series we see the Enigma show up again?
Maybe, but this ban is mostly about the Storm. I think Tundra is kind of daring Falcons to pick the Storm or make them ban it from first pick. You don't really want to ban that kind of a hero from a first pick. You can ban the Nyx and go into Ench and leave the Storm for Lorenov.
And we have seen Storm being kind of countered, right? Like recently, many different teams are approaching the Storm with different ideas. Earth Spirit, Dark Willow, Ember Spirit, Dark Willow, Ember Spirit, something else like a Lion. So there's also an Invoker, by the way, and a Puck left in the pool.
Yeah, I was wondering about the Puck, especially for Lorenov. When he was playing with you guys on Level Up, that seemed to be his best hero.
The Storm is for sure his best hero, and he's gonna pick up that. It's super comfortable for him. They have done very well in the tournament with it, and it was only between the Storm or maybe some hero for Saxa immediately to respond to this Ench. But these teams, as Crit mentioned, Lozo ex-teammates, they know each other very well, and I think Enchantress is a really good hero to pick up against 3-3. Like, it's really good against the Zoo, and it's just, if you ask any pro player, like pos 4 or pos 3, he's just like, one hero you want to ban when you play competitive is Enchantress. Yep. It's a really annoying hero to deal with.
It seems like it checks just so many boxes, especially if you want that little bit of extra damage. I mean, we talked about it yesterday so many times that just look at Ench's damage in these fights getting ignored for the most part because it's not a core, it's not something that you're usually focusing early on, but the impetus stacks up.
I'd say it's like the power level is almost the same as the Nagas. If Naga had a bit of a weaker ultimate, or if Enchantress had a little bit of a stronger global AoE ultimate, it would have been the same, because you kind of do the same things. You protect the lane, you're a really strong laner, and you can always give info, push out the lanes, plus you can scale very nicely on that. Enchantress, and they ban out the Broodmother, by the way, so nothing like that for Tundra.
One of the Zoo heroes that is not really bad against the Ench. Like, you cannot dominate her. I mean, you can only dominate one spider lane. But
and then you create another, and then another, and then it just rolls out of control. You have your own army.
I made this.
Dude, back in the day, that was actually the thing. Like, you could. Right now, you just can't. It doesn't work that way.
I'm very curious what Saxa is gonna end up playing versus the Ench. Will it be maybe Amirana, as the audience is asking, or maybe we'll see some melee counter that we sometimes see against the Ench, like the Tusk, Clockwork.
Yep, Clock banned out, right? But Tusk still left in the pool, so I like the Tusk idea. It's like a nice save for the Storm Spirit as well. I wouldn't mind seeing like some Saxa Keeper of the Light as well. Maybe not the best into Enchantress in the lane, but you have the Storm. They have played this combo before. It would be really solid, and I know that they can combo it up with 33 on that offlane. Like 33 and Saxa are probably... Are they the strongest 3 and 4? I feel like they are. The hardest to play into.
Maybe we are forgetting some duo, but definitely...
There's one on the other side as well, of course, but strong contender.
Yeah.
Looking at the rest of this reserve time now, looking at something to ban with the singular ban here will be the Huskar, early Huskar ban.
Malrine definitely plays his
There is Huskars, and then
there's Malrine, yeah.
Yeah, I would put it that way.
And he literally won the game versus Storm Spirit on the Huskar recently. The way he did it is by purchasing an early Aghanims and then just constantly controlled him, so... Yeah,
Ever since the inner fire change, where he silences and doesn't disarm, this matchup became like almost impossible for Storm.
Not really that fun, but getting into the second phase of picks.
You still have Puck, by the way, left in the pool.
Yeah.
If you're thinking about counters that are decent against Storm. So this is basically a call to Malrine. Do you want to play that Puck or not? I feel like I like this from Tundra as the opening draft because they're putting it out there. They're baiting, not really baiting him. That guy, Jug, right there that we see.
Would they ever pick Jug?
It's a good costume, but unfortunately,
it's not your meta, dude. Sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe a next patch.
Maybe we'll see Jug back if we see a really good spin from that crowd member.
Maybe. I like the Muerta. It's been so strong for Tundra, and then Lion and Monkey. This is Monkey, a mid laner to counter the Storm. That's what they did previously in the upper bracket and worked really well. Marlene, and he's just very good at abusing the matchups that he has the advantage in, and the Lion is just the follow-up.
Yep. That was versus Liquid as well, right? Like Liquid tried the Storm plus Razor 2 games in a row, and 2 games in a row it didn't work. So Falcons are playing versus Storm once again, and this is a team that is no stranger to winning against it.
Storm Muerta. Muerta's been the hero of the patch for the most part.
What we getting here? Is this another support? Are they opening up their cards on position 4 and 5 completely, or will this be an offlane maybe?
I mean, one thing that makes me think they might pick the offlane because the pool is just so
small, right?
So small pool that they banned so many offlane heroes that maybe you just want to take it now before it gets banned like 2 more. Or you just go back to Luna, Shadowfiend, Gyro.
They go Tusk, they pick another support. I mean, you could go deep into the offlane hero pool where maybe you're going Underlord if you let them continue to get the offlane bans into the next phase.
There's a Monkey on the other side, and I know it's not that flexible, but...
I would be surprised if we don't see SF, Luna, or Gyro.
Yep.
5 seconds remaining.
3 of the top carries in this event so
SF,
far.
Luna, Gyro, there's also a Medusa left in the pool,
Yeah.
right? So a lot of these heroes are still around and available for Tundra. On the other side, I feel like it's a completely different story for Team Falcons. They are not necessarily... That guy right there, Skitter, like he's playing GG, easy win, yeah. I mean, he plays some different carries though. Gyro gets picked up, by the way. Gyro is interesting because actually has a very high win rate in the tournament, even though he's kind of a 4th pick so far. He's not really that top tier carry that everyone contends for. It's only after all the other ones are banned out, but they get it immediately.
Yeah, it's been like, in order, I would say Luna, Shadowfiend, Medusa, then Gyro.
Yep. And Morphling before that, I would say. Even Morphling is banned out.
Yeah.
Probably because we have seen this tournament more than in others, I would say, a 3-core meta where the Gyro fits really in. He doesn't want to be the one and only guy.
Yep.
So he can contribute a lot, both being a tempo hero and also later down the line being a strong late game carry. And what is this for a Mar? I would say like this is a Mar pick. Do we just go for some classic Mars?
Some Mars is alright, some Centaur feels good as well with some Blade Mail.
Or we do the Blade Mail thing.
Yep. I mean, into the Gyro, into Muerta, into Storm, getting those auras plus maybe some Primal Beast as well, if that's the way you wanted to go.
Definitely a lot of choices available, and they'll go Alchemist, showing their carry.
There's still quite a few offlaners when you think about it. Even Pangolier, by the way, still left in the pool, a hero that's been usually very contested in the first stage, recently has dropped off completely.
Yeah, since we got to the playoffs, it feels like that hero has been, for the most part, ignored.
Yep.
There's been a couple games where it was banned in the first phase, but that's pretty much it.
This is one of the last blind core picks that Falcons used, and they want to grab it before it gets banned, the Alchemist. It's good with the Ange in almost
every game.
Almost every game.
Yeah, this lineup, like Ange plus Alchemist, just feels so good. Versus anything, it just feels good to play.
So what do you want to ban for 3-3? Do you want to ban some...
Okay, ban the Pango, yeah.
Not so much signature, but we saw him play. I'm more curious if they end up banning something like Timber down the line, that 3-3 is not really famous for playing, but against the Alchemist.
What about Beastmaster?
On one side it's good, I feel like Falcons can play the Beast. On the other side, you'd be playing into Ench, which makes it a bit harder.
Yeah.
It's still kind of playable, I
we
guess.
saw
with
it last
Axis.
time when it went against the, they
with
went
the
Axis
Aghanim's.
against the Ench.
Saberlight did that, right? But it's doable. It's doable, but you're instantly putting yourself in a spot in which you can only go for a single item build. Dawnbreaker as well, a pretty good one. A very popular hero in the last couple of days.
Yeah, finding a rise to fame is the Dawnbreaker. One more ban remaining here for Falcons.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Falcons, you have the pick here. You don't really have to ban the Beast if you want to pick it up. And that remains Primal and the Centaur, I feel like, on the offlane that are very popular at the moment and playable by both of these guys. There's also, by the way, something like a Razor for ATF that he plays, but I don't think that's what they need.
And the Beastmaster, they do go to the Razor. All right.
Never mind.
We'll edit that in post.
So basically, yeah. That's not what I meant. Sure, they go for it. They go with the full comfort zone. It is an ATF hero. I thought that they might do better with some AoE control because they have this Alchemist that is a little bit on the greedier side, not really that much. Right now they have the unstable concussion from the Alchemist and the stuns from Lion.
Right.
So not a lot of control, but Razor is generally considered really decent into the gyro. Like you can link him up, follow him around, and
they go Viper.
Okay, so they went completely out of the standard.
Viper not on our radar at the moment, but maybe something that Tundra know that we don't with his Vipers. It's picked up Blast for 33.
I think it's really going down the bag of tricks and maybe just focusing on the lane. I mean, as we said before, they really
both are focusing on the lane.
They really know each other.
Mm-hmm.
So there is some purpose in the game besides the lane for Viper, like ulting the Razor is really nice and stopping him from demolishing your whole team. But it's a very specific niche pick. They're banking a lot on it.
Yeah, not necessarily the one that you usually expect 33 to be playing, right? Like he's always this sneaky guy. He wants to be playing all these summons, these micro heroes. This time around he's going for a Viper, and you see that voting results of our chat, they actually kind of are leaning in the way of Falcons at the moment.
Now, is that based on draft or anything, or is that just based on fan favorites?
I think it's fan favorites for sure.
You don't think our chat's analytical?
Our chat is very analytical.
They're all 15,000 MMR.
No.
At least.
By the way, Paparazzi, he just reached 16K, so they're all at least like 16K right now.
Damn. Yeah. You got to keep up and compete with that. Paparazzi at 16,000 seems like a number I'll never see in my life. How are you guys close? 16,000?
No. 16 is a bit of work.
A couple of more thousands, I'm there.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm glad I can say the same thing. A couple more thousands. So I'll be there eventually. Predictions for you guys down the line. Lizard, who are you looking at?
I feel like Falcons have the comfort zone, maybe. I do like the Razor pick on them. Even though I was against it, I feel like they're more in the comfort zone. They've won with the same kind of an idea of a Tricore.
Mm-hmm.
On the other side, the Viper, they might just roll the lanes. That might happen. If the Viper manages, with 33 is a really strong laner, if they manage to roll the lanes and shut down this Alchemist so hard that he can never recover, I can see it happening. But I do believe that Falcons have a nicer draft to play.
I'll agree with Falcons' prediction. I like the Ench and the way they build their lineup around the Monkey, and they have some backbones later on, Alchemist, Razor. I think it's a little bit more rounded, but definitely there's angles for Tundra to fight back.
All right, well, you guys make my job really easy. I'm going to go with Tundra. I don't want to caster's curse anybody, but I also want to pick Tundra myself. I feel like my analytics are, you guys didn't pick it, I picked it. Really easy when I get to do all that stuff. Thumbs up, I appreciate that.
I mean, it's always nice to have someone going against us.
Of course, I always give you guys a little bit of something to look forward to make fun of me. And we also have something to look forward to. We have a coach's interview on the stage right now, so let's take a listen.
I got the lovely Moon here. Now I gotta know the mini games you guys were playing around these offlaners, both saving it until the very end. Was there like a lot of purpose behind this, or just the way the draft panned out, you both wanted to have that offlane last pick?
I mean, I feel like we both have similar idea. We just target banning the offlanes because it's Amar versus Neta, probably the two best offlaners in the world.
Look, it does make sense, definitely. But the other side is that you get both the Storm Spirit and the Muerta, what a lot of people see as the best heroes in the pool right now. Do you agree with that sentiment, and are you also surprised that you were able to get both of them?
I'm not surprised. I felt like Falcons have a very good pool against Storm. They picked Monkey and Lion, so it's going to be tough for the Storm to play this game. But it's a 100% winner to hero, so we just keep picking it till we lose, I guess.
Yeah, look, sometimes the stats don't lie. Moon, thank you so much for joining me. But for right now, we've got to get into that game number 1 between Tundra and Falcons.
Thank you very much, Nat. Coming into this one, we are just with a quick pause as seems to, just get everything set, right?
Yeah, just
make sure all the buttons are there.
Make sure Nightfall isn't falling asleep a little bit there, chilling in his chair. Let's see in all of these overprotective wisps on 1 seed. Money, of course. Is there anything crazy when it comes to the facets? Drinking buddies, by the way, so we're not seeing a kind of an increased popularity, right? Like the tag team recently. And Fist of Death as well on the line.
The overprotective wisp, we've seen the other facet chosen by Enchantresses more often.
I feel like
recently.
it's literally like when it comes to some of these heroes and their facets, some heroes have absolute favorites, like clear favorites.
Like Monkey King and Simeon Stride.
Yep. But some other heroes, it's more about the feel, like the way you're playing the game, right? Like sometimes overprotective wisps are really good, like this game. You're playing into a Viper in the lane. You probably want them, right? And it's all about the player preference and what's better for the game. When it comes to Fist of Death, I feel like this is taken only because the other one is just worse. Nothing more.
We have Viper getting picked up for the first time that we've seen it in this event.
Yeah,
well,
right.
What do you expect in the lane?
So, look, what Moon Meander just said. Neta is 33 is one of the best offlaners, if currently the best offlaner in the world. He is wearing that TI champ ring, so I think that's fair to say. And playing the Viper, this hero is just lane dominating. You usually pick this hero to dominate the lane and then roll off of that. I would actually rather see some Viper plus Tusk lane. I feel like that's really damn strong. But it's no joke with Murta as well.
Do you think there's any shot that they swap?
I don't think so. I feel like maybe you can, but you don't have to, because this is also a strong lane on the other side, and you'd rather have the Gyro plus Whitemon on the Tusk on your safe lane.
Can see the crowd anxious for the game to start.
Yep. There is maybe some consideration of having the Deadshot into the Razor on the safe lane, so that when you get linked up, you just Deadshot him away, right? It wouldn't be maybe the worst play, but yeah, we'll see.
Listening to a little bit of the circus music.
Yeah, I wonder. There are 2 circus musics, by the way, that you can purchase from TI. So there is a Jenkins one, and there is a Slacks one. But everyone keeps on playing the Jenkins one. I just wonder why. What's the reason behind that?
I'm not gonna say anything that could get me into trouble.
No, I'm trying to bait you.
But you're trying to bait me to pick one talent in particular, and I don't want to put my job on the line like that.
I see. A lot of talents, by the way, right there that we are seeing in the booths right now. Maybe some issues with the headset, not sure exactly.
Looks like they might be switching it out. See the crowd once again. Can we get a wave, crowd? You guys want to say hello? Hey, that one guy, I see you. Oh, whistling too. I like interacting from the crowd from all the way over here. I feel like I have so much control.
I feel like, by the way, this is probably the first time that my accent is instantly recognized, and samo da pozdravim sve tamo koji su na tribinama.
Keep going. You got anything else over there?
Nah, I think it's enough. We are being watched.
Guys, you made him nervous. Come on.
We are being watched on the stream as well, but yeah, it's a lot of fun seeing a big tournament such as this one being played in the region, right? This is probably the best that we've had in Dota 2, at least. There have been some CS majors here and there, but I think this is the first Tier 1 tournament that's being played around. There's Dota Pit as well that has been in Split, but probably this one is the biggest.
Well, we can definitely be excited for a game between Falcons and Tundra as we wait for the headset to get swapped out. And what do you think? I know I said it earlier. 3 games has been our MO so far.
I think we should see.
Are we going 3 games?
I mean, Of course, there's always a chance that we go 2 games, but these 2 teams, they know each other so damn well that I can't see a world. I can, of course, but I wish that the draft play is on point and that we see one game Falcons win the draft, the next game Tundra win it, and then we kind of go into game number 3 because of it. It's very possible.
I think everybody here would enjoy that. And
I mean, even the mind games are already there if you think about it.
Oh, with the pause?
Not with the pause, but with the first pick from Falcons. This isn't something that's super conventional from them. So far, if you look at the games that they have played, they've been mostly selecting that second pick.
Right. Yeah, they've been mostly going into the second pick, but this time around trying to switch it up and kind of bring it to Tundra. And you were talking about how the roster wasn't exactly the same for Tundra previously, and now they're going full roster, full strength into Falcons. This is a big test for them.
It definitely is. This is the test, right? Considering that, like Insania said, the TI winning reigning champions have been defrauded yesterday. So,
I mean, the whole TI finals got defrauded yesterday. That was insane.
Yeah.
Both teams getting eliminated, and now we've got Tundra and Falcons.
There's this guy, though. He's still in, right?
Yeah, 33 is still in. Go big or go home. That is certainly the truth. And a little woo for some reading comprehension from me.
Look at those guns, man.
Hey, that was some great flexing. What does that one say? I can't read that one out loud. I'm not going to help you sponsor. I can't do that.
I mean,
I would get in trouble.
Look.
You can keep it on the screen, but...
Yeah, Insania, he has already a way too good of a game when it comes to that. His tweets are not only hilarious, but always accompanied by a little bit of sponsorship. But let's jump into the game. What's happening here, B-Cop?
Well, they just unpaused, and they're walking away from their base. This is...
Minute 1, any smokes?
No, not even minute 1. We're minute -1. We haven't hit the zeros yet. I don't know if you forgot. We just had a little bit of a pause, but we're back into it. Now setting up for the bounty runes. But Whitemon and Skitter might see each other for a split second.
How do you feel about the dire ward that's deep inside their own jungle? What do you think about that one? Next to Snake King. Cool one, right? I feel like this is something that you do when you're playing an Ench. You're setting up also for maybe a bounty fight if it happens, but most importantly, you're setting yourself up to have that vision on the medium camp. You can always run in there, maybe enchant a creep from low ground. You don't have to waste like 10 seconds to climb up.
33 still smoked up, but that'll break, and the pings are coming through.
They have a ward as well, by the way.
Yes.
So this is really cool. Whitemon planted the other one, and they should have vision on Skitter.
They have the information and probably shouldn't fight this.
The battle begins.
But Snake King and a banana running at the bounty rune.
Do you think that big heroes should be able to hide behind a single tree?
I mean, are we going...
Like Primal Beast hiding behind a single small tree?
Are we going real life physics, or are we going like horror movie physics? Because if it's horror movie, then...
It's cartoon physics more than
if it's
anything
cartoon
else.
physics, then like a single piece of paper should be able to hide these guys.
Okay, I see. Oh, when it comes to the lanes, this is the lane to look out for, as I believe it can... They are switching things up, by the way. So what we talked about, the dead shot into the Razor Link, they're actually going to try and do that. So bot lane, Gyro and Saxa will be playing on the safe lane. Meanwhile, on top, Whitemon. Do you know why Whitemon is really good on top, on Tusk?
Drinking buddies and the shards?
Drinking buddies and the shards are great, but you went for 2 and you missed both. It's the snowball into the stun as well from...
I had a 33% chance. Actually, I had a 66% chance because I guessed 2 of them and I missed.
So basically with the snowball, you can always dodge the stun. Which makes the lane a lot easier into the Alchemist. Of course, you have to be careful not to follow him too deep. And it's still not an easy lane, by the way. Ench plus Alchemist is ridiculously strong.
Definitely could be quite strong. A quick disconnect, reconnect. We're waiting on one more. Just a Muerta to get back into the game and start it up again. We get a shot of the crowd again? Say hello one more time? You think? I'm also asking you if you want it.
Sure, but we are reconnected. And
now we're all reconnected.
I
Crowd, sorry, we have a game. If they're going to unpause this, I wanted to see your beautiful faces, but I'll have to get back into the game and see where this goes. The lane so far, I mean, 4-0 for the Storm. It's pretty much the only standout.
Yeah, that lane kind of should be favorited for the Monkey King. Storm usually likes playing into melee cores, but versus a Monkey King, it can kind of go both ways, but more often than not right now, Monkey wins. And then he can itemize into the Storm as well. Storm Spirits, like we've seen different builds, but most of them conventionally buy a shard. Meanwhile, on the Monkey King, I've seen many different things. I've seen a Maid Slayer, I've seen an Orchid, I've seen a Maelstrom, a Diffusal, like there's just, sky's the limit.
Good shot thrown over to Amar and crit on this Lion. We haven't really spoken about how this hero is starting to find a good amount of popularity as the tournament goes on. We saw Bobica with it yesterday hold a game for Yakult in game number 3.
I feel like it's mostly about the spirits that are being played on mid, and you don't really have a lot of catch, so you get yourself a Lion, and you're always secured through the game. One thing needs to be said though, if a Storm is having a really bad game, Lion feels great. If a Storm is having a really good game, that Lion can suffer. Storm can just jump him 24/7. He can be the first one that gets eliminated.
Crit will have to position well and be careful. Maybe we see him try to turn that around with the Hex to start on Storm, but of course that's later down the line. Flat Cannon from Nightfall is just putting some damage onto Amar. Dead shot blood grenade might get his first blood, but there's the air spike, a little bit of a turnaround with the Hex, the plasma field, and first blood for Amar. As Falcons, they draw blood first.
And when I said he, I meant, of course.
You meant the Muerta.
Yeah, of course. He had 8 stick charges, so he got a little bit debated. I'm surprised that he didn't really check that immediately, but also I feel like this comes to the lane duo combination that you get when you switch things up, because if this was 33 that he was playing with, 33 would have followed. They would go together for that kill. But yeah, this time around, Nightfall was just chilling, farming the creeps.
Yeah, the gyro kind of backing up a little bit and not exactly helping out too much. 3-minute Lotus spawning, but Skitter and Snake King are here to welcome Whitemon over to the Lotus pool. It'll be picked up by the Out. And on the other side, Muerta's going to pick it up. So one apiece, keeping the resources full over bottom. But Lurnoff taking a heavy amount of damage from this Monkey King. Whitemon comes over, shards off the mark. The tower shot's not going to be enough anyway to kill off this Monkey King mid.
Yep, he's a really good Tusk player. Doesn't manage to hit those shards, but overall, nothing to really worry about. You need to help out your Storm Spirit at least a little bit. Unfortunately, these kind of TPs, if you're a position 5, I think they're okay. If you pulled already and your mid laner is going back, but you need to cover your Viper almost all the time. This isn't a hero that you can leave alone in the lane, and that's something that they really have to be careful about. 33 can dominate, but you need to set it up.
Shards just short. Skitter going to stun himself. That's one that we've seen. Saw a lot of that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. I was going to count them this time. Well, last time we saw Alchemist, it was about 30 times they stunned themselves.
Yeah, it is something that
obviously a bit of a farming technique at times.
They do it quite a lot. And everyone is playing Alchemist way more actively now, so they're trying to join fights, they're trying to move through the twin gates. Sometimes it doesn't work out, and you end up stunning yourself.
That time it was very present. Crit starting to shift over mid and steal one of these water runes.
Honestly, Malrine is doing quite all right here. When you look at the CS, and when you look at the net worth, he's 600 ahead of the Storm Spirit.
Almost pushed him, pushed him out of lane, but he also almost killed him.
Yep.
Solo over mid. It was the Whitemon TP that deterred him from going forward.
It's all about the rotations that come after this. Because you saw that yesterday as well, right? Like in the game.
First spike, calling down, nothing more. And then just a couple more right clicks, but a flat cannon to do some damage to the creep wave and crit.
The range creep, it actually gets denied, so a little bit of efficiency miss.
Not too brutal just yet, but Falcons already peeking over that 1,000 net worth mark. That being said, they'll get a kill on Omar, and Sox is going to get credit for that one, using that dead shot to push him back into the rocket barrage.
Yeah, I mean, credit was his regardless, right? Like, good positioning, gets that shot. He attempted the same thing once before. The other time, of course, it didn't work. This time around, they do manage to kill ATF. Gotta be careful. The one thing that Gyro is really strong at is dishing out an incredible amount of damage early on if he can find you out isolated.
And that is helped by the fact that Deadshot is available over bottom. You can isolate with that fear. They'll go for Saxa. Marines come over, and they will eventually find the Muerta. It'll be Monkey King who gets the kill and moves back towards mid.
The best part about all of this is Tusk was also rotating bottom, so. And Arcane Rune gets picked up.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you also get that Arcane Rune, and it's Lornoff pre-level 6. He might just be dead. Primal Spring and the Static Remnant, they go and they've got the Hex from Crit. The Earth Spike to follow it up. Snake King is there. And a Boundless Strike kill again as Lornoff falls over mid.
When he moved back, I'm like, wait. Is he giving his supports the kill? There is no way. And then, of course, the Boundless Strike follows up.
Would have been the first time in Dota history.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to pressure Amar the most. And they might do it again.
Blood Grenade, Shards, they're on the money. Homie missiles coming in. They've got the damage to kill off Amar, and they'll at least get themselves something here bottom when they lost Lornoff mid.
I feel like the offlaners are very similar, but Viper is having... Well, when it comes to networks, actually, Razor is doing better. He just died a couple of times. Wisdom Rune gets snatched on both sides, by the way.
Over, Crit, Shards to lock him up, and another kill this time for Nightfall.
It was a nice invasion, but on the other side, of course, Malrine managed to steal the Wisdom Rune away from 33.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're moving over. They want to go and get the kill on a 33. He's under the tower. Skitter coming in with a stun. He'll charge that up. Easy kill onto 33 on this Viper.
Yeah. We talked about the Viper, by the way, in the draft stage. Like, he's good versus a lot of heroes. Like, ulting the Razor, of course, is nice, but he does very nicely into the Monkey King too. However, if your Viper is poor, he's basically a glorified support at some point.
Yeah.
And he feels like food for this fast-paced Monkey King and the style that he's played at right now.
So if you end up kind of losing that early game, is there any comeback potential for the Viper, or now you just super reliant on Gyro and Storm having a game?
Let's see. 33 is the skill master on most of these heroes, and with Viper as well, I'm sure that he's going to find a way to make it work. But more often than not, like if I'm looking at the game realistically, it's a very difficult for Viper to make that comeback. There was a small patch in which he could clear stacks easily, but you pick this hero to dominate the lanes, and right now they've lost 2 out of 3 lanes. Top lane didn't really go that great. Alchemist top of the network charts.
To be expected, but also,
I mean,
keeping
not really.
up is Malrine, right?
Yeah, exactly. The mid lane is going well as well. But if you're picking Viper, you expect him to do maybe a bit better in the lane.
This kind of feels similar to, which was the Visage game we saw, where it went up against the Medusa and your offlaner just doesn't get much of anything.
Or the TA.
Yeah, against the TA as well. Call down going to be used here. Nightfall chasing with Saxa, as well as that Tusk, but they don't get anything. And now the turnaround. Crimp may be looking for a stun. They've also got this Centaur to follow up. Malrine's down here. Primal Spring into the trees. Nice Deadshot, fearing him away. But the Boundless Strike and the ult still going for that Razor will secure them one. Whitemon Enchanted, he'll be slowed up. Malrine's going to continue to chase, looking to get the Jingu stacks. They throw that Blood Grenade, and they will get themselves a second, as the inevitable will finally become the reality. And Amar gets the kill.
Nicely done from them to cut the tree as well from Whitemon, but overall it's too big of an aggressive move to even try and sustain yourself through. They brought everything that they needed. By the way, Gyro, meanwhile, he TP'd to the pool from the Roshan, and Skitter is coming actually as well. He wants some
Skitter
fun.
following the rest of his team. They throw out that stun. Sox in trouble. The calling, well, they're going to keep the phone on the hook, get the kill, and Sox is gone. That is another kill here for Falcons, and another reason that you guys should follow the channel by clicking that follow button in the bottom right. If you're here in person, open up your phone, open up the app, and take a look up at the screen yourself as Lornoff forced the ball lightning away from this Wukong's command committed from Malrine.
Yeah, Boundless Strike just wasn't there. He's still trying.
They have the odds, they have the vision. Like, this has just not been dewarded yet.
Yeah, that region rune as well will be taken by him. So right now they've taken already the tier 1 on the top lane. They're taking the tier 1 on the bot lane. This map has broken open completely for Falcons.
This is really not great for Tundra.
Some games, well, you never like losing 2 tier 1 towers by minute 10, don't get me wrong, but some games, sometimes it's a bit easier than others. This time around, you're playing into the Monkey King.
Charging up the stun, going after the Viper. Crit's got Finger ready to go. They'll have the Hex to start it off. Crowd control is there with your Spike and the Finger. Boundless strike kill. And Crit gets credit and a stack as they take out 33.
These heroes are just so slow on the side of Tundra. The way they move, literally slow, the way they move across the map isn't really the quickest. And now another tier 1 tower. This is...
The map is so small for Tundra.
This is really rough, especially when you're playing a Viper. Like, when you're playing some offlaners like a Centaur, you can poke your head out, see if some trouble is happening, brewing, you pop that Stampede, you run away. As a Viper, like, what do you do? The only thing you can do is stand and fight, so they need to find a way to maybe bait out on someone and take an engagement, because this isn't looking great at the moment.
Snaking locked in via the shards, but this is not an easy kill to get. It's an Enchantress. They've got 3, and they will find it. It's not easy with just the Tusk, but when you bring everybody over to kill an Enchantress, it's
Snaking kind I did have the vision here because of this ops, right? So he probably knew what was coming his way.
Sacred Relic shipping out for the Alchemist. Ball lightning into the Vortex, but gets up into the trees and avoids the gank. Even tipping the Storm of Lornoff afterwards.
Yeah, not really surprising from the side of Falcons to be tipping people, but that one stings. Like, he tried to go in, the initiation was there, it was good, but Mischief just dodging it, jumping afterwards, Simeon stride, feels good, man.
Simple, easy, and an escape there, and a 6,000 net worth lead at 12.5 minutes into the game. I said that Radiance was coming out soon. Aurora, he's also just got so much farm. He's ahead of the Gyrocopter at Nightfall. They haven't been able to find many openings here for Tundra.
They're so desperate to defend. Oh, there's a tornado, right?
Shards
like,
again.
Fine.
Has the Hurricane. Now the call down. Not going to be quick enough. And this Enchantress just walks away.
Yeah, it was the creep, right? Like, if he managed to kill off the creep first or something similar, then you can kill her, but the creep had... What's the name of the spell? Tornado?
Hurricane?
Hurricane? Sure, yeah. Basically a discount for staff, right?
Yeah. Discount, but better value.
For sure.
Pretty much free. You walk out the store, nobody stops you. Lornoff trying to farm as best he can, and look at the stack difference. Those bars look a little bit bigger for 3-3 and 2-2s there, but there's zeros across the board for Tundra.
0 stacks made. They just don't have time. Like, when you're being ran down the way they are, like, you don't have times to make stacks. Like, they have Gyro, by the way. Keep in mind, one of the better heroes when it comes to taking stacks, but Nightfall, he's farming well. Like, he's farming all right. He's got his small crit completed, so it isn't the worst, and he hasn't been completely shut down. He's just below Monkey King in net worth.
But he's the only one.
But he's the only one.
A couple times.
Yeah, that's the problem.
We've seen this where the carry is getting farmed, but the rest of your team just doesn't know how to keep up. And this especially the case for Lornoff and 33, who might not survive here, and with the Finger definitely won't survive. Aurora with another kill and a 33 and another stack for crit.
They're just reading these moves so well. Not only do they get a kill on him, they also scan the move that was happening from Lornoff on the top rune as well. So his move will not connect on anyone.
Just so free to move around the map, especially you were talking about how quickly the tier 1s are gone. The map is so small here for Tundra, and Falcons, it's a much easier map to read when it's as small as it is for Tundra.
Yeah, and they have these heroes that can do that, right? Like the Monkey King, you never know where this guy is. And the map is free, you can set up wards, you can set up vision. Saxa, like this area here is usually either your carry or offlane area. But right now, I think it's a position 4 area because it's too dangerous. Like, let Saxa farm it, push it out. If he dies, he dies. That's probably the best approach that they can have. And then as a Viper and Gyro, you need to farm even safer, maybe somewhere deep inside your own jungle.
It's certainly tough to be out and about, and you can see that there's that dire obs that's also on the steps over there by where the tier 1 tower once stood. So if you're farming this area, they have the information on Falcons. But on the other side of the map, they don't have that word down, so they don't have the info of the triangle. However, you are invading with multiple heroes, and You don't want to fight into that if you're Tundra at all.
Yeah, speaking of items, by the way, a little bit, the drums on Ench, Glimmer on the Lion, and Malrine. He will be opting for the Gleipnir. It's really good option, right? Like it combos very nicely with the Monkey King. Yes, the item has been nerfed, but you are playing into Storm Spirit anyway, so this is... I know, I've seen this one as well. Like, he's going Dragonlance into Blink on Viper. So...
Is that where you want your gold to go?
I mean, they don't, besides Lorenov, they don't have a way of initiating, so I guess it's an idea.
Lightning Vortex, but the Monkey King is here. The Calling silences him up. They use that ult for 33. They should be able to get the kill on Malrine. They'll look over at this Enchantress and find a second. Snake King dead. Double kill for Saksa. Amar and Crit may be looking to get something with the help of the Alchemist that has an amplified damage. Blinks in, 3-man stun. Uh-oh, Earthspike to follow it up. Down goes Lorenov, and they will lose Saksa. Walrus punch into the air. This is going to be a big cleanup crew here for Falcons. Skitter wipes the floor with 33, takes out Whitemon, and it is clean sweeps after they lost 2 from Falcons.
Easy bait in the chat as well. I'm not sure that was that easy. It looked really rough. Nightfall now as well. He didn't join that, and he's going to fall too.
Oh,
that's a wipe.
That is a full team wipe, and just bursting him down. Falcons. Giving them a taste of hope and then taking it away.
Yeah, best use of DD. Sorry, amplified damage. Rune. Actually, it's amplified damage.
Let's take a look at this again. Sure.
Sure.
I think this is the early part of it. But we'll see Snake King come around this Enchantress. Pig. In this replay? All right, we're a little early in the replay. Now we're back to live. All right, we're good to go. I got a little confused.
Whitemon buying those drums, trying something at least. What did the last fight show us? It showed us a glimmer of hope for Tundra, because they did manage to kill off both the Monkey and the Enchantress really quickly. Yeah. So they can't be that free on the map, but still 11k, now 12k. The Snowball Alchemist lineup, 88% win rate.
Radiant
That's an oof.
That doesn't feel good. Just 18 minutes in, they're looking at Crit to try and kill. He's almost level 12. He's just about the same experience as the Storm.
Yeah, he's having a good game, and online this time he decided to go for the Glimmer Cape. It just throws an additional problem at them, right? Like, you're playing this Gyro, you're playing this Storm Spirit, someone needs to carry a Dust, and it most likely will have to be the Storm or the Tusk, I guess, when they jump in. But the Glimmer, just for the magic resistance as well, is also very nice. And Nightfall, realizing what's happening, he's not going for any early builds. He's going for an Aghanim Scepter with a crit. It's pretty understandable, considering that if he goes for a BKB right now, I still don't think that they're able to take these fights. I still think that the next rush should be kind of free for Falcons, but we'll see.
Honestly, it's free if they elect to even go for it. I feel like they're just stomping out the flame that is Tundra in game number 1 pretty quickly, where this one might end before they even need to go Roche.
Yeah, they are reaching some items. 33 actually, 7k net worth actually above his Storm Spirit, so he's getting something out of the map at least. Oh, Nightfall. This would be massive kill.
Crit. His finger, they have the burst damage, and
they know
Boundless Strike. They'll have the follow-up stun. The finger used already. They'll get another kill on a Nightfall. Skitter.
They're coming.
He got this. They're coming around, but do you want to fight this? They have the Dust. They go to the Rod of Atos. The ult is still running here for Alchemist, and it's not really something that you want to jump in on.
Yeah, the shards were really good to block them off, but the majority of your damage at that point actually come from 33. If the Gyro is dead, Viper is the one that needs to be close, he is the one that needs to be dishing out that damage, but guess what the Alchemist completed?
BKB.
It's the BKB.
Vortex, they're going to try and get a kill here on a Crit. But he gets invis with that Glimmer Cape. He'll survive this stun thrown over from Skitter. Earthspike following it up. Crit still alive, but the Snowball's going to pull him in. They'll eventually get the stun on a Crit. They'll get the kill to the Lion, but they'll end up losing Lorenov. Some impetus shots to follow. 33's dead off screen, and Whitemon follows into the grave 6 feet under.
Yeah, Lamar is definitely drinking their milkshakes. Like, he actually managed to kill off the Viper on the side, and one of the reasons why Storm, even though the Snowball was great, he didn't manage to get away because Gleipnir from the Monkey King. And now they also drink the milkshake and they take the Tormentor.
get the Tormentor.
Nice shard for crit. He's been the one that's kind of getting gone on. So if you pop that Glimmer on yourself, it can help you survive a little bit, and then you can also mana drain for survive even longer.
This time they find crit, but the Glimmer Cape making it tougher and tougher to get that kill initially. They single out 33. The link on him the entire time with a kill on Aurora and taking out Whitemon. It just does not look good for Tundra in any of these fights.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't. They need to somehow set up the most perfect fight on the high ground to get back into this one. Just taking fair Dota fights, 5-on-5, it's not going to work. They need to maybe force a rotation on the other side of the map and take a team fight with numerical advantage, because these guys, they're 17k ahead, 21 minutes in. It's something.
Oh. 2 impetus shots. Hurting a bit. Shards, but pops that ult immediately. They go into the drinking buddies, but the BKB has been popped. Damar's gonna chase. They've got 33 coming over. The ball lightning away. Malreen's off to the side. Saksa looking to go in. Forced down. Boundless strike stops him.
He was channeling the ulti, you saw that, right? Like the Boundless Strike mid-channel cancels it, and the main reason why Razor actually escapes. So overall, that wasn't too bad for Tundra, because they did bait out the BKB from Razor. Maybe that means the top tier 1 is available.
But Malreen is here, Boundless Strike again. They'll take this tier 1 and finally take a tower 22 minutes into the game. Placing some vision on that twin gate, trying to now be the ones who catch the movements of Falcons, maybe take advantage of that, getting some vision down.
Yeah, they have a lot of damage on their side. Even though they're 18k behind, Tundra, if all the stars align, I feel like can take a good team fight. Like the damage from the Viper and the Gyro post BKB is really great, but they need to kite out the BKB.
33 hexed immediately. Charging up that stun, they know he's dead. Another finger shot and another kill for crit. On the other side, though, the calling's down. The Boundless Strike's gonna be off the mark, but he jumps to the other side. They've got the silence onto this Monkey King. Dead shot lands, and a ball lightning TP to get out. Stun charged up by Skitter, gonna try and find anybody to throw this at, but will stun himself under the tier 2 tower.
A nice little plasma field to push. Maybe try and give him the damage for the stun, but yeah, unfortunately for them, they couldn't find an extra kill. Crit is like the main piece of all of this. Crit is just enabling them to get most kills. And most importantly, one of the main reasons why Storm lived was there was no Lion. Like if Lion is there, there's more than enough control, but without the Lion, you just can't kill Lorenov. Who is building into an Orchid? Now, when you're losing a game like this and you're buying an Orchid, by the time you have it, on the enemy side, you have a Glimmer, maybe someone has a Manta, the BKBs. So it might not be as effective as he would usually like it to be.
Only 4 galvanized stacks on the Storm. Not a good number to see. And now they're setting up towards this Roche, and they will in fact look to go for the first Roche. This may be the only one of the game, but they're also maybe baiting over the side of Tundra to defend it.
But they are stacked. Tundra, they're coming. They want to take this fight. It's not an easy one.
But Gyro's not with them. Certainly they would need Gyro to make this work.
Yeah, there is a TP portal for him, right? Like he could join them that way, but overall...
It's a long time to wait without him.
And like being 20k behind, it's a really hard fight to take.
Do you really want to be that far away from your team? And they'll actually elect to throw the Muerta over towards the secret shop.
Nightfall actually has a 4-staff, if I'm correct, right? Like he went the Aghanim's crit 4-staff into a Pike, Daedalus, so no BKB gaming from him even. I like this, like the Pike, why does it make sense here? Mobility, like we've discussed this in previous series, is everything. And Saksa, does he have the mobility?
Yeah, he's...
Yep.
Oh,
right here.
Looked like for a second he was going to be able to get out, but the Gleipnir thrown out from Malreen, just bouncing, looking for a high 5. Dead shot, and kind of playing with his food a little bit.
I mean, Malreen, he knew he had him there, but he did drop down quite low. Basically, the Pike is needed. Like 33 has it, Gyro is buying it, and the main reason is this guy on the screen for the Razor Link.
They found Nightfall. Like you said, he doesn't have a BKB to work with. Can they even save him? Doesn't look like it. Call down used, and Nightfall's just dead as Lurnoff, a spectator to his carry's death.
And now that's the counterpoint. I know the Pike is great into some of these heroes, but usually you need the BKB as well.
Oh my god, dude. BKB for TP out. All right, at least answering with a little humble no BKB, bro.
There's some spice in the past with the BKB TP out here, but...
Well, Viper kind of looks like Visage. Starts with the same 2 letters. I guess it works. Thank you, Salty Medevac.
We have some really great analysts in the chat today.
Well, like you said, there's 16K.
Yeah, I'm really happy that we're getting these small little
nuggets of information.
Nuggets of gold from the chat.
Always appreciate a good chat. Always appreciate a good crowd.
Always appreciate a gold Midas. Speaking of gold, by the way, 33 is queuing up that. So yeah, I guess we're going late game, boys.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
If they hold, yes.
I mean, that's the plan, right? At this point, they understand how far behind they are.
That might have been the plan 10 minutes ago, to go ultra late game. I think that they were down 12,000 at that point.
Keep in mind, they do not see the numbers, right?
No,
like they do not know how far behind they are, but they probably have a general feeling, considering how this game is going and how much farm they have on everyone.
Radiant's bottom tower
It's a really tough game to kind of make up ground, and especially when you don't have, say, the BKB or the ability to kind of have the information to jump on these heroes. It's been Falcons that have been the aggressors every single time.
Yeah, I like the Aghanims after the crit on Gyro. This fight, I made some sort of justification for it, but it might hurt them. Like not having a BKB, he can get Pike. Like Gyro farms fast, so he needs to find space to get that BKB afterwards, I think.
But where do you start to turn this around? Like how many more items for this side of Tundra is it going to take? Because if you're going Midas, that's not an item that's going to turn it around initially. Maybe the BKB next for the Gyro helps a little bit. But these heroes, other than Gyrocopter, are pretty far behind.
You see the item build? That's what you need.
Okay.
Basically, this game...
Daedalus, BKB Divine.
As stupid as it sounds, you're already thinking about that Rapier later on.
I don't think it sounds stupid at all.
I mean, that's the way you have to think, right? Because that's your out when it comes to this game. It's a really difficult position that you're in since the laning stage, so...
See if they can get to that point, because... they have been really trying to fend off the end of this first game for a while. They've kind of been given, I would say, that space. Obviously, Falcons, they went for Roche. They backed off a little bit. They maybe haven't been playing too aggressive since that look over bot. But that being said, Whitemon spotted. Whitemon in trouble. He'll snowball all the way over to the creep wave, trying to get away from Skitter as well as Amar. But the bash is there, and Whitemon is dead under his own tier 2 tower. And they'll take this tower immediately after.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot that they have to wait for any longer. Straight onto the high ground, the ultra late game Midas boys, maybe some other time. At least that's how Falcons are playing. Tier 2 tower on top lane as well, still available.
Radiant's top tower.
Another outer tower to take. There's still 2 more, top and bottom.
That Abyssal is also, by the way, almost completed by Skitter. Like, he's got that vitality booster in, what, 300 gold, more or less, and full Abyssal, so even the Pike isn't as helpful any longer.
No, not really, so it almost makes an item that was just picked up for the Gyrocopter already obsolete, which is quite tough. Lurnoff trying to get the BKB. He went to that Orchid you talked about earlier, and Defy've got a Pike on the Enchantress, and there's the Abyssal Blade for the Alchemist.
I really like the Orchid when I'm kind of winning the lane, right? Like you win the lane, you buy that Orchid, you start hunting down these squishy supports, but when you're losing and you get it, you have an Orchid basically as a passive item. You're just not using it.
Or you're using it and it doesn't really help you in any way, where you're just, okay, you're silenced for a couple seconds, you're still dead.
Yeah, eventually it obviously can come in handy if you bait out all the BKBs, then you use it. But Skitter, like there's just so many layers on this Alchemist right now. 2 minutes of Aegis, he's got the BKB afterwards. The Blink, Abyssal, it's all there for him.
4-staff TP out. Damage not going to be enough there from Amar. They're going to take this last outer tower. No resistance from Tundra at all in any of these tower takes. Group up as 4, and We'll have Amar pushing through mid while they look for their opportunity to make a jump. Saxa might be it. Balance strike, Gleipnir used. Radamatos going the other way.
It's just a joke, you know. You jump in, you poke a little bit, maybe you get a kill. If you don't, you jump out. He's not truly trying to... I mean, you are trying to kill him, but more importantly, you're baiting out a reaction Nightfall.
That is a courier with some decent gold on it, and this is now the Abyssal Blade. There's no TP, there's a finger, there's tips coming through around from Falcons, and eventually a kill there for Skitter.
I think the tip is more importantly, I think the reasoning was the TP out, right? Like he actually tried TPing there, and there was no way in hell that ever worked.
Not a shot. Losing that courier feels even worse. Gyro going to be dead for 45 seconds. And Tundra, they've just been stuck in this area of the map where they can't really respond to anything. And this net worth deficit just continues to become more and more.
And you can see they're kind of circling the areas. I feel like those areas, even the enemy triangle, basically saying, maybe that's our route. Just go there, farm a little bit, snatch those ancients on the side. Because farming in the normal places right now will not work.
Yeah, you get killed so easily, as Exhibit A was shown in that kill on a Nightfall. Sages only has 20 seconds left on it, so this will maybe be a 2 Aegis game when, honestly, there was a point where I thought it would be a 0 Aegis game. But kind of tentative from Falcons to go up onto the high ground.
Yep, it is. Keep in mind that when it comes to Aghanims building, Skitter this game, he has so many juicy Aghanims that he can buy. Like, you can give one to your Monkey King, one to the Razor. Ench Aghanims, by the way, underrated. That item, when you're buying it on your own, it kind of feels bad, but if you can get it early somehow, I feel like it's a bit underrated.
But still, of course, the last pick in this lineup,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, definitely.
They've all got Shard on this Falcons side already. And they will get good gold, 280 each from the Tormentor. That's going to be a juicy influx there. I say you reward your support and you give the Ags to the Lion.
I'm not really surprised you're asking for that. You have something with Lion Aghanim Scepters. You really like it.
He's got 6 stacks. That's how I play my Lion games. I get a stack pretty early, and then I'm thinking Ags. Only Parker can stop Falcons now. These analysts, man.
I mean,
they know something.
He isn't wrong, at the moment at least. Sucks up.
Hex, Lorinov off to the side, and again, he's always in like that weird close vicinity where he just turns around.
Just got Gleipnir for Lorinov,
but he's too far away.
Not close enough. Keep in mind, there's a Viper there farming as well, and it seems like Snake King is searching for either him or a creep.
TP's out. Yeah. He'll be fine. Finally, that Data is finished there for Nightfall. When he's giving too much time, like when is that timer? Is it 60 minutes, 90 minutes?
For who? For Nightfall?
From Falcons to Tundra. Like how much time would they have to give Tundra to bring it back a little bit?
I think it all comes down to... I think they do have enough time. Like, you are playing into an Alchemist, a hero that kind of is generally considered on a timer. Like, it's not your ultra late game carry, and if you have like a Morphling or a Gyro, you tend to outscale him. But this time around, he's not alone, and the way Falcons are playing is, no matter how much time they are giving you, they also have these cores that scale really nicely. They have the Razor, they have the Monkey King as well.
It's what we saw in the last Alchemist game.
They're smoking though.
Last Alchemist game we saw together, it was out giving away the Ags, becoming less the focal point of the team and allowing the others to really do the bidding of the team. And that's really what we're seeing here with Amar and this Razor, and then the Monkey King as well that was giving that Ags.
Cut them off.
33 is going to be spotted. Blink, Hexer, Spike, dead shot coming in, lands out of the line with the BKB being popped here by Amar. Skitter goes in, looks over to the Muerta. Sox is dead. They'll look for Whitemon. The snowball is only going to extend the inevitable, but the Wukong's the balance strike over the gate, goes for the rest of the side of Tundra. They're trying to survive on Nightfall, but he'll end up dead. 3 heroes gone, and Falcons keep it clean.
Yeah, they managed to survive on the Viper, but that, dude, the shard from the Monkey King and the Wukong's command, perfect to cut him off. There's no gate that you can pass through and survive. The shards were kind of okay on Tusk, but they didn't still manage to rescue Nightfall. And this is very sad for Tundra, because this was their play. Like, they smoked out, they went out of their base, they tried to finally utilize this Gyrocopter, who just completed the Daedalus, right? Maybe go with him, make a play, didn't work out.
Take the top set of racks, mid next to follow. 33 trying to push them away.
Radiant's middle barracks.
Walk away on their own accord and take out the double siege creeps here for the Radiant, and well, in doing so, they get the Satanic on Amar. Everything for Falcons, just lining up Millhouse, and it is a 40,000 net worth lead. Piercing the veil, trying to do anything they can.
He isn't piercing anything there. That's an Enchantress. Like, you can press your ult, but untouchable. Just a little bit too strong. This is a position for Muerta, right? Like, maybe even a 5 if you look at the laning stage. And
maybe even a 6.
Like, you can't really hit Ench. You just don't have enough attack speed.
There's so much more net worth on these supports here. I mean, Tusk has 4,000 net worth 36 minutes into the game. That is rough.
Yep.
99%, but there is that 1% chance that Tundra bring it back. And 1%, it's enough. It could give anybody hope.
Yeah, I've heard there are some 1%er players out there, you know, like, it can always work.
Divine Rapier next on the docket for Nightfall. Definitely on the Rolodex of ideas, and well, the Rolodex is empty. It's just one. It's just get Divine Rapier and hope that you can win this game with that output of damage. But we saw how quickly they took at the Gyro, and all 3 cores on the side of Falcons have higher net worth.
Yeah, the problem is they can jump in too easily. It's not only, like, not right now. They were able to do it for the last, like, 10 minutes. They have the Abyssal on Alchemist, and this hero is really good at eliminating a single target. And it's not only him. Keep in mind that you have this guy right next to him, ATF. It's another single target hero destroyer, and he's got Satanic completed on top of everything else. Like, you can't play a single core versus this. And right now, you're not really playing it on Tundra, but you just don't have anyone else. Like, the Viper and the Storm, they have some farm, but they're not really that effective.
Maybe they can get crit and snaking. You got to start to wonder about the impetus damage, but it's not doing enough. They've got the Hex. They'll pull in this Storm into the Snowball, but here comes Malrine to turn it around. The BKB, the runaway, the dead shot's going to be off the mark. The Earth Spike stops the TP of the Tusk. They've got the finger, they'll have the damage even though it's just support. Snake King gets it, Ornoff out of mana. They're taking the Aegis at the same time they're going for these kills, and they get them both.
I mean, they're trying to make a kill in the middle of the map at minute 38 and on a line support. Sometimes that's, most of the time that's good, but there's still a tier 1 tower standing there, so Monkey King TP's in, and at some point you have to ask yourself, you can't even kill a lion support. Something's not right. It's a good Scotty game.
Are the items going to be enough? Has the time been given back to Tundra at all? We'll have to find out. They have an Aegis on this Alchemist. Homie missile comes through, Mega Creeps. There's the Primal Spring down on the ground right in front of 33, but backs away with the rest of his team. They've got Mega Creeps secured. They don't have to force anything more.
You know, a couple of weeks ago, there was a game, a very famous game that Sind was casting, and we announced we were playing into a Medusa, and Sind was like, just do something, you know, because they weren't able to make a play. I feel like we're seeing more and more of these games in which one team is basically unable to even start off a fight. Like in this game, Tundra, everything that they tried to do kind of got repelled from the laning stage and onwards.
And it all started there, yeah. They lost 2 out of the 3 lanes, and since that point, Falcons have just played across the river. They've had all the information they've needed with the information given from the wards. So, like, they have just done so much here to shut down Tundra completely. They even killed Nightfall's courier, and well, that courier drops. But there is a community drop here for Noise Terror, the Lina Arcana.
It's a pretty good one.
Hey, if you're good in the chat, that could be you next.
Just be positive.
I'm trying to be positive. I'd love an Arcana, truthfully.
By the way, did you notice the Octarine as well on the Lion? And they still don't have the Rapier or Nightfall. They smoked up, but...
He lost his courier anyway, so to go get that Divine Rapier, he has to get out to a secret shop.
Maybe that's the smoke, right? Like you try to smoke up and go for the... Go escort your Gyro into the secret shop.
You can hope.
Yep.
Sure. So out building another Ags. I'm telling you, these supports would love one. Oh, the cores get the Ags, and now you're building for yourself again.
I mean, Enchantress and Lion, even though we did talk about how cool the Agnons on these heroes are, they're still theoretical. They're not really the ones that you really want to go for.
Say what you really want to say. They're supports, and they don't deserve the free funding of Ags. It's okay. I understand it. Blink in with the stun, the 4-staff back, 33 trying to get away. The Drinking Buddies pulls him out. They've got the round of Atos around on to skitter the dead shot coming through, but not doing enough. The right clicks from 33 with balance strike coming out from Alreen. The BKB's been popped, the callings down, the silence out of the Alchemist. Nobody dead yet on the side of Tundra. Dead shot bounces off Amar and hits onto this Alchemist. He has this Aegis though for 2 minutes, probably not the ideal target. They smoke up, stay to the outside in Nightfall. I think on a mission to go get that Divine Rapier while this is all raging on.
Bro, you can't go shopping. Your base is falling.
The mall's right there, dude. I can be back in 5 seconds.
Let's see. They did back out.
Oh my god. Right.
Kill TP, yeah.
He got out. He's fine.
They didn't continue pushing because the Alchemist's ulti was out, right? Like, they used the ulti, hit the tower, then when the ulti was out, they decided to back out.
If Divine's not enough, I really don't know what will. 50,000 net worth lead ahead here for Falcons. You know, I told you about the whole, if you're up 1K per minute mark, it's time to probably call the game. Well, when you can be up an hour into the game, 1K ahead, it's looking grim. The 99% to 1% might even look 100% to 0 if we looked again.
B-Cop, 54K, yeah, 100. 54,000, like this is probably one of the highest deficits I have ever seen in the game of Dota, so.
I think the last one I saw get this ridiculous, and you're gonna hate me because it's a China Dota reference, is LBZS against Vici.
That was rough. That's a DPC game, right?
But there was a comeback in that game. Vici were the ones down by 40,000 net worth plus, and then they won. Just saying, for all you Tundra fans, it's possible.
Well, with the Rapier, the problem usually is you want to hide the Rapier, right? Like you buy this big item,
There ain't any
the win condition.
It ain't possible to hide that.
You can't hide it in this game because you have to defend. Like someone needs to defend against Mega Creeps and your teammates are okay. I like 33, by the way. Can we see that again? Like Viper's item build, like he's going for the Rapier as well. Sure, why not? You know, I respect it.
Huerta should get one too.
Everyone
Just get Divine.
You just have to have, you know, like big dreams. Dream big.
And then just do it. Get out there, just do it. 33, only level 20. The experience difference between these two teams is massive. Let alone the net worth, that's almost at 60,000. You can see Amar already level 25. Snaking's level 20. He's going into a Hex.
One thing that never ceases to surprise me, or impress me at least, how disciplined these teams are. Because, like, we see it 59K ahead. They probably feel it as well. Just clicking the items, they have the ultimate vision. The Mega Creeps are constantly pushing in, so they can compare the items on the enemy side and on their own. And they're still not attempting to even finish off this one tier 4 tower. They're waiting, maybe biding their time for the next Aegis, which is kind of far away.
Now, while we're waiting for the next Aegis, I got some trivia for you. I drink your milkshake is a quote from what movie?
Regeneration.
Do you know?
Nope.
No idea? There will be blood. Thank you. Thanks, Amar. Appreciate that. Timely.
Perfect.
We're in sync. Great movie. 29-7 and a 60,000 net worth lead. That's a lot of milkshakes. Oh, I could use a milkshake. Would be good. Maybe one after the game. Maybe one after the Roche. 1 minute and 20 seconds until Aegis and Roche is back up.
Farm, don't worry, guys.
That's fine.
I mean, at this point, like, it's kind of funny I feel like both sides are just... It's on Falcons to decide where they want to take this game, and apparently they're taking it on a wild 60-minute ride. Maybe there are some tier 3 tier 5 tokens that they want to experiment with.
Wait 15 minutes for?
Yeah, wait 15 minutes, because if they wanted to, they could. Like, there is absolutely no reason for them to. Of course, there is one reason. They could win the game if they wanted to right now, but they're deciding not to.
So far, they're waiting for Roche. Which...
What if they're waiting for the gyro BKB? So
just to kill him and say your BKB is worthless? That is rude as hell.
I love that big courier once again from the Enchantress. Very healthy.
Another Ags being built this time.
Is there some sort of a mini game, like maybe, you know, one of those quests that you get daily, where you get to buy Aghanims for everyone?
Not currently, but we could get maybe some quests on our own to go in.
You know, some Dota Plus quest?
Ooh.
Buy 5 Aghanim Scepters.
No, they don't have that kind of quest just yet. But I'd love to see something like that get added into the game. And yes, Falcons, they said it's okay, we're farming. Well, they'll continue to do so. And crowd, I'm sorry, if you look at the timer, it's 2.5 minutes till the next Roche.
Yes, 63k advantage as well. Like, just to be devil's advocate, right? Like, he is buying this BKB. It doesn't help you against Abyssal, but at least you can stand your ground, maybe take a fight. Do you think that they will smoke up after the BKB, or is it just, let's continue
farming? Give them the Aegis. I probably continue farming. I was going to say this. You're down this much. You get this BKB, and you come back. What's your all chat? What do you all chat when you...
Question mark.
Just question mark? You just go classic emo?
Plain old classic, just all chat question mark.
Okay, that's fine. I would have said, hey, keep farming. I feel like that's the all chat.
It's pretty
I'm not
good
telling
as well.
anybody at home to be toxic. You should be positive. I'm just saying, maybe, if the opportunity arises, you take it.
Dire's bottom tower.
Bottom tier 1, they got a tower. There it is, second tower of the game here for the side of Tundra. That's
the
right.
crowd goes wild.
They go absolutely berserk. You guys can be louder than that.
Tier 1 tower.
I know you can be.
Okay.
Next tower, everybody get louder than that. That's an agreement.
5 more minutes and we might see another tier 1 tower falling, but yeah, I don't know. Falcons, this is something else. This is the first time that I'm seeing a team being
They got to keep that average game timer at what they've been used to, right?
They're 66,000 ahead and they're just chilling.
What do you think they need? 100? 2?
I guess. But they don't know that, right? Like, they don't see the network's advantage, so they're kind of playing without that vision.
Well, we'll see. Finger used from the Lion.
Snaking with
on some creeps.
Full hex, by the way, completed on the Enchantress. So even it's a really good item on her. It used to be better before the rework, but it's still pretty solid. You get some mana regen. It's some damage, not too terrible.
All right, Roche in 20 seconds. Can we give a big hand to Roche when he respawns, you think? He's only going to be there for a moment.
Yeah, what's he going to give, by the way? He should have an Aghanims, right? So,
so everybody could potentially have Ags, right? Because he's going to give away that Ags.
My question is, do the supports get it?
33. Earth Spike. They've got the Link. They'll have the Hex. They'll go to the Finger. The stun is there, and 33 is dead. Skitter godlike. 75 seconds without this Viper.
They smoke up. They smoke up, but their throne is falling. So I'm not sure this smoke will generally work.
Well, 30 minutes ago, Megas were taken, and they've been having to defend off that. 1 second. Quick pause, of course. Something in his ear. Just adjusting the headset. And then we should be good to go. A little GWR, right? Hell yeah.
What's the timer on the Roche?
It's up.
No, I mean, how much time will it take for them to kill it? Above or below 10 seconds?
5 seconds. See, everybody in that little square, I'm going to need a little bit of hype coming through. Some signs to read. I only know English, I'm sorry.
I saw Ljubi vas, which means I kiss you, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So
appreciate
they're
the
sending
translation.
love. They're sending love, basically. Positive.
I appreciate the love. I appreciate the PMA. This Roche, it's getting low. Looks like they're going to grab themselves an Aegis here on Falcons.
Yep, another one. They get the Aegis on crit this time around, so they will have an Aegis on one of the supports.
Ag's Blessing for crit, Aegis on the Monkey King, and the Alchemist, I believe, giving over that Axe. Wind Waker next for crit. Is that full Wind Waker just on the Courier?
I wouldn't be surprised because he had a...
Oh.
Yeah, it is. Full Wind Waker, why not? Octarine, Wind Waker, Glimmer Cape.
10 stacks on that finger with Ags now.
And now they smoke up. This is it. This is what they waited for. They
is
waited
what we've
for
been
the
waiting for.
Wind Waker.
The entire time. Standing in the blue corner. Down 74,000 net worth is Tundra.
Nightfall.
Aurora trying to get all the way back there. You guys need more farm, but as he says that, they go for Nightfall, and Nightfall dead to the Boundless Strike. The Divine Rapier is on the deck. They go to the Wukong's command. They're going to start to clean up these heroes. The Static Link is there. The Divine Rapier is going to be picked up by the Enchantress. Down goes 33. Amari's inside the fountain, killing off the rest of these heroes. One by one they spawn, and one by one they die, and finally, Falcons, with a 95,000 net worth lead, will take game one.
Honestly, Bikov, I've seen a lot of different games through my Dota years. I've been playing this game for a really long time. I truly feel this one could have been done and dusted like 30 minutes ago. Maybe they just wanted to
agree
to go into the fountain. I'm not sure, but it was a very interesting one. I love that Malgreen was jumping behind to plant a ward. Meanwhile, while he was planting the ward, the Jar was almost already dead. So
he wasn't even. They were up 4 heroes worth of net worth. They didn't even need him in the fight.
Yeah, exactly. Like it was honest work from him to give them all the vision, at least with the Monkey King. Unfortunate defeat on the side of Tundra. I feel like this one definitely did stem out of the laning stage, so maybe if they fix that thing up a little bit and get themselves a little bit more in the full comfort zone like Falcons did.
Yeah, and they might have set a record with that 95,000 net worth ahead to end that game. I would assume is probably a record somewhere, if not top 5 in biggest leads of all time to end a game. That was certainly a game of Dota, and I mean, it did feel over pretty early.
Yeah, it was a pretty good game of Dota that was given to us at least a little bit. We're always getting something, you know. Sometimes we get some throws, sometimes we get some crazy 90-minute games. This time around, we didn't get the longest game, but we got a very interesting one where I felt one team was able to end it from like minute 30 until the end of the game, which they really took their time. They're you know, they enjoy their food, so understandable.
Yeah, you know, when you have your favorite food on the table, you don't eat it that quickly. You try to just take little bites, and eventually 95,000 bites later, you're full, right?
Yep.
And then you finish the game. So it was a good game, though, from Falcons overall. I mean, there was not much that they did wrong, if anything. I mean, the only thing that you could question is the not wanting to risk going high ground. When it looked so easy, granted they were up, again, 75,000 net worth, but it really did feel that easy for them. And that was because starting here, I mean, this is already further than what I was going to say, but they won 2 out of the 3 lanes.
Yeah, I feel like the main takeaway from them was, of course, they won 2 out of 3, but also the Monkey King lane was won quite heavily, and then he was able to rotate around. 33 as well, playing this Viper into someone that's as mobile as the Monkey King is never fun, especially if you're not crushing your lane. And Alchemist, he used to be this hero that you can bully around, at least early on. He no longer is. And most of the time you're picking the Viper to bully the lane. This time around, of course, he had some other use cases, like he's really good into the Razor later if you're ahead. He's also not too bad with all the dots into the Monkey King. He hates playing into all these dots, can't really just jump around. I think they theory crafted something and it just didn't work out.
I'm wondering if Falcons, was the game plan to just wait as long as possible to mentally deplete Tundra?
Maybe. I mean, you know what? Like these guys, when
18 minutes into the game, they're up 15,000 net worth.
When it comes to the mind games, these guys are on top of the world, right? Like OG, they might have started the tipping game and all the voice chats and stuff this time around, and in the current year of Dota, I think Falcons are their how to put it, like they're definitely the ones that took over. They're carrying the torch when it comes to the BM and everything. So maybe that this is some next approach, some next level.
I don't advocate for BM. Just saying. That couldn't be me. But you see the game 52 minutes in, 40 minutes after just about what we saw, and 95,000, and then the crowd going wild right there. Next game, crowd, me and you, will go wild. We'll have a fun time, and it'll be a great game too. 36-7, 51 minutes into the game. 9-0-16 from Skitter.
Yeah, and Skitter without a single death, so that was kind of cool from him. Flawless performance for this long of a game, like 51 minutes, and basically, he's the one that really made a huge difference in these mid-game engagements. If you remember, we had a highlight of the one in the river, where he is the one cleaning up. Even though the Monkey King dies, he already has a Radiance and a Blink, so he's completely ready to take that fight, joins, and wipes Tundra. So overall, Tundra, they had some really rough laning performance. This isn't something that you tend to expect from this team. And I could pin it down to two things here. One is picks that aren't necessarily their full comfort zone, and the secondary one is switching up the lanes.
Okay, so we'll see as the games go on and the series progresses, but right now we're going to send it over to Nat and some viewers. Nat, take it away.
Thank you so much. Back out here in the crowd. And look, that game, oh my goodness, it just drags and drags. And everyone hates a long game when it's that slow. But we do love a short, sweet game. So I'm going to play some here with these three lovely men. We're going to test two of our contestants here to draw a Dota hero from memory. You guys are going to have 30 seconds, okay? While you're doing that, I'm going to be talking to your friend here. At the end of it, he's going to judge who has the best drawing. Whoever does is going to be able to win themselves one of these tokens to use out there. There's a lot of good stuff you can use it for. All right, if I could get the countdown. You ready? 3, 2, 1, start drawing. Young sir, what is your name?
My name is Dimi.
Dimi, okay. Is this your first Dota land?
Oh yeah,
Really, you've never been to one before?
I've never been to.
And how are you enjoying this one?
Oh, it's excellent.
Okay, what's been your favorite part so far?
I think just playing like tokens and the way how it looks like, it's great.
Yeah, the stage is phenomenal. It's amazing. I see you're wearing a Team Spirit jersey. Are they your favorite team?
Oh yeah,
And who's your favorite player on that team?
Laurel.
Lol. Okay, well, 30 seconds went by very quickly. I'm going to ask you, these are amazing. One by one, good sir, if you'd like to turn yours around, show the camera over here, your drawing. What is it a drawing of?
Arc Warden.
Arc Warden, okay. And then all the way down there, that's Ogre Magi, right? Yeah, I don't even have to guess that one. That one's pretty clear. But Timmy, do you want to say who has the best drawing out of your two friends?
I think this one is better.
Yeah, I think the Ogre Magi one is definitely better there. Well, good sir, here's the token that you win. Thank you so much for participating. I'll give you one as well for being such a good judge and as well for being such a good sport. You guys can go and have some fun out there. There's a lot of stuff you can use that token on. For everyone else still at the arena, there are some signing sessions going on. Team Liquid, Gaimin Gladiators are out there. So go ahead, enjoy your break. Those at home, enjoy yours as well, because when we come back, we'll have a barn burner of a game number 2.
Welcome back, everybody, to the beautiful Belgrade, Serbia, where we're back with BB Dacha, game number 2 between Falcons and Tundra. I am joined here by Milan and Lizard, ready to bring you a second game. Game 1, it was very one-sided. Felt like maybe some emotional damage done. Can Tundra bounce back?
They can. I do believe that they have what it takes to bounce back. I do believe this is a seasoned team. Organization is seasoned. The team itself right now isn't, but the players are. So I think that the last game, it was kind of ended at around minute 30. And I hope that the other 30 minutes, more or less, Tundra took to already prepare for the next game.
Yeah, and about 18 minutes into the game, it was a 13,000 net worth lead there for Falcons, and the game ended at about 51 minutes in. Definitely giving a lot of time for Tundra to think about what to do in game number 2, right?
I think they just take every game as a unique experience. Like, they just try to look for the best play. I saw Tundra lose like this before, not in like Falcons manner. I think they pushed a little bit over the limit in terms of like trying to make a thing, but make a point, better to say. But Tundra is they're just playing, and I think they might take it a little bit more personal, but at the same note, I think they're just resetting, picking new heroes, going. It's just another game.
For sure. On one side, you have a very well-oiled machine that has been together for a long time, and these guys on Falcons, I feel like more or less we have already experienced what they look like on their peak. When it comes to the other side, when it comes to Tundra, I'm not sure. Like, the potential is there, and that's what makes the beginning of every season so much fun, because if you have these reshuffles, you kind of don't know where the power levels are of each individual team, right? Like, you know the players, you know how strong they are, but pick Pudge.
Buy Mask of Madness.
Buy Mask of
bottom
Madness.
half of that?
Yes.
You agree with that build? Is that a good analytical build?
No. But I respect the...
Depends on the rank.
Yeah. I respect the
What
drawing.
rank would that be a good build?
Any.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't depend on the rank.
I don't know.
I wanted to put you on the spot there a little bit. Back up that
Anyway,
point.
looking at the cameras, the Moon is a little bit mad. He looks a little bit mad. Maybe they're bringing the full vengeance power this game.
Yeah, we'll have to see if the vengeance is there in the game number 2 draft. Let's get to it.
We enter the semi-finals. Tundra eSports versus Team Falcons. Game 2.
Back at it with game number 2 here between Falcons and Tundra. Falcons with that 1-0 lead. Will we finally see a 2-0 in this bottom half of the day? I would be so unaccustomed to it.
I hope not, because maybe this would be a better storyline if we saw Tundra hit back after that game number 1, because game number 1, let's be honest, was a beatdown. It was really rough, and I feel like Tundra, they were held hostage in that game more than anything else.
Yeah, but it's also a lot came down to the draft from game 1, and I think play-wise, teams are much closer than the first game, and now game 2, new game, new draft order. Tundra has the first pick, and they're gonna take the Sanking that they had a lot of success with.
Yeah, I also think that this Sand King is more than a snatch. Like, they had success with it, but you're also taking the Sand King away from Falcons, something that you tend to ban. And look at the bans. The Razor, the Doom, the Bristleback, they're going the age-old strat ban out. Just ban him out. Just ban out ATF.
I couldn't agree more with their bans. And,
Ooh.
I told you last game they don't have many blind core picks, and okay, maybe it's against the Sanking, but the Alchemist is something that worked very well for them for now a very long time, and they just grab it.
Yep, they've been having some tournaments with Nature's Prophet on position 1, Razors, this time around Alchemist. I do believe that Alchemist is a strong position 1 at the moment. Maybe you can exploit him with some carries. We've seen something like a Morphling work pretty damn well later on in the game. And also keep in mind that if you check the reserve time on Radiant, there is none.
20-second reserve time. They were assessed a level 3 penalty, and they'll have to work within those constraints in game number 2 to try and figure out their draft and how much of that lack of reserve time forces them to go with something comfortable like an Alchemist.
So what would you guys say if you were Tundra? Would you now try to draft fast to put him on the spot, like bam, 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 as fast as you can.
That's usually something that I tell everyone, because people have this misconception, okay, we have the penalty, but sometimes it actually works against the other team as well, right? Because you don't have the time when they're picking to think about it, but if you pick fast on Tundra, if you have everything prepared, that's where it really matters. So far, they have used a couple of bans quickly enough.
Yeah, usually teams, or when my team used to play, I would always use all the bonus time you get every pick.
round, yeah.
But in this case, they kind of banned Pango and Timber after like 5 seconds.
And it's also pretty much straightforward. You're banning out all the offlaners. Meanwhile, of course, for Tundra, banning out the Timber goes both ways and the Pango. But Team Falcons, we literally just mentioned the Morphling, right? Like as one of the better carry matchups into the Alchemist, so that one gets snuffed out.
It's also Nightfall. When I say Morphling, he's one of the definitely guys that pop out in my head. He's been making a name for himself in this hero for a long time, and it's gonna be Muerta for...
There's a Clock, there's a Tusk, right? Like these kind of heroes, Dark Willow as well, if you want to think about her. If you want to go player specific on Saxa, there are some bounty hunters, by the way, that haven't been that popular this tournament.
It's found its way into a couple of games, though.
It truly depends what these cores want to play. Like, does 3-3 want to pick up the Sand King? Then you already know your partner on the lane, and Saxa can pick up a better hero to pair with it to pressure this Alchemist. Also, you need to know the Snake King hero is still to come out. So
they pick up the Chen.
They ban the Chen, kind of deny pick 2.
Yep.
And Saxa now, I mean, the Bounty Hunter could be very annoying.
I think they played something very similar, like the same exact combo of supports and the Bounty Hunter hunting the enemy side of the map, meanwhile Chen making sure that no one can face up against all the utility that you're bringing post-laning stage.
They go to the Lion this time on Tundra. Is there any thought of maybe going Nyx Assassin on Falcons, or with the Muerta does it not fit the lineup?
I don't think they'll pick Nyx because this Muerta is pretty much locked for the crit.
Yeah.
They will probably do something like a Clock, or maybe go to some range support since you have Alchemist on the safe lane.
I mean, you can still, if you really wanted to go back to the Ench... never mind, she's banned. I was gonna say Ench, but Naga and Ench gone out of this game.
Only other... Oh,
I really think Clock idea is still good. Like, Alchemist and Clock, even though they're both melee, it's not a bad lane.
It's not too bad.
Speaking of the Primal, we've seen this banned first phase a lot, but it made it through the last draft, and this time it gets picked up.
It's one of the last remaining offlaners in the pool that's kind of in the meta, so they pick it up. Can be played by mid, by the way, as well, on Malrine. On the other side, when it comes to the offlaners, there is one Beastmaster for 33 if they wanted to pick it up, and that's maybe one of the CM reasons to pick her up.
There's this range pos 5 that kind of matches. Yeah, it's a combo they used so many times before, and it's one of the AV 2000 favorite heroes. If you go to his pro tracker, it's the hero he plays the most. So
really good into the Chen as well, right?
Coach influence is there. Kind of puts Primal and Alk together, and this Primal, it's not only Marlene anymore. It's the Amar. It's not his S tier hero, but he has shown in previous tournaments that he has added this hero to his hero pool, and that has a lot of value when it comes to Falcons.
Yeah, I'm looking at some for offlane here because they don't necessarily have. Of course, they can pick the offlane or the safe lane, right? Like you see the Alchemist, you see the matchup, and you probably see the Primal Beast as well on the offlane, but which hero pool is smaller? Because the way I see it right now, the hero pool of offlaner is shrinking rapidly, and you might have to pick that. If you are going for a position 1, Luna is still left in the pool if you wanted to pick that up. Into the Primal is a bit scary.
Luna is still my favorite hero into Primal when it comes here. I know today Malek and Ru from Spirit dominated Luna with Primal. Maybe Muerta or Lion.
Yeah, you can still cancel the onslaughts, right? Like it's not that bad. Medusa instead.
This allows you to still flex the Sand King, right, by picking this carry here?
Yep. I mean, there is still a chance. Like, if you even picked an offlaner here that's as flexible as Sand King, you could still mix up the lanes, but with the Medusa pick, it definitely does that.
ban the anti-mage. We saw that once, me and you, Lizard, against
Yeah,
the
it's the
Medusa.
offlane AM that
Yeah.
you're worried about,
Yep.
right?
I mean, Amar is definitely not afraid to pull it out. And the other hero he does against Medusa is that maybe he's the only offlaner ever to do it. Some may try to copy it a little bit, and it's a Slark. Because
The first one that comes to your mind, right? Like into this.
it'll be interesting. They're feeling themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe go back for it.
The Invoker ban.
Sar could certainly set up quite nice. Dead shot into a pounce really helps you out, or even just starting with that pounce, then having the dead shot, you start to get those as shift stacks. You can really do some dirty damage down there.
Yeah, it's just the lane where you can really pressure into the Medusa.
First, I think we will still be seeing a Lauren of hero. I think this Sanking should stay in the offlane because last time they picked Viper because the pool was so small. Sanking is just very, very
Well,
standard.
they are banning, so let's see what they think as well.
I mean, you know which hero is left in the pool?
Puck?
Yeah, and the Storm Spirit. Oof. I'm triple checking if I see a Storm Spirit. I go,
Just gotta scan.
It's a last pick. It's 23, 24 picks, and there's no Storm ban. They're really daring them. I mean, Muerta, Silence, Deadshot, Atos Buyer,
You have this
Crystal
Lion
Maiden. It's
that
like-
did work well against him, but on one side, of course.
Definitely need a little bit of a tempo on the Tundra side for Lorenov, because Sanking and Medusa, they activate a little bit slower. They both like farming stacks.
So would you like Storm on both sides here, or is it like preferred only on for Tundra? They ban out the Brood. Another hero that can take over the game, right? Like end the lane versus Medusa.
I would like for Lorenov something like Ember Spirit more, but it is really hard to pick this knowing that Marlene can just pull out Huskar or whatever.
That's the
Monkey
problem
again.
as well, right? Like they do have that last pick on Falcons, so Huskar is still available with all these bans. You can go for a Puck thinking that the Storm will be picked, but then a Huskar comes out and...
So you are in position that
this is...
Back to the Viper.
It's a mid-Viper,
It's
though.
no, it's a
Right?
flex after picking all your heroes in a way.
Yeah.
Depending what Marlene picks up, if he picks up a Huskar to counter, you know, Sanking mid, they'll just switch. And this is what teams sometimes do. When it's very punishable to pick against a player like Marlene. You just pick two heroes that can go both mid and offlane, and you just flex forever.
Something we talked about earlier, right? Like when they picked Medusa, if it was this Viper even back then, you wouldn't be sure where they're going, so...
Sniper.
I guess you picked something that's kind of good versus both of them.
That is the answer
You don't
to
care.
it.
And it's actually good versus Medusa late game.
That's quite the pick for Marine here with the Sniper to end it out. Something new.
It's a really
in the
good
draft.
pick. Like, I'm not really the greatest sniper believer any longer. I do think that the hero has a place in the game as a core, not as a support anymore, because everyone, plus TI was still attempting to play him as a 4. It really didn't work out. Well, it had like a 20% win rate at some point at TI.
But now it's a core. Now it's mid. It's up against the Viper. What are you thinking here?
The lane itself should be fine for him, right? And overall, if the lane is good, I don't think they're nearly as active in the game. That needs to be said. They are playing into a Medusa that also does not like being that active. So overall, it looks like a very slow-paced game from both sides.
A little bit more from Tundra, I would say. I dislike the Viper last pick again, because, as we said, there had to be something active, but the draft was made in such a way that they were forced into this Viper pick. And I think I think mobility mids. I don't think Viper. I think he's been put in a rough position.
Yeah, I also think that, like we're talking about the speed of the game, but it comes down to who comes out better in the laning stage. That team will probably play the game faster. It's not like you have this one hero that just completely can change the way it's played, like a Monkey King or a Storm. You get an early advantage. It's more about these reactive maybe rotations, maybe some TPs from the Sniper. Like, I have seen this hero rotate and do work, but you have to win your lane first.
In the last game, it was 2 out of 3 lanes won by Falcons, so if you have that happen again, it could be really problematic for Tundra coming into it, right?
Yeah, for sure. It always starts from the lanes, and I think it's not so easy for Tundra to dominate the lanes this game.
So if there was anything in particular other than the lanes to go right, what would it be for you, Lizard?
Maybe, I don't know, like Medusa later on, of course, can take over the game. But every time I look at her, I also see the sniper that on paper should be fine against her later on.
Yeah, so we are going to send it over to the stage to hear from the coach from Falcons. Let's send it over, hear what they have to say.
That's right. I have no idea what you were saying to me because he was talking to me. Owie 2000, are you going to be Owie 2-1000 today, or Owie 2000, are you going to 2-0?
I hope we 2-0, but I couldn't understand you.
Okay, makes sense. The Alchemist pick, you first picked that. Are you a crazy guy or what?
Wait, what'd you say?
You picked Alchemist.
Oh.
First.
No, because I think they banned a lot of the heroes we thought were good versus what they picked, so we thought Alchemist would fit.
I thought the Medusa into Alch was kind of peculiar because doesn't Alch beat Medusa? Am I the crazy guy here?
I think that matches a bit both ways, but I think like at some point Basher heroes are sort of good versus Medusa, and his third spell also reduces her damage a lot. So I think like Dusa can be Elk, but I like Elk versus Dusa generally.
Okay, one final question. Last pick Sniper. You feel good about that one?
Yeah, I think it's a really good sniper game. I don't think their supports touch him.
Okay, good luck, my friend, and we'll send it into the game.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. Coming into game number 2, Falcons against Tundra. We'll see who comes out ahead. Will we see another Game 3 here on the back-end slate of games? Or is it going to be a 2-0 for Falcons as they pick this sniper and Amar on this Primal Beast? The lanes, if you had to predict, Lizard, who are they favoring? How many lanes are going to be won by that team you're favoring?
Well, I'm not favoring any team per se, but I do believe Falcons once again have set themselves up for a decent laning stage, like the mid lane Sniper into the Viper. We'll see. Maybe something has changed. Maybe I'm not completely on point with this matchup, but they did last pick Sniper into the Viper, and historically it's always been a good matchup for him. And it's also a good matchup versus a Medusa. And keep in mind as well that the way they play Alchemist, and in general the way Falcons play, Malrine can be the ultimate win condition for them. Skitter doesn't have to be that on Alchemist, so Sniper might even get a little bit more space in this game. And I do believe that's the key for their success this time around.
We'll have to see. Skitter snaking down here bottom. This is definitely a lane that can find themselves being aggressive at level 2. Crit already backed off by Whitemon as he is not working with a lot of health for the moment.
Yeah, or
has
mana.
That dead
like,
shot.
Whitemon did quite a lot to Amar. Like before the lane even started, Amar lost almost half of his HP. So this little creep that you get for free on the Chun definitely doing some work.
Making them pretty frustrated when it comes to mana problems. Bottom lane, Skitter. Chased up by Soxen33. Have seen the Lion multiple times just be a nuisance to teams.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Tundra, they are playing their lanes properly now. They have the proper combos, at least. Saxa is playing with 33, and on the other side, Nightfall with Whitemon. So maybe on that bottom lane, they'll have some better synergy. And I do believe that Lion and Sand King are really strong. Even though the CM plus Alchemist combo is scary, so is the other pair.
We'll see whose pairing ends up coming out ahead. As Malrine stacking while also farming over mid. Crit coming over and maybe looking to help
already
get a kill onto Malrine if he's caught out of position going for this water rune.
I don't think there is a way that they kill him. It's a minute 2 water rune, and that rotation as well was really peculiar. Not something that you tend to expect from position 4 to rotate that early.
Yeah, trying to help Sniper as best he can.
Yeah, I mean, the lane right now is not that bad for the Viper. 7-7 on the bottom lane, 13-0, 14-0 now on the Alchemist. Like, he's keeping up with the CS. There's a lot of stuns, like, and a lot of damage, of course, from the Sand King, from the Lion, but he's doing fine. This is probably the best creep that you can get, though. And this is probably one of those lanes where I feel Tundra can do well. Like, you have this Chen Medusa, you get some Harpy, he's even stacking with the Harpy. Whitemon is doing a lot. Like, he's stacking the small camp, and at the same time he's taking the Lotus Pool, and then he comes over and he zaps you with a... like, this man is just microing the hell out of this lane.
So I wonder if we'll see anybody go through the Twin Gate for Falcons to try and maybe kill off the Chen, make their lane a little bit more difficult for Tundra. As Crit...
Look at that, he's trying to pull, but at the same time the Harpy is pulling that stacked camp. Like,
yeah, making it really difficult. 33, he's even now behind or under the tower, really. Just kind of staying out of the lane, but they've got the trample, the look for the kill, the calling is down. Nightfall able to keep
they're
going
winning.
and look for some damage here.
They're definitely winning this top lane on the side of Tundra. Like, this is one lane that we thought might go well for them, and it's going much, much better than last game. Bot lane as well, Sand King really isn't shut down, so he's finding a lot of farm. A lot of them are creeps, of course.
He's fine.
Like, he's fine.
Pops that wand, now they go for Whitemon, the Gorgon's Grasp, but that will be a kill for Amar.
Whitemon needed to be a little bit more careful. Crit. Gonna seppuku here. Yep.
Just kill himself to neutrals. Could TP over mid if need be, but probably just back towards top.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to TP for the sniper. Yeah. He's not really a bottle carrier, so you can just leave him.
You could maybe to make a play if you want to go for a dead shot call.
Bot lane.
33, but we'll just use this stun.
Was that the play?
On himself, but a burrow strike. Now an earth spike missing though. 33 in trouble. The blood grenade is there, and 33 on the run, and the dead shot connects.
And another one maybe Saxa.
Yeah,
He's being ran
Saxa's
down.
in trouble. They've got Crit down here to help out. The damage comes through, and Snake King gets the kill. It's 4-0 for Falcons.
Well, he stunned himself, baited them, and then they turned. I have to say, that Impale, maybe if the Earth Spike connected on the Alchemist, maybe they have a chance of killing him before he turns on them, but very unfortunate. Because they were doing really nicely in that bot lane on the Sand King and the Lion, and now it's kind of ruined.
Taking a look at net worth, and you can see Maureen already ahead, and he's going to work on this stack. He's made 4 stacks for himself.
Yep. He's got the ghillie suit as well, so no scatter shot facet. Instead, he's working with his nice little invisibility. He's got that level 6 as well.
And look at that, he's top right behind the Alchemist in terms of net worth. Amar not really getting everything out of the lane that he would like. Compared to the Sand King, he is certainly behind.
I think that's really important for Tundra. They recognized who the biggest playmaker is on Falcons. And they're making sure at least to shut him down, because Amar, he's the only one that kind of makes plays post-laning stage. And if you can break Amar, I really think that Tundra could have a nice chance at winning the mid-game.
Regen rune bottled for Lornoff on the Viper. Crit. Hitting that dead shot onto the Chen, but Whitemon's still looking to maybe put some pressure on to this Muerta. 2,000 net worth lead. They'll look over at the Sand King. They've got the stun, they have the sentry, but the damage not quite there. Skitter not level 6 yet, but they do have a Twin Gate movement from Lion. So that has left the Sand King by himself. Maybe they go again.
He's going for the Wisdom Rune, I think. I feel like that's the play, because
it's the long way out and around. Snake King, they look like they might get this kill, but 33 alive. Burrow strike onto this Crystal Maiden, and instead Snake King gets played.
That's 33 for you. Outplayed right there. Saxa, like, he's got 2 stuns to work with versus that shot. I think this is doable by him.
But they TP in, and if this dead shot lands,
it
denies his own Wisdom Rune. Saying intelligence is overrated.
And the tip. Yeah, that was a good play. Like, if we are not getting the Wisdom Rune, at least you aren't as well. Making sure that only 1 Wisdom Rune will be taken by 33 on the top lane.
Enigma 9H, never seen Whitemon play Chen on Pro. Hope it work. You meant to say hope it works, but we got you over here. We'll see how the Chen works. So far, it looked pretty good in lane.
No, he played it really nicely. This hero is all about, when it comes to the laning stage, you really have to know how to play him. And he's done all the right moves.
Great. Zamar here as well, level 6. And onslaughting, shrapnel down, the calling, the pulverize, and the damage onto Lornoff is enough. Amar getting that kill, even looking for a high five, which he'll receive from Crit.
Yep. No assassinate needed this time around.
Dire's bottom tower is
I
under
feel like
attack.
both offlaners
Radiant's
have their hands full in this game. Like on one side and on the other, you have these two heroes that really need to make a lot of plays. And I'm wondering what 33's item build will be. Because Sand Kings right now, they tend to be a little bit greedier, and he's doing the same thing. He's going for the Bloodstone. And I'm just worried for them that this one might be a bit too greedy. Like, you don't have this flashy mid laner that can make moves, create stuff happen. You have a Viper.
Tower is under attack.
You kind of need to be the initiator, I would say, unless you're relying on maybe the Lion.
Oh, the death shot.
Dire's
Not
middle
connecting.
tower is under attack.
Not hitting that fear. And missing it, but the tier 1 tower over mid will die. Malreen's got that out of the mix.
Yeah, it's happening again. Same thing happened last game. They are losing these towers very quickly.
Whitemon
Whitemon
trampled on Onslaught. Gorgon's Grass not going to matter. And they will make it 7-1. Happy Brazil scoreline, but Epicenter, Hex, and the kill onto Skitter. So 33 gets that. And Tundra just trying to slow down this Alchemist.
definitely important. More so, you can slow the Alchemist all you want, he's gonna find farm, but what's really important is that the Sand King is getting farm. He is the one that can perhaps at least TP in if he isn't buying the BKB and counterplay some of these aggressive movements.
Nightfall losing that Yasha as their courier gets killed.
By the way, Malreen Diffusal, not really the most common build on the sniper, but you are playing into a Medusa, so that Diffusal gets that mana, you know, a little bit easier.
Soak that mana away and then follow it up with something like a pulverize or a stun, but follow us on the Fissure channel on the bottom right of your screen. You'll see the follow button. Follow for exclusive content and behind-the-scenes action all over socials.
And to learn some new items, right? Like item builds in the game, what you can use to win your Dota games later on.
For sure. Definitely a possibility. Sneaking, taking over mid, he's level 6. He's got some extra experience going his way, where you look at, you know, Lion, Chen, they're not 6, they're not ready with these ults, and maybe Falcons take advantage of that.
Oh, they are smoking up the Lion.
Whitemon's only actually level 4.
Yep, at least it is a Chen, right? So as a Chen, you can move back to the jungle, farm a little bit, and that's kind of expected from you. They might find a sniper here, but Malreen, he's on to something.
Edge, the ear spike though from the high ground. They've got the Hex, and he TPs, but that doesn't work. Just TP out, a plan that only works sometimes.
Well, he did wait for all the... And another
crit. Yeah, he's gonna die too. Double kill for Lorinoff, moving around with this haste. Cutting through these Falcons heroes, and Amar needing to onslaught away as Lorinoff continues to farm the wave.
Yeah, definitely not the fastest hero in the game, but if you get that haste, you can make some stuff happen, and double kill, very nicely done.
All of a sudden, Viper starting to catch up to the Primal Beast. Sacred Relic on the Alchemist, looking for that Radiance early on. Golem's the best to get you there. Just a couple hundred gold away from getting that Radiance.
Yeah, getting those creeps always feels like a jackpot. And yeah, 33, is there anyone that can buy a vessel maybe in this game on the other side? Are there any? There is a Shiva's builder that will be the Primal Beast eventually, so that can kind of mess him up. But besides that, it feels like a very free Sand King game. The smoke up.
Dire's courier has been
From
killed.
Falcons, but they are heading towards nothing bottom.
Maybe if they rotated into the triangle, they would have found Sand King, but it doesn't seem to be the case. They're just chilling.
Just for now, but Saksa might wander a little bit too far. And he has. Deadshot connects. Surspike can only go on to one of these
Sand
heroes.
King.
Has the Hex, thinking about the epicenter and the jump, but just did too quickly, and the control's not there.
Yeah, he doesn't have the blink, so he can't really help the Lion, and that's where this kind of a build kind of looks, you know, a little bit problematic, because you truly cannot play the game until you get the blink, unless they're really being too aggressive on like a tier 1 tower or tier 2 tower, you TP in, they're all out of position.
Whitemon with his army, standing ready to go. Will do your bidding.
Yeah, the bidding so far has been sit in the barracks and chill because he hasn't really, like post-laning stage, they didn't really make a singular move with the Chen. Sometimes you truly feel these Chen rotations through the twin gate.
Oh, yeah.
Taking over, and maybe there was one, but that was about it.
He's getting to a pretty late level 6.
I think, like on Chen, levels are, of course, important. Crit.
Snake King, 33. He's going to be spotted. The shrapnel's there. The calling, the silence, the kill. Freezing Field needed for a moment. And now this Lion is on the run. Saksa scouted with the Assassinate. Some big damage coming through the Blood Grenade, and Crit will secure it. That's 2 more for Falcons.
Yeah, he was absolutely dead even without that. Look at this little... Can he block them? Yeah, he's basically buying...
shot doing kind of a lot.
You know what he was doing there? Because it's minute 14, he set the creeps up here to block them from zoning him out. So at least he gets the Wisdom Rune, even though he lost the Sand King and the Lion.
I mean, it's always good to get those Wisdom Runes. The lack in experience can be a big problem, as seen there. You finally have level 6 for Chen. And you gotta hope you can kind of do something with that sustain.
Yeah, he's going for the Solar Crest. I feel like Chen is one of those... Sure, 6 is great, ulti is great, but you're... Basically, you can look at the Chen where gold is more important than the levels. And levels are also great, but you just want to get as much gold on the map as the support.
He doesn't have a lot of that either.
I know. It's not much.
But it's honest work.
But it's honest work.
Bring the Crystal Maiden to the top lane. Get some sentries knocked out here, but actually alone and
He's
maybe
under
in
vision.
trouble. Yeah, under some vision. Saksa steps over. This should be a kill, sneaking into deep. And he's trying to keep his life, but the finger will make sure that he doesn't. So Saksa killing off Snake King, getting a stack on that finger now.
Yeah, kind of sad for him, because Snake King, he predicted that they might have some vision. He planted the sentry next to the twin gate, but the ward was in such a weird position that it doesn't get rewarded. You can see it on the minimap all the way up north that our ward scouted him out.
And now you've got this Blink Dagger on the Alchemist, and you're waiting on your Blink for 33. Alch, one of those heroes that can kind of get involved early if the playstyle matches. I wouldn't be surprised,
Yeah, this looks like a smoke.
Why not?
I mean, Blink Dagger Radiance, this is basically when he joined the game last time and...
Charging up the stun, Lauren off, Blink, stun, the calling again. It's just so easy to place down. Make sure that these heroes can't do anything with that silence on them. And before the BKBs, it feels impossible to get anything done with the calling.
Yeah, and you don't really feel like they have an option to farm anywhere else, right? Because all of these heroes that they're playing are very greedy. Like you have Medusa, you have the Sand King still farming. Like look at Sand King and the Lion, they're completely up north.
Just trying to protect while they go for this Blink Dagger, right? And they happen to find a kill there. They got the stack, but now they've got the Blink. This is really the opportunity to move. You gotta try and play aggressive, because we've seen it with the Alchemist before. The more and more time you waste and wait, the more and more farm he gets, and he becomes unkillable.
It's what needs to be said though is that this situation is much better than in the last game post laning stage. I feel like they do have what it takes to take these fights. They still have to take them though, and they aren't taking this one, so free rush for Falcons.
Using that amplified damage, the freezing field, all to get this Aegis. And it'll probably
to Skitter.
Put on Skitter.
Yeah, he's the one going in. He's the one diving. Sniper is kind of on his own. Exactly. But staying back into the Sand King might not be as easy anymore. Like we mentioned, he's got that blink, and that's why they smoke up.
You've talked about this item a lot. Force Staff, the item of the patch. Truthfully, from Falcons, I'd like to see maybe 2 or 3. You're going Hurricane Pike already on Malrine. That's going to be one. I'd like to see one of the Crystal Maiden, but for right now, CM going drums.
Guys, I feel like this is one of those games where it's still good, but we've seen much better games to purchase it.
Wouldn't mind ways to get away from 33, though.
Yeah, that epicenter is big. They can't get away from it, but they do have a pipe, which is something at least, and he's TPing out.
They disengage, and actually 33, he blinked into this creep wave area, and They've only got crit down here, so they won't be able to take advantage of that. But Saksa will find this Crystal Maiden again. Lorinov coming over, draining the mana, the TP out, and just gives TP, up on that, just TP.
Yeah, Saksa unfortunately did not have an additional stun or a disable for that TP, and of course Viper didn't go for anything like an Atos.
Another golem there for Alchemist. It's just been all golems. But the Medusa sitting close to this Alchemist in terms of net worth.
Yeah, he's farming really nicely. Like, he's going to complete this butterfly very quickly. Just needs the talisman now, together with the Manta. Like, he's hitting this critical mass kind of a lineup where you put the Medusa up front. Once they go on her, you follow up with a blink on Sand King. So there is definitely some potential for them, and they're not that far behind considering you're playing into an Alchemist. And I feel like this comes down to the fact that even though you killed this Viper multiple times, the net worth between him and Sniper isn't that different.
Charging up the stun, but not going to land another self-stun to the Alchemist, and this is something that Tundra's been doing well for the last 5 minutes or so, is avoiding ganks.
Yeah, and they recognize that this Sniper went kind of all in into more or less an early item build, right? Like, you don't have any farming accelerators on the Sniper, which might be an issue. Like, sometimes you like some Maelstrom, you know, you go back to the triangle, everything is sparkling, some lightning is bouncing back and forth, you kill those creeps real fast.
You're setting up a magical scene. Mar onslaught into the Earth Spike, and they've got the Hex, they'll have the Finger, as Amar with the Pike, still tanky enough to survive a little bit longer, but eventually he falls, no response
coming over though,
yet,
Crit is
but
here.
Skitter comes in. Blink, stun, Earth Spike, Skitter gets the kill on a Saksa, looks over as the Bloodstone's going to be popped by the Sand King. The focus and the attention is going to be on a Nightfall, who pops the Stone Gaze. Viper Strike onto the Sniper, Shrapnel down, they get the kill on a Malrine, and now the Burrow Strike, they find themselves the Muerta. Dead shot from Crit, keeps 33 off him for a second. The Blink a little bit far, but he has the Sandstorm. Be away and won't get killed off, but they did get the Sniper.
Yeah, he was correct with pinging where Muerta was, but didn't go to check. Like, very nicely done by Tundra. This hero is extremely difficult to take down, and they take down the Primal Beast first, and if you take him down, there's no pipe, there's no control on the side of Falcons. I'm surprised they even attempted to go for that. Maybe feeling themselves a little bit too strong after game number 1.
Definitely feeling a little bit more confidence.
And this spike on Viper, it allows him to breach that gap, get on top of Sniper, and Sniper, you need to keep distance.
Yeah, he was very far away from his team, and he was on the low ground too, so he kind of gets caught out of position there.
Exactly.
He'll have Hurricane Pike soon.
Yeah. Well, one good thing for Sniper is that he's been reworked so many times. The Pike is really good on him, and of course, on top of that, you can get the Shard to keep distance. Lorinov.
Do they have the damage? They'll try the Freezing Field, the Force Staff, the Viper Strike. Lorinov not making this easy. They have a way to stop the TP, and they will make sure they kill the Viper after he tries to escape. Skitter getting credit for that one.
He had the DD, but unfortunately for him, Sand King was too busy on the other side of the map, so he could not... Like, that's usually, I feel like, one of the perfect case scenarios for them. If Viper or Medusa get gone on, Sand King can counterplay, but he was busy. Had something else written down in the calendar. Appointment.
A doctor's appointment. 1,000 net worth ahead as this Aegis expires, and this Aegis not exactly giving everything they wanted for the side of Falcons, as it went from about a 5,000 net worth lead to a 1,000 net worth lead. So it's gone the other way towards Tundra. They've got a good amount of gold on the Sand King. Medusa keeping up farm with the Alchemist. The one struggling for the Dire is the Viper, but the supports have caught up. They were about 1,500 gold behind their counterparts. Damn. And it's a 70% win rate for Tundra, despite the fact that they're, well, I guess 1,000 down?
They're not 1,000 down,
really
considering it's an Alchemist game, right? Like, you have to consider the Alchemist inflation.
Yeah.
It's frankly very cool to see Medusa keeping up with the Alchemist at this point of the game. Like, he is keeping up the net worth almost the same.
Burrow Strike. They caught this Crystal Maiden. Snake King's dead. And a quick burst damage kill there, and some help from Saksa. using that finger to burst and having that extra control, which we've talked about the Lion, just the Hex and the Earth Spike being so much time of control.
Yeah, he's doing some serious work this game. This Tier 1 tower probably will fall. By the way, recently you've been comparing Alchemist to the Medusa. I feel like maybe in this game we should be comparing Sniper to the Medusa. Not in the way of network, at least not right now, but in the carry-to-carry matchup. As it's more of a Skitter's job to just jump in there and make chaos. Meanwhile, it's on Sniper to take her down. And you can see the build that he's going for. Diffusal, MKB next, Pike. He's the one that's supposed to actually be dishing out the deeps.
We'll have to get there, and we'll see if he does. This isn't your typical Sniper build. But trying to get as much out of it as he can. You could see Sanjay for the Alchemist kind of giving you some evidence to your point.
I think it's standard build on him. Overall, it all depends on what your mid laner is. Nothing crazy from Skitter so far. Like, overall, their item builds have been very stock standard, like the Crimson plus the Pipe on the Primal. We'll see if he continues with the Blade Mill or maybe goes straight into a Shivas. Shivas versus Chen versus Sand King, definitely good this game.
And now Medusa is ahead of the Alchemist. Alc not getting everything out of the map, but it seems like Medusa is. Much different game this point on in game number 1. It was Falcons up by about 20,000.
Going in.
Jumping in with a stun. They'll have the pulverize. They'll start to hit away onto Amar. They go to the...
they save him.
Help with the hand of God. The Earth Spike lands onto 2, but now the BKB is going to be popped. They'll finally get the kill on Asaxa. They'll look over at 33. They're all in the Sandstorm. Stone Gaze used. They're going to give up Amar.
They're running.
But they got the kill on a Lion. That's it, though. So Primal, the cost of admission. Can Tundra look for anything else? These heroes are a little bit too far away from Falcons, but Tundra happy with that trade for sure.
Yeah, 33 kind of tried to jump in there, catch someone else. Full Skadi on the Medusa with the Butterfly, with the Manta. You just cannot fight into Nightfall right now. And apparently you can't even take down Saksa fast enough. Like, that was insane. You had your position 1 and 3 jumping the Lion, and they didn't manage to kill him. Of course, the Chen played a massive part of that fight.
It was the Hand of God that saved him. See some fans on the screen there. Waiting for this pause to go and ready for us to get back into this game number 2. Even a net worth. 25 minutes in, it's a completely different story than game 1.
It definitely is. Like, you are feeling very good if you're in this game right now as Tundra. Even though the net worth is, like you said, kind of even. It doesn't feel that way. I feel like these heroes do more with the net worth that they've got.
So what's the way... Oh, you're saying Tundra's leading. I mean,
I feel like there is like multiple different power spikes that both teams are reaching in this game. And
reading my mind. I was going to ask exactly that.
I know. We've been working together for a bit now. And when it comes to Falcons, like, they do have some power spikes both on the Alchemist and Sniper that they can wait for. Most importantly, the Sniper.
Pierce the Veil. Burrow Strike lands, though. And now Crit vulnerable. Puts the calling down, and
I love the ethos and the creep, you know.
I love the reinforcements army from Chen that approached from the east, like a scene out of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, like the ghosts, you know.
Yeah,
from the boats.
That was a lot to take in if you're Crit.
Yeah, Skitter going for the AC. Pretty much stock standard of a build on him. The only difference that sometimes you see a Basher, sometimes you don't.
At first Aegis, though, wasn't exactly everything that Falcons wanted, and now Snake King's the one in a little bit too far. All that mana drained out of this Crystal Maiden.
Now the health as well.
Can they get this help from Amar? Onslaught in, Earth Spike used, Onslaught hits 2. Now the blink in with the stun from Skitter, but the damage, it's not exactly immediate. Amar, Hurricane back. Viper Strike, Gorgon's Grasp, all there. The Earth Spike, the mana drain. They've got this Amar Primal Beast surrounded, and they'll use that finger to get the kill. The Assassinate, not enough.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt, but even the Lion survives. Overall, they traded the lives of Primal for the CM, because CM could have just been sold, right? Like, you just lose the CM and then Primal lives, but they tried going for that, and it was interesting because as he's going in, I'm looking at the minimap and no one is even close.
Yeah.
And these two, they just don't have the damage. They need a sniper. You can see Skitter with this build, he cannot hurt.
Snake King, they traded the Primal for this. Primal's still on a death timer, and the Crystal Maiden's dead anyway.
They're just completely controlling the map right now. The wards are everywhere. The dire wards are controlling the Radiant side of the map, and it's not that simple. Snaking, basically what he's doing is he's trying to get out there, you know? You're just trying as a position 5, you're trying to plant some wards down.
Second Roche could fall the way of Tundra. They do not have Crystal Maiden, and these heroes on the side of Falcons not heading that direction. They are not conceding this Roche because they don't know it's happening. Maybe they assume it's happening, but this is all Tundra.
I don't think they can even. If they wanted to, defending this Roche for Falcons is really difficult. And they're just getting all these big items, like Nightfall almost completed the Daedalus. Sand King, if he didn't complete it right now, I feel like Shiva's is almost there. I've been talking about Shiva's on Radiant, Shiva's on Dire is also pretty damn good.
Amar going Blade Mail late after the Pipe Crimson. Thinking about the BKB and then the Ags in that queue. That's, I mean, we've seen a couple of third item Blade Mails throughout the tournament.
Yep. I do enjoy it when it comes a little bit earlier. It just buffs up your farming speed as well as your mid-game potential, but later on, it does feel a bit awkward at times.
The TPs are massive. I mean, they knew he was down here, and they are going to find Amar again. They ain't just farming this time. They are farming heroes, as they will try to get the kill here onto Primal. He'll onslaught. He'll even try to pulverize, but he is dead.
He just grabbed 33 to kiss him before he goes, and that's basically what happened. Like again, it's this cliff ward, and now they ping it out. I feel like it was quite obvious that it was there for a while now, but they lost a couple of heroes. The CM died on the ward, and now the Primal Beast as well.
Pushing the tier 2 bottom. This Aegis a lot more successful than Falcons.
This is basically the Aegis where you can maybe even think about putting her on high ground. Probably go for the other tier 2s first, but if you wanted to, at least you can force them back, right? Like you go high ground, you're not really there to push, just to force them back.
It's not exactly the easiest high ground take with Sniper in the game, of course, but it looks pretty good so far for Tundra. Let's see if they even want to try to attempt it.
He's summoning the army, Whitemon, getting those creeps to him, so.
Reinforcements have arrived. Whitemon summoning the battle cruisers.
The tower's already
they are
done.
operational, and they will lose that tier 3. Thinking about the onslaught, the shrapnel's down, the epicenter is going to be charged up. They go to the Viper Strike, it's onto Amar. Malrine's kind of towards the front. 33 though, the epicenter looking towards this Alchemist. BKB's going to be popping the damage coming in from this Medusa, sends him up onto the high ground. Now can they go back in? This is a Medusa, low on mana. BKB no longer there for Skitter. Stun thrown over onto 33. The damage coming in from Malrine's not going to be enough. Nobody dead yet.
Muerta in the
But
back.
Tundra, do they have enough to now retreat? Amar goes in with another onslaught. Medusa's still here. Crit dead off camera.
Yeah, Crit was just literally poking them off camera on that other side of the map, like just trying to lead them away from the Medusa, but this Medusa is way too big. Saksa feeding her some mana as well.
TP, drums, mid, Skitter, he's out. They can't find anybody on the retreat.
Yeah, and even, by the way, keep in mind that epicenter from Sand King was completely whiffed in the last fight. I'm not sure exactly what connected on him. Maybe some hit from Shrapnel.
Yeah.
Probably the case. But they still couldn't take the fight. Like, they still couldn't fight even into a team that just wasted one of the biggest ultis.
Not exactly feeling the damage from the sniper either, and he was hitting away the entirety of that fight.
Yep.
Heroes got half health, maybe, the Hand of God healing him up. There really wasn't much to explore there for Falcons.
Just look at the build that Malbrine is going for. He's literally buying Mask of Madness next. And sure, you can build into something different later, but this is basically him saying, I need an item immediately. This is not enough of deeps from the sniper.
Certainly not enough just yet. Still a minute remaining on the Aegis. Again, if they want to think about going into the high ground over mid, they are grouped up nearby, and now they're going to smoke, give all that mana right on back to Nightfall from Saksa.
1 more minute with the Aegis.
Aurene.
They might just go.
Scan connects. He's going to TP back to base. They're not going to find him. They actually have an obs down here, but Tundra moving forward, finding Crit, goes Pierce the Veil immediately.
Burrow strike, Gorgon's Grass. There's the finger with the air
look at that
spike. They
blink.
have the control. The Medusa's going to be deep into the base. Nightfall, 40 seconds left on this Aegis. Onslaugh's not going to be that far away. Lornoff hitting onto the Primal Beast. They go after this Alchemist. Viper strike, Bloodstone, 33.
Still can't kill him.
Alive, and now finally gone. They get the kill on the Sand King. How much are they
They're
going to last
doing
on
it.
the side of Tundra? They'll end up buying back on 33. They take the Aegis out of the hands of Medusa. Lornoff is gone. This is a Viper gone and dead. He's got buyback, but they need a little bit of help. Whitemon's here to try and help him out with a 4-step into the base aggressively. They go to the Gorgon's Grass. Medusa's in trouble. They'll chop the head off the snake and conquer the side of Tundra.
Whitemon, he manages to TP out at least, but this is massive because keep in mind, this Sand King, he also bought back. Like, he tried to go back into that fight. He tried to help the team out once more, but ooh,
That's
was
10,000 net worth lead now. Back to even with thrown all the way back.
Yeah,
It didn't even look good immediately, but that was a very aggressive play from Nightfall.
Nightfall basically made all of this possible. Unfortunately for Falcons, he blinks all the way back. Look at that. He goes into the enemy base.
Oh.
And it's understandable why he's doing this, because he feels so strong that he's able to separate them with Gorgon's Gaze. But 33 just gets gone on afterwards because, yeah, he impales a little bit too far as well. He dies.
The God's not enough.
And the Primal Beast, by the way, Amar did so much damn work in that fight, and now Lion dies once again, and the game...
There's no Medusa for 30 seconds. And tier 2 is gone. They'll head towards top, and it's a net worth lead in favor of Falcons, and here comes the Aghanims.
Yeah, the Chen with the classic nullifier. Q up.
Classic in one sentence.
Just classic.
Mozart or Bach?
Bach.
Appreciate that. Ags
to the
now
Amar.
given to Amar. That was on the queue for him. He'll have the BKB. He'll have the Ags now. And that will give that Uproar upgrade.
Yeah, it's like when you look at the break, it's solid, like into the Viper, right? But overall, the damage as well. A little bit of bonus there.
Tormentor going to be taken by both teams. It's Lornoff who gets the shard for Tundra, and then Malrine gets his, and he'll use it immediately, the concussive grenade.
One difference between Chen, even though he has a lot of great things, between him and Enchantress in this kind of a situation, she gives you that cheap dispel, right? And they're kind of suffering to take down versus all of these auras, all of these extra buffs that they have on the side of Falcons. Primal Beast is just almost unkillable for them at this point. And keep in mind, the Sniper, even with this Mask of Madness, he's reached this point where he does hurt. And I'm not saying that Falcons have this game, but we have an even match now.
Yeah. The high ground easier to defend. It was heavy percentages for Tundra earlier. Still heavy percentages, 78 to 22. That equals 100.
Yeah. It's just the difference between playing this game out, this fight out anywhere else on the map, and playing it out in your base. If Nightfall is allowed to jump on top of the Sniper with his Blink Dagger, everything is different.
But it wasn't far enough, and we talked about how hard the high ground defense can be, but you're making it easier by putting yourself out of position like that.
If he jumped further, he'd be in the fountain, so definitely
not the
definitely
place
wasn't
to be.
possible. Yeah, exactly. BKB completed, by the way, by Amar as well.
And BKB is coming through for a lot of these heroes. BKB still needed for 33. He's short the gold on that. Roche going to be a minute 50 away. But these heroes are towards the top end of the map for Tundra. They have set up for Falcons as well. But they're in the trees. They're hiding, trying to find the right opportunity.
By the way, that neutral item right there on 33, you don't see it very often, so enjoy it while it lasts.
Vindicator's axe on Sniper. Heart being built for Primal. They'll try to just beat.
Are you the balloon enjoyer?
If I have a lot of them, yes.
Like tokens, you collect them.
I have no tokens right now. So if anybody has extra tokens.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You can't be begging for tokens. You're going high ground. These guys need to move back.
That tower is gone immediately. That was so fast.
Yeah, they gotta go back though. Bot lane, you got the tower, but you did lose your axes. And that's a massive creep wave pushing in. Maybe it's time to go back and def that, boys.
You might need to defend that. Crit's going to be the one who backs away.
Yeah, the Radiant bottom Raxes disappear to the creep wave.
Big creep wave, a lot of farm there to get for the Muerta. Swift Blink for Nightfall. Maybe he gets away with a play like that. If he had that Swift Blink, he'll be going for that next. Still a lot of gold between him and affording that item. Viper also looking for Blink.
You're playing into a sniper, right? Like this is basically your classic approach to dealing with a sniper. Get as many Blink daggers as possible. Make sure that you can jump across the front line and straight into the sniper.
Roche is up.
I feel like
Falcons is set.
It's so important to set up this high ground here for both of these sides. And I would say the team with the high ground has massive advantage around the Twin Gate.
Ninja Gear popped before the Medusa, smoked towards the front. They have the Sobs down here if they can catch maybe a little bit of information to get that jump and go. Nightfall short level 25, but certainly getting there. Both these teams kind of looking for somebody to be caught out of position. Amar might just bring the fight to them. They stand a little bit too far forward on Tundra, they could get caught.
Someone needs to deal with this creep wave. Like, it's not really that small. The bot lane is constantly pushing in. They're literally losing a tier 4 now as well. And Chen, of course, sending some creeps, some ancients even. They won't make it to the base, but...
Need to fix it. Definitely need to keep those tier 4s alive, especially if it comes to this late game scenario.
Uproar used. They know where Amar is. Basically, both of these teams are very well aware of where they all are. Like, they just don't want to leave the comfort of their own wards.
Yeah, you want to have the superior information, the superior vision.
Yep.
And you can see Amar kind of just trying to bait a response.
He's very tanky. He'd be pretty happy if they went on him.
But they leave Roche.
The
they
base.
go back towards the base, and they know Roche is moving bottom off this, so they didn't need to stay top. They can go get this Rax, maybe they get a response,
this might be too much.
Burrow strike, Skitter falling back. Stonegaze even used already. Finger gonna come through, they'll go to the Crystal Maiden. Snake King's gonna be the first one to die. Does have buyback, 4-step forward. Lorenoff looking for more. They don't quite have the vision. The shrapnel will be dropped onto the Tundra side, and they'll back away.
Yeah, they even used a little ward there in the middle of the lane to perhaps try and see someone, maybe some catch some stragglers. But Crystal Maiden is the only one that falls. And one of the reasons why they did that is because the bot lane still needed to be fixed.
Yeah.
So you can't really just sit around the Rosh pit forever. You have to force a move. And you either force a team fight that was kind of disadvantageous for you because you force it on the enemy wards, or you just force the high ground defense. No.
They forced the high ground defense, but in losing this Crystal Maiden may have given up this Roche. Well, nobody here for the side of Falcons, and it looks like it's going to be another Aegis for the side of Tundra.
He's going to roar, and they should know that this is happening. They know that it is happening in any case.
Can they even react, though, is the question.
They're not trying.
They're not trying to at all. They'll actually pincer towards mid again and look to get this Rax. The TP going to be back for the Medusa. Skitter going to be on the front lines. The back door is going to be turned off. They'll go to the Gorgon's Grasp. They've locked up Skitter, but the BKB TP out. And now a Burrow Strike lands onto Amar.
BKB TP.
He's got BKB. He'll just TP, and then he'll tip Nightfall.
Top lane is pushing in as well, and it looks like Malrine as well. BKB TP.
Everybody BKB TP out.
For a team that trolls everyone.
Ideal.
Ideal. Yeah, for a team that trolls everyone with BKB TP home, that was...
For a team that said
interesting,
just BKB TP out last game. You don't even have to say trolls. They literally said it last game.
Yeah, they're revealing their own strategies. That's what they're doing.
Well, they have a tier 4 tower with 1 shot left on it, by the way. They weren't able to really keep that tier 4 tower standing too healthily. See if that ends up being a bit of an issue. What is an issue right now is the fact that Falcons, they don't have BKBs.
Yeah, the problem is the tier 2 is still standing, right? So probably nothing big will happen. They will lose the tier 2 and the Wisdom Rune, of course. They can buy 33.
I wonder if they're able to steal the other one. Not really. They're still a tier 1, tier 2.
They are moving.
But they do have heroes near that position. Amar He's over mid, looking to push in that creep wave again. Maybe cause a reaction to come through so they don't push the high ground. Just cutting this creep wave, onslaught away, get some distance, has an invis. The other Wisdom Rune, of course, picked up by Saksa, who did rotate. Now they finally do have that Swift Blink on Medusa.
This smoke might be massive. Snake King.
33, Snake King caught. Burrow Strike, Crystal Maiden, now going to be fingered and hit with the air spike, killed off. Saksa gets the kill, doesn't have buyback.
It doesn't matter because this man, he managed to TP out. Like, he was also pinged out. They had vision on him, a ward, but he was fast enough to get away. Swift Blink on Nightfall. The moment he blinks in, I think it might be a little bit different this time around. Does Sniper have anything new, by the way, out of all of his builds? It feels like he's going full defensive after the Mask of Madness. He's bought the BKB afterwards, and now he's going for Lincolns as well.
So will we see his damage kind of amp up? MKB, stun thrown over onto Nightfall.
Is it?
Onslaught with the Earth Spike in time from Saksa. The damage coming in, they'll go to the Stone Gaze, right clicks forward on Alamar, trying to get the kill here. The Gorgon's Grasp will lock him up.
He
so
tanky.
Very tanky. It took a whole meteor to take out Dinosaurs. I'm not sure it's going to be 2 heroes that's enough to take out this Primal Beast.
Yeah, it probably will not be enough. Maybe with time, Viper can slowly but surely take him down, but they just demonstrated how hard it is to take that Primal Beast down.
It really is difficult. All the buybacks now available for Falcons.
I feel like Crit is entering this, okay, you guys aren't going to carry me, I need to do it on my own, kind of an idea. Like, he's going for a Moon Shard on Muerta.
The Muerta we've seen have big impact, especially from Crit late in the game.
Yep, usually it's a bit of a different build, but this is also pretty good. He doesn't have a Maelstrom or anything like that, but with the Moon Shard and his ulti, he's already going to be dishing out some serious damage.
Sand King going for the extra 10 Epicenter pulses on that level 25 instead of the mischance on Sandstorm. So 33. I mean, that's the focus on Sand King these days, right? Is just the Epicenter.
I just want to deal some more damage, right?
Charging
You just don't have enough.
Do it again. Looking to see if he'll go in with the Epicenter. Blink Dagger now for Amar. Malrine behind these racks. 33 laying in wait, setting the trap, trying to jump and stinger and kill off these heroes.
By the way, Radiance disassembled. He does have that Nullifier now on Skitter. A little bit of a difference for this next fight, and it might help, right? Like, there's a lot of things.
Epicenter going to be committed this time. Burrow strikes onto the Sniper. Malrine is dead. 85 seconds. Does have buyback. Amar's going to be tanky, but how tanky? 4 staff back. Still has a lot of health. They'll even commit in the Hand of God. All are healed, but can they get more out of this? Tier 3 is going to be gone mid. They'll go for the set of racks. They haven't bought back on the Sniper just yet. They're going to TP forward Amar.
They need this buyback.
They
if you want to death,
need this Sniper for sure. You're right.
Skitter is in. No, he's not.
Maybe just trying to keep him here, but the blink forward. They still want this buyback out of the Sniper. They won't get the kill on the Crystal Maiden.
Is the buyback or the Mega Creeps, right?
Expire.
Yeah. Is the buyback or the Mega Creeps? And right now with this TP...
Crit, your courier. Amar, blinking. See what they can do. They're going to buy back. They're going to go for this Sand King. Now they've got the damage coming out. 33 with BKB, pops that Bloodstone. Nightfall with the Stone Gaze, deterring them from going forward. Amar, he's all the way back there. He blinked before. He was trying to get the supports. The finger's going to be used with the BKB. Amar's going to be dead, and he's got buyback. But now, will they fight for more? Stone Gaze was already used. The stun lands on a 3. Skitter, can he go in? The damage is going to be onto the Lion. They'll chase. They've got the calling down. The silence is going to be on the Viper. He blinked into it. They'll go to the Earth Spike, but Skitter, he's on the front lines. He's dead. He's got buyback. Burrow strike, Epicenter, Malrine. He bought back. He's in trouble trying to get to the high ground because of Grenade to get up there. And now the right clicks on a 33. They get the kill to the Sand King. Amar looking for another target by the side of Tundra. The buyback from the Lion, they all leave, and they are up 9,000 net worth. Falcons defending, but it's costly to defend the game.
That was so costly. They used 3 buybacks on the Alchemist, on the Primal. Sniper, of course, also buying back a little bit earlier in that fight around the mid lane, so definitely not worth it, but they do hold. and they don't get megaed. So that's kind of important.
Yeah, but now they have to worry about these buyback timers all at about 7 minutes. The only one who has theirs is Crit. Malorine, this BKB, the duration is short, and
the way he's pushing, I feel like they want to go win and perhaps make one Hail Mary kind of a play.
Where's the rest of your team if you're going to be stepping up like that? God forbid Tundra were waiting for you to push out mid. That could have just been it.
You can force maybe a buyback on the Sand King at this point, or at least attempt to.
Refresher picked up for the Medusa. Moonshard for the Sniper. Cracking it open. And there it is. I would have liked to see the chug from the fan.
That was a good one.
Maybe we can get a Shui going next.
Yeah, the game did slow down, and it looks like they will not be forcing out the buyback on the Sand King. Of course, forcing out the buyback on the Sand King with everything that is happening right now would be borderline suicidal, because you just don't have buybacks on Alchemist, no buybacks on Sniper. Pushing that high ground into the Medusa, probably not the best idea.
The win probability has only gone up 2%. They will go get the Tormentor, give that last shard over to 33.
I mean, just look at these items. Like you mentioned, the Refresher, he is way too big on Nightfall. I think he's reaching that area of the game where he's actually allowed to just blink into all of them.
Soxa not going to find Snake King. They're all coming over here, but they do not know.
We'll take that.
But there's nobody around. Nobody here. Still not finding anybody. Whitemon continuing to farm. He's hit level 20. Overwhelming blink now for this Alchemist. Boots of Bearing for the Crystal Maiden 2. Crit. He's about to hit level 20. Moonshard, Radavatos now going into the Hurricane Pike. He wants an MKB. Might be saving for that.
I feel like the Crit might be one of the wild cards that Falcons still have in their pocket, like the Joker. If he manages to finish off at least one more item, he's going for the Pike into MKB. A bit of extra damage, of course.
Can Crit become what they need? 2 Deadshot charges definitely can help. It's going to be tough, though. Only 1 Ags on the side of Falcons so far from that Alchemist, but Alchemist still working on items for themselves. Of course, that overwhelming blink. Roche, a minute 30. And I think if you're Falcons, I don't think you can just give it away.
I feel like they're doing the same thing they did before. They're kind of slowly pushing it out of the fog on mid lane, but everyone knows they're here.
And they're wrapping from behind. Look at where they're at.
Radiant are scanning.
Maybe they will try to jump here. Let's see.
They could. Amar, smoke broken. Nightfall's going to be the one in front. They'll go to the pulverize with the BKB. He'll stop it immediately. Stone Gaze, Onslaught, BKB needs to leave. Blink forward with the swift blink from Nightfall, but now they're going to go in. They go to the Refresher. Nightfall's going to have another Stone Gaze, going to have another BKB. They've got the stun onto Skitter, but the BKB going. The Nullifier flying out onto Skitter. They're giving mana back over to the Medusa. They got the kill on a Crit. They'll take the Muerta. Buyback from Muerta as well, but now no Refresher. And a lot used by the side of Tundra for just that Crit hero.
Yeah, Nightfall, he blinked in, and he basically forced them to attack him. He's going all the way in, right? But Sniper, he can't even. He's the one that's supposed to be dishing out the damage into the Medusa, but he cannot because 33 on this Sand King was always on top of him, chasing both him and Crit. So
now no buybacks for anybody.
This is the kind of a game in which Falcons, I feel like they're reaching a point where they're only comfortable on the high ground.
Yeah. We saw that kind of with Aurora when they won their first series on the main stage yesterday.
5 more seconds for that Roshan to respawn, and they might just try to go mid. That seems to be the case for Falcons. They smoked up once again and maybe kill Soxa meanwhile.
He wouldn't have buyback. Getting a kill here would be quite nice for them, but a blink away and not far enough away. This is going to be a dead lion if they can kill him quick enough, and he's going to be dead 100 seconds.
At the same time,
buyback.
Roshan is dying, right? So yes, you get the lion kill. Maybe you can even finish off the range Raxes on the mid lane, but
he is a lot of their control. That Earth Spike with the extra cone now, the fact with the Hex, the burst damage is pretty important too. He's won a lot of their fights with the control that he gives.
For sure, and it might be an opening here.
The creeps pushing in.
Yep.
They have to go back. They lost the tier 4. They almost lost the other tier 4.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's up this game.
They're just not retreating quick enough.
They're just not retreating, yeah. They're not defending and respecting the damage of the creeps.
Are you a little surprised that they aren't just trying to push maybe, say, bottom to even up that rack set so they don't have to worry about it?
Exactly. Usually that's the play. Skitter.
Burrow strike, stun, charged up. Now might stun himself. That could be an issue. The 4 staff back, that's one. Epicenter not going to be committed. Burrow strike away. BKB from Amar. He's on the back lines. Pulverized coming through into the Viper. Warnoff now in his face with his own BKB. Nightfall pops his BKB as well as the Epicenter coming through on a Skitter. This is Amar onslaughting away. He is alive for now.
He is for now.
Has the refresher on cooldown, but they'll find him. They'll kill him. He's gone for 2 minutes. Malrine, he's in the middle of no man's land. He's going to have to start fighting if he wants to survive this. Deadshot lands on the other side. Skitter trying to run from Nightfall as well as Whitemon. Malrine with a concussive grenade. The Epicenter right onto the sniper. They'll get the kill. He's gone for 2 minutes.
Way
no
out of position.
buybacks. He does not even have the gold, even when his buyback timer comes off cooldown. It's going to be Skitter going for this Whitemon Chen, but he's on the cliff. He's the obs they need. He's the vision they want. He's the kill they'll get as they'll take out Skitter. Hello, guys. GG.
Oh, guys, this is Whitemon as he goes onto the cliff. Very nicely done. Of course, Whitemon on the Chen. We've seen a little bit of a chatter asking about his performance on Chen, one of the first games in the pro scene. I don't think so. Like, this guy is a very good Chen player.
A pro's a pro's a pro, and he is a pro at that Chen, and he gets off the cliff. Just being the obs, the vision they need, everything, and the bait, really. I think once that fight got split up, it was truly over. Malrine, he was in no man's land.
You can't. Like, when you're playing the sniper, the difference between sniper and Medusa is Medusa eventually she reaches this point in which she's tanky enough to blink into the enemies behind enemy lines, even pop that ulti and hit them. Sniper, he can never do that. Sniper always kind of has to be positioned properly on his own high ground behind his teammates, and Malrine, when you aren't fighting in your base, just couldn't dish out all the DPS that they needed.
Yeah, you said it, you alluded to it. You know, this team looked like they were only going to be comfortable fighting from their own high ground, and after that point, they weren't fighting from their own high ground. They were pushing mid, they were trying to maybe make the side of Tundra react, but they weren't reacting the way that they would want, and honestly, Falcons weren't reacting to their base getting pushed in by creeps so many times that it just put them in this pressure point situation.
Yeah, it's very respectable that they were trying to make plays on the map. So many other teams would just turtle in their base, defend the creeps, maybe poke out a little bit. Falcons, they still tried playing. They still tried pushing that mid lane, maybe getting a pick off on someone. So that's very commendable. But overall, this game definitely needs to be talked about as in a great game played by Tundra.
Yeah, Tundra bringing it back after what was a emotional grind.
Wait, I like that Mud Golem for a second, by the way.
You do love the Mud Golem. We're big Mud Golem enjoyers here, but you can see there were points where this game kind of went back and forth. Tundra, the Medusa, keeping up in farm with this Alchemist, and it did feel as though maybe Alchemist not exactly gaining the right timing.
Yeah, they had some good lane mid, right? Like, they did manage to take down the Viper multiple times. The problem was the itemization from the sniper didn't allow him to really pop off and have that network that Medusa and Alchemist were keeping. And it's understandable. You're playing mid, you're kind of supposed to be a bit more active, maybe make a couple of plays. He played for the team, and I believe that did hurt them in the end. And sometimes it does feel that way with the sniper, which is one of the reasons why the hero isn't picked as much. Like, no matter if you build it this way, you go to maybe 50-60 minute mark, and it doesn't really feel that impactful.
Game only really feeling like it went that long because of this fight right here, right? Nightfall blinks in a little bit too far, giving the opportunity for Falcons to defend their high grounds and have an opportunity like this that was given. And truthfully, this moment right here, had Falcons won, felt like they had given it back.
It was just very good positioning from the sniper and everyone else on that side, but overall, on the other, we had some very nice performance by Whitemon and the boys. That's a celebratory chug right there.
Yeah, everybody might need a drink after this game. It was a big back and forth, and this is the final engage where Whitemon up on the high ground, doesn't even die, and he says, hello guys. Skitter says hello guys, and they call GG.
Yeah, this is Whitemon. That's the old shot that we got. A couple of BKB TPs as well. I love that these the players on both sides are keeping it a little bit lighthearted, right? Like no hard feelings when it comes to the old chat. Overall, very nicely done by Tundra, and I'm really happy that they didn't just bomb out after that game number 1, because morally that's very difficult to overcome. This way, at least they get themselves into game number 3.
Yeah, 51 minute in game number 1, 53.5 minute game number 2. I think we're setting up for a 60-minute banger in game number 3, right?
Yeah, I definitely hope so.
Well, we'll have to see after we go to a quick break, so we're going to be going on to a break, and we'll be back with game number 3 soon. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back here to BB Dacha here in the beautiful Belgrade, Serbia. We are ready for game number 3 between Tundra and Falcons. Got Lizard, I got Milan. It's 3 games. It's what we always wanted. It's what we have been receiving. It's been a fun series up to this point. I'm going to take a guess, 60-minute game. Just get it out of the way.
Yeah, you're so brave, B-Cop, making that guess.
Yeah, appreciate that.
I mean, considering what kind of games we've been having so far, it's not a wild one actually. Kind of to be expected.
Yeah, definitely. Even if Falcons is winning a game, they get a bit more safer, but that's only because it's coming from their previous experience, the previous tournament. TI and Valahia, maybe they done some mistake, being too hasty and being cautious is
disciplined.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy the game, by the way?
Last game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. There was this big, I don't know, like riddle to kill all the tanky heroes on the Tundra side, and they kind of sold it for a bit, but they still didn't play good enough to win it all. But on the screens, we see the man who was good enough to win it all last game, Nightfall. He's kind of evolving into from this Nightfall meme of super save guy to not buying a BKB and having a Daedalus Rapier. He probably had a BKB in backup, but you know what I mean.
Of course, but it's definitely one of those things that's kind of hard to overcome. Like
of course.
When you look at players,
really?
It's really difficult to overcome your... This isn't just the playstyle, this is the nature, right? Like it's hard. Like a lot of players, like Emo, you're never going to see Emo that doesn't like risk, you know, jumping in, sometimes throwing the game because of that. You're never going to see Fly not going full edgy every now and then on Morphling, and Nightfall, so far at least, it looks like he has fixed the defensiveness and that kind of a playstyle that he used to be known for.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that kind of transitions into Game 3, though, right? Like, this isn't an elimination series. This is to get into the grand final, so maybe teams playing a little bit more loose in Game 3 than maybe they would if it was the same situation in the lower bracket, right?
Definitely. That's how it usually works. You have the extra life to work with. That's what upper bracket is. You don't want to lose it for nothing, but definitely the nerves are a bit lower. Like, okay, I really want to win. I want to go to grand finals, but you know there's the backup plan if you lose.
And again, it's first pick for Falcons. So Radiant side for Tundra. Falcons, they end up getting first pick. We were seeing a lot of second pick out of them in the group stage.
Yep.
But this time around, first pick.
Honestly, the gacha pick obviously didn't work for them that last game, right? Like they had the last pick, they went with the sniper, who's supposed to be kind of good on paper versus the Medusa versus the Viper, but it definitely did not work out.
Do you think it was the pick, or maybe Marlene didn't play up to his standards?
I'm not sure. Like I'm not the biggest believer overall in sniper. I feel like sometimes you need something a little bit more active, and Marlene was caught out of position a lot of times, like in the river and whatnot. So maybe a little bit of both.
Well, we do have a draft to get into, so let's get into the Game 3 draft and figure out who's going to take this series and go to the grand finals.
We enter the semi-finals. Tundra eSports versus Team Falcons. Game 3.
Game 3, it's all for the grand finals here. Win and you're into tomorrow in the grand final. Lose and you're going to have to play another BO3 before it to get in, to secure your spot in the final, to have a chance that $400,000 first place prize is now a BO1.
Yeah,
We've said that a lot.
They're stepping away from the recipe, guys. They're not banning out ATF completely. Only 3 heroes this time around with the Enchantress.
There's also, that is the crucial adjustment. The Enchantress is gonna be banned, and Falcon's gonna have to go with a different first pick.
Is it gonna be Storm? You guys told me before we went live I have to guess every single hero pick.
Yes.
Naga Siren makes it through. That's going to be the first pick here for Falcons, something that kind of skated the bans there with Beastmaster getting banned as well as that Ench.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I've seen a lot of teams trying to let this Naga go through, because if you're letting this hero go through, it will be picked. By the way, another hero in this, at least, series that isn't picked up is the Shadow Demon. Not banned, not picked.
Yeah, I literally forgot about it. It's so banned every single game. Shadow Demon is banned, and you're like...
Sometimes it happens. The hero is banned so many times that you kind of forget about him. Shadow Demon is still an amazing hero if they maybe wanted to pick it up for Tundra. They get the insta-brood.
They learned their lesson. Last time they were the second pick. The offlane hero pool was just so devastated that they had to go with some Viper. This time around, last game they got Sankey, first pick. This game they get the Brood, they get the 3/3 hero probably, and they move on.
Well, going into the second ban phase, what are you looking for them to get rid of on the side of Falcons?
Maybe, let's see what they opt to go for. Is the Brood, by the way, first and foremost on Tundra, always offlane? Can it be played by Lorenov?
Not by Lorenov, but Saika or Nightfall definitely played it before.
So maybe 1 or 3 is the flex. They still ban out the Morphling. What else is left in the pool that's absolutely busted?
Last time in this position they banned Brood and Morphling. Now with the Brood pick. Maybe just ban a casual Muerta.
Yeah, there's just so many good heroes that you can ban down.
You can ban the Grim... I'm trying to think. They need another Blind Core. Will it be mid?
That's left in the pool. Maybe into the Naga if you want to protect that hero a little bit. Maybe it's a solid option. We've seen both of these teams play it.
I think very interesting hero to see be banned or picked is the Alchemist. Because, of course, Falcons will not ban it. Yep. Now it's about Tundra. Maybe they just insta-pick it. Maybe they still decide to ban it.
Are you surprised seeing 73 bans and 12 picks on the Naga that it only has a 50% win rate?
It's hard to say. Sometimes when hero is over banned, like people kind of lose grasp on it. So when they actually goes through, they don't perform as well.
You forget even playing with the Naga, right? Like how exactly the game is supposed to look like, because you play it once every 2 months or something, like in previous tournaments as well. Post TI, Naga wasn't really picked because it was banned out. They ban out the Alt. Probably the best into the Brood, right? Like one of those that's really likes nomming on those spiders.
For sure, but I thought maybe they decide to like kind of copy a little bit and ban something else good against Brood and take it for themselves. That's what sometimes people do. So essentially you get 2 bans.
Yeah, and we got a lot of mid lane heroes still left in the pool. Like the Storm Spirit is banned out, but you've got your, of course, a lot of supports as well. If you want to go that route, Lion maybe into this Naga. There is also something like a Clock, a Tusk. Clock actually banned out, my bad. But a Tusk, a lot of these position 4s and 5s that are melee are available. Muerta that you mentioned, I feel like is also a no-brainer.
Muerta definitely a good support here. We've seen it so many times. That dead shot proving to be a big issue for teams, and we see it here. It's not even just the dead shot. I feel like that's the one skill I kind of focus on, but it's just having, the calling drop down and making your life so miserable after a stun, after an initiation. It's really rough, especially pre-BKB.
Most played, by the way, for Saxa, 8 games, 63% win rate, so...
He-Man save, made it back in the meta, basically. What is the hero, you guys, let's hear this out. There was a player that won a TI playing a Naga on a carry position. Do you remember who it is? They're not gonna do it. But
the same guy that's playing on Falcons right now. I mean, they can if you want to put the gyro as support. Like some teams are flexing that as well. But I feel like absolutely no one is playing Naga as a carry right now.
Not anymore. It's way too good on support.
Yeah, but do you think that because it's playing into Brood, was that your reasoning? Because it's a really good laner into the Brood.
Yeah, but they will just opt for a gyro, a more meta hero and safer. And I like this duo from Falcons, the gyro and crit hoodwink. I don't know. Every time I see LAN environment and Falcons pick up a hoodwink for a crit, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, he's been doing very well with the hoodwink through the entirety of the last year. Even talked about being burned out a little bit on the hero, and imagine playing the same thing like 15 games in a row.
That's what I do in my pubs. I just spam Ancient Apparition every day. 8 games a day.
I'm sorry for you.
It's fun. I love it. I have a great time.
Looking for this, I think this is the toughest pick for Tundra. they either need to pick a mid or carry, and then they're facing Marlene or Amar in a counter pick. They decide for SF.
Tundra in the heart, right there. A lot of love for them. And you could hear it, by the way, from the crowd when Tundra were doing well.
I could hear there's slight delay with me watching, and I can know when Tundra is winning the fight.
Gets loudest when Tundra is successful in here.
Is this the task, by the way? Or okay, they go with the Omni. A little bit different, but still a very potent combo on that safe lane. Omni Knight and Shadow Fiend.
My favorite Omni combo, I must say. I think Shadow Fiend, if he can build the Dragonlance Mom into the Daedalus
without the BKB, it feels so much better, right? Yep.
He could hit like a 20-minute fight. I mean, we discussed in the green room, like these carries nowadays, like their net worth, it looks inflated, literally. Yep. Like how fat and how fast they get.
From Tundra, this feels like one of those snowball games in the making where you're just playing with Omni, pushing really damn fast. And by the time Team Falcons even come online, the game is already really difficult.
What are really the odds of not Mars here? Must put it like that.
The odds of not Mars?
Yeah.
I'm going to say 85% not Mars.
Not 85% not Mars?
Yeah.
Damn, you really hate Mars for them then. They go with the Earth Spirit first.
Nice.
So they pick up a hero for their mid lane. Also a hero that can breach the backlines, get on top of not the SF actually, but the Omni Knight, right? Like you get that long silence on him as well. It's one of the weaker spirits for me when it comes to chasing Brood, because she can just easily juke you around, but overall still a very good pick for Malrine.
Pretty good, especially against the Omni Knight. I feel like if you see the Omni Knight enemy team, you either need the way to deal with Repel and Guardianator, or you need to straight up go and murder him.
Are you banning Huskar here as well, by the way? They ban out the Viper. I feel like the secondary pick the Tundra can go for on the mid lane.
There's a couple of them.
And Omni Huskar as well. It feels rough, right? What's the other?
Huskar is the heaviest lane counter, but like something like a Monkey King and Earthshaker, or even a Timber Soul that's not banned, can be a semi-lane counter into dominating the game.
I like the Monkey Call as well. Yeah, the Earthshaker, we've seen it, I think,
it was
Cap
Marlene.
and SVG, right? Like they were...
Yeah, it was Marlene against Spirit, I think. He was doing very well on Earthshaker. Yep. He was like 9-1.
It's kind of crazy. Earthshaker was all the rage in Valahia, and right now he isn't really that contested here in Belgrade.
It was before Valahia, but the nerf with the facet or whatever hurt him a little bit, and Mars is going to be the second ban. Tundra really hitting the mark with the bans, but
I took that 85%. I told you.
Yeah, but it's like before the Earth Spirit pick came out.
Yeah.
There was a talk, and Amar said, "I have 3 heroes. You can pick the Earth Spirit." So I'm curious to see the last one. Why is it going to be?
Yeah, some of his heroes truly aren't that great into SF, right? Like, so you can't go for something like a Razor, but a Primal Beast, is it still in the pool? Maybe an option? Like, you get a hero that can get on top of the Brood, the SF as well.
BKB and TP out. That might be the best sign of the day. We might have a winner. 30 seconds remaining on this reserve time. We'll see what they want to ban out with their final ban before their final pick.
They're definitely taking that time. I feel like Huskar definitely has to be up there, right? Unless they know that Tundra will not play it.
I have a lot of experience with Lorenov, played with him, talked to him a lot. He can pull it out, but it's not the Marlene level. But if it's a free Huskar...
I really thought the Razor might not be the pick, but okay, they go for it. ATF, he already did play a mean Razor one game today.
This is what I talked with SVG and Cab before. It's like Amar has a different Razor. Like sometimes, like, okay, 90% of us here and in the others think like, oh, Razor into SF, but you link him and he has all the damage and buffs, he just kills you. But Amar has ideas and itemization that he thinks that work and solve the issue.
Yeah, my question only is, who defends your side of the map against the Brood once she comes online? Like if they don't manage to deal with the Brood in the laning stage, like how do you defend your
It just has
objectives?
to be combination of heroes, right?
Yep.
It's not like a straightforward Mars that comes in and press spells and kill the spiders, or Pangolier. It just has to be a combination of heroes. And what do you like for Laurenov now that we see? And it's gonna be 24 Invoker.
I mean, it's kind of crazy.
It slipped out,
Yeah,
kinda.
I mean, yeah, we've had a Naga as well, and now the Invoker. How the tournament progresses, the meta changes a little bit, and not only through the tournament, but in the series as well. From game number 1 to game number 3, we see some massive differences in the drafts. And okay, Team Falcons, they've got the Naga, and they've got a lot of comfort on their picks. Like you've got the Skidder Gyro, you've got Snaking Naga, ATF on that Razor. At the same time, if you look at the meta and what's being played right now, Tundra should be very happy with their draft.
Yeah, last pick, Invoker, feels quite nice considering the fact that we've seen this hero banned down the first phase and or first phase picked so many times throughout the event so far. To have it as this last pick.
You just play this Earth Spirit into Invoker matchup on the mid lane and you never have mana. Like that's how it feels. Like you have, you want to rotate, maybe you have options to rotate, but you're almost always out of resources.
I'm looking at these two drafts and I think this is close as it gets.
Yep.
Like both teams got what they like and what's really good in the meta. Like the Invoker with double buff. And that historically in Dota, double buffs were like a key to success. But at the same time, Falcons have the lineup to run at you and to like not let you hit the timing you want.
Okay, so we're getting into predictions. I'll ask you, Lizard, to start, as I always do.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna flip a coin. Yeah, sure. I'm going Falcons.
You never even told us what was what. You just flipped a coin.
Because
that was flipping the coin for sake of flipping a coin.
Exactly, because it truly didn't matter in my case, because the drafts, like Milan said, are so close. Like I can see 33 rolling out of control on the Broodmother. On the other side as well, I can see them, if they manage to control him, win that mid game. But overall, it's a very, very close game.
All right. I mean, I guess that's what you got from that coin toss or that coin flip. When I flip coins, it's for, you know, my Magic the Gathering cards, Aquan and Zender split. But for you, what do you got coming in as your prediction, Milan?
I'll go for execution over the strat. I'll go with Falcons again. Although I think maybe a little bit better on Tundra, but I think it's a little bit easier for Falcons to execute.
Okay.
They need to show up, but they showed today they're on their good side.
Okay, and I'm gonna flip my invisible coin. That doesn't matter either, and I'm going Tundra because that's what the coin obviously said in my hand. But also, again, I like going up against you guys. It makes me feel pretty good. I know I've got the crowd behind me when I say Tundra, which is great. So we're able to get into game number 3, ready to go. It's do or die in the upper bracket. You got 1 life left, but you want to make it to the grand finals. You got to do it here in this game number 3. Amar needing those earphones to be fixed for just a second. Milan, thank you so much for joining us. And we'll be on in just a moment. Let's take a look at these facets.
I feel like every game has a pause right at the beginning, so we get to enjoy the facets on everyone. Nothing really out of the ordinary here at the time. Noticing right now.
Good to go. Here we go. Deluge for the Naga Siren.
Yep, stock standard. I know we're not really seeing a lot of Naga, but this is one of the reasons why the hero is so popular, and we do see a late smoke by Tundra. They want to perhaps make a play, get some good wards.
They can definitely find something if given the opportunity. Maureen going to check.
Yeah, he knows. He's pinging the wrong side though, but he knows that they have the high ground vision.
Stepping into it, checking that way. Smoke. With the vision down from the Dire. Would give them information of the smoke broke right there. Crit and snaking off to the side. And Saksa also here. Smoke does break. Crit and Amar all over by this bounty rune. They've got the dead shot, but that doesn't land on a crit. I don't know if it's even going to matter. They've got the blood grenade. The damage is there. First blood for Nightfall. There will be a return kill on a Whitemon. Boulder Smash hits onto Nightfall, slows him up. And Amar gets Nightfall as a second. It's first blood for Tundra overall, but 2 kills there for Falcons.
Yeah, you asked if that shot mattered. It definitely did, because with that shot, they kill him off much, much quicker, and then you can just go back to your lane. But like this, they do lose 2 heroes in the end. So first blood for 2 heroes. kind of okay for both sides. Definitely very happy Razor though.
Yeah, Razor being involved in both those kills, getting one of them. Giving Amar a bit of a boost in economy early always has its issues.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
We're watching this mid lane. When it comes to it, I think Malrine early on should do quite fine. Then later on, Invoker, of course, catches up a little bit. And overall, Invoker is just way too strong of a hero at the moment. There aren't many real counters to him. And even with the recent nerfs, Lorenov should be finding him.
Bottom lane, they're looking for Whitemon. Amar getting another kill. Snake King also stepping up on 33. We'll get to the low ground, but he's reeled on up.
That shot.
And they might be able to get him if they had the flat cannon available. These heroes on the side of Tundra in the top lane, they were both low. Sox is salved up, but again, now 33 low again.
Everyone is so low here, and 33 even, he's got some region, right? Like he's got the branches, he's healing up through the tangos, he doesn't have to go back. He also pulled the wave quite... Saxa?
He's just up far forward, and he's reeled in once more. The calling is down. Maybe that's enough to get the trade. Skitter will die here to 33. The silence onto the dog as Siren Snake King runs away from this giant broodmother chasing behind her.
That's almost perfect, I would say, even because one thing that you really want to get fast on Brood is that level 6. And yeah, Saxa, he makes that possible by dying first.
Cold snap, but a boulder smash in the face of Lorenov. Malrine, not a lot of mana to work with, but we'll go over and get that water rune. It has a few sips left in the bottle anyway.
That's something we talked about, right? Like you're playing versus Invoker, he constantly gets rid of your mana, maybe not this early on. Nightfall.
Crit, Acorn shot, the link, the raises, the damage. Amar now out damaging Nightfall, turns around, but the Bushwhack connects and Nightfall's dead.
They're just outplaying them in this lane. They might even get Whitemon.
Yeah, blood grenade, and they just need one more right click. The Acorn shot will get it. Double kill for Crit. Falcons starting the lanes up like they did in game one really well.
He didn't start with that long range raise, and because of that, Amar, he was never really that worried.
Ooh, Skitter again though. On the run, 33, and they'll get the kill onto this gyro, so carries on both teams just struggling to survive.
We've got some action-packed game. 3 kills a minute so far.
Let's keep this pace.
Yes, please.
We would all love that. And there's more kills than CS for some of these heroes. Just 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, right now, the only lane that we are watching right now, the mid one, probably will not be giving us any solo kills. On paper, it shouldn't happen.
Again, you got to be careful if you step up as Skitter and Snake King. If they get hit the wrong way with that dead shot, might just get pushed back into the Brood and die.
Same for the mid lane. Got to be careful not to get too close, get kicked under the tower. Crit also is rotating about, like he stacked the camps, maybe thought about securing the water rune, instead goes back bottom.
Goes back bottom, and top of the net worth right now, of course, is Amar with the kills that he has secured so far in the game, but Nightfall not too far behind him despite the deaths.
I just wonder what 33's item build is going to be like, because this man is a Brood artist, let's put it that way. Like he can,
like that.
He has a lot of different builds for different games. Right now, he's queuing up the drums. Because it's not like something like an Orchid is super necessary. It's good on Brood, but you don't have to. I believe this is a utility-based game for 33.
Rocket Barrage, some damage on a Snake King. Flat cannons. Aksa needs to be careful.
They're playing with so many wands charges that they can afford to be this crazy and in Gyro's face.
Lorenov here with Malrine over by the Bounty Rune. This is an interesting place for the lane to take.
They got bored of the mid lane, right? So
it's kind of boring, isn't it?
Exactly, taking their waves for a walk.
Roll, stopping that clarity. Lorenov just throwing a couple right clicks Malrine's way. And top lane again, Skitter. The calling, the silence. The attempt to get this kill with the Rocket Barrage, but not quite enough damage. They also have Crit coming by. They'll reel in, they'll bushwhack, that'll connect, they'll cut the tree. 33, he is away and alive.
There's so many.
Blood Grenade
going for
might
him.
get the kill onto the gyro
gets
and
it.
gets the TIG. Saksa gets that kill, and now can he run away? The bushwhack lands, and it's easy for Saksa.
Oh man, like there's so many great little micro plays in this top lane. It's crazy nice to watch.
That is
Radiant's middle
the tango, by the way, to eat that tree as the bushwhack was coming in.
And the Blood Grenade landing. Skitter's having a tough time top. He is less than 2,000 net worth in Nightfall, despite the fact that he died. He's towards the top. He's enjoying his time.
Dire's bottom
Yeah,
tower
this,
is under
as an
attack.
SF, you know that this hero farms extremely fast. He can go back. Even if the lane is going kind of poorly, farm some stacks, make some rotations, you always get that. I feel like even if the lane is really bad, you get that Mask of Madness plus Dragonlance build very quickly. But for me, the main hero of this game, to make it or break it, is the Broodmother. Like 33, if he gets that early 6, he can really make a difference.
Roll connects. Whitemon dead. Malrine gonna get the kill with the help of Amar.
Oh, the TP.
Nightfall, Bushwhack. Gonna be landing onto the Shadow
the tip.
Fiend immediately. The tip, the raises, the roll. This is a dead Shadow Fiend.
That's a really nice rotation for Malrine.
Saksa picking up that Wisdom Rune, and this Tier 1 tower gonna start to take some damage. Amar at level 7.
He's actually going top with the Twin Gate, so Malrine, no pun intended, wants to keep the ball rolling, maybe go top, kill off the Broodmother.
Radiant's
Naga is
bottom
also
tower
coming
is
in.
under attack.
Saksa behind, Lornoff is here. Can they find anybody? Saksa
Saksa
now
maybe.
netted up, reeled in, dead shot lands, calling down. There's the Boulder Smash under the tower. The EMP is gonna be dropped as the Rocket Barrage
Radiant's middle tower
gets
is under
at
attack.
least Saksa, and they just don't quite have the damage to kill off anybody on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, right now, if you're 33, you're not really ready to fight. You can't contribute way too much. But now, after this creep, you're hitting that 6, and the game is different.
Spiderlings can start to spawn. Nightfall, he needs
Dire's
to
top tower
just
is
find some
under
open
attack.
space. Bottom lane not being that safe for him anymore. We have this deep obs from the Dire as well by the Twin Gate, maybe getting some information on the Shadow Fiend if his farming patterns move back towards the Tier 1 tower. They're going to have that information on him and maybe send a couple heroes down here. Malrine, he is still moving around. He is here bottom, and nobody's here to help Nightfall.
Yeah, he doesn't have the Omni. Omni is kind of ganking with the haze. This might be a dead Nightfall once again.
Requiem, it comes through, but the roll is there from Malrine. The TP out from Nightfall, just TP out. Whitemon gonna sacrifice his life to save his Shadow Fiend just in case.
I wonder,
and neutrals won't steal it.
it's a commendable move. A true support on that Omni Knight. I just have to wonder if he was fine without the TP.
It looked that way.
It looked like he might have been, right?
It did look that way.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Warnoff trying to get the Tier 1 tower
Radiant's bottom tower
mid.
is under attack.
Well, the bottom Tier 1 tower is taken by this Earth
Radiant's
Spirit.
bottom tower has fallen.
Marine really putting the pace on to Tundra, and they really have been struggling to deal with it. They did TP out the Shadow Fiend, but still the lane's kind of mid and bottom falling apart somewhat. Lornoff doesn't have a lot of farm on this Invoker, but that being said, the Gyro's kind of far behind everybody.
Yeah, he's the one pressured the most.
This is Razor top of the net worth. At least for now, Amar's lane was going well, and well, if you can follow Fissure,
Is under attack.
maybe you can play like the pros, press that button on the bottom right of your screen and follow along.
Yeah, they're taking, this is basically the first Tier 1 tower with the drums, of course, used by 33, making sure that it goes down even faster. Lorenov can rotate around, and Ghost can maybe just mess with the Earth Spirit, some tornadoes, some EMPs.
10 minutes in, and
they've
got the reel in on the Lorenov, but nobody there to follow it up. They actually have 33 coming around from the side, trying to get a kill on a Snake King. He does have Song, but the calling is there. Nightfall's also in trouble. They have the Magnetize down. They'll kill off the Shadow Fiend. They'll get the kill there, but they're going to chase for more. Another web on top of the Spider, trying to wrap up Crit. They've got the damage. They'll have the kill. They'll take out the Hoodwink, and it's a double and dominating for 33.
Yeah, the only problem and issue that they are facing is the SF, right? Like he has been dying quite a bit on the side of Tundra, but they're still taking full control of the map. SF a bit greedy, they're trying to walk into the illusion rune, not really what you want to be doing as an SF minute 10, right? Moved in,
yeah.
got punished.
The SF, though, he's still ahead of the gyro. I feel like as long as that paces out that way, if you're even and staying ahead, you should be okay.
Yeah, if you're both poor, it doesn't really matter, right?
Radiant's top tower
It comes down to how much your other cores can do, and right now it does feel like Lorenov and Brood are a bit more active. The smoke, though, with the first item Blade Mail on Earth Spirit.
Looking for a reaction.
Yeah, we have seen a couple of different approaches, even today, right? Like a Vessel into BKB, sometimes Blade Mail into BKB.
Missing, but the Boulder Smash connects into the Bushwhack. Lorenov, can he run? Tornado, the calling, the link, the kill. The calling, now the sharpshooter. It silenced up Amar for a second, but it's not gonna matter. It's a double kill, and now they'll go after Nightfall. Requiem thrown out, but it's the damage there. Brood comes in trying to get a kill on Amar, but the Bushwhack lands onto this Brood Mother. They'll roll, pierce the veil on Sox. It's gonna run out eventually. They'll get the kill onto the Muerta, and they'll sing the song that keeps this Brood in check. Malrine looking to maybe reinitiate here with the rest of his team, but he goes up out of the high ground, avoiding the roll. Magnetized back up, timeout.
Bushwhack.
TP away, and no, not going to be enough. Snaking, getting that kill into 33. It's fallen apart a little bit for Tundra in that fight, as this Earth Spirit still does so much.
They're playing this game extremely fast, and on point 4,000 damage dealt by the Razor on his own. He was the majority of the damage in that team fight. But there's one difference that you're really seeing in these fights, and that's the supports, right? Whitemon, he wasn't truly there. He wasn't close enough to save Lorenov, but even if he was, he's only level 4 at this point, so doesn't necessarily provide the greatest amount of healing, or that Repel isn't as impactful.
You can see just Nightfall continuing to struggle this entire time. This is a 4v5. Gyro is just farming.
Yeah, that's the greatest difference as well, right? Like Skirr, he's able to just completely chill on his side of the map, and he's not doing what Nightfall was doing, I believe, in the previous game, right? Like he's going for the crit, not going into Aghanims afterwards, instead going for that early game-oriented build into the BKB, and it's kind of good because they have multiple cores that can really carry this game. Like you have this Razor who's on top of the network charts, he's doing everything for your team, so all you need is a BKB and just to keep on joining these fights.
33 going for the Guardian Greaves. He's trying to get that early sustain so they can survive the initial onslaught that comes out from Falcons. That being said, like I said, it was without the gyrocopter. And if he starts to get involved, that could be a bit of an issue. He may wait until he gets this BKB, but it will be pretty decent timing for him to have that with that Chrysalis. Need to be careful for sure. Nightfall, he's trying to find some farm to pick back up. The gyros finally surpassed him as Lorenov now. Cold snap, calling, no mana left, dead shot off the mark. Now they need to run, but here comes the roll. They've got the connection onto Saksa. Tornado magnetized. They've thrown out that homing missile. Saksa, no TP. Skitter gets the kill. They had Snaking just in case, but Falcons reacting so well to everything that Tundra are doing.
Yeah, the one problem that I'm seeing with Lorenov is that he doesn't really have heroes that he can play with, right? Like, these rotations are really difficult to execute. Even if that death shot connects, I don't think they have the necessary damage for the gyro.
Oh, again, onto Nightfall.
Rune again.
The silence, the Requiem. They'll even use that Whitemon ult, but it's just Nightfall's not able to have any time to himself.
But they're just finding him in some really peculiar spots. They have this high ground ward as well, by the way, on the dire side, so it keeps scouting him out every time he tries to go for a rune.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
3,000 net worth lead here for Falcons.
I feel like
it's just, yeah, the win probability, I would almost put it a little bit higher with the way that the Falcons have been playing.
I think they just expected maybe a better safe lane,
yeah,
like for a bigger SF off of that safe lane, and maybe to play the Tundra game style, right? Like you're just rolling the map as 5. You don't even need stuns or initiation when you have this Omni just saving everyone and you're too strong taking one objective after another. But right now, they aren't there yet. They have the mech and the drums on the Brood going for pipe next. Like 33 is playing according to the plan, at least buying the items, but
is it going to be enough?
Yeah, and the scaling definitely is different on a Brood when you're doing it this way.
Would you have rathered Brood go for a more aggro style, or is the defensive part good considering the situation?
I feel, in retrospect, sure.
Omni.
Knight.
Bushwhack, Tornado, EMP. Whitemon surviving the initial fight, but they have found themselves 33. Can he survive? The Link is going to disconnect. They go to the Magnetize. It's going to be on to everybody here on the side of Tundra. They need to run. Whitemon dead first. Bushwhack doesn't connect. The team will disengage as Tundra, again, just can't find the right opening.
It's way too difficult for them to find these pickoffs, any sort of a pickoff. Like, what are you really playing with? You have Tornado and... what, Saxa is buying an Atos, I think. That's it. That's your control on the Radiant.
That's pretty rough. I guess Deadshot, sort of?
If you're counting on Deadshot to be your only disable, you're in for a rough time.
Yeah, that's a pizza french fry moment. Malrine in the calling. Deadshot. The Tornado doesn't connect because of that. Now they need to get in front of him so he can't roll away. But he's able to split the seam because of that Bushwhack, and now he's got the distance. Boulder Smash, Deadshot on the mark. Warnoff here. Can they get the damage out? The amplified damage. Now the song behind him. And they will TP Snaking away. They will not get the kill onto the Earth Spirit.
XD, I was about to very gladly eat my own words when it comes to like Deadshot being their only disable, but unfortunately for Tundra, it proved to be the case. It just is not sufficient at the moment.
Yeah, not enough. They have a Brood that's farmed, but it's a Brood that's farmed with defensive items. Amar, he can run, but eventually he just pops the BKB and turns. He'll be okay.
Yeah, that's a small victory. And if you're Tundra, okay, you realize that getting these skirmishes probably isn't going to happen for you, so you can continue farming, playing your side of the map, executing this kind of a playstyle, maybe counter-attacking if some dive happens.
What's the initial way back in for Tundra?
I don't think they're out of it though. 4K behind.
Well, no,
it's not really that bad.
What's the game plan looking like? And right now they're trying to run at Heroes, but they're just not connecting well.
Crit.
He might be a little bit too slow to get away. Deadshot connects. The damage is there. The Tornado will slam this squirrel down into the ground and kill him. Ornoff getting the kill and a crit. And that's certainly a way to do it. You get a pick off there. You start to get some net worth back. You need to really get Nightfall a little bit more under his belt.
Falcons just weren't ready to take this fight. The BKB was already wasted on the Razor, still on 30 seconds cooldown, so he couldn't really join this fight very comfortably. Because of that, they had to sack one person, and the crit, unfortunately for him, was the one to die.
Bit unfortunate for the Hoodwink, Snake King.
Has no ult, by the way, but does have a TP.
There's no lockdown. You don't even need the BKB to just TP out.
Yeah, Malrine as well, going towards that BKB. They have not a lot of ways of dealing with the BKBs, but if you're playing this Tundra lineup right now, you're hoping for your right click to be sufficient eventually. And these heroes, they definitely hurt. Like, once they get all the items, we've seen what an SF can do. And keep in mind, this isn't just a solo Shadow Fiend, this is a buffed up Shadow Fiend. Repel on him. Also keep in mind that he doesn't have to necessarily buy a BKB immediately. Of course, Lauren with Alacrity, so he's gonna hurt.
It's gonna be really rough if they do get to that point for the Shadow Fiend, but they have to get there and they have to overcome what Falcons has started with in these first 20 minutes. I will say they have slowed it down a lot, because it didn't feel like Falcons were gonna stop. But they've backed up, and now you've got Marine looking for the BKB that he's almost got. Hurricane Pike soon here for the Shadow Fiend. You'll have that form of disengage if you can use that to kind of get away and move around the fights well enough.
By the way, 33, not necessarily the most conventional build, but going into that Echo Saber on the Brood. So even though he bought the Greaves and the Pipe, now he's moving back for a little bit extra. You know, some right click, maybe even a Harpoon, you never know.
Are moving over towards bottom. Well, 33 and Soxa set up top. Maybe they can find themselves the hoodwink and the sharpshooter.
It's
to
Rosh,
make sure
right?
that they get away.
This is a tier 2 tower for the Rosh pit. It's a trade that they are taking, and they will not be able to contest this. So on one side you lose the tier 2, on the other you get Aegis. I think you're kind of fine with this if you're Falcons.
Yeah.
But the other side is also very well aware of what's going on.
Snaky taking a lot of damage from this Rosh. A little bit bothersome, but he'll still get the Aegis without losing anybody. Smoke bomb by the Hoodwink, and they've also got one of the Omni Knights, so maybe these teams clash while the Aegis is on Gyrocopter. He's got that Ags that we were talking about, and now 33 and Nightfall, they set up here. They can go for this Wisdom Rune, maybe go for the Tormentor as well, get the first shard under their belt. BKB 433 next, and shard there for Soxa.
Yeah. Not a bad shard at all.
All right.
One for him, one for Omni. I feel like both of them aren't the best shards in the world, but can be impactful.
Now you said they gave up the tier 2 to go for this Aegis, but now with this Aegis, they took the tier 2 in the mirroring lane.
Usually the case, yeah.
Yeah, you even that out.
You even that out, and maybe even more some. Like you can perhaps go towards the mid lane, take down the mid tier 1 tower, take over the triangle with the Aegis, because it's not only the Aegis, he's got the Aghanims on the Gyro, I believe. And we'll see what the next item will be for Skitter, the BKB, of course.
Crystal is for the Shadow Fiend. We talked about how this hero is going to start hitting hard and is going to be buffed up. You need to be careful about how much you're going to give Nightfall, and they were trying to shut him down. They killed him 4 times in the early part of this game, but since then it's been kind of quiet. That last kill that happened near the mid lane, or attempt, was the last time they went for the SF.
Yeah, they smoke up, they have the Aegis advantage. The BKBs are complete and ready on both him and the Razor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They'll find Nightfall. They get him away, they'll have some help.
That's
Nightfall with the Hurricane Pike, able to force himself away from Falcons all here.
Yeah, you're taking the triangle, but it's not like Tundra aren't enjoying this. Like 33 is absolutely having a blast in this pool on the top lane. Some good old sauna for the Broodmother.
Some gym, some swim, some sauna for Brood.
Hot tub, yep.
Just trying to relax, get that farm, staying top of the net worth for the moment. BKB soon for Skitter. Maybe that's a moment where they're going to look to fight. They've been trying to find something, but Tundra have played around the map and made it harder for Falcons to get in there and find the fights that they're trying to play on. In doing so, this Aegis hasn't turned into a fight yet. The only thing it's gotten them in terms of objectives so far is that bottom tier 2 tower.
And the tier 1 on mid lane, right? And now the tier 1 on top. So they are getting some of the map out of Tundra, and Tundra, it seems like they aren't really ready to take this fight just yet. Like the SF does hurt. Like something that we need to mention is that he went for that instant crit. A lot of SF players love doing this, even when they don't have an Omni Knight on their side. But when you have an Omni, it's even more justified. And it's not only the SF that will hurt. Lorenov went for the Pike into Witchblade, very common on the Invokers right now. The universal right-click hero damage definitely comes in handy.
Thinking about going for Nightfall. Homing Missile gonna walk its way over to Nightfall and die beforehand, but the roll comes in. They'll go after Lorenov. They've got the vision onto the Invoker. The 4 steps try and get away. The BKB from Amar. They've got the Requiem. They'll look over at Skitter. He's gonna be pushed back for a moment. Silence thanks to the calling. Nobody dead on the side of Tundra or Falcons just yet, but they hold the high ground. Soxa goes into the Pierce the Veil. Radavitos onto 33. They kill off the Broodmother. They magnetize onto 3 heroes. The Sunstrike's going to be off the mark. The Hurricane Pike. They kill off Soxa. Looking over at White Mom. The chase is on. Can they get themselves a third? Crit behind the tier 2 tower. They go to the Song. The Bushwhack not going to land because of the Song, and the 4 step onto the high ground. They're by the tier 3 tower, but they don't care. Lorenov is gone. Amar with the double kill. 4 heroes dead on the side of Tundra as Falcons win that fight.
Yeah, it was a nice wraparound by 33 to go from behind with the Broodmother. The idea was there, the Omni Knight saving the Invoker together with all the network that Broodmother was bringing to this fight, but the damage just wasn't sufficient.
A little bit lacking from Tundra there, and you can see BKBs are in the future.
Both of these teams can easily reset fights, right? On one side you have the repel, on the other side you had the sleep, and once again Naga feeling a little bit stronger out of the two.
And holding that song too, because the initial initiation that didn't go as well as maybe they would have thought on Falcons, they could have songed in that position, but instead they held it and they waited.
Yeah, just if you look at Snake King and you look at his items, this is what most players playing Falcons say about him on his Naga. Like, he finds way too much farm and he's way too good at knowing the right exact moment when to pop that song. Like, he's got a full Solar Crest, almost Greaves completed. He's bringing a lot of utility to these fights.
Right. Dead shot off the mark, 33, still just trying to add to the collection here of farm. Nightfall soon to the Daedalus. Very, very close. These BKBs, Lornoffs is far away, but they're gonna really need them. Blade Mail, 33, walking over, can't get in front of the roll, so Marine able to get away.
I don't feel any one of these heroes on Falcons, out of the 3 cores, are super worried when they see 33 running them down. Just because of the item build that he went for, you need some follow-up from the Shadow Fiend, maybe from the Invoker at least. Sometimes a Brood is a menace, like a hero that just takes over the map completely. And he is kind of doing that, but the oppression side, like the oppressive side of the Brood, isn't really that felt this time. Daedalus, by the way, completed. So
the damage will be there for Nightfall, but he needs to be able to output it. You've got Hoodwink, who's transitioning into a core with the Maelstrom picked up. Pretty standard stuff. You can see, though, this is something we've seen in the game so far. There's always that one support that has nothing, and right now it's the Omni Knight.
Yeah, he's had a really rough game. As a position 5, of course, it isn't the worst, but White Mon.
Force Staff Tornado off the mark, but 33 is here. Marine in some trouble with the BKB, tries to roll, but that's going to land on the 33. Sunstrike won't matter.
Yeah, he hit them with a couple of those watts because he knew Snake King was right behind the corner with the song waiting, and of course the shield rune as well. They don't really have a way of, well, Tornado, if it's used a little bit later, could get rid of it, but if you Tornado, you're buying Snake King enough time to go in there and follow up with the song.
That being said, Song is now on cooldown for quite some time, so maybe they can take another fight moving forward. Not much expanded in that Tundra expedition.
He's again going into the Echo, by the way. Like, BKB was purchased, of course, before on the Broodmother. Now moving back into it.
22-8, 11,000 net worth lead here for Falcons. It just seems to continue to get like a larger and insurmountable net worth lead.
It is a high net worth lead, and these heroes definitely are using the net worth properly. I feel like it's more about the SF and what a crazy hero he is currently in the meta, that even with all of this net worth lead, if Nightfall gets a good fight where he's repelled and he's able to hit the targets, still think they can take it. The problem that I do see for SF is something that they had in the post-laning stage as well. There just isn't enough control for him to hit the targets. Like, he can go on someone, but what's stopping them from forcing away or just running? There aren't really many spells that do that, but you can't run when your base is being hit.
All that being said, it's a big support net worth difference, which is making up a lot of the net worth deficit. The 4,000 on the Omni Knight to the 10,000 of the Naga Siren is 6,000 of that 11K lead.
Yeah, the real Naga problem is starting to kick in, and this is one of the reasons why the hero is just banned out so often. It's not only the songs, of course, that she's bringing to the table. She's constantly pushing lanes, pushing waves with the illusions, and not only is she getting vision for her and her team, she's also, of course, farming and getting some more farm as a support.
30-minute mark of this game. Based on games 1 and 2, presumably the halfway mark.
White Mon.
Smoke used, immediately broken, but the Force Staff back. Sharpshooter connects. Homing missile flying forward. The right-click damage in the rocket barrage. Whitemon trying his hardest to get away, but eventually caught up to with by this Falcons lineup.
Yeah, he does have the buyback, so he should be able to help his team out defend this high ground.
On the high ground they go. Yeah. Tornado flies through, gonna miss the heroes.
Yep.
But look at 33. He's pushing bottom lane.
Well, he's trying to get into the base at least, and he might. I don't think you're taking this fight, right?
TP back, at least by one. It's gonna be by the Earth Spirit. Roll in, lands, and now they're gonna start to TP back to try and claim the life of this Brood.
He's got the BKB.
They've got the link, they go to the BKB, the TP out, and 33, he took that tower.
If they could find the fight
the
here,
high ground first.
This would be huge. Maybe a pick off on crit.
This is at least going to be crit potentially. Tornado comes in, that's going to land into the gyrocopter. Homing missile coming in, they've got themselves the Requiem, but they do have Song. They're still trying to get the Hoodwink. Lornoff, not a lot of life left. Flak Cannon, not enough to take out this Invoker. Deadshot though, instead, Falcons, well, they thought they were going to have to give up crit for something, but instead crit survives and they get Soxa in return.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt by Lornoff in the end to try and Sunstrike crit, but of course, wasn't really even close. The idea and the mindset on Tundra is really good, and I have to commend them for that. Like 33, you can't take a fight 5-on-5, so what does he do? He forces a couple of TPs, and then they go in with the Ghost Walk. They kind of chase them, but they just didn't have the damage to even kill the crit. And you could see that Tornado sometimes, when it's used, it's to your own detriment.
Yeah.
Because your SF suddenly can't be hitting any longer. And by the way, Naga was sitting right next to that fight, had the song ready and available for the majority of the time, and Snake King just decided that it truly wasn't even worth it.
So now your Gyro on top of the Satanic, the Ags, the Crystallis, the BKB has the Aegis to work with. 5 minutes, and we've seen some Aegises today, purely farming.
Especially on Falcons.
They've definitely sat there with their fair share of Aegisi.
Yeah, I would have to say that this game is a bit different than game number 1. This is a game in which they can't just absolutely relax. Lornoff is actually the one hunting with 33. They have Harpoon on the Broodmother.
Not an item we've been seeing a lot of, but on the Brood it can feel good. Marine, Boulder Smash, taking out all those Spiderlings.
Yeah, I would say the main point behind this Harpoon is some extra catch, I suppose, right? Like, you just cannot get these kills, you cannot get these pickoffs, and at least the Harpoon will give you a little bit of that reach. Nightfall should have his Butterfly completed now. Like, he's got farm, he's really up there. Only 2k behind the Gyro, 1k behind the, not even 1k, 200 gold away from the Razor. So he's keeping up, and he can be the ultimate carry of this game, but he needs control.
He's trying his hardest to not buy BKB on the SF.
A respectable, true carry mindset. Never buy the BKB.
Why would you? That item's stupid. Couple of right clicks on a Skitter. You got to remember he's got Satanic if need be. They're waiting on the edge with Malrine and the roll, but he'll go up into the jungle there. And again, the Flak Cannon, the Tornado comes through. Homing missile flying out. Skitter taking a good amount of damage. Do they want to go for more here at 33? He's in the top lane, making life difficult, and he's going to go and walk away.
Yeah, they don't have the Earth Spirit, remember. He already TP'd back, so if they can catch someone here, it would be massive.
Can they get anybody? They still have Song to work with. You can't be too confident in going out if you're Tundra. You get caught in that Song, it might be a bad fight for you. But 33 now chasing and pushing Malrine away from this lane that he is trying to push forward.
Yeah, Malrine just trying his best, right? Like, this is the way you deal with rats. You try to kill off the broodlings. You try to maybe get kill off the wave as well, which is really nice. So he, at least, he cannot be pushing in. Maybe he can go for another wave, but look at that. They're actually going for him instead, and they force out the BKB.
He's going for the Ags to get that Enchant Remnant. Like you said, this is 33 trying to rat out the game. Maybe they get Roche, get the cheese, and they just leave it in the top lane as a little snack as they try to trap him. They could try.
Would you ever do that? Put the cheese on the ground, you know?
Yeah, just right by the tower.
Bait someone. It's
It
like
works.
oh, the jam
Gleipnir.
connects.
BKB force from Lauren off. The TP out.
Good old BKB TP out. It's one thing that both of these teams do not have on one side and the other. You don't have basher builders and you don't have BKB TP breakers. Like, if you pop the BKB, you're basically TPing out. You're free to TP out, yeah.
That dire obs getting them some information in the bottom outer part of the map. But for right now, Warrenoff walking around and snaking, even going for that Ags.
Radiant's top
MKB
tower
being
is
built
under
here
attack.
for Skitter as he's kind of hitting that critical mass. And now you talked about BKB breakers on TPs, but Basher being built here for 33, he's actually got it, and they're running away from Skitter. They'll get some distance between themselves and this gyrocopter. But again,
they
need to be
smoked.
careful. Look at this ops.
Yeah, they smoked exactly on it.
Yeah.
And instantly, Gyro moved in just to break it, just to break the smoke. So it will not be very useful. But yeah, the Basher, Broodmother, definitely one of those heroes that can carry it. Oh, that banner isn't going to last.
No, not at all. They still haven't gotten this tier 3 tower yet. Skitter taking a lot of damage. Sunstrike again off the mark, but 33 now locked up with the Gleipnir.
Yeah, that was a lot of instant damage, and you have to respect this Shadow Fiend. He still does not have a BKB, which means...
He only gets stronger from here.
Exactly. He has one full extra damage item. That's basically the point, right? So as Gyro, you might feel strong because you're kind of up there in net worth, but...
So he just didn't get them a break on the high ground like maybe they would have thought.
Yeah, and this time they definitely did try. In that last game when they were owning with Aegis, they kind of just farmed, you know, they all chatted a little bit. This time around they're trying, but it's... The high ground defense is too strong.
Guess it's my shout.
It is, and that axe is going to be flying out for the Earth Spirit. That might make things a little bit more neat and easier. Warrenoff heading towards top. He's going, like we said, into the Hex. Getting some farm where he can, throwing the Meteor down, keeping that creep wave pushed. Maybe also giving that opportunity to 33 to push that top wave when he's free from harm.
Yep, that's basically the idea. But I think Falcons are doing a really good job at preventing any sort of rat shenanigans from happening. Their lanes are constantly pushing in.
They're the ones that smoke this time, though.
Yeah, they have some good control. The Basher on Brood is pretty damn big, so let's see if they can utilize it.
Mara leading the front line, but there is that Invis rune. They do have a sentry down. He is inside that sentry. They see him. Tornado, EMP. Radovatos with...
Oh, he's not on low ground.
The harpoon, but now 33 the one in trouble. BKB, the link's going to be broken. He'll get back up to the high ground, but the Gleipnir's there. Force staff back from Nightfall. Roll in. That's going to land into the Omni Knight. They'll go to the Magnetize. Now they look for the Sunstrike. Call down, use Skitter behind them, looking for the Requiem. That lands onto the gyrocopter. Whitemon's alive with a little bit of health. He'll TP away. These heroes somewhat surviving, but Warrenoff eventually, he is going to be killed off by that Magnetize, and so will Saksa. He dies to crit.
33 barely. Shivas. The 3-kill for them, punishing Tundra for trying that smoke play. It was a nice idea. They read the play. They read where Falcons are going to be, but it just wasn't executed properly. Malrine, this is basically why Earth Spirit is picked all the time. This hero, with one Magnetized, Shivas dishes out so much damage.
And now you're working without the Muerta. You've got Invoker with buyback available. They already used it on 33, but no Requiem.
Once again, that Tornado, it messes up the dead shot.
Roll in. Enchant Totem kicking him all the way away from his team.
BKB.
They've got the Bushwhack. They'll have the control. The Sharpshooter charged up and knocks out
no buyback.
Nightfall. He's got no buyback. He's dead for 80.
How do you show yourself here, right?
You can't.
As Invoker, you just saw what happened to the Shadow Fiend. How exactly do you move in, knowing that the same exact thing can happen to you? It's a conundrum, really difficult for him to defend this, and this just might be game. They're going for the throne.
Trying to end it in 40 minutes, it would be the shortest game of the series.
Kicks
the
him into the
boulder
fountain.
smash, they've got the kick, they'll have the magnetize, the damage is there, they're trying to heal up through it, they've got the static link, Kamara looking to do what he did in game number 1, and that's dive the fountain, they'll reactivate the magnetize. These heroes ticking low, these heroes not able to defend as the throne is exposed. It looks like Falcons will secure the 2-1 over Tundra, and they will be going to the grand finals of BB Dacha.
Yeah, definitely well deserved, and this is the second time this team is reaching the grand finals in this season. Just a couple of weeks ago, they were in the grand finals in Romania, this time around in Belgrade as well. They managed to at least get top 2.
Yeah, so now you look at the lower bracket, you've got Spirit, BetBoom Team, you've got Tundra. Which one of these teams do you think can emulate Heroic the most and maybe take it to Falcons in the finals?
Like when you look at the game plan, gameplay, and when you look at the team players, I feel like all of them have a shot. This Tundra is the one that got eliminated from the upper bracket into the lower one. But Satanic for me is maybe the one that could possibly emulate Parker's playstyle.
That's definitely the truth, and some hands being shaked here on the stage as it's a close series, what we expected. We knew this was going to be 3 games all along, but at the end of the day, Falcons take it 2-1 over Tundra.
Some smiley faces, of course, right there. No hard feelings, a little bit of all chat here and there, nothing to be... you know, nothing unexpected from
hopefully
ATF
all
and the boys.
in good fun. That's what we're hoping for, right?
Of course.
Yeah, so it's all in good fun. We do have an interview here with Jenkins. We're going to send it to Mr. Rogers himself and take a listen to what he has to say.
That's right, B-Cup. I think this crowd is pretty impressed by your Earth Spirit performance, my dude.
As again, thank you guys.
When are you going to get Grandmaster on this hero?
It's gonna take a while, honestly, but I'm just gonna take account from Creed.
Fair enough. You guys are now in the grand finals of BB Dacha. Congratulations. Who would you prefer to play against out of BB Team, Spirit, or playing Tundra again in a rematch?
Honestly, I would prefer to play against Spirit. I actually want to play against Satanic. I mean, it would be good also to see BetBoom. You know, we didn't meet at this tournament, but I actually want to see Satanic.
You guys got to do a triple Nightfall in Game 2, and then you ended up winning the series. Does that feel good?
I mean, it's just making the trend. Everyone stopped doing this.
Can you tell me what a parentheses means in all chat? Like a bracket, like the thing that looks like a C. The Russian smiley.
Ah, the Russian smiley. I mean, it's only positive. It's like a good game.
Do you think that you, on average, type that more than any other player?
I would type to everyone, but I guess against people like Epileptic, this is like must to be.
Where's the Hello Kitty tattoo, dude?
I actually forgot about this. Can you give to me?
Yeah, we'll get you a Hello Kitty tattoo for tomorrow. Congratulations, my friend. Good luck tomorrow. And we'll send it back to the boys.
Thank you very much. Coming back over, it's all in good fun. It's, you know, it's nothing too crazy, just a little smiley face.
Yeah, of course.
That's it.
Yeah, of course. They're just having fun, right? Like all chatting, it's all cool, no moral pressure there, you know, pressure on the morale, I mean. Overall, it's definitely working for them, and it keeps the game a little bit more competitive and spicy, so...
It keeps it maybe a little bit more fun. That's all we want,
yeah,
right?
for all of us, right? Like for the players themselves, sometimes maybe it isn't as fun, but who cares about the players? The viewers are, whether it's you guys.
Who cares about the players?
You're the most important ones.
That is true, chat. You guys are the most important. As we see these highlights from game number 3, saw a couple of fans there and some signs I can't read. I don't know if you got any.
Means old god, Stary Bog. I think he's some sort of a streamer in the Russian scene. Not really sure, but yeah, they go. The highlights are basically mostly the plays that Falcons have been making, because you didn't really see too many things connect for Tundra. This time around, I feel like their gameplay was pretty damn good in the last game, but unfortunately for them, the amount of control that they had wasn't there. We're seeing game number 2, of course.
Well, that was game number 1. That was them all chatting. That was a little clip of Maureen typing a full sentence. But this game, here I thought it was over. It ended up being 31 minutes longer after this point. And it just...
Is this the compilation of...
all chats?
All chats, yeah.
It could be. Yeah, but it ends up getting to 51 minutes in game number 1. That was Falcons' game to take. And you knew Tundra weren't going to roll over. There was no way that this was going to be a 2-0.
I mean, after this first game, there was no way it isn't going to game number 3.
So some more fans in the arena enjoying some of the Dota.
Yeah, there's a lot of really nice things that you can do around this Sava Center arena, right?
Yeah, the events are quite nice. Outside there, get yourself some tokens. That's me. On the screen right there is the Mud Golem in your face. And game 2, this one felt like a flip of the script, as Tundra were the ones who kind of dominated this second one.
Yeah, I feel like they drafted a much better draft for themselves, and they executed it much, much nicer than Falcons in game number 2.
Game 2, Tundra just trying to push it to 3 games. It was the Medusa that ended up just being too much for Falcons to handle.
Yeah, it was a little bit of Medusa, 33 as well on Sand King, but most importantly, I would say this Chen. Like, he made everything work. Whitemon, he had a mean game. The Hand of God, the way he pressed that R to heal everyone, it was magnificent.
What do you think's harder? Pressing R for your ult or typing with a word that has R in it that you have to put in the alt chat? Like, go when ready.
Yeah, it's definitely harder to press enter and then write something with R, because there's a slight chance that you press your ulti there. It has happened.
Or press your BKB and your ulti. That could be a big issue.
But this second game was definitely a proof of concept for Tundra that they should maybe go off of and try to expand on, because this kind of a playstyle definitely suits them. They also outdrafted Falcons, of course. That didn't hurt them, but overall they proved to all of us that they can take down Falcons, even with this new roster.
See the chug once again, and then we get into game number 3 in this one. There were times where it felt like Tundra were breaking through, but the net worth always expanded for Falcons. And they killed Nightfall a good amount to really shut down this SF. He still got the farm, but it wasn't at a pace that put him ahead where his right clicks were just too overwhelming.
Yeah. One big issue for me that they had this game is, like, this was a good fight where they get everything that they want to. The Requiem is there, the save on Lorenov is there as well. 33 is backstabbing them, and they still didn't have enough damage.
They're sitting with the song the entire time. Snake King's just ready to go. They single out 33. And the Magnetize, Earth Spirit just showing how much damage this hero can do in one fight.
Yeah, he was just saving that BKB of his for the longest time, and they managed to completely turn the fight. The song maybe messing up Bushwhack a little bit there, but it didn't matter in the end.
Yeah, ultimately, Falcons were the ones who pulled ahead and bring it back. Keep chugging from the chalice.
Yeah, this last fight, I feel like this was, of course, combo breaker with the tornado, and unfortunate harpoon for 33 doesn't get a Mar on the low ground. Exactly, so you can't even initiate on him. Nightfall again is out of position. He's forced to BKB TP out, but the rest of his teammates are basically just going to fall to Maureen and the boys.
Yeah, even with this Requiem, it's just not enough to stop Falcons from moving forward the entire time. The song came through, they find Lorenov, the Magnetize does the damage, they get the kill onto Saksa, and it just ends up being the Falcons' victory, and they're in the grand finals, so they're happy with it. 40 minutes, the shortest game of the 3 by about 10 minutes, but Falcons barely dying. I mean, 8 kills for Tundra. Maureen goes 10-0-11.
Yeah, the Third Spirit definitely needs to be one of those heroes that you're thinking about banning out against him, whoever you are, in the grand finals. But overall, what you probably need to make sure that you have is stuns, because playing without stuns into Team Falcons is not recommended.
No, not recommended at all. And we've got one more series on the way, but you're going to have to wait a little bit. We've got a short break coming your way. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our final series of the day, the hypest series of the entire tournament so far. I'm just gonna say it.
I've missed everyone. It's been so long since we've got to come out here, see all of you guys, say hello, but I would agree, Jenkins, it is definitely gonna be one of the hypest series. It is another elimination match as well, but not only that, it is 2 Eastern European teams going head to head.
That is right. We have Team Spirit, 2-time TI winning team, but they're actually...
Big roster shuffle though.
They're the young blood. They're the guys that want to prove themselves. And then we have BetBoom Team, arguably the most consistent team in Eastern Europe. And they also have a new roster and are looking to prove themselves. So this is a hype match.
There are a lot of moving parts, and I know I've been seeing a lot of, BetBoom jerseys out there, Team Spirit as well. So before we bring them out, I want to gauge how the crowd is feeling. How many of you guys are going for BetBoom in the crowd? Okay, well,
there we go, okay. All right, how about for Team Spirit? All right, okay, well, we got some crowd favorites here.
I feel like we kind of have to save the best to last,
Fair enough. I think we should bring out maybe the gatekeepers then
All right.
of Team Spirit. Let's give a warm welcome to BetBoom Team!
Boom Team.
Hello, my friend. How are you feeling today?
Feeling great. A bit tired, but we're gonna destroy them today.
Okay, well, I was gonna ask you to talk some smack, but you already did. You did the BetBoom chant backstage. This is your first tournament doing that. How does that feel to be doing that chant?
Very powerful for us to do this, I guess, because a lot of energy together. So, BetBoom Team, let's go.
Do you feel like you got a gatekeep Spirit? Everybody's looking at Spirit. These are the new guys on the block in the Eastern European region. And you guys want to say, no, look at us, we're the best.
Yes, we're the best.
Okay, good luck, my friend.
Thank you.
But of course, we need their competitors. We need the crowd favorite. We need the new blood that are looking to make a name for themselves. And that is Team Spirit!
Team Spirit.
You guys have had a very long day playing the first series. How tired are you? Where are your energy levels at?
We are not tired. We new team, so we have a lot of energy to play.
I love to hear that, and I'm sure being in front of a live crowd is giving you some more energy as well.
Yeah, of course, it's a lot of fans here, so it gives us a lot of energy.
I mean, you can hear the cheers right there. They're cheering for you. Do you want to say any words to your fans out there, either in English or Russian, those that are watching live?
Всем спасибо, болейте за Spirit.
Alrighty, Ru, I'll let you go. Thank you so much. Good luck in this series. But guys, you're going to have to bring more of the hype to this arena right now because we're getting into our final series of the day, elimination between Spirit and BetBoom.
Here I am.
Small, correct? Like you tried to...
All right. Well, we are live, ready to go. This elimination BO3, which is going 3 games. I just hope you guys know that at home. We're already going 3 games. It's been decided. I know it. I feel it in my loins, bones,
bones. Yeah,
everything.
Of course. Well, I wouldn't be surprised because every single series that we have done together so
3
far.
games.
Only in the group stages we didn't get 3 games, but that's because it was all of best of 2s. So
We had a lot of 1-1s though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe because I wasn't there.
Yeah,
You've brought the 3-game, not curse. I feel like that's harsh because everybody here wants 3 games. Well, it sounds like the crowd wants Spirit to win more so than anything. But 3 games is going to be fun. It's going to be exciting, and it starts here with game number 1. I mean, these 2 teams know each other well. It's really, like they said on stage, the young bloods of Spirit coming in against BetBoom Team. And we take a look at the team comparisons as BetBoom Team, a little bit higher of a win rate. But again, these hero pools, not crazy numbers or anything like that. We haven't really seen a team over about 36, I'd say.
Yeah, that's the stock standard for every single team. Maybe a couple of heroes that everyone experiments with here and there. But I feel like we are in a stage of the meta in which it's starting to crystallize a little bit which heroes are good and which aren't. But then again, in the past tournament and this one, if you compare the heroes that have been picked, like I already see quite a few differences.
So what are you thinking in terms of draft? If you had to guess, just what would be the difference maker against both these teams, what would it be?
I feel like we have noticed today as well from BetBoom, they can be put in a position in which Pure doesn't have too many heroes left in the pool for him, and what happens is he brings out something like a Lone Druid. They win that game, but it didn't look that great. Like that was one that they could have easily have lost.
Definitely didn't look solid in the second game against the Colts, and I think they need to step it up. Maybe not in draft as much as in play, especially during the early parts of the game. They ended up bringing the game back because they did step it up throughout the game, but we saw what Spirit is capable of even when they're behind.
So if you are in the chat, it is !S for Team Spirit. And if you're for BetBoom, it's !B. We'll see how those results end up before we get into game number 1.
Just look